Good day, Jake, says the Prince. I seem to have missed an episode. Is one of those a foothold in the continent for you? It's a little hard to read all those shades of blue. One? How about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14? This one isn't mine. Yeah, France is not feeling so good about everything I took off of them, and I myself am feeling pretty great about what I took off of them. Alright, we'll get back to it then. It's Bagpipes in Bordeaux, and we are actually in Bordeaux. Pretty happy about that one. Whether or not it's going to turn into Highland culture anytime soon, I do not know, but I do like the 41% Highland culture we have over there. Gascons be gone. Did you check to see if the slaves are truly fixed already? No, I saw a post that confirmed it. I read it in the patch notes and I was ecstatic about that, but I have not tested it myself. Notably, we're not going slaving as Moray, but yes, that does excite me greatly. And it puts the idea of a Granada run well up my to-do list. Because, yeah, slaving. Slaving feels so good, but it felt pretty bad when the laws were broken. So what's happening now? We just concluded our war with France. We're going to get our units back together. I will consider taking some more lowland lands. And I would really like to start working my way towards the New World. Someone suggested that I should go and make sure that Quebec is never under any risk of turning French. And I don't mind that idea. Besides, I've never actually done anything with the New World in this game yet. I'm in a great position to change that, so I think I shall. One little issue that we have is that thanks to a bug that we have in 1.10, there are a few uncolonized provinces that appear, and one of them appeared in Wales, and the Pope beat me to it. He actually took the province, took the silver mine, and he took 20 prestige off of me. If you're ever in a race for colonizing a province and it looks like you're going to lose, just pull out. For the love of God, pull out. Because the event will hit you and rob you of 20 prestige, and I gotta say that feels really freaking bad. There's another fun bug in 1.10 here, and that is that the bonuses for integrating subjects are reversed. So when I loaded up my save when I was playing this a couple days ago on stream, I did think, the annexation of the Pale is taking a bit longer than expected. And that's because the advance here was reversed. I had to go into the game files and re-reverse it. So even though it says it's more expensive, it's actually cheaper now. I went around and changed all the effects I could find for that. Although I just had a thought, I didn't change the event for it. Oh well, let's hope I don't get an event that speeds up integration, because it will slow it down. But such is the fun wild ride that are these EU5 updates and hotfixes and such. It's 3 steps forward and 2 steps back with some of them. Anyway, we press on. We'll reorganize our units. Well, I just said what we'll do, so let's get it done. Although I don't know what I already ordered, do I? Which of these do we not care about? Don't care about you, don't care about you, don't care about you. I mean, I don't care about these, but they keep coming back every time somewhere else is missing an employee or something else is unprofitable, so what can a man do there? Black flagged, people hate me, missing ivory. Well, stop asking for ivory then. And I'm well aware I have non-integrated provinces. Okay, one of the reasons we stopped last time was because there was a bug, surprise, surprise, with releasing subjects. You couldn't release vassals anymore. They would flip towards being fiefdoms, and I don't want fiefdoms right now. Fortunately, that has been fixed, so what am I actually going to let go of? I think I'll let go of the Basque region. Is it actually Basque? Yes, it is. Basque and Frankian. Now, the wise thing would be to let out Navarra. Navarra? Yeah, Navarre. Because they already have cores here, so they don't need to waste time coring it up. On the other hand, I don't trust for 5 seconds that there isn't some really bad event or something that would cause Castile to want to fight Navarra. So instead of releasing the historical tag, I'm going to release them as a custom subject here. As a vassal, of course. The reason we do that is because fiefdoms all put their relative strength together, and vassals all put their relative strength together. So I'd rather just not have that be an issue. Who are we going to put in charge? I don't really mind. Anybody's anybody. As long as they're not too old and die and cause instability for the nation. How about Lady Merrill? Lady Merrill is of my Roland dynasty. On the other hand, there's an idea to seat some members of the Randy dynasty. That way it might be easier to marry back into them. You know, I like the sound of that. Leopold Randolph, our first cousin, you get to be in charge of Navarra. Create a subject here, take control of the buildings. Yeah, that sounds fine. Why does it say take control of buildings? Surely it's to take control of, well, everything. And there we go. It's not Navarre, it's the Earldom of Bayonne. Very good. How about the lands here? Well, that's a little different. It is entirely cored up by, what's this, Gascon? Yeah, Gascony. And when given the opportunity, I like to release somewhere that already has the cores. And they also have cores on France, so that means they'll be able to get me some Casus Belli there if any of my other ones fail. So yes, for this area, I'm going to release it as Historical Gascony. If I can remember the buttons for it. I've been playing this for quite some time. I still get lost in the menus. Someday it'll come back to me. So yeah, there we go. Don't get scared about the land. It says it will release on my existing subjects. It won't. Out you go, Gascony. You will be another vassal. For some reason, I don't put someone in charge for you. I guess it just gets somebody. But here's the fun thing. Because they already have cores on all of their land, unlike the custom subject I released, I can immediately flip them over to Highland culture, and then hopefully they'll get to work on that. They'll hate my guts for it, but that's okay. The sooner they hate my guts, the sooner they will come to love me, because all the negative effects go away. Now, here's another question. What about all of this land? There is a good argument for holding on to this, and there's a good argument for not holding on to this. I think I'll get rid of it, even though the proximity to my capital is very, very good. It's all red because we haven't had the turn of the month yet, but look at that. This is already going to get 50% control due to proximity to capital because it's tracing a sea line. And as it happens, we have pretty good maritime presence all around here. Even so, in the future wars with France, I want to keep the areas that France can invade of me very dense. And this is just a little bit too much of an outlier for the French to go and invade and for me to go and have to de-siege. So no, what I think I want to do is... Did I ever get around to building up one of those forts here? I didn't, and I better do that before I forget about it. How about you, arcs? Yeah, arcs. I'm gonna throw a fort down on you, despite the cost. I didn't like the fact that this kept getting sieged, and then I'd have to worry about de-sieging. Although maybe I should put it on here. It doesn't have a defensive bonus, but I forget if the AI was able to walk through my subjects or not. Trying to remember. I don't think they did. Well, we'll find out soon enough. It'll be a lesson I learn and then never forget if I do it that way. Yeah, we'll do that. We'll keep the fort there so that they busy themselves with that. But yeah, I want to keep my fighting stuck to here so I don't end up having to run all the way around France to deal with counter sieges. Especially since France has no shortage of fortifications. There's a reason I'm not going for the full occupation of France. It's just not worth the investment sieging in all of those bleeding forts. But yes, in the interest of not having to chase myself down here, I'm going to release this as another subject. Another 2 subjects, in fact. So, create, custom, yeah, 1 and 1. So 1 here, a vassal. Who do we put in charge? Well, we don't really care that much. This old coot, does she have any children? She's 38, yeah. It's drying up like a raisin, so I don't think I'll put you in charge. I'm not sure I really care that much about who goes in charge. Right, how about you, Magnus? I want to proliferate my old dynasty, because I wouldn't mind getting it back at some point, so... There you go, Magnus. You enjoy this land. And then this one gets popped out as well, again with a vassal, so the vassals lump their strength together. Any other Randys out there? Wait, Magnus. Didn't I just pop out a Magnus? We've got all these Magnuses. Alright, go on. More Magni then. And then there is this. Are there any cores here? There is... Poitou. I don't see a good reason not to release Poitou. Yeah, they get most of this chord and they get extra cores on France. That's got to be a good thing. So we'll do exactly that. Create subject, historical subject of Poitou. As a vassal, of course. And then they don't get all of their land, but what I can do is I can cede the rest of the province to them. That way I will not culturally enrich them just yet. I'll give them time to integrate the lands that they have just been given. Beware of the Britons. The Britons? The Bretons? I mean, what are the Britons here? We're Gales. Coming in like gale force winds. Not a lot of English yet left, but don't you worry, there won't be much Wales left soon. I'm so annoyed by the Papal States being here, like really annoyed. I was very close to going to the save and removing that, but I did think, it might cause something interesting if I have to clash with the Pope over that. But yeah, entirely down to a bug, the Pope ending up in Wales. That's why we also have the Ottomans over in Crimea, and this little empty blob in the middle of the Golden Horde, and God knows what else. I spent some time, I decided I'd go by population, because that's a good way to see where there might have been an issue. This population black hole. One appeared here as well. And then there's this over in Ireland. 2 people living out here in old Longfort. 1 person here, 1 person here. If you zoom out and just check the country as a whole, population 2. And there's the chieftain of 2 people. Seems like madness, no? Hey Jake, enjoy the day. May AI be kind. Well, I'm hoping the AI is a little unkind. It adds quite a bit of interest to it all when they can put up a fight. And we have been told in this update that the AI has become more aggressive and will dedicate more of its budget towards military. So I'm keen to see how that manifests. I believe I already set my boats to come back, so I don't need to worry about that. This is being integrated. This all looks good. In fact, you're already fully integrated. Hang on. I took another province here, and this actually raises an interesting point. Would you look at that? There's a whole lot of land here for Anjou. However, that includes a significantly larger, better province of Anjou. Given the opportunity, I think I would rather let Anjou out with this land than these 4 wimpy provinces, not least of all because there's a city here. Cities take longer to integrate, so I'd rather have the existing core. So what I'll do is I'll let this out as a custom subject, and then when I take this, I'll release that as Anjou. All part of my brilliant planning, you see. So 1 more for the subject fodder. Custom subject. No pois here. Just right here as another vassal. Do we have another Randy that we can put in charge? Another Magnus Randolph. Yeah, just keep laying them on thick. Our old Kutova ruler is bound to die eventually. She's getting there at 63. But she is the end of our dynasty. Then it's going to be... what is this dynasty even called? The Rowlandson dynasty. So many freaking women. Women again. It's just women all the way down. There have been some people asking, is it actually a 50-50 distribution on gender when you have offspring? I am really not quite sure. Right, one thing I do have to do a lot of is enabling scutage. I don't want all these subjects that I just had joining me in wars. Am I willing to actually do diplomatic spending to get the diplomats to do that? I think no. I'm rather happy spending very little money on diplo spending. It's a lot of savings that I can pump into my my bread and book my paper and bread economy. No, paper and book economy. I don't know why I've got bread on my mind. I want to bake some bread is probably the case here. Anyway, what I do need to do is get that scutage going. We have 7 subjects to enable scutage on. That's rather a lot. We'll get them done 1 by 1. I'm still unhappy that it takes a diplomat to do subject interactions, but they've had 10 patches to change that and they haven't, so I can only assume that it's intended to be that way. There's no more integration to be done, right? That's not true. This is not done? Oh, that's right. I took you off of that because I was improving my diplomatic reputation. Right, that is fine. That is more than fine. This guy's really good at that, so rather than integrate, I want you to assimilate pops into our Highland culture. Don't think there's any point in doing that back home anymore. We need to do it with the French. There's good control over here, so it should be done relatively quickly. And yes, you being good at military stuff, you do the integration, please. It'd be nice if I could favorite some, so they always come to the top here. And of course, when you're a cabinet member, we need to focus on military matters. Diplomatic matters. Leopold Rowlandson, you're not that bad, and you're going to be a crown member soon. I think. Alright, sure, get on the case. Having to pay for all these people, what a con. Always wondered about that, says Prince. In EU3 and in this one, do you know if the pop number is supposed to refer to total population or family heads? There was an answer to this and I've forgotten the answer. Total population or family heads. I don't know. I don't have the mental capacity to figure it out either. I'm very proud of the fact that we cut off Castile from any French expansion. I don't know if Castile will have any temptation to go and fight my subjects, but by releasing the subject, I should get rid of any border friction we have. Yep, there's no border friction whatsoever with them. Great. So we should be good friends with Castile. I have no intention of ever stabbing Castile in the back. It's just an excellent little... you know, they're not a problem for me. They're not going to be a target of anybody else. I've already got Portugal in a union, and they're going to be busy colonizing. I just hope they don't fall into, like, horrible situations where they fight Mali and can't handle it and call me into forever wars, because wars block releasing subjects, and as it happens, I like to do that every now and then. Now, my army. I want my army back home, and I want it under the command of a crown member, of which we have very few, but we still have some. So get over there, Ragnall. And how about my navy? The navy also has a crown member in charge. It's also getting all the units back. They also fixed the bug where your commander has to walk back to the capital and then back to their units if they merge. So I'm very, very glad that that is fixed. And then there's my... also crown member in charge here. Let's sort out the navy. There are galleys here. You know what I think of galleys? I think galleys should just freaking die. Goodbye. I could, I suppose, try renting them out as mercenaries, but no, just get the heck out of here. Was that all of them? Oh god, there are more. They're breeding. Galleys, go away. They'll give me back their sailors, so I suppose that's fine. There are also, for some reason, some light ships as part of this. Light ships go and get together with the patrollers. And then the remaining fleet here is going to be kept in Montreal and mothballed. That makes sense to me. No need to be fighting just yet, unless I think I'm going to be fighting the Netherlands immediately. There's no hurry on this, really. We have the claim, we have the good Casus Belli here. But if I fight that war, I'm going to be stuck in that war for a while. Yeah, probably stuck in it in a while until I can piece Bohemia out, and then I come in and ravage them. Yeah, and there are existing concerns about aggressive expansion. I'm not in a hurry about that, so I'll leave them be. Do wars have a timer like in EU4? They're never ending like in EU3. I'm not a fan of the 5-year timer in EU4. 5-year timer, you're going to have to expand on what you mean by that. If a war goes on for too long, either with the war goal held or not held, going back and forth would reset the timer, then you have 3 years until you get ticking war call for peace. And then you get accelerating amounts of war exhaustion until you finish the war. That can be a problem in this game, because if the AI has many more soldiers, their war enthusiasm is going to be way up there, and it's going to be extremely difficult to actually piece them out. But extremely difficult is not impossible. Especially if you... What I tend to do is I raise my army right at the end of the war. Are you a great-granddaughter? Good heavens. I should probably keep an eye on you, and you may be the only member of this dynasty that makes it through. So you are an opportunity to marry back into the Randy dynasty. It's tempting, so I'm gonna put a pin on you. You're also English, but that's another problem to be solved. Are there unique troops? Yes, there are unique troops. Heck, you get some as Scots, you get the Gallo Glass. And they do reform into better Gallo Glasses. But you get those as levies. I'm not actually sure if you can raise them as proper standing army troops. I'm interested in doing royal marriages that aren't of my own design here. I think the main thing I need to be using my diplomats on right now is making sure that the scutage is done, especially for all these French subjects. I do not want them getting pulled into any mainland war. Scutage is amazing. Your subjects pay you more, and they don't get called into your crappy wars. And I think subjects in wars are only useful before you have big standing armies. And wouldn't you know it, we do have big standing armies. Ugh, we've also got naval hegemon. So, I don't mind being a great power, but I mind greatly being a naval hegemon. All the other hegemons are good, naval is bad. I'd rather be a cultural hegemon, but as it stands, we don't have the 1200... How in the world, actually, is Great Yuan even a great power? I can't see them, but even so, we can feel some things in the air here. They have a gazillion subjects which are all giving them their great power score because their own population scaled by control is pathetic. And then they've got that massive empire boost. And then for some reason they're getting the empire boost again. I don't know if that's meant to be how that's working. Probably not. But damn it, Yuan, fall apart. Stop cheating me out of my cultural hegemony. Somebody's saying they're bankrupt. Are they bankrupt? They are bankrupt. How in the world can you be a great power if you're bankrupt? Minus 41 is completely dwarfed by these other factors. Anyway, sod the Chinese. They're getting in my way when it comes to this, and I can't exactly go over and slap their chops for it. I'd love to be diplomatic hegemon, but diplomatic reputation is probably something Bohemia lives and breathes. So yeah, here's the hope that this actually falls. Wait, maybe we have a way of checking that. If I go here, I can check your Mongolian culture, and then I can see your influence. Here we go. Unfortunately for me, overall their influence is going up, not down, because of Koke Temur, who have 12 million Mongolians. Ugh, and the Jalarids are there, not doing too badly either. Okay, so the cultural... I still need to work on my culture, basically. I never researched art museums or theaters or anything like that, so... The only real way I have of spreading my good cultural ways is just to build up more Highlanders and more Highland nations. But I'm working on that, so not to worry. I am strongly considering scuttling some of my fleet to get rid of the naval hegemon. It's just that bad. Right, you might look at this and go, oh, bonuses. Bonuses are good. Ooh, you know what? It wouldn't take a lot of scuttling to get down. The problem with being a hegemon is that it makes other people hate you and it increases your costs. So look here, great power and hegemony both boosting up the cost of court. And that 1% is not multiplicative, it's additive. So it's actually a significant boost to the amount that I have to pay just to maintain my legitimacy. And yeah, if we go to, let's say, Castile here, we now have a minus 20 opinion due to being a hegemon. So if I'm going to be a hegemon, I want the bonuses to actually be good. And naval hegemon bonuses are useless, useless, and useless. So... not happy. Do I really want to go down to 30 heavies? Not yet. I do like being able to truly dominate the seas. Because 30 might sound good, but you have to break them up. The AI are omnipresent with their view of the sea. I am not, and you saw how much they just love to keep jumping out at you with reckless abandon. So yeah, I think I just have to live with this for a little while. Oh well, living with it's what I can do. I'm not paying my army. I mothballed my fleet. Basically, life is good. Where are we with advances, though? Training field into some better units, which would be good. Output better books. Get cabinet laws. Get a bunch of good things. Oh yeah, lots of good things coming my way here. The issue, however, is that I would really rather like to get my buttocks to the New World. If I get the extra range, I should be able to make my way over to here, right? Let's check that. Colonial range getting over to Greenland. Let's see. I need to get another 700 odd here. Yeah, 700 would do it. Does this actually give range itself? Yeah, this gives 600. But you get another, 1,500 here. I swear there's something else that gives you colonial range, though. Like something that's available to me. I don't know, though. We can check it out. I don't want to be naval hegemon. Also, Jake, I want to dominate the seas. Yes, I want to dominate the seas on a budget and not be the hegemon. So hopefully somebody out there that is not threatening my area of the seas just has more ships than me and everything will be fine. I think I'm asking for a fairly concise and understandable amount of things. Right, so not long until I actually have Ireland, and that's going to be a big enrichment job, because I have not yet decided if I'll be spitting out Little Irish or not. It depends on my control. Control over Ireland improved greatly in this update, by the way. So much of the UK used to be 0 naval capacity, and I think Aberdeen had 0 naval capacity, and now it's gone up to about 60%, which is huge. Certainly aids control across the Isles, which Britain benefits greatly from. But there's no Britain here, there's just Moray. Privilege for colonial stuff. Was it a privilege? I could have... Oh, this is still vibrating. I think it was a law. There was something out there that I went, ooh, that improves. Da-da-da-da-da. I don't know what it was, though. That's what I get for not paying attention to my own research. The Papal States have proposed that we enact Christina Pietas, and of course I'd have no idea what that is. I've not been fiddling around with the papal stuff whatsoever. Call for a crusade. Yeah, I don't think I need to be doing that. Yeah, interesting, and yet I'm not interested. From what I read, they upgraded roads as well. Yeah, roads got better, although I have not yet built any of the paved roads, even though I researched them. I'm more interested in putting my money in towards making more money, and right now that's paper and books. I would also... I don't think I need to change anything on your patrolling of the seas, and of course you don't give me a very good view as to what you're patrolling here. The pirates have been knocked out. There was a piracy chance around here earlier. Oh, this looks good. Really good. Excellent. Yeah, that's why proximity in my country looks so good, and even control looks so good. Excellent. I like it. Yeah, don't fiddle with the Pope. Yeah, the Pope's fiddling plenty with me. Don't know how in the world I'm getting a claim throne on Sossenberg, but they can keep their throne. Ooh. Oh, no, forgive me for thinking that that was Bohemia, but no, it's Treger. Now, don't get me wrong, I would like to marry into you as well, but I'd like to marry my granddaughter into a member of the Randy dynasty. That said, you should marry anybody right now, just so that... Ah, hell, figure out your own marriage. I hope subjects do figure out their own marriages, surely they do. Just build roads to get at your capital to adjacent cities or towns. I'm sick of people recommending that I build roads, right? I reckon there were better economic investments before roads. And almost all the roads that exist in my country have been built by my subjects or my estates. Roads are expensive. And yeah, they're good, but they're not that good. I'd rather have the money to just build tons of roads, at which point they're going to be good for me. I think roads are actually bad for the player to build. And I wouldn't go that far, Tarkin. I do want that new world institution. I don't want to pay that much money or that much stability for it, so I think I'll leave it for a little bit. That calls for a no roads campaign in the future. That'd be difficult. You cannot destroy roads. And my subjects will, or anybody that I eat is going to make roads. Look at all the roads in Europe. Also, there are pre-existing roads. The Romans were known for building them, amongst others. Let's see, quite a few people want to rise up. That's far from my concern. We will have the Irish in our pocket in no time. And then I will get to work on... I haven't decided if I should do Wales or Connaught afterwards. I guess I'll do whoever's fastest. And then once my own integrations are done here, we focus on vast cultural genocide. I was in the Paradox Discord, actually. There was some talks about some of the changes in the patch. And I wrote a rather thoughtful message, but it got completely blank because it had the word genocide in it. I was like, okay, well, what am I doing with all these people? Am I putting them in happy fun camps? Is it forcey fun time for them? No, just say it how it is. The Romans and their silly roads, it'll never catch on. I really like the building of the roads across the country. There are a few things I wish were improved. First of all, the map mode. Like, what does this tell me? Does this tell me that France goes to Poitou? No, not at all. You need to go really close and follow the little dotted line. I think there's a mod that improves this map mode. I haven't looked into it just yet. Alright, oh man, our great granny on the throne is outlasting everybody. Choking accident, what a way for people to go. Wales still refusing to integrate Longtown. Longtown? What are they called? Yeah, it is called Longtown. So as it stands, I'm going to integrate Wales and deal with Longtown myself. Yeah, so we're putting them in happy, fun Highland camps, so they get assigned a sheep each and get severely punished if they fail to take care of it. Let's make the instructions a bit more explicit than take care of it. These are Highlanders, you know. Right, I'm still interested in boosting up my paper and book production here. Parliament is still a couple of years away, so I'm going to spend some time looking at the RGO booster. Thank you, training fields. Training fields are expensive, by the way. Real expensive. Yeah, within the Londane market, just do whatever is most profitable for me. Don't click this button too fast, because it, for some reason, just doesn't go through if you do. Always like to keep some money in the buffer, just in case a bad event pops up. But yeah, RGOs, then buildings, in my opinion. Until the RGOs start having really poor returns. That said, for some reason, stone was a particularly good RGO. So much so that it wants to expand it several times. That can't be right. Well, no. The stones of my country are actually worth not unreasonable amounts of money. It's a little bit below, but at least it keeps construction costs nice and low. Will you send the French to the American cotton fields? Brilliant news. Always a shame to get legitimacy when you have no use for it. I wish it would give you money instead, but yes, keeping burghers happy has got to be good. No, because sending the French out means perpetuating more French. We're just going to turn them all Highlander. That was something I was thinking about, possibly estate-related. There is an idea to actually reduce power from my commoners even further. I mean, look at this. The peasants' allowed weapons does not affect market as much as I thought it would. It almost doesn't affect it at all. And in fact, it was bugged and really didn't affect it previously. There's also the idea to get rid of the hunting permits, because I don't want free subjects anymore. I want serfdom. Actually, yeah, getting rid of the hunting permits is really nice. Makes the nobles happier. How are we doing on free subjects anyway? I'm much more a fan of the serfdom. Especially because promotion speed is also promoting my my clansmen, and I don't want that. Also reduces the taxes. So yeah, serfdom is just so much better than free subjects. You know what, commoners? This privilege of yours has now been revoked. Keep my better people happy. And then they'll rebel a bit, but that's okay. They'll see the funny side. Yeah, so it's just about the Highlanders getting more privileges than everybody else put together. I don't want to reduce my cultural influence, and assimilation of tribesmen. Yeah, I better keep that on there. It also keeps me ready for if this somehow gets to the age of absolutism. If you want to get through that crisis, you need to revoke half of your privileges. It's trivial for me to revoke clan privileges. Look at that, 0.04 stability cost. And I mean, how many Highlanders are really going to rise up here? Not a lot. So yeah, I think I could just sweep through the clan privileges and get out of that disaster without too much pain. I'm sure there'll be some pain. Is there a tribe privilege that stops from promoting? No. The assimilation stops them from culturally changing, but it's very difficult to deal with the... Where are they? We've got a lot of them in Dundee. Very difficult to deal with this, right? They're born, but they also promote. So the best way to do that is have your promotion not outstrip the new births. I'm not sure if anywhere handles that. Oh, well, it's -6 here. This is pretty good, though. 6 get born, 8 get promoted. If I could just drop promotion speed a bit more, which means I don't actually want control in this area, then would be good. But I don't know how to purposefully isolate one province from control. I could make sure it never has any roads, but it's already got a road. And I don't think that matters because it's already on the coast. Oh no, I suppose it does matter because they're getting control from Edinburgh through Glasgow into there. Where the heck is this place? Urban. Oh no, there is a place here called Urban. Yeah. Don't think I've been though. Achwheel. But yeah, keeping around... What I could do if I was desperate is you can go here, you can look for tribals, and then what I could do is maybe annex a single location in Morocco that has a ton of tribals in it, keep the keep the control low and just keep them around for the estate. Because if you promote every single tribesman you have, you will lose the estate. And you also lose all of the privileges that you gave them, meaning even if you get them back, you've got to give those privileges out again, so beware of that. But yeah, what I'm saying is that as a group, they're weak, but their privileges are strong. So they're good to have. Scootage, scootage, scootage. I don't care how many men they could reasonably bring into a fight, I don't want them to. It's just going to kill population that I want inside me later on. Can you destroy roads? Not to my knowledge. Well, that's not entirely true. There's a console command to remove the roads. It's called road_editor. In fact, there's nothing stopping me showing you that, is there? Road editor. Donk. And then you get this little road tool. Whee! So you can click between different places and build different roads. And I'm sure there's some way to delete roads here, but I'm not about to toy around with this just in case it breaks something in my run here. Good, debug mode is off again. Another nice thing about running non-Iron Man mode. I'm not sure I'll ever play Iron Man on EU5, there's just no point. I don't need to be encouraged not to save scum. Alright, very happy to see the control dropping down here. I wanted to go all the way down to the bottom here. Calais. Wait, I thought I already integrated Calais. It's a scary thought. I should have double... Wait, what? Oh, right. That's it becoming a core. We are incredibly good at turning people Highlander. Like, outrageously good. Well, I'm happy to report that. Oh, I forgot to give you that province. Seed this location. Donk. There we go. You get that integrated, and then I can turn you Highlander. Once I'm done doing scootage, I'll do a check for anybody else that I can turn Highlander as well. You can get achievements without Iron Man, by the way. Yeah, but I don't care about achievements. Not at all. I mean, achievements are a fun way to give me a goal to do in a run, but I don't look at my my Steam profile and then chafe my nipples over the sheer amount of achievements that I have. Heavens, no. No, I do that over the amount of games I own. But yeah, achievements have very little hold over me. So it's a way to trick you into keep playing, keep coming back, these achievements. I think that the runs you can do with them are fun, and in fact it was very fun to design achievements for EU4, but the achievement themselves, nah, no good. And this is coming from the guy that did just finish his 100% achievement run of Factorio. I'm not the only one trying that. Right, is there anything to really concern myself with? I'm still eyeing up this war with the Netherlands, but I can see some troubles happening. I can see an issue where I can't get Bohemia out of the war, and I'm stuck holding the bag. But on the other hand, there's no better time to do it than now. How would it actually play out anyway? It would be to take Holland. Unfortunately, Holland has a fort. And I do not have an army that can beat Bohemia, do I? Bohemia are boasting 26,000 regulars, a reasonable number of levies, a ton of subjects. Yeah, however you cut it, I would need Bohemia out of the war. And the war score would not be looking very positive for me overall. I think I'll leave it be for now. I need to solidify my own economy a bit more before I start tangling with mighty Bohemia. I like going for achievements as long as they're reasonable, not stuff like Frankfurt into Andes from EU4. I don't remember that achievement, so I can only assume it's from after my time. And again, Gothic Invasion was no small achievement, but there ended up being a lot of achievements that are just play as crap nation, take over Germany. You know, the hardest area to take over in EU. Thank you, HRE. Yeah, achievements, country-specific ones make me feel like countries that I wouldn't be interested in. That's a good thing, I say. That I do like. Is this Castile willing to give me money? Why it doesn't sort in order of who would actually do it for you, I don't know. But yeah, I can only assume Castile are more than happy to give me the dough. No? You're telling me I could ask for money from somebody, but who? Eyes on this. Is anybody actually going to give me this? What a bizarre alert. Like, what exactly is it alerting me to? Go away. Isn't there a filter for will accept? Ooh, that'd be interesting. Shame I just got rid of it, though. Some menus remember what you're searching for, some do not. How bizarre. Right, Gascony, join the wonderful world of Scootage. And Poitou, join the wonderful world of Scootage. Doesn't lower their liberty desire at all, but it does make them pay me more. Normally they give you 20% of their income. With Scootage, it goes up by a quarter, so up to 25. But these French really give some decent money. Rene already giving more than my best British one. I only just coughed out Rene. Pale and Dominion are far... Wales and the Pale are far larger than many others, and they don't quite measure up to the French either. Yeah, who would have thought French lands is so much better than British lands? But that's why we're taking it over. All that, and it is the whole meaning of the campaign. There's a filter for will accept. Ooh, gotcha. I will try to remember to check that if we see the pop up again. Or can navigate to that menu again. See, Aquitaine are going to see the funny side before long. I was going to say, don't you get extra diplomats for being a great power? Yeah, you do. Not from being a hegemon, sadly. But yeah, I'm trying to limit the amount that I spend on diplo spending, because that's more money that can be pumped into my economy. And as it happens, I do want to pump into my economy, especially with Londain here. Right, it can take a long time to build up towns and cities. Towns, you can only build one building at a time. Cities, you can build two at a time. But therein lies the question of what, if anything, do I want to be building up in London? London doesn't have good goods for vertical integration, but it's still a great place for just making things. The question is, what, though? Well, why think when I can have the game do the thinking for me? Tell me, what do you think makes the most money? It insists that books are the prime money maker. Very good, but I'm not sure I believe you. Tell me about the RGOs first. Tell me about the non-fully expanded RGOs first. Yeah, actually, really getting to the point where books would be worth more for me. Even so, maximize on the copper and the coal. Yeah, I think I want to... Oh, wow. I can still make a whole load of those pearls up in Scotland. Wonderful. Yeah, it's good because it also gets people employed, and I like having my people employed, but okay. It's probably a good time to start caring more about building up my books, my printer shops. Printer shops drive the demand for paper anyway, so it's all good. And I'm interested in places that already have a bunch of them, because that means more vertical integration. The more you make of something in one place, the more production efficiency you have. Do I want them done in places like Lynn and such? I think I just put them there because I already had some there, but it can't be that bad. Well, actually, this could. Why am I building more over here when it thinks it's so bad? Don't know, and I probably shouldn't trust it. But one can always trust Londain. So expensive though, holy moly. Jake, you were my most watched streamer in 2025. Ooh. Good lord. I'm so sorry. I've been waiting to get my YouTube summary. I've been seeing a lot of people have found their most watched on YouTubes and such. I'm curious where I've been spending my time on YouTube, but I haven't gotten mine yet. Maybe they're rolling it out region by region, and Hungary is just not seen as an important region to do quickly, which I totally understand. Right, this old guy is going to be great at cultural enrichment as well, so once he's done integrating, he'll certainly get on cultural enrichment. And we can see it begins. Yes, the Highlanders are taking over. I'm thrilled about that. One worry is that all of my campaigns are going to turn into cultural campaigns, because it just feels so good. One more to do on Scootish, now we can worry about switching cultures around here. Yeah, Scottish pearls, for some reason, Perth and Dunwatsits over here are masters at finding pearls. Dark Young has the idea that they're just going around and robbing people of their pearls around here. Now, I've been to Perth, but I don't remember anything about it. Alright, full integration all done. Now it's time for you to do the assimilation into Highlander. Yeah, get those Normanders taken care of. There is an argument for waiting on integration here for when I get the cultural hegemony. But the way it's going, that could be a long wait. I do want that cultural hegemony, but that requires a lot of cultural influence that I simply do not have. And I'm not going to get it until Highlander is more widespread and more culturally influential. Yeah, it is not growing as much as I want it to. Well, I mean, it's growing overall, which is great, but it's still going to take a while. Most of it coming from me, but a fair bit from my subjects. Remember, if my subjects have prestige, or if they have other flat bonuses, then it's going to be useful to have subjects for that. That's partly why I'm looking towards the Irish. I can spit out a lot of Irish and have them deal with it for me. Seaspace is pointing out there's the Perth River. It has pearl-growing clams, and they've got an industry, or they had an industry around them back in the day. And you're saying they don't anymore? Because that's the implication I'm getting here. Alright, well, I sure love holding on to this land. I should also certainly love thinking about how I invest into my army. Because I'm curious about how much the AI is into boosting their output of armies. That's part of the thing about 1.10. They're meant to be more aggressive. I don't recall Bohemia having 20,000 regulars last time we met. And France, despite how much I've smashed him around, he still has the capacity to build up a huge army. And if he could just concentrate his forces, he could actually beat me. Or at the very least force me to bring my levies from the mainland. The thing is, I don't want to. I do not want to fight with levies at all. Every dead levy is population that I'm going to struggle to get back. Because on the population front, you know, France has 9 million people. I got 3.7 million. Completely unfair. After my next fight, I'll finally take Dover back and I'll integrate Kent, because Kent is sitting on very prime land for me. Igor says they just got their recap and they're going to see. Have you found any use for the papal or Catholic interaction so far? Yeah, if I needed a lot of prestige quickly, say to become an empire, then I would probably want to canonize. So yeah, I could save up all my religious influence, canonize as many of my... I've only got 2 options here. I wonder why only 2. Anyway, boosts up prestige pretty quickly. Especially old Randy here. But yeah, I'm saving that. Either I'll spend it all before I turn my back on the church, or I will use it at a time that I could become an empire. The bonus for empire is really nice, especially the extra cabinet seat. Oh boy, I lose what inflation? Ah, man. Wait, I don't remember having a national bank either, but okay. Again, giving you benefits that you can't use feels really bad on positive events. Maybe even feels worse than a bad event. Maybe I did play around with the idea that it's good to have a little bit of inflation, so that you can pass the thing in Parliament to reduce inflation, which just lets you mint like crazy. And again, for events like that, could also be seen as rather nice. This will boost my research, boosts my costs as well. I should consider if I actually want to get all of the advances that I'm going for right now. I definitely want these better unit types though. But maybe if I'm taking light lancers, I don't need to take lancers. Just to ease up on the amount of research that I have to do here. Yeah, lancers don't have the initiative of light lancers. My slight problem with these guys is that they do less strength damage and less morale damage. Oh no. They take more morale damage, I think. Yeah, it's 20 with a down thing on it, but it's not negative 20, so it just means they take more damage. Oh, and there's the Galloglass for people asking about unique unit types. The late Galloglass is available, but it's only as a levy, and I'm much more interested in regulars than levies. Also interested in better cannons and supply things, but something I really, really like about the game, actually, is just how much you have to consider all these different techs. There are many, many good ones, and you don't have unlimited time or research to do them all. Like, I'd love to make my way down to Houses of Parliament, better Navy morale, better Navy units here, and I do want this extra government reform. But I want it all, and of course I want all the New World stuff, which is really eating into possibilities here. Prosperity also sounds nice, but it's a Catholic thing, so I'll give it a pass. Alright, in that case I will skimp on the Lancers. I'll skimp on the morale. I'll skimp on even the antagonism received. And we will get the Lancers, the Halberdiers, and is there anything else I'm currently working on? Lumber output, cabinet laws. What does cabinet law get me? Yeah, I like the sound of this, reducing the power of all those, well, all those everything. So yes, I do want that. I also want my books being output more. And lumber is always good. Correct section chance, I might not care so much about, especially with relation to getting the New World stuff. So yeah, just skimping down on the good research in order to get myself over to the New World before Pope Man comes and takes eggers off of me. I want the eggers. Wait, what just popped up there? I hit escape and it went away there. Ah, yet another death. Hunting accidents galore. Oh, not you, Jake. I thought you were cool. That's the first time in chat, so I don't know what they were basing their thinking that I'm cool off of. Poor notions, no doubt. Okay, well, everyone's entitled to their opinion, but I think this game is the best that Paradox has ever put out. I mean, it's buggy as sin, and the patches keep introducing more new bugs, but I see the diamond in the rough. And this game is that. It's pretty much EU3, and I loved EU3. Alright, cultural annihilation of northern French well underway. Have we finished all of the scutage? One last one for scutage, blonk. And then we start considering who, if anybody, should be culturally enforced upon. There are quite a lot of them, but I don't culturally enrich unless they have all of their cores. So no, I think I already did you. Well, I didn't do you. What in the world is Santonges? I am not willing to believe that that is a real anything. So you're up first, weirdos. Enforce my culture. Yeah, and we periodically go around and check to see who has all of their cores and then enforce our cultural will upon them. Now, whether or not they actually culturally enrich their lands, right, the AI can be very bizarre on that one. All right, light lancers get. If I'm passing by on lancers, I think we just don't have heavy cavalry for a while. Which is sad, because it's going to upgrade the whole lot of them. Do you want to spend $1,530 dues on this? Ah, well, when you put it that way, game. Maybe I'll save my money for when war is upon us. Did they patch the vassals turning into fiefdoms? Yes, they did. A little late for a couple of the fiefdoms I did pop out, but we managed to get the rest. Take Not Quite Baron, for example. It's a way to place my old Randy dynasty down. And look at that, they're having little Randy babies, which are possibilities for my not-so-Randy great-granddaughter. If the great-granddaughter has a brother, then it's a moot point, but I want to hedge my bets here, because I want my Randy dynasty back. Just because the flag completes the coat of arms. Modern Moray has the stars and the diamonds of the Randolph dynasty. So I'm more than a little curious how that all came together. Ah, it's Alpha Gamma himself in chat. Cheers to the Factorio streams. It's been great. Looking forward to the thrilling conclusion. Do we have any idea when that's going to be? Conquering France, that's a Moray. I don't get that. Unless that's meant to be a reference to that's a paddling, in which case I get that. Yeah, I'm more than happy to pile up as much money as possible right now, and definitely more than happy to be investing that in printers and papers. In fact, where still wants more paper. Yeah, well, London is already a home of paper, but you think paper is better to put in places that have access to wood. And I do still consider that. I mean, I'm pretty sure you've got wood around here, right? Wild game, fruit, wool, yeah, lumber. Why is this not already a paper shop? I think it's just because I didn't have access to the money to get going on my paper workshopping. But yeah, let's throw down some paper around here. And I know there's wood access around here as well. So I think you too will get access to your paper workshops. Says it doesn't make a huge amount of money, but I disagree with that. I'm certain that it will. Apparently real money is made in London. I do feel a little bit guilty about building up London, but working with the hand that I'm dealt. Yeah, not a ton of wood available down in Englandshire. And if I truly believe in the wood and paper ways, then I should be building up here. That does also mean building it over here. I built multiple towns for a reason. So more paper, if you please. The paper will drive down the cost of paper, driving up the profits of the bookshops. And if we check in here and look for those books, the books are still above their regular price. Now, it could come crashing down, and it likely will come crashing down, which is why I want to be a little bit modest about the books. But as more people build libraries and universities and such, surely the demand also goes up. I just started as a France run. France have given 9 privileges to the noble estate. Yeah, but that's kind of good for France early on. The nobility mean huge amounts of discipline and huge amounts of noble levies for them. Alright, there is yet more assimilation to be done here. You're mediocre at it, but mediocre is better than nothing. Yeah, that's a rousing endorsement of you, I'm certain. Get to working on Co, and soon we'll do with Kane as well. Not Kane, the red and black wrestler, though. Please give me census. I want population. We'll do it in Dundee, right? We love Dundee. Wait, Dundee has my tribals. For all I know, this improves... We'll do it in Dumfries, then. Ah, census. Just what he wants. Unless he wants a relatively cheap university. That is a half-price university, but in Colchester? Yeah, I think not. Give me the census. Plus 50% population growth. Look at our pop growth right now. It's 1.6k. Gonna get this done. I don't really care if it passes or fails, but I'd like it to pass. Especially if I can get humanism. Yeah, humanism is good. And reducing the opinion of Bohemia. Contain the new world. Go a little further inward. I kind of want to be outward if I'm going to be colonizing, but sure, I'll take a little bit of that. And, oh, that's enough to pass, and that's fine. But yes, 1.6k. That's every month, the population that we get. At the turn of the month, well, that should go up. Many ways to improve population growth, but it's not going to go up a huge amount. You want prosperity, you want settlements in low population areas, which actually I should check to see if there are more to build. And there we go, doubled the population growth. Almost, month on month. Only lasts for half a year, but that's still better than poke in the eye. And yeah, as I was saying about settlements, is there anywhere that needs settlements? We can settle Jersey. Alright, we'll do that. And then we can settle Malachite. If I settle that, that's just more Irish that I have to convert. So I won't do that just yet. You could say it's the same about Jersey, right? But we're already We're already building up the Highlanders there, so by the time that thing is even built, we'll have it fine. So you can build a settlement as long as a province has 5% or below of its maximum population size, and it stays around until it's 10%, so it's actually a pretty good way of boosting up the population, because it gives a huge pop boost, I think 1%. He thinks. Come on, settlement, tell me your secrets. Yeah, there we go, 1% pop growth is pretty huge, so I would encourage you to build those whenever possible. The issue, of course, is that they don't immediately deliver you anything, but over time it will give population, and population is a snowballing effect. I've never played in a truly populous region, right? The Golden Horde has a lot of population, but they're spread out like mad, and it's very hard to find single places that have good population, although you can change that with slavery. Slavery's been broken until this latest patch. But yeah, I'm looking forward to playing something in like India or Southeast Asia or China, where, you know, you just have people coming out of your holes, so what are you meant to do with them all? And shove them in the basement until you can figure out what to do with them? Because population does increase costs, even if the population is useless. So yeah, it gives me a lot of interesting things to think about. How about stopping improving relations with Wales? That's something to think about. We'll get them inside of us soon enough. And then Brunei, they'll be the first to be integrated because they're doing an excellent job of assimilating. So I'm happy to keep their opinion high. I just want to keep it very high because they're going to get a minus from integration pretty soon. I played as VJJ, Vijayanagar. It was fun having all those pops indeed. Yeah, just a huge amount of population you can mobilize. Sounds amazing. Imagine the levy size early on, and I'm imagining it. Poor Navy, constantly being hit by all those hurricanes that we're well known for in Britain. No events for Parliament, fine by me. No events, there's no chance for it to go down. Also, how about the cultural assimilation? Again, checking to see that they've got their cores here. Toulouse have already been made Highland. You haven't got your cores. You're not my subject. Po are Gascon and have all of their cores, and that's their entire province as well. So I turn to you. Like a flower turns towards the... Was it sun or the rain? Anyway, you're Highlander now. And then there are the Navaris. What am I looking for? Integration level. Why am I not finding it? Because I'm having a dum-dum moment. There we go. Not done. Pretty sure I converted you immediately. I didn't do you immediately, but I have got you done now. Well, maybe I did. You guys are done as well. Highland. No, no, and yes, but I already did the Bretons. You've got Diddley. You are done and Highland. Are you? So here's the thing. Sometimes they just don't do cultural enrichment. They get the passive stuff, but they don't actually put their cabinet member on it, and I have no idea why. I'm not sure Paradox know either, because I looked into the files and I didn't see any AI programming at all for how they do that. For how they assign their cabinet members, I mean. Does that mean there's no one else to culturally enrich? What I could do is I could go to my actions. I could check the enforce culture. And it looks like it's only for people that haven't got their cores yet. Alright, I mean, I'm fine with that. Oh, well, that's not entirely true. These guys got their cores very quickly. And that means it is time for you to also embrace the Highland way. So yeah, Wales is to be done, the Pale, the Connaught, and also Brunei. And then we should have a big jump in our own power base as well. Jake wants to experience trying to supply 50 million pots of fruit from a single fruit province. Just got to build it up, right? You have the population. One of the problems we have in Britain is the RGO size just doesn't grow that high. 15,000 people here for 12 loads of tin, but we look at lead. Not good enough. It's alright, they'll get better in due time. Maybe they lack people to fill the cabinet slots. I highly doubt that, and you don't need a person in a cabinet to use the cabinet slot for doing something like cultural enrichment. But I mean, they're really keen on wiping out the Normans over here. Love what I hear. And look at that, that's cultural enrichment. Wait, is it? No, you're the wrong culture up there. Ew, if you're going to be doing that for the wrong culture, you should be doing it for the right culture. The problem is I don't want to culturally enrich them because then that'll slow down their coring, but still I am thoroughly disgusted. But yeah, look at that, assimilating into Highland. Not assimilating into Highland. Oh well, I can't expect all of them to do my bidding for me. The thing is, when I integrate them, I'll get full cores anyway, and the cores will make it a lot easier to do my own Highland processing, like what I'm doing to the Picardis. One rule of government, there's always someone willing to take the job. If they're fit for it or not is the question, and it's not a question you even have to ask. Alright, so the old coot finally died, and Hugh, who spent his entire life asking if he can be in charge, is now in charge. This does bad things for my crown, though. Now it's members of the Rowlandson dynasty, which are going to be crown members, and there aren't many of those that are actually adult and able to take such a task. In a way, it's good that the old coot lasted as long as she did, because that let all the younger ones grow up a bit. That said, gosh, there are not a lot of them. Right, we definitely keep London as the capital, despite the illegitimacy cost. And then we ask ourselves, can we even have crown members for these jobs? Yeah, because look at that, the old Randy dynasty turned into nobility. So if I start looking for members of the crown, not a lot. There's myself, and there's my son. Well, that's pretty bad. My son, you can be in charge of the army, and me, I'll be in charge of the navy. She is my son. But yeah, that will eat into the crown power because you get a big boost from having your crown in charge of the army and navy. And then there's the cabinet, of course. Yeah, I lost somebody here, and I know that there's no crown member unless I want to put a woman in charge. I'm not sure I care that much. I'm more interested in having skills than diversity hires. So I guess I'm fine having you here. Yeah, there you go. So one of the things I loved about Imperator, says Colossal, it's one of the first games where you incentivize to put babbling sycophants in charge. Biting social commentary. It's based on her dynasty, not on anything else. Leopold wants to explore Africa. I don't think he does. Well, I'm pretty happy to see that he's got an admiral trait. I'm pretty sure that pushes our values towards naval. I'm pretty sure. Well, no, I'm not so sure. No, there we go. Ruler has an admiral trait and is an admiral. Double push towards naval. And naval is good. It improves maritime presence, which could be considered useless. If you have enough boats, this is meaningless. But there's not a lot you can do to reduce proximity cost with maritime presence. And that little number is somewhere, I swear. Here we go, proximity to capital, for example. And if I get right in and actually get the tooltip I'm looking for, which is proving difficult. Yeah, there we go. You can push down a lot of the value here. With and without maritime presence. It's such a weird way that it does this. But basically, you take the number that's 30 or 40 and crank it down to almost 0. And then the number that's base 5 goes up. But thanks to our naval push, we put it down by a flat amount. I know that's confusing. It's confusing to me as well. In short, naval helps with control over waterways, which I'm still very keen on. Unmarried children. Now that is actually worth considering. What are my children up to? Because my son could die, and then, maybe I shouldn't have married you off to a non-Randy, just in case it ends up being you. There is also the opportunity to change my inheritance law to favored son. But I think I should just keep... Jeez, I don't know. Wait. Just had a brilliant idea. Could I royal marry you with one of the Randys that I put in a subject of mine? Yes! Yes, I can! Right, so that's another way to produce more Randys. Alright, Tregor. Wait. Oh, yeah, that's the guy out there that we're looking to marry. Our daughter, too. Alright, get to work. Make some Randy babies. And then there's you, of course, but I don't think there are any Randys left. Hey, we can still filter by people that won't accept. Oh, the issue is not enough diplomats, right. The game is seldom clear on that, but it just won't list anything if you don't have diplomats for it. 133 gold a month. Is this a poor man's campaign? Well, that's only because I have to pay cost of the court. Once that's taken care of, things should look even better fiscally. And we're constantly trying to improve it. Yeah, crown power didn't break down as much as I thought. It only went down by a few points. Ew. Oh, that's right. We're disgusting English culture. I can adopt to local culture. Yeah, we all need to be Highlanders. I should have done this immediately. What's a bit of stability? Now that makes my children Highlander. And you're Highland because you married a Highlander. Okay, that's good. Unfortunately, you married... Oh, another Highlander. Excellent. Don't want English culture to invade me here. I should get rid of it as a tolerated culture once I enrich it all. That'll stop the characters from coming in. As English, that is. But yeah, not seeing any Randys for you to marry into. Does that not mean that I could marry a local Randy? Yeah, we got local Randys as well. Alright, come on, we're coming back. I don't want to play Crusader Kings, but here I am playing Crusader Kings. I never played an EU title, but I played CK2 a bunch. Would you recommend playing tall or wide from first campaign at EU5, says Dulnix. Do you have any nation recommendations to play? I'm pretty poor on nation recommendations. I'd say probably Bohemia. They're very strong, monoculture, mono-religion at the very start. So pretty easy to do what you want with. You know, you've got all these checks, you've got a bunch of subjects, and you can play very, very tall with Bohemia. It'll be a chill campaign. It'll be as not chill as you want it to be. I suppose the only downside is you're kind of stuck with HRE politics, which I don't have much experience with. But yeah, if I had to recommend somewhere, I'd probably say Bohemia. Portugal's probably quite bad for a starting guy because you got to worry about Castile breathing down you. But yeah, probably Bohemia. But I'd say best of all is a place that you're interested in. Nothing drives the desire to play a game quite like initial interest. Spain is the right answer, says Igor. I don't even have a U5. Yeah, Spain's probably another good one. Oh, finally, this comes at a good time. Legitimacy when I can use legitimacy. I don't know what this event is for, right? Maybe I can check. This is Societal Values 214. Our plutocratic principles. So I'm guessing I'm getting this because I have plutocracy more than 25, and I do, barely. That's really nice. You know, I'd rather have this in the middle, but if you're telling me that 25 plutocracy is enough to get me this pretty damn good event, then maybe it's worth having. Irish politics is always... Oh god, no. Ireland is going to have a very hard time as an initial campaign when dealing with England. They've already got the Pale with influence over half of Ireland. Be pretty hard to deal with. England, I think, have become a behemoth in this update. The game is once again reminding me that I could embrace good old New World. And it's getting cheaper now that there's so much spread, so I'll probably take it quite soon. Measles over in... wait, how? How over in this very remote area do we even get that? We still have strangers cough over in the Hebrides. Alright, I'll save up a bit of dosh and then take that institution. Always have to keep a lazy eye on that Truce of France. I mean, it does not take long. It was only about a 7-year truce, right? Which means I should probably start... Oh, man. So I want this integrated, but I also want to upgrade my units, and I want to make a second army. Especially if France are building up their army. They're not actually building it up as much as I thought. I think the army takes precedence over institution stuff. Yeah, probably. England is ridiculous in 110 with free French vassals. Well, France was ridiculous previous, but I think it's more dangerous now. Because if England win, you have to deal with France and England. At least if France win, you just have to deal with France. Don't know though. Haven't seen an England in a very long time. I think they tried to rise up at some point, but we swiftly put them in their place. Yeah, the thought of making another stack that's focused more on sieging is tempting. So that would be a small bunch of horses, infantry, and a fair bunch of cannons. But if I'm going to do that, I want my new cannons. Wait, I thought I was researching cannons. I'm doing halberdiers here. Explain further. Don't tell me I said, nah, I don't need those cannons, because I do need those cannons. Give me the cannons. And don't make it number 5 either. Be very careful not to cancel something you're currently researching. You take all the research you've done and you throw it into the sea. Never to be seen again. Even if you do it while paused, the game will just completely destroy all that output. Anyway, I want that lumber output and I want those cab laws. So much research that I want. Research is difficult to scale up. Really difficult. Literacy is good for it. Institutions are good for it. Happy clergy is very, very good for it. So always keep your clergy as happy as possible. I swear there was something like having more members of the clergy is good. Actually, speaking of more members of the clergy, there was a privilege that I was looking at. And it was you. Makes the clergy happier. Barely gives them any power. 100 extra clergy in towns and cities. Now, 100 isn't a huge amount. It only affects towns and cities. And they are very, very literate. If we check the literacy in a few spot checks, they are completely literate in London. Let's take this non-coastal place, 93% literacy. So that's going to boost up average literacy. Slight concern is the sheer number of them means they're going to take a bit more of the tax base. And I don't tax them at all. So the question is, do I want to somewhat directly pay for happier clergy, which means better research? And the answer might be yes. That said, I also don't want them taking me further to traditionalist. I'm trying to be innovative here. What's my current push anyway? 2.5. I guess it's fine once you get past it. Pay up, pilgrim. Don't you start. I like communalism. Communalism is good. I like diplomats. More than anything, I'm quite curious just how much more power this gives to the clergy. You'll get to tax them soon, though. That's true, but I still wouldn't want to tax them. That's the thing. I want a happy, untaxed clergy without too much power, so that they help me with research and they don't bite into my budget too much. I'll go on then. How bad could it be? Costs me a bit of legitimacy, makes them very, very happy for a while. Go on then. So the current clergy power is at 14%. And the clergy tax, is there a way to see just how much money that they are taking off of me? Probably not, although I could check how my income gets affected. Also, it might be a little bit of time before they actually build up the clerics to get the extra political power. Another thing is, they appear in towns and cities where you generally have good control anyway. That definitely did boost up that political power, and it went up to 15. Yeah, so you already have good control, so it doesn't really matter if there are more of them, as long as you have crown control over them, is what I will claim right now. So what's our next target? In addition to breaking apart more of France, and my current target off of France is to remove this so that my lands are connected, remove this so they have no more coastline, and remove this because it's exceptionally good land for me. I was so happy that they integrated Flanders. Unfortunately for me, the control isn't dropping as fast as I would like it to. So I might not get Flanders in the next war. Control impacts how expensive a province is in a peace deal. Although it doesn't say so here, does it? Look at that. Tax base, port, population, development, buildings. Maybe tax base goes down with the control part? It's possible. Yeah, maybe it's not control directly, but the tax base that comes from control. Anyway, this land would be brilliant for me to hold. So I want to take it off of France, and I just want to stop France from being a competitor on the seas, because then I can scuttle down more of my navy comfortably. And the Highland culture spread is going quite nicely. We've got some Highland going on here. Highland going on here. What's this, Highlander? That's not Highland, that's Gallio, right? No, it's Gallio and Highlander. So they did some enrichment and then stopped for some reason. What was that about coming of age? I hope it's someone that I can marry off. You've certainly not come of age. No, you're still 9. I don't know who that just said came of age. I mean, she's my 3rd cousin. I don't care. Unfortunately, it's all or nothing, right? When you're related to the ruler, get a pop-up about adulthood. I really don't care. And I can't marry you anyway. The best I could do is give you a cabinet right, which I won't. Oh, I wasn't aware that I'm not a member of the chivalry. All right, Hungary. I do consider myself a very chivalrous character, thank you. Yeah, the old crone finally died and killed off our dynasty, but we're making side plans for getting back in on that. I really would like those cannons, game. Halberdiers and cannons. 32 research, 2 per month, so 20 per year. Give us a couple of years and we'll have that. And it's 3.5 years till war. More like 4.5. So yes, we can have our cannons and we can have them in time for war. That is comforting to know. And I think that means I can still do New World embracement ahead of time. Excellent. Now, I am certain there is something that just gives you that little boost towards colonial range, and I really can't think what it is. Was it a law or something? Because I remember thinking about this possibly even last night. Is it a colonial policy? There is 20% colonial range here. That brings outward. Oh, I do want that though. Huge colonial migration boost. Colonial maintenance. There's a whole lot of colonial stuff going on here. Yeah, I think I saw something that gave something like 10% colonial range. And for the life of me, I cannot remember what it was. I doubt it was a cabinet law. You don't need colonial range when you're Pope. Yeah, I hear a lot of people see the Pope just colonize here, there, and everywhere. He has loads of money, no enemies, so it stands to reason that he can. But yes, disgusting that he got in on Wales, though. And again, that was a bug that just made that province empty and colonizable. So any old Pope can stick his little popey fingers in there. Alright, go on then. Let's learn about the New World. It will speed up our advancements a little bit, and then I will go New Worlding and... Not actually sure what I take after that. That's a huge boost for range here. Open sea exploration. Maybe that's something that I need in order to get myself over to the New World anyway. Alright, then I'll go for it. What about native policy? Promote tribesmen, yes. I don't think I need that. Society of Pops I don't care about. Subjugation. Ooh, serfdom. I love serfdom. Native subjugation, Casus Belli as well. Oh, how can it not be subjugation? More serfdom is more good. Go on then. So much research to do. Constantly needing to research. I was wondering how England colonized 2 of my provinces in my Wales campaign. Yeah, there was the update to 110 suddenly caused this to happen. A few provinces across the world just suddenly became colonizable. So yeah, we got one inside the Golden Horde, we had one here. We got this right here, which is why Hungary owns this on the border of Moldavia. Possibly some others that I missed. But yeah, there was also one in Wales. And I didn't notice until the Pope had already started colonization, so he just beat me on getting it. So he got the province. He got it as a core, because it's his culture. And I lost 20 prestige, because you lose prestige if you fail the race for colonizing a place, which is just filthy. Alright, keep that cultural phenomenon going. Do any of these places need my culture now? What's the easiest way to check if they're high? No, that's not what I need. I need to see their integration process. That's a no. That's a no. That's a no. Looks like it might be a bit of time then. Ah, you're all done though. All right, enjoy. Taste my culture. Taste the meat and the heat. Yeah, I wish there was an easier way to check this, but I suppose it's on me for letting out all these subjects that don't have cores on their lands. Very soon done with Ireland, and that's going to be a problem for all my assimilation. A way to check where we've assimilated with our culture is to see if we have the full core or not. Genghis Khan has taken a while. Maritime presence decay is big. And that's why I have a lot of ships that are not doing anything for some reason. Yeah, why are they just sitting in port? Hopefully they're still taking care of maritime presence. Yeah, seems okay. Ish. Believe that they know what they're doing. You think there was one in Denmark as well? Oh, may well be. All right, at long last, and that was a long time, we finally now have this. It says it's not cored, but it will be cored. I believe I also got your subjects. Yeah, see, my goal now is to completely eradicate the Irish way of living. The High Kingship needs to go away, although that's not as big a deal as getting rid of the Lord of the Pale or whatever it was. Is this it, actually? Lordship of Ireland? Please don't tell me that it is. Oh, Christ, it is. Alright, so there's going to be new Lordship of Ireland things until I eliminate all of them. Well then, you had me at eliminate all of the Irish. Sadly, though, cannot will take a wee while to do. How will Wales do? Wales will take a decade. What's the bigger deal for me, Wales or cannot? I'm interested in the total annihilation of the Irish, so I dare to say we get going on you. Naturally, you're Highland. Yeah, let's just get this done. Ugh, Lordship of Ireland stuff. Well, we'll see how this looks once we get our cores. I want to check proximity to London, and then see if we should be getting our own hands dirty with eradicating the Irish, or if we should have subjects take care of it. I also need to make sure that you're actually going to be patrolling the sea there. And unfortunately, I don't know how you're meant to just add this. I think you need to redo this every time, which is very unfortunate. I don't need Bay of Biscay, but I need Celtic Sea, Hebridean Sea, Irish Sea, English Channel, North Sea. Yeah, all of this, please. Now get to work. You can shift-click on the map. See, I was trying that, and it wasn't always actually selecting the provinces, which was weird. Yeah. One slight issue is now I have a border with these guys. So the next war with France is actually going to be a bit of a pain in my bum. What's the answer to that? Is the answer just build a small army here? Those are regulars, but I'm fairly certain I could snuff them out. Oh, he built a little sandcastle himself as well. The bugger. Alright, well this sounds like a job for a few regulars. Not a lot, though. This is awkward. Where's my... Oh, here we go. Halberdiers. And... Oh, there's nowhere I can actually raise units here? That can't be right. Not even on Dublin. Silly beggar. Never actually built an armory around here. Right, well, let's fix that for him. An armory is here, right? I like coastal forts. What the heck? Coastal fort, dock, armory. Maybe I need to wait for the turn of the month for it to realize I can build an armory here. Otherwise, maybe I'm in trouble. I've been in trouble before. No, I still can't build an army there. Why not? Why in the world not? Buildings, I would like an armory. I'd like to build one here, but I cannot because... Ah, right. There's a cultural issue with it. Well, it's no big deal. I can build the units and ship them over, but that's an excellent point. I do need to get going on... Oh, lordy. I integrate the subject and I don't get cores on the land. It's just integrated. That's different. Prior, I've always gotten full cores even if they're not my culture. Is this a change in 110? If so, that's deeply, deeply concerning for me. Oh, he's laughing on the outside, but he's crying inside. Maybe they lost their cores. I have no idea what you would mean by that. Right, so that means I do actually have to do a lot of cultural assimilation in Ireland or spit out some subjects. Both of which is a little ugly. What's the demographics? Are they Highlanders? No, they're almost all Irish. Because the Irish have a special thing, which we can see right here. Well, we could see, and now we can't see it. What happened to the Lordship of Ireland? It was there, and then it's gone. They still have High Kingship land, but where did the Lord of Ireland thing go? Where did all of the Ireland stuff go? Okay, so there's a High Kingship thing in Offaly, and there's some in Ainley, and that's it. Ainley are my subject. Offaly are my tributary. Frankly, I think I should just let you go and then murder you, but I don't exactly have a casus belli on you. No casus belli, casus belli. Maybe when the Pale's primary culture became Highlander, they lost their cores on Irish and Anglo-Irish land. Yeah, I'm certainly not seeing any cores here, am I? But, you know, it worked fine when I integrated, say, Northumbria. I got all their cores. And I've gotten loads of cores from people that weren't the right culture. But these ones didn't core at all. Maybe the Lordship IO was disbanded when you annexed the Pale. It transferred over to Connaught for a split second, and now it's not there. Alright, so I'm thinking I probably annex Ainley. Which I can't do because they hate my guts. Okay, well I can change that. Yes, I can and I will. Let's improve relations with you to get that done. And Offaly I think I should just get rid of. As in, since they're my tributary, I simply demand additional tribute. No, I don't think so. I think we cancel the tributary status and then kill them. Eventually. Yeah, there we go. They're no longer a tributary. Although how I get a casus belli on them, I'm unsure. Nobody else has a core in that land. No casus belli, and I can't think of a way to create one on them. Yeah, we can figure it out. What do you think about EU5 in general? Does it look like a game you'll play for a long time like EU4? Looks like a game I'll play for a long time, as long as EU4. I don't know about that one. I think modern Paradox games have the same staying power as the older ones, but it's early days, right? I do think this is the best Paradox game to date. How in the world is inflation going up for me now? I'll get that in check. Alright, so as expected, Connaught's going to take a whack of time. I do have my 10-1 on Connaught, which is a big deal here. Yeah, they're much smaller, so much easier to integrate. So that means that integrating Renee in parallel is very much on the cards. And I should do that if they've already culturally assimilated enough. As it happens, I see no reason not to wait until they have complete assimilation going on, though. So we'll give them a bit of time. Inflation went up because there's a silver mine in Ireland. Ah, yes, that makes sense. How's that proximity to my capital, though? It's not bad. It's not bad at all, and it will improve as we get more maritime presence as well. Some of it, though, looks really quite bad. Yeah, this is barely any presence at all. Wait, it's negative. Oh, but that's just that segment, right? Yeah, still unsure about squeezing out some more Irish subjects. Direct rule from Londane does sound a little bit tempting, but overall it's going to hurt me, because it's land that I don't have good control over, so it will hurt the crown. But the Irish are a nuisance. Maybe just wipe them out. The thing is, if I ever become diplomatic, cultural hegemon, then it's only 4 areas to assimilate Irish culture with. Speaking of assimilation, Kane is done now, and that means you are going to aid with the assimilation into Highland culture. Yeah, I think, don't worry about Ireland, it'll just be there, and eventually I'd be in a position to culturally enrich it. Direct rule from Moray. Does maritime presence still reset whenever you annex a coastal thing? I believe that's been fixed. It mentioned it was fixed in the patch notes, and it certainly looks fixed to me. So I'm satisfied. Hang on. I don't think I added that into your patrol the seas. Somebody mentioned shift clicking. Hey, look, shift clicking. What a world we live in. Okay, that is much better. Thanks for that. Oh, wow. Hugh did not last long. Oh, well, Leopold is now in charge. A fetching-looking individual. And I'm glad I already culturally enriched you into Highlander. However, your children are English. Well, nobody's perfect, I suppose. Keep London as the capital. You'd be a fool to move your capital. Oh, now that's a law I definitely want to change, isn't it? So it used to be that having inter in court is amazing because it dropped proximity cost. Now it drops it by barely anything. And it keeps causing that event to pop up, losing your legitimacy. So I should probably consider something else. That said, none of these are very good. Well, if I want to be cultural hegemon, cultural influence is probably quite good, but cost of court is huge. Innovative is good as well. Something to consider next time there's Parliament, at least. I don't know why it gives you an alert about underage heir. It's like, yes, I'm aware my heir is underage. Do you think I can do anything about that? Am I meant to feed him Brondo and watch him grow up really quickly? Diplomatic and admin ability. Could give him expensive education, but I really don't care about educating my kids. Is legislative efficiency not very useful? It reduces aggressive expansion, and it makes laws go through faster. Now, one of those is good, and one of those is useless. You tell me which is which. There's a lot of things that I want out of my parliament, including the casus belli on these guys. And the Pope's rubbing it in my face, all the powers that they have as they sit there. Passing thing after thing. I think I should do Wales in parallel. It's not going to hurt. It'll slow them both down by 50%, but it's not actually 50%. It's more like 15%, given how things add up here. Yeah, time for the Welsh to go as well. This is your last chance to go and actually integrate your own subject, Wales. Yeah, get rid of Connaught, get rid of Wales, and then it's nothing but little subjects left. My vassals have not been culturally enriching this patch. I wonder what's going on. So this changed in 1.0.8. Your subjects will not do cultural enrichment if there are a lot of negatives towards it. Even if they overwhelmingly can culturally change, they sometimes just won't. Wales is a good example of this, actually. So Wales are Highlander, and they have a lot of this wrong culture land, but they're not doing anything about it because they're completely spiritualist. And they look at that minus 50 and they go, no way, I can't do this. So they're not going to put a cabinet member on it. I did a bunch of testing with different values here, and the only way I could find to actually make them culturally enrich is to make sure that you have... Oh god, they're going to spiritualist anyway. Anyway, make sure that you are humanist. That way, when you release a subject, they inherit your laws and values. So who did I recently let out anyway? Poitou. Poitou, look at that. They have my humanism. And that gets rid of that big malice from spiritualism and allows them to think that they should do cultural enrichment, which is exactly what they are doing. Although I hate the idea that they're actually enriching into Poitou here. It's alright, we'll get them eventually. Still a lot of conquest and integration to be done. But yeah, if you're not having your vassals culturally enriched, that's why. You need to release them as a humanist for that to happen aggressively. I don't know if that's a bug or not. I logged it as a bug, and it got logged as such, but who's to say for real? You're a cabinet member, but you're not actually crown anymore. And you were never that good at your job. The problem is I don't really have crown. Oh god, look at my poor crown power going down. I need to fix that. It's just all bad, isn't it? Whatever, let's get you out of here. Surely there's a better replacement. There's certainly not a crown replacement, but yeah. There's so many old people. I hate having old people in a job because they die. And more than anything, it's just a lot of clicking to sort out your cabinets. Alright, so if I really want this taken care of... Yeah, here's the problem. I have no crown members other than myself anymore. Who's in charge of the army? Oh, nobody. Okay. Damn. I still want to be naval. But at the same time, there's more crown power from leading the army. Yeah, so if I look at every single crown member I have available, it's just me. This is why I said that the succession was going to hurt my crown power a lot. Ugh, it's really grim, actually. And it's going to be ages before we're able to make more. Oh well. Things can't be perfect all the time. And that sucks. Looks like I have to eat all the Novgorodian land to tank their cultural tradition then or something. Yeah, so it seems. All those negative values really add up. What the heck are you doing, Wales? Some kind of desperation dance because they know I'm integrating them now? By the way, I want someone who's really good at diplomacy leading my navy. Because good diplomacy means better maritime presence boosting. And as we covered, maritime presence is a secret to our strength. You're not spending half your time playing matchmaker? Tisk. Yeah, I really hope for some kind of automatic marriage. Apparently there is something. The game will automatically marry nobles off if you don't have enough characters equal to a certain percentage of your cabinet thing, but it's very low. But the problem is I've heard reports from people that use the mod to automatically marry their nobles that the number of characters becomes out of hand. Thousands of them, tens of thousands of them. To the point where it crashes the game if you hover over a tooltip about them, or it takes a long time to load the page that shows them all. And I don't want that either. I want a nice official solution. So hopefully Paradox can cough one up eventually. I'm pretty satisfied with how things are. Time to make that army, right? Wrong. We don't have our cannons just yet, but we're working on it. There's an argument to go for New World stuff before I do like the books and that, and it's a pretty strong argument. I do really want the cabinet law, but I also really want to get to the New World. So let's do New World. I'm really wondering, I'm certain there is something that can get me an extra 10% colonial range. I even looked it up and I went, ooh, that's an extra 10% that could help, but now... wait a second. Oh no, now it's not even 10% I need. I need a tiny amount to get that. We're going to get 600. And that's going to take us to 1850, but we need 1861. So I still need a small percentage boost on colonial range. There's got to be something that gives that. Is it a government reform? Loyalty, outward, trade range, plutocracy, defensive. Aha! Colonial expansion could be my way forward. And I don't particularly care about feudal nobility anymore. Yeah, and I certainly don't want traditional economy either. Yeah, that's actually quite a good change to make. The others are nice. I love crown power. Well, actually, to be honest, crown power 10% gets drowned out by a lot of other modifiers by now. So this could go in time. But if I really want to get colonizing, I should probably jump on this immediately. This, I know I just said I don't need loyalty of subjects, but this gives outward and a huge chunk, so fixed vassal obligations are quite tempting. Privy Council for tax efficiency is also really rather nice. And it's a lot of research to get one more government reform. The government reforms in this are so much more interesting than EU4s. I mean, I know you're still looking through modifiers and such, but the things to trigger them and the knock-on effects and the things that they unlock are very interesting. Anyway, despite the cost to stability, I'm going to take colonial expansion. That extra 10% gets me to Greenland, and that's a big cut-off. And for once, I am going to invest in stability. Expensive though it may be, I want to stabilize my country considerably. Negative stability hurts so much more than positive stability helps you. Can't wait to see what weird yet promising nonsense EU5 does with the New World. I've seen some people's late game, and the New World looks really rather barren and taken over by weird miners. So, in a way, EU3 is back on the menu. Right, so with both these annexations going, we expect them to be done... it won't take long at all. Pretty happy with that. Still improving opinion with the Northern Frenchman, because I want him inside of me. And I do not want to be spiritualist. Not now, not never. I just think spiritualist versus humanist is one of those no-brainers. So what do you do with full spiritualism? You convert. But conversion... religion is not as important in this game as culture is. Clerics are just annoying. Yeah, that's bad. But humanism. Assimilation. So much better. Give me that. I guess it's not as no-brainer as some of the other things. Like innovative versus traditionalist. Maybe it's fine that there are some no-brainers, but some people really did not like the decentralization versus centralization. I always thought it was fine, and now decentralization got even better. Feels like being a hunting horn player in Monster Hunter. You just keep winning. Such an unpopular weapon that it keeps getting buffs and buffs. I felt unstoppable with my horn in Monster Hunter Wilds. Shame the game was terrible. How about individualism versus communalism? Oh, communalism all the way. It's such an enormous swing on all the estate satisfaction. It's a swing of 7.5%. And on top of that, the rest of the stuff is just arguably better for communalism. Right? Less revolting. Easier to revoke privileges. That's wonderful. Migration speed, I don't really care. Individualism, again, migration speed, do I really care? Morale, not worth this. Morale just keeps them in the fight. I want them to be in the fight and killing people. That said, we did win a lot of our battles in France based on moraling out our opponents. Alright, I'm sure you're having a lot of fun, my subjects, but if you could kindly start actually culturally enriching your lands, that would be great. Yeah, it seems they're still quite a way away from getting their cores, though, which is the big issue. Ah, there we go. That's what I like to see. Conversion. More conversion. Yes, good. Very good. It takes a while for their AI to suddenly go, ooh, I should use my cabinet for something. Orkney have been putting Casus Belli on me for a long, long time. I appreciate it's been almost 2 hours and we haven't really done anything, but I'm not facetious when I say I appreciate that. I'm really very happy with where the game is in regards to working on the internals of your country. Is any province in France majority Highlander yet? I think you'll find that Calais is entirely Highlander. 48%, 94% in Montreal. Montreal was such a staging ground of so much fighting. Stands to reason they've saw the Highlanders wipe out so many Frenchmen and think, we should be the ones with kilts and haggis, not escargot and running away. Could you conquer Orkney for a wee bit of colonial range? I do intend on taking Orkney. It's insulting that it's a megalopolis compared to Edinburgh. 18.8 compared to 14... Oh, yeah, no, that's insulting for poor Edinburgh. Dunfermline also better than Edinburgh. What can I do for poor Edinburgh? They've already got jobs available. I suppose I could give them more jobs, but the problem is Edinburgh's province here Wool, livestock, grains, and more grains. The only thing I could reasonably put them to work is maybe spinner guilds. Which isn't unreasonable, right? Yeah, you know, how many spinner guilds can I put in there? I knew it wasn't showing me the number right. If you go here, it shows you the number. 1 out of 5. But I don't usually go there. I go here. I go upgrade. And I'm like, ooh, how many could I make? And it doesn't give you the number. Dark Young was saying things like, oh, come on, there's no way you wouldn't have noticed it. Well, of course I checked. I just didn't check the right place. Anyway, give me the spinner guilds. I want people working in Edinburgh. I actually really like Edinburgh as a city. So there's a soft spot to be had there. A whole city of Scottish spinsters. You have to keep in mind, you're not doing vast manufacturing Vicky style here. This is still artisanal stuff. I think people confuse the two. Hell, even I probably confuse the two. Curious about how the values are doing these days. Does it show the price of books in the local market here? Yeah, there we go. The price of books is going down. And that is fine. They're still going to be quite profitable. But I'm more than a little curious about how paper is performing in the market. And the paper price is still up, so there's still good money to be made in more paper. Not only that, by doing more paper, I push up... Oh, they're actually preferring to use cloth and lumber over flax fiber or fibrous crops. Don't you do paper over here? No, you do spinner guild using wool. Here we go with paper workshop. What kind of process are you using? They're using fiber crops. And I'm happy with that because it boosts up the price of fiber crops. Yeah, so all the more reason that you guys should have as much paper making as possible. We've got a foot of artists. Freaking artists. I don't care about them. How many artists do we have these days? If I'm finally low on artists... Oh, God. I think the issue with the game is that when you annex a country, you take all of their artists. And it doesn't care about your artist cap. And the problem is, when you have a lot of artists, it vastly increases the cultural investment cost. Because every single artist wants their slice of the pie. So my opinion is, unless you actually hit your cap on artists and don't go above it, never pay for cultural investment. It's such a waste of money. Prestige is good, I'm not denying that. But paying so much money for prestige, yeah, I'm definitely against that. Yeah, having a way to banish artists or kill them off would be great, but you can only kill characters if you have a certain kind of malicious ruler. Again, very CK style, which I'm not interested in. Oh, my poor crown. Okay, there we go. Now I can start building up my army again. And just in time to get a core. A core where, per se? Was it one of these? Wait a second, look at this. Why did these become core? Did they become core when I integrated him? Because they're Anglo-Irish. But, no, the Pale was Highlander. So why... And it's not like we got all the Pale's cores, because these are the Pale cores, and we didn't get some on the eastern coast there. Something weird going on, and I am quite perturbed that I didn't get those cores. Cores are a big deal for cultural enrichment, because it gives additional control, which aids... the genocide of the Irish, which is always something we're looking for. Right, even so, that's a bit of a pain, but did something relevant pop up? I lost my train of thought rather rapidly there. Something creating an army was probably what I was thinking about, so let's make ourselves a small Irish detachment. So, you two, and some light lancers to put on the flanks. And these wonderful cannons. How much artillery barrage do these things have? They have 4. What does that even mean? Honestly, I'm not sure. But let's have a couple of them regardless. That's probably overkill for Ireland. Actually, what I could do is they could just be the backup army. Which means I'll expand it. They crush Ireland in the war. And then I bring them over. Yeah, and they can combine with you for smashing down the big armies, and once the big armies are largely taken care of, I can park one on a siege whilst the other takes all comers. Alright, pretty good, pretty good. By the way, Jake, do you know about the button of changing recruitment type? It's right at the top when you're recruiting a regiment. I do, and I keep forgetting about it. You mean the... this here, they actually start with some experience. It's too early. I think that experience would go away. But yes, I should be considering that more often when I don't need the units immediately. That's very Hearts of Iron, isn't it? Do you wait until you've got regulars, or do you just bring out the greens? Again, depends on how fast you need them. They can learn in the battlefield. Hearts of Iron is one of those games I love to think about playing, but actually playing it's incredibly painful. So I haven't touched it in a long, long time. Yeah, more so than hoovering up these guys, I'd really just like to clean up Ireland entirely. That means annexing you, killing you, annex, annex, annex. So I'm actually going to spend more diplomats than I want to, improving relations with these guys. They are my vassals, right? Not something silly like tributaries. Vassal, vassal. And then you need to be annexed, you need to be annexed. You I'm already working on. I mean, annexed militarily, of course. And there we go. Once I have Ireland under my complete control, surely I'll be able to get rid of any silly Kingship of Ireland stuff, and then I can decide between direct control or not. Yeah, makes sense to me. Switch from Hearts of Iron to War in the Pacific for even more pain. Oh god, no. Who was it that's been streaming a fair bit of War in the Pacific? Someone from the Nephi sphere, I think, but it does not look in any way enjoyable. Like, I'd rather play Gary Grigsby's War in the East. And I would never rather play that game. Yeesh. And that game is grim times. Right, tell you what, my beloved transports. You guys don't really cost much at all, so... Actually, you know what? Screw it. There's... Man, that is entirely too many heavy ships. I'm just going to scuttle a couple of them. Yeah, get the army together and then I'll pick them up. But for now, just remain mothballed. You're all made though, right? Yeah, get your butts over to here, and then I can wheek you over to Ireland, and your job is to immediately eradicate them. Although... No, if it's going to be my backup army, I want actually a fully functional army here. I'm going to get them together in Lynn, make a sizable army, a well-balanced sizable army. They rush down Ireland, and then you join the fight in France. And again, that fight in France is only a few years away. 3 years, in fact. I thought maybe I could get on my colonization before that, but no. Alright, what does that mean that this is going to be, then? I don't need that many halberdiers. They're just there to kind of hold the line, and I like it when it's kind of divisible by 4 or 3, but whatever. Let's just build to regiment. I got 2 of them. Let's build 6 in total. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And then I want the light lancers. We have 2. We should have more than 2. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Where'd all my money go? Good heavens, this stuff is expensive. How much do these cost? Oh, yeah, wow. These costs are out there. Cool, very cool. Well, buy money. Well, maybe I can see why France is not clicking their heels together and summoning an enormous army. Because I outdo them financially these days. Which means I can't tear them apart as a hegemon. I never got to use that Casus Belli. Sad about that. I see the Pope has a treaty port. If you abandon the Catholic ways. Yeah, he's keeping his forces there, though. I don't know what... He's actually showing off his heavy fleet. Maybe I really shouldn't be scuttling my heavies. Damn Pope. Well, at least he's not making colony. No, he is making a colony. Does anybody know where Al-Dakhila is? Well, I do now. Okay, so does that mean that Pope and Spain are going to butt head? What the hell is this? Why is there a Granada province here? And no Granada provinces in Granada. There's some madness here. You know what? I'm fine with this. I like to be in the kind of middle between aristocracy and plutocracy. Kills off the influence of both parts. For population growth, there's many granaries. I'm aware of that one. The more food you have there, the more food population growth you have. There's a value right here. Cheap food. No, it's not cheap food. It's large food and storage. The thing is, you'll have to build rather a lot of granaries, and they're not free. I'd rather invest in having more money than granary spamming. But I haven't tested to see just how much pop growth you can get from mass granaries. And they only cost laborers, which is also rather nice. Buildings that give you more burgers give more burger power, which I'm never that thrilled about. But the poor people, they don't have much power to begin with. And I'm always happy to steal more of it. I mean, I am tempted to take away their common militias. I mean, I could do it right now. What could honestly stop me? Tempting, but no. We'll do it when we're a bit more stable. Sad, sad news. The guy that was doing all of our naval stuff popped his clogs. Alright, I'll have somebody else then. Too many bleeding things that you have to change out people for. I know you can automate it, but I don't trust it to do what I want. This is kind of a weak sauce army. It doesn't even fill out its flanks entirely. I mean, it's 6, 6, and 4. Maybe shove on 2 more cannons and then call it a day. I do worry about it being too far away from the 6th Army, though. As long as it can tear through a modest amount of levies, it's okay. But if I want that, I'd want more horses. If nothing else, I need to save up a bit more money. I don't trust a couple hundred ducats for anything. I'll stop paying for stability. As long as we're positive, I'm positively happy. Do you need a better army for the Irish? It's not for the Irish, though. It's for reinforcing me over in France. You know, sure, they crush the Irish, no problem. Then I siege this down and I have the whole place in my control. Probably this, then that. And then they come in and they aid me in my battles with France. I should double check and make sure that truly everybody is on scootage. Ah, and I'm glad I checked. Because, yeah, I got a couple new subjects from integrating the Pale. And I'll get one more new subject from integrating the Whale. I need to keep my eye on that. Fortunately, this one doesn't have a coastline, so it's not a concern in future war. But yeah, I don't want these guys getting dragged in and causing me issues in future wars. Alright, exploration, and then can recruit explorers I don't care about, but I need that. Wait, actually, this gives me the colonial range that I need. Sweet, so we just get a new world, and then we're off to Greenland. But I think I need the can explore open seas in order to get to the Americas, right? I'm assuming I can't do an exploration thing here. Again, this is quite new to me. I haven't explored exploration stuff. Yeah, because this isn't open sea. This is all coastal stuff, which I'm not willing to pay for, by the way. Heavens knows what Castile knows that we don't know. Good lord, he knows how to do a lot of colonization. Fortunately, none of this is New World. It's all just Africa, and frankly, they can have all the Africans they want. Me, I want the New Indians. And who knows, maybe I can Columbia exchange and cover Ireland with potatoes. Can you steal more maps to get over there? I could probably steal maps to get down here, but why would I? I don't care about Africa. I care about the New World. And I can't steal any more maps here, I'm quite certain. There's Greenland, but I don't think Greenland actually know about that. We can check it, though. Steal maps. There are no valid areas available, so even if I built up the spy network, I wouldn't be able to steal anything. But yeah, we'll get ourselves over here, and then hopefully we'll be able to explore this region. There is the question of, should I even bother colonizing all possible places in Greenland? Actually, yes, I should. The simple reason is white and pious. I don't want the Pope getting in on my territory. He's already done enough of that. So yeah, we'll try and rush the Pope out. Worst case scenario, of course, is the Pope is currently researching the New World. he has the institution after all. And then I go and find that he is already colonizing this. It would break my heart, it would. You still need colonial range to steal maps? Because Greenland know about the coastline in Canada. Really? That can't be right, though. I'm fairly certain you can steal maps way beyond your range. Yeah. Because I was playing as Cyprus and I was stealing maps about India. Yeah. I'll believe that I am right and you are wrong. Makes me feel better about myself. Gosh, my finances might look good, but I always feel like you keep making more and you keep having more to spend. I'd never played as a truly rich nation. I wonder what it's like playing as France. I mean, how do you keep your motivation to play when you already start as so insanely strong a nation? I have no idea. Alright, I think we can speed up a bit. I'm always hesitant to play on fast speed, especially when I'm streaming, because I always feel like I'm going to miss something. Especially when some things just move lightning fast, like these boats. Now, if you could be so kind as to be FOB, get yourself over to Dublin. Oh, there's a thought. Now that I own Dublin, I should consider Irish trade. Now, you might think that's a bit of a misnomer. Like, what does that even entail? Keep you mothballed for another turn of the month, so I don't have to pay for you. And then... Okay, good. I was wondering if that was French or Irish. Get yourself back down to Montreal, because that's where we need you for fighting. Does that mean that I should actually leave behind the transport fleet part of this? I think it does, actually. Leave behind the transports and give them 3 heavies just to keep them safe. Balance them out accordingly. And then take the... hold your thoughts now. These are the proper ships getting down there, that's fine. And then these guys, keep them mothballed here. Sure. I know I played Muscovy. I can't change the unified succession law. The game doesn't tell me why. It just says no valid policies available. Haven't played, so I don't know how to help you there, Evil Dada. But surely somebody watching now has played as Moscow. And hopefully done a better job than this. They're getting rather consumed by Vladimir. Muscovy is still the senior partner in all of this, but they have a lower great power score than Vladimir. Yeah, Vladimir looking rather terrifying here compared to Muscovy. But the thing is that Moscow itself... What? Explain further. We have the Tarusian Horde. The vassal of the Golden Horde. Well, the Golden Horde was having nothing of the yoke right now. They're saying no. Direct control from Sarai. Well, I'm very proud of what you just achieved there, Golden Horde. You're keeping the Euros in check. Although you seem to be having some problems. Oh, yeah. They couldn't manage against Hungary what I was able to manage. Still, though, good job. That's not a Burjin, but okay. Ah, man. Believable worlds. That's what we play for. Aragon is being Tunised. Okay. Poor Aragon, right? If there's a nation I would not recommend at the start, it would be Aragon. Angry Castile, angry France, angry Italy, angry Africans. What are they meant to do? Just have a very, very bad time. Alright. If you see green in France here, it means majority Highlander, which I control. In fact, we have majority Highlander all across here. I'm not sure if I'm so aggressive like I was with the English that I want to reduce to petting zoo levels. Because I think it's kind of important that I get to work on the bloody Irish. Yeah, the Irish already have a bunch of things that are going to make it harder for me. But I'll tell you, one thing that isn't harder for me is control. That's not bad. That's not bad at all. And of course, the sooner I core it, the sooner things look better. So I'm going to take you, I'm going to tell you to assimilate to Highland culture, and I'm going to tell you to do it here in Dublin. It's the most important place to start with. And maybe I just start with Leinster, and then maybe in the super space future, where I am the Cultural hegemon. If we can ever freaking kill off the Mongols, we can work on this area by area. But yeah, come on, island culture. Cultural influence of 948, but we need so much more to become the hegemon. Those damn Mongolians and their Pax Mongolia, meaning I need 1200 or so. Ach well. If Yuan implodes, you might become hegemon. Well, there's the thing. How have Yuan not already imploded? What we know about them is that they're number 5 in the Great Power list, but they themselves are bankrupt. Their population scaled by control is pathetic. But for some reason, they're able to hold on to all of these subjects, including Korea. Hey, why in God's name are these ones not rising up? The problem is that even if Yuan were to fail, there's another Mongolian subject there, or another Mongolian competitor, Koketemir. And they do have 13 million population. They are Mongolian. They have 10 subjects. Yeah, I somewhat doubt that they would fall apart. They don't get the double bonus from here that the other guys did for whatever reason. So yeah, I still need to spread quite a bit of Highland culture to become the hegemon. And somewhat unfortunately, absorbing Highland subjects is going to make that worse, because at least when you have a lot of countries of your culture, they individually give their prestige and flat bonuses towards it. So it is another thing that speaks towards making Irish subjects. So I think my compromise is going to be we release Irish subjects that are inland and on the wrong side of Ireland. We can always integrate them later. Yeah, I'm strongly considering it. Part of the problem, of course, is that I don't actually own all of this delicious land. But this would be a good start, for example. See these provinces right here? They're already inland, so my maximum control is quite low. But I could easily pop out a little subject. They'd be Irish. They'd immediately get this as a core. I'd flip them to Gaelic. They would probably convert it to Highlander. And if nothing else, they would add to my stuff. So, okay, I think it's going to be a mix of direct control and subjects. The direct control will be across the glorious British Isle-facing part. All right, if that's what I say I'm going to do, we're going to get going with it. And it doesn't really matter if I already have things with cores here. Ooh, just had a thought, and it's a devilish one. I could get a casus belli on these idiots by selling them a province here and having my subject do that for me. Ooh, now that is absolutely devilish. Okay, great. Because I want to wipe out every single Irish. Alright, let's do it this way. Custom subject. Over here. I will do fiefdom, though. This time I'm happy to get back to fiefdom. Yeah, there we go. That creates Kildare. We're going to give them the turn of the month to ensure that they get all of their cores. There's no reason that they shouldn't. And they did. Excellent. Yeah, look at that. Full core because they're Irish and the land is Irish. And then I act like a complete bastard. And I seize a province off of them. Seize this one. Yoink. And then I realize, oh, that cost me a diplomat and I lack diplomats. That's okay, I can wait. I'm gaining very few diplomats because I'm annexing subjects and I'm improving relations in a lot of places. But that's okay. Hey, okay, lots of things are going okay. So, these guys, who I just let free recently, I will sell them this location. They'll pay 5 whole duckies for it. They don't have more to spare, but alright, sure enough, you have it. And then my subject will go, hey, that's my land. And they will create a casus belli for me to go and take this all back. And I'll just annex them. That goes back to my subject, so no loss on coring. The only real loss is antagonism for taking 2 provinces instead of 1. Devilish, I know. But with me, you can learn a few devilish tricks. Like creating a colonial charter over in Eggers. Am I going to find that it was a waste of time doing the bonus there? That's 1,250. Sorry, 1,850. We definitely needed that 10% then. But yes, very good. I can do my colonial charter right here. We'll probably get it immediately because nobody lives in Eggers. And then we're going to take over Greenland. And then we'll see if that does anything for the maps, or indeed for our ability to go further. They start converting to a different culture in about 10 years or so. This is what happens with me and the English vassals in my Scotland game. Might be different with the Irish subjects, though. What does he have here, though? He still has the High Kingship land, but he's pretty good at what he does. So when I can, I will flip him to Gaelic and have him do his Gaelic things. I fear no capes. Okay, once again, I'm getting hardened oak in time for the war. You'll need open sea exploration before you can explore further. Yeah, but we're curious to see if we can get map access. As in stealing maps off of the Greenlanders. Well, there's 40 Highlanders here, but that's not enough, right? Because you need a minimum of 1,000 people, I think. Why did it not let me choose who I'm sending people from? When I was doing that as the Golden Horde, it told me, which province do you want to send people from? I have no explanation. Just like I have no diplomats. It's alright though, I know what I'm doing, I think. Still not particularly willing to pay for diplomats, but I guess I'll bring this up to 22. God, that is expensive though, isn't it? They changed it now, it always comes from the capital province, so I hope I'm not sending any English people there. We've got English, Norman, Frankians, but at least they do, they assimilate relatively quickly, although I might still need to put a cabinet action on taking care of them. Whoops, I forgot to mothball my navy. I'm not willing to spend that money until the war is around the corner. Although the war is only 1 year, sorry, it's about 1.5 years away. Maybe in half a year I remember to start spending on my navy. A little worried about the French army, and I'm extra worried if they've made any alliances. They haven't. They've failed to get their Bohemian alliance back, which is fantastic news for me. And they have not re-raised their army. They've consolidated it. Ooh, but right. I need to upgrade my army. How much is that going to cost? More than I can afford. Okay. I'm still going to do it, though. So we need the 2,270 for the war. Stop talking about the war. And to be sure, I cannot do colonization here. It's simply too far away. But that's good. If it's too far away from me, it's certainly too far away for the Pope boy. I would hope. Pope boy can do a lot of research. If you don't mind micro, always steal technology from the Pope. You'll periodically gain chunks of 4, 5, or 6 research progress off of him. And, well, that's pretty big. I'm sure you don't need me to tell you that. Time to ask Castile for money. I wonder if they actually have anything to cough over now. No, they do not have the dosh. Not that they give me that much anyway. But it still would be nice to periodically take my my due off of them. They're spending too much money on colonization themselves. Connaught goes down, Wales go down. I think my subjects actually don't like me for doing multiple annexations, right? Yeah. You're annexing people, so we don't like you for that. Bohemia diplomatic hegemon, which is fine. The only hegemon I care about right now is the cultural hegemon, and decidedly not the naval one. As per choosing the origin location for colonies, I'm pretty sure it was bugged anyway. It always just sent from the capital no matter what you choose. I was so crestfallen to find out I cannot deport Muscovites to Greenland. Aww. I mean, I was ending up, when I played Golden Horde, I was ending up with all sorts of people in my colonies. Oh, hang on. How many different locations are there here to do? There's Middle Settlement, which I can already do. Ooh. All right, you know what? Go for it. Yeah, anything to beat the Pope to this. I cannot let the Pope colonize Greenland, because then the Pope will... Well, the Pope probably doesn't have knowledge of Greenland. But I never know, that crafty bugger could steal those maps. Yeah, absolutely do not trust that bugger. So do I think you're going to lose this core? I'm not going to culturally enrich this guy. I don't trust him one way or the other. But I will certainly make sure that he is on scutage. All of my subjects go on scutage. Oh, that was the wrong button. That didn't say scutage. That said culture. Scrolled one bit too far down. Oh, well. Sure hope he doesn't lose that core. The Bretons lost their cores. I don't think he will, because he's going to keep Irish as an accepted culture. But that was not the right button to press. Also, Kildare hate me now. And there are other subjects I want to pop out anyway, like this useless area. Yeah, basically anything not coastal, I should probably just pop out. Or if it's far away, like around here. Around here is not very good on proximity to capital. It's not terrible, but it's not good. And the land isn't really worth it, is it? Raw materials, salt and wool are quite good, but fish and sturdy grains, no, away they go. You would assume you could cancel such an action. You might assume there'd be some kind of pop-up for it, since it's such a big deal, but no. This game has plenty of pop-ups as it is. It's alright though, I'm not concerned. More concerned right now with the oncoming fight with France. For which I need to upgrade my mighty army here. That's a lot of light lancers. I'm probably going to miss having all those heavy lancers. I wonder if it costs to side grade. There is a genuine consideration to not move my heavy cavalrymen. But I think the double army size is worth it. It's going to end up being a huge army, actually. Maybe I could just split this one in half. Alright, there we go. Just get it all done. Ow, goodbye money. Oh, Christ. Now I have to pay for the reinforcements. Goodbye my money. Alright, sorry, diplo spending. You were never really something I could afford. I knew it, right? Some of the Welsh trades go over to Dublin. That probably negatively affects my income because my trade capacity in Dublin's not so hot. It's okay though. Wasn't there a subject map mode for doing scutage? Yeah, but I knew Kildare was the only one to still do, so I figured I'd just click on them. I just clicked wrongly. It has been known to happen. But yeah, it looks like they're keeping their core here, so all is well. And I'd be surprised if they're not already, doing a spy network on Offaly, which is fine. But yeah, I'm mostly interested in putting out these subjects just so that I don't have to... There we go. Just so I can build up my cultural, whatchamacallits? Cultural influence. I need to build that up so I can be cultural hegemon, and then I can culturally enrich entire areas at a time. Not just provinces. And some areas are better than others. Imagine being able to culturally enrich the whole Levant. That's a bit different from just doing all of Connaught. More than a bit different. Alright, sadly I also have to unmothball you, and that's going to be very bad news for my income. This is very, very bad news for my income. How quickly are you going to reinforce? I feel like it's not at all because my spending isn't even there. Should I perhaps, embrace the inflation? It's a thought. Alright, go on then. A bit of inflation never goes badly. Should enable me to do it in Parliament as well. Welcome the research progress. Explorers and open sea. Oh, that's right. Once we have that, we're going to check and see if we can steal maps about North America. It's August. Time to pay our seamen well. Yeah, that's the problem. I'm paying a lot of people very suddenly. Not like the cost of colonies is a big deal, but the more money you have, the more things cost, right? Good thing my subjects are so loyal and willing to pay me everything I need. And there we go, now that we've got our army largely reinforced, we don't have the huge reinforcing cost. We'll get them all the way up to top, and then we'll reduce army expenditure. And then we'll just enjoy having a little bit of inflation. Feels good. Isn't there a privilege for monthly lowering of inflation? I think it's a law, and it got nerfed hard. Inflation or... Oh yeah, there's one for the burgers, but I don't recommend giving it. It gives the burgers too much power. I think it lowers the max tax of burgers, which I'm a big fan of max tax, so lowering it I don't like. I already lower it a little bit with treasury rights, but that's only because it gives me tax efficiency, which also affects the others. Another core here. What? France have honored something... Okay, slow the heck down. Something big just happened there. I never thought I'd see the day, but a subject actually rebelled. And in fact, it's my own ex-dynasty member there. Oh dear, I wonder if my other subjects are trying to rebel. Not seeing any, right? They're happy to get Casus Belli on each other, but not on me. Right, so there's a few reasons this is bad, but there's a very good reason this is good. When you have a... Uh-oh. That's, no, those are French subjects. I thought they were my subjects. Whew. Wait, Kildare is here. Oh, I forgot to put Kildare on Scootage. Okay, don't worry about it. Be happy about it. We did just finish paying for our army after all, and we did unscootage our navy, so consider that a bit of a blessing. Our army is poised and ready to absolutely flatten the French, although unfortunately my ruler is in charge of it. Might be okay. I say we instantly pop France, as we often do. Paris, rather. You are ready to destroy these fools. Right, so what is good about this? What's good is that it is the rebellion war goal. Independence, rather. Oh, crap. I thought... I thought that this gave minus 75% costs here. Give us liberty or give us death. Oh, I'm more than happy to give you death. When did France annex Flanders? In the middle of last war. And unfortunately, they still have a good amount of control up there. Right, this makes things awkward, and that's very, very unexpected. I'd never imagined, after all this time of having incredibly disloyal subjects, that they would actually rise up against me. It's cool, though. It's very cool. Can you take French land in this war? Can I take any land in this war? The county of Quimper is a revolter, and we are not the war leader. But what do you mean we're not the war leader? Oh, it gets worse before it gets better. You wouldn't rebel against me. This is a civil war against my subject. Oh, that's pretty bad. Yeah, okay. So this wasn't actually my subject rising up against me. This was... you rising up... Oh, what the hell is this, actually? It's a civil war on my subject. So who's actually rising up against you? Quimper. Who is Quimper? Quimper is a county. Does this county actually exist? And what? Yeah, I'm wondering if it's just those 60 soldiers. Maybe I could just go and flatten them immediately. They don't even have enough to finish this siege, so why don't I just march over and put an end to them? The problem is, what if this gives me a truce with France, which I'm really, really not wanting right now? Let's look about your navy. I suppose I could bring out my Carracks. They're only on 30% health, but whatever works. What a weird war. Moray have won. Moray have won what? Oh, right, yeah, there were some Irish people here. I'm using the term people rather loosely. Well, to be fair, they struck me right when my finances were in hot water. I want to give it one more once, so I actually have 1% inflation. Maybe it'll trigger some nice things for parliamentary debates. Clunk. Yeah, steal those boats. Clunk. The French Navy have engaged us. Yeah, well, they didn't last too long. He didn't swim so good. And then there are the French in Dover. Yeah, my problem is this war is just going to end when we annihilate that army, I think. Because, yeah, neither me nor France are leaders in this war, and I don't think I can just assume war leadership here. What I'm worried about is who is actually rising up here? Who are these guys? We are the County of Quimper. But we're an army-based country. We don't have a county. Who the hell did they come from? They are secessionists who want to join France. Right, so you had a secession. And I didn't even make you Highlander culture yet. So why in God's name did you have a French succession? It's from the Quimper province. Yeah, the Breton majority province. Is this France using, like, support rebellion or something? I am absolutely confounded at this. I have no idea what happened here. Oh well, if nothing else, the Irish are dying, so silver linings and all that. Oi, oi. I don't give you permission to live. You're just levies, but you're going to die. What a bizarre situation. Go and kill them before returning to duty, please. But we have no leader, sir. Alright, I have this 50-year-old guy. He'll take care of things for you. Taking me a while to walk down to my friends here. Ormond have died once again. I would expect nor want nothing less. So yeah, I'm not war leader, and France is not war leader, so I'm not going to get anything out of this, and we're going to delay the actual war with France, which is something I don't want to do, because we'll almost certainly get a truce out of this. I just realized you don't actually have any supplies, but that's fine. And we have our slight bit of inflation, so hopefully that triggers some nice things down the line. But yeah, the costs are really high for me now. Don't like that. Don't like that at all. Tag switch in a province is a civil war with nobles rising up. You have to be super careful as an OPM. You instantly die. Well, that sounds rather bad. I hope I'm not walking into here with no morale. That looks exactly like what's happening. Maybe I'll instantly lose, which would be kind of sad. Now I can explore open seas. I'm curious about that one. Does that mean I can now steal your maps? No, still no areas viable. But also still not able to explore here. How bizarre. Maybe I need the core first. Yeah, I'm worried about having no morale here. But no, they just instantly disintegrated. Since they have no army, surely we win. Oh, we do win. And what has happened now? France is the war leader, but I am not. Wait, what? Annex Revolter is here. And I still can't demand anything off of France. Well, this is messed up. And unfortunately, one of my Scottish subjects is now in the war, so now I have to care about this land, which doesn't have a fort in it. Yeah, Annex Revolter, France. Wait. What? We cannot negotiate this peace. Wait, is this even a war that they can do? This is busted, man. Absolutely busted. Alright, well, I need to wait and get some morale back. Well, no, I need these guys dead. There's a lot of things I need, damn it. This came at a very inopportune moment now, didn't it? Why can't I assume war leadership in this? You're my subject. I mean, France assumed war leadership. Well, playing on a newly released game with an experimental open beta, sometimes you've got to open your mind to weird and wonderful things. And it's certainly weird. My problem is, what if they win the war here and they just annihilate my my subject, which is kind of why I can't just leave this area behind. I think what I need to do is finish up in Wales, park this army here so that the little levies that run around don't get any funny ideas, and then use this main attack stack to go and destroy the French and siege back Paris. That is what I think needs to be done. That's fine, Navy tradition's no big deal. Killing people now, that's a big deal. Killing people and stealing their units. Ah, Jesus. Interesting. It looks like all these boats are out and ready to fight, but these people aren't involved in the war, right? Yeah, it looks like it's just me and the revolter against France. Ugh. This isn't even a beta bug. That's exactly how it worked all the way back in 1.0.2. Oh, jeez. Life gets worse before it gets better, then. What do I do, anyway? I get you down to Montreal or something? Maybe murder you on the way to Montreal? I need this morale back, and I need to defend this land, or else my subject could just disappear. Which I suspect is exactly what France will want to do. On the other hand, if France annexed my subject, maybe maybe then I could be war leader in this, and then I still get to annex France. It's just, there's so much that could go wrong here. Especially when there's just annex revolter as the option. And there's no way out of this war, is there? No, I cannot separate peace. So what the heck is my subject going to do on the peace table? This is only going to hurt me, isn't it? Ugh, well, if nothing else, go and siege something down. I can't leave these forever, though. I need to go and deal with them. If nothing else, I can stop them getting a bonus on the blockade. Oh, that's interesting. If you fully occupy the baguette, maybe your vassal will fully annex them. Oh, Jesus, now this is exactly what I don't want to see. The Grande Armée working its way towards my subject. Maybe I'll have time to get this siege and then take out Kemper myself. Kemper free, my Frenchman friends. Yeah, get him killed. I need a proper army over here, and that's my proper army over there. I also need to keep an eye and make sure that I'm not being navally invaded. Also, I'm not really making any money in this war, which is concerning as well. Ah. Yeah, I wish I could play as a bubonic plague right now. Take care of France the old-fashioned way. Yeah, where do you claim that you're blockading me? Over here. Oh gosh, they like getting involved there, don't they? Right, how about this? How about we split in half? Get you well balanced to take on this. Yeah, just try your blockade now, you fool. Still need the Irish taken care of, though. Wait, they actually took this before I arrived. That could be a problem. I mean, it could not be a problem. I'm unsure how this entire situation is going to go. But I will take that back for my subject. I don't want to lose anything here. I mean, what's my subject even going to ask for? What is this war? Could you make a save, tag switch, and see if the button is working for the subject as a test game? Hell, we can test it right now, can't we? Just call it war, because I'm more than a little curious myself. What is going on? You're at war with France. You need more than one positive than negative reasons for acceptance. But you would annex France. What? I don't know how you would actually get that positive war score for it. Because, of course, it doesn't say so. In the interest of science, occupy country France. Don't worry, we're not going to use this as a save, but I'm a little curious. I didn't want to be this curious. Well, that's my subject, all right. And now we just got France 2.0. Potentially even worse. Now, there's no way that the AI is going to hold out for that peace deal, though. The problem is I have no idea what the AI is going to do. If anything, it would be better just to let them lose, but then they might enforce God knows on me. That subject would almost never be loyal, and it would take forever to integrate, so there's no real benefit. This is all just malice for me. They'd probably spit out a lot of this land as subjects as well. And well, actually, what would he be doing with it? Let's have a quick look. Get rid of that debug text as well. Well, for one, he's probably going to have a lot of revolts of his own. Yeah, you've also got your own disloyal subjects because you inherit them from France. Yeah, well, actually, no, it would be a much weaker France because he doesn't have all this land that he can integrate. Okay, this situation is messed up, but there's not much I can do. I just have to fight it out. I'm really wondering where that revolt in the first place came from, though. We had an army-based country revolt in my subject, backed by France, and then France becomes war leader, but I don't. What? Yeah, France is, there are issues. The issues are fine. I didn't update my mod to say that it's compatible with the latest version. Are you really going to fight it, or fix the game in this case? I suppose the best fix would just be force a white peace here, because what's happening shouldn't be happening. Did you figure out what happened with the uncolonized provinces? I have no idea. But we're rolling with the punch that is the Papal State owning this bit. Okay, so now that we know what we know, we just have to hope and pray that our subject makes peace. But I don't know, the AI might have this thing in their head that says, in this situation, always go for the annex and never take paltry peace deals. And then I'm in deep doo-doo. Ah, jeez. Okay, we're just going to fight it out, right? It's exploratory, right? We're going to learn what happens in this weird and wonderful situation. It is weird, honestly not that wonderful. Let's keep our navy about so that France can't clear the channel. And if he ever does, he just racks up war score for us. Oh, crumbs, there's a fort that's taking this back. However, not so crumbs, we've taken over the Irish. Not that that does anything for me, because I can't take it. I'll get my hulking hulks, which I really shouldn't have mothballed here, to take my army over here. Hopefully they don't get sunk along the way, because then I'd lose my army, and I'd be very, very sad. Do I take this? No, I have to go and deal with the attacking forces here. Even tiny revolts being backed by others is something that happened to me, and the allies become war leaders. It's madness, right? France being war leader, but me not being war leader against my subject is sickening. And I can't even separate peace. I cannot negotiate a separate peace as an overlord in a subject revolt war. But the revolt is gone! If my experience is anything to go by, France won't be able to ask for anything because you're not the war leader. Oh... I should have done that with the save earlier, seen what France can even ask for. But whatever, we're going to win this war. We know we're more than capable of doing so. And we're going to see what happens. Chances are I don't really get anything. Yeah. Odds are this is just going to be bad for me, massively. But hey-ho. Right, get those troops over there. Do not encounter any enemy fleets, please. And then I'm going to park that army over here so that little levies stop trying to take my subject away from me. Surely it'll work. Well, another idea is I park you on Vans to take this fort, and then Rohan, and then you defend Kemper. But I'm okay with ditching those to save Kemper. Kemper fee. Ooby sabooby. Laundry list of people that will not accept. What is the point of this notification? You can do things. Actually, no, you can't. You can't do anything. Thank you, Peter Molyneux. Can you lose on purpose? I was certainly in a position to just let Kemper fall. They are a very disloyal... Wait, no, they're super loyal. Why did they even have a revolt? How did they get attacked by an army-based country in the first place? And how was that army-based country backed by France? I think there's a setting where you can guarantee the independence of subjects, so if they revolt against their leader, then you get drawn into it. But what was France doing backing that weird, what was it, County of Quimperle? Did they back the 700 Francians here? Yeah. Well, this fight's not nothing. There are a lot of them, sire, and they're making good headway on taking Montreal. If a revolt of a minority is not strong enough, it will only take an army when rebelling. They spawn as a rebel army only. Yeah, killing the rebel army killed the nation. But now I'm left in this miserable situation. And it is miserable. Tens of thousands will perish for those 699. At this rate, yes, there's going to be a lot of perishing going on. And this is bad because it's cutting into my wartime with France. Like, the proper war with France should be about to happen, where I fight them with a good CB and work on demolishing them. As it happens, this war will probably end inconclusively, and we end up with a 5-year truce with France, which I don't want. I don't want this either. They're sending units over here, which could cause problems. I don't even know if I'd win that against the levies. Possibly not. Probably not. Right, get your morale back and go charging on in. Yeah, game doesn't think I win, and I'm inclined to agree, but I can't run away. Oh well, I'm more than a little curious to see how these units handle it. The problem is I want to see both fights. Yeah, he's instantly out-maneuvering me. I should run away from this fight as quickly as I can. I was expecting to fight levies. I wasn't expecting to fight 20,000 levies. I think that's all of the French levies, and he's just throwing them straight on me here. Time for you to vamoose. At least we barely lose any war score. But yeah, for once, I'm not taking barely any losses in combat. Fortunately, this one goes much more promisingly. I need the 14% not to proc from my enemy, so I can go and take Montreal. Or rather, save Montreal. That's more like it. Yeah, get those losers out of here. Ah, buggery. They got the 14% on Montreal. Well, maybe I can rush in and take it back swiftly. They didn't refill the garrison. I guess they ran away before they had the even consideration of doing that. Which means we're just going to instantly assault it back. And then kill them for their foolish choices. Where are you running to anyway? They're going to Arras. I can't even see Arras for all this city on top of it. Alright, tell you what, how about we march on Paris? Unless I think this is a problem. Is it a problem? I honestly have no idea. If France full occupy you, what's France going to do? If they annex this land, that's still kind of bad for me. But I think I have to go and save it. Ah, jeez. Increase our control. Loads of counting houses that cost tons of money. Not sure I want to pay that right now. Not sure I want any of this stuff right now. Can you cancel the vassal and then separate peace? Ooh, now we're thinking. Sadly, no. Because we're at war, we cannot cancel vassalage. And I can't separate peace cancel them out either, so it just doesn't work. Alright, there's a good chance that France just takes this and ends the war in a very unsatisfying outcome for me. Very likely, in fact. So I gotta run all the way back. This is why I didn't want this stuff involved in a France war. It's why I released them as subjects. Because it means that I have to keep running back and bloody forth. But yeah, it looks like I got 100% my subject and then enforce peace on them. Which is bad. I could put you in Paris, but I think that's also bad. I'll keep you around as a wildcard army. Ah, jeez, this is very, very, very annoying. I don't know what the intended behavior here is, but there's no way it can be this. The transport boats? Yeah. Transport boats don't have the capacity to bring them over, though. I'd need more of them. Keep those French navies dying. Yeah, it still shows you as having positive war score against the French, but I don't know what is going to convince them to end the war. I'll keep my army over here, get my morale back, smash the French levy, take it back, and then we'll see. But I sincerely doubt that my subject is going to make a good peace deal in any capacity here. I think I wanted to change a law, right? Just do it anywhere. Sailors plus 50%. Wow, what a rush. War exhaustion doesn't concern me that much, and I do like communalism. Ah, but I also like getting rid of these spiritual retreats. Get those out of my face. Somebody was saying that favoring the wealthy is better than favoring the ruler after a certain point. Max tax on burghers 10% is pretty nice. But plutocracy, eh. And also favor the ruler increases max tax for all, including the wimpy little, well, the little people. But despite the cost of court here, it might be a court of culture for me. I need that cultural influence. Maybe it's a UI bug. The country that went poof is still the war leader on the other side. No, we did see that our subject can make peace with France. Yeah, I need a court of culture around here. Even if we lose the parliament debate. Oh, what are we even debating? What an awful war. What an awful buggy situation. And yeah, I just have no understanding of how exactly this happened. Who were those people that rose up? Why were they affiliated with France? How did they rise up in the first place? I have to assume it was something that happened in this province. So yeah, probably the few French people living there decided to start a revolt that somehow pulled all of this in. And I'm okay-ish with that, but I'm not okay with not being the war leader here. At the very least, when it stopped being a civil war, I should be the one in charge. Don't know if I have a way of doing that. I mean, I could go and force the game into making me the war leader, but I'm more than a little curious to see how this unfolds, right? So let's just do it. Oh, look at them run away! How quaint. Alright, no running away allowed for you, though. He grabbed what units he could, shoved them onto a boat and ran. And I say no. You fall to me, France. Oh, wow, they fall to me, and they fall hard. And I'm assuming you're running away quite a bit, so I better take this back for my subject. What the heck? How did he run the way he did? The AI navies have this amazing ability to instantly flee from combat. Oh man, I am not impressed with the situation right now. Some population number you can never have peasant your country because the demand isn't high enough. Higher taxes for peasants is better than burghers for large nations. Certainly a way to look at it. Right, yeah, once again I have to keep marching back and bloody forth to deal with the sieges on my land. So get yourself over there and deal with whatever comes our way. But yeah, he's probably going to come and de-siege this again, so ugh. What am I to do? Just stuck in this awful situation that I can't even piece out of. I just have to hope that my subject decides that peace is a good idea. I might be able to kill French war enthusiasm by raising all of my levies, but there's no idea if my subject will make the peace. I think the only way for this war to end is if France gets 100% on you. Sorry. I think there is a way that I can assume leadership in this war, but I would have to console command integrate my own subject here. Well, actually, I could do it normally, but that's going to take years. Whatever, let's roll with the punches. And it is quite the punch. Didn't I release them with a fort? I guess they deleted it for financial reasons, but again, the whole reason I put them out on scootage is so I wouldn't get dragged into war together with them. You son of a... Okay, well, that was a complete waste of time and money. Emphasis on time, because now I have a 4-year truce with France when I was planning on killing them here and now. Bring back that guy who came in saying this game is complete trash. Oh man, I was meant to eradicate some more Irish as well. Broken game. Absolutely broken game. Alright, you guys are heading back to Ireland. You guys are here to defend my home. I am not willing to pay my armies. And I certainly want to scootage, not scootage, but mothball my heavies. How did the war end? Complete white peace. We had 25% or so war score in France. My subject was wanting nothing. It's only it's a 4-year truce. So I will come back and knock France's teeth in on my terms. But yeah, again, France got involved in that with a truce as well. It's just madness. Absolute madness. Probably because it's counted as a defensive war. Still working on Wales, still working on Connaught, still improving these opinions, which is fine. But yes, my eye was also on getting rid of the Irish. In many manners of speaking, actually. But one is to remove... I want to remove entire areas. I don't actually have any other areas, full areas to release. Yeah, this is an area... This is an area that I could actually see to getting rid of. The proximity to capital is kind of mediocre, but mediocre's all right. I think I'll hold on to it. Pretty sizable. Oh, right, no, it's not. It's 2 different areas here. They're just very much the same color. Unfortunate. A lot of weird and unfortunate things going on here. And there's still a red outline on you as if we're still at war. We're not at war, right? No, but I could intervene in a war against Sweden. Yeah, I think I'll pass. Nice offer, but no thanks. Did you upgrade? You shouldn't have missed it. What was the hopes of the Bug Rebellion Wars? Yeah, we're on the 1.10 thing here. Although I don't know if you're talking to somebody else right now. Yeah, very bothersome situation there. Fiscally quite bothered as well. Like, this large army is costing me an arm and a leg to maintain. Perhaps that large upgrade, I should have thought it through a bit more. Because right now I can barely afford my current expenses. I need to build up my nation something fierce. I keep getting tons of support in Parliament, though. There's the idea to pass it or get another law change. I do actually want outward looking. I will not grant you a privilege, even if elaborate court life is a pretty good one. Communalism is good, and war exhaustion is nothing bad, so I think I could actually push through another law change, if I so desire. The question is, what, if anything, do I want to change here? The maritime law is kind of poor. I like the idea of capital economy. I also like the idea of serfdom. The burghers controlling the mining is fine, although it does push plutocracy, it does capital economy, which I'm happy about. The noble levies. None of the rest of the... I mean, levies aren't really what we do, so none of those really seem to matter much to us. Keeping the estates happy with common law is quite nice. Yeah, I'm happy about that. Also, choose down on costs. Traditional de jure laws do inward focus, and I do think I want outward if I'm colonizing. Even though inward gives crown power, which is pretty nice. Yeah, not a small amount of it either. But the rest of this stuff doesn't really matter much, and the migration does concern me. Speed of integration and by blood. It might be worth it, though, to switch the inward to outward. And I already wanted that confederal union for the loyalty of subjects and decentralization, right? Yeah, you know what? I actually think that's a well worth doing thing right now. Where is it again? Yeah, here we go. By blood. Don't know if we get better de jure laws here. Yeah, it seems like these are the only two options, so I may as well go for the outward focused one. Alright, very good. So, that slows down attacking into you, but not you. It does give me another opportunity to fight down on the Netherlands, but I'd rather have France crushed before I deal with a Bohemian monster. And he is a monster. You know, he doesn't seem to be having any problems affording all that. I need to work on my economy. Ugh. Yeah, I think I prematurely built up my army there. I did not take into account how much more it would cost for all these units. And the answer is it's costing a ton. Yeah, I can't do diplo spending or stability spending or any of that. I have actually gone and crushed my economy by spending too much on soldiers. It's alright, prestige isn't everything. It isn't anything. Could you lower the army maintenance even more? I certainly could. Make savings where I can. And I need to have full legitimacy so that cost of court isn't anything. But I'm also losing money because I've lost crown power. And I'm struggling to get it back. I think what I need to do is merge these armies together. I hope there's plenty of food down in Caen. Not really. Should be more food over here. Manpower is also not looking great. No, it certainly is not, is it? It's okay. It's trending somewhat up. But yeah, upgrading my army was painful there. I need to upgrade my economy now. More RGOs, more printers, more books. Still don't have Wales and Connaught as part of me as well. But yeah, concerning. That whole war just, even though it just had a white piece, had a lot of concerning knock-on effects here. Right, tell you what we could do, is we can start looking towards our subjects and start telling them to enforce our culture. This will improve Highland cultural power. Because all these people, they've got their cores, now they've got their correct culture. Highland culture. Highland culture. I know you're Highland culture. What about Poitou? Poitou have their cores. Time for them to go Highland as well. Slowly but surely working on that, because if I can become the hegemon, I can integrate entire areas. I just have to hope that the Mongolian cultural power doesn't grow yet further. Well, I gotta say, we're going places. Oh, we're really going places. And we now have our fully made colony of eggers. Now, it's garbage land. Complete garbage land that'll never really amount to anything. But it is a core, and I think we just kind of leave it there. There's no point investing into it. Is trade good as stone? Yeah, it's just going to be a permanently very unhappy location over there, isn't it? Probably. But the point of it was to get the range. So, did that range allow us to steal steal new maps? No. Does it allow us to explore? No. Although maybe I need to recruit an explorer for that. But it should allow me to... Maybe I need to turn of the month this stuff. Turn of the month for this. But it should allow me to set up another colonial thingamajigger over here. There we go. New colonial charter, please. And then Greenland is largely mine. It'll just revolt and be a pain in the bum. Yeah, but what else am I meant to do with this land? Is it really going to be that revolting? Their satisfaction is apparently quite good. Well, it's meant to be good, even though it's showing 0%. Yeah, they're going to be fine. Don't worry about them. You need the Explore Open Ocean tech. I thought we just researched that, though. Yeah, see, I thought we just researched that. Massive colonial range boost. Now we're talking. I think this stream has like a boost over towards that direction. It's probably worth researching. But I can't even reach it unless we get the other stuff researched. It costs sailors, and I've got a gorillion sailors. Yeah, go on then. What is this? Construct the exploration. Does it matter where I do this? The cost seems to be pretty much the same. I don't think I should construct it over here. The market's going to be awful. Moray couldn't out-colonize the Pope. One hill over on their own lands. The Pope beat me to that by, what, like a year or so, so it stands to reason. I didn't even notice the land was bugged out. Yeah, whatever, just assemble there. Oh, I have to give them a person as well. It should probably be somebody young and spunky, like Mr. Mowbray Pies. It matters if the market has naval supplies and other goods. Yeah, I've had that permanently block the exploration before, because it was in a market that didn't have liquor. I was Sunni, so I couldn't move liquor over there, and there were no towns to build it up in. So that was pretty bad. Right, so that's going to do there, but I want to do as much as I can here, so let's look at North Atlantic Ocean as well. You get another thing going on. Again, someone young and spunky that isn't going to die on me. Oh, Magnus, get on the case. Do I want to know about this? It's a lot of money to spend. I'm more interested in the northern stuff here, though. Why do we not get to know about that? Maybe we need to learn about the stream. Maybe this is impassable terrain or something. What was I just looking at? The North Atlantic Ocean. I mean, that will complete it, possibly getting me over to the New World. But what's wrong with just doing all of them, aside from the cost, of course? I would dare to say that nothing is wrong with doing it all. Just get some young guns on it. I mean, sure, it's even more money that I can't really afford, but think of the knowledge we'll have. Alright, goodbye money. Goodbye the no money that I have. He had the opportunity to full annex France, the click of a button, but he passed it for the sake of fair play. Now that's overstating how it went. My subject was the only one that could choose to do that or not, and they chose to white peace France, despite us winning the war. And that said, you know, I could have just annexed my subject, you know, for fair play. No censorship means we get this useless artist. Another artist that I'm not going to pay for in my ranks. Stupid art. Okay, gotta say, that took the wind out of my sails, that entire situation, but hopefully things will start getting better before they get worse. So fiscally, things need to improve. Culturally, things need to improve. Diplomatically, things need to improve. A lot of improvement needed here. And there were recent people that I gobbed out that also need to be put on scootage. For all I know, France is going to keep doing that nonsense. Hey, I wonder if you could use that. Let's say you were, I don't know, you were playing as one of... somebody on the border with Bohemia, and Bohemia is big and scary. Maybe you're playing as Palatinate. And Bohemia just keep crushing you in wars. Maybe what you could do is you could have those little supporting revolter things so that you constantly get a new truce with Bohemia. Had we not considered that? Yeah, the silly war ended in a silly way. Alright, I'm happy to see some cultural enrichment going on here, though. And despite the high kingship land, it is getting converted. Okay, very good. Very, very good. Still weird that these became cores, but weirdness is to be expected around here. The whole situation is weird. Missing ivory. Stop using ivory. This is where I'd like a bit more control over what my what production methods my buildings are using. Fishing villages love to use Arctic fishing, despite there never being ivory in the market. Because even despite that, they still see it as being cheaper than using tools. But you can't set them to do that, because this automation here for production methods will always override it. You can't lock them in like you can in Victoria. Oh, I'm sad about that. But I'm not sad about this. Okay, well, maybe this doesn't matter, but not sad about getting more cores in France. Good. Conquer Iceland for the ivory. We're working on Greenland for the ivory, obviously. Well, oh yeah, all that stony ivory. Lead? Okay, no, this is not what I'm after. Where's the ivory? Here we go, here's the ivory. Not that we can make much use of it. Oh wow, they do have their own market here. Interesting. I'm not keen on fighting him for that, but my focus is a bit on France here. Can you toggle the automation on for a month, then off, so it sets everything, and you can change the fishing back? I guess, but then everything new needs to be done with that as well. The whole point of automation is to not have to keep doing that. No, what I'd like is something like right-click to keep it as the... maybe we can find one as an example. Where do I have a fishing village? No, really, where do I have a fishing village? I'm sure I built some around here. Here we go. Yeah, even though it's a bit more expensive, I'd rather use the tools, because that at least drives tool demand in my home, rather than using something they don't have any access to. Absolute bonkers. But I can't, well, I mean, I can set it here, but it'll get unset. Kind of question the population numbers of the narwhals to simulate an entire 1,000 pop RGO for ivory. Maybe it's 1,000 including their families. Somebody was asking if families are included in pop numbers. So about that money, Castile. No, they currently don't even have a single ducat. Help us out with a small donation. Alright, well, not to worry. Life will get better. Life will not get better. Ow, cost of court. I hate being a hegemon. Alright, Kane is now mine. Working on those cores, because cores mean cultural annihilation of the French and French adjacents. Yeah, Aragon has just not been having a good time. Even Tunis are coming in for their holiday home. Could be a concern. All the more reason I need to cut this off of France so that no Iberian influences cut into my objective of taking out all of France. But as you can see, there's still rather a lot of... Oh, nice. Oh, it's preparations that they've finished. Right. Now they actually start exploring. Does that mean I wasn't paying for them yet? Ooh, you can actually lower exploration cost. Fascinating. Tell me this doesn't, like, magnify horribly. Ah, it's fine. They're all getting started, and I wish them all good luck. We even get to see them on the list here. Life would have gotten so good with full France annexation. It really wouldn't have. It would be full annex for my subject. So suddenly I have all of France with no cores as a very unhappy subject. And his power probably would have made all the other subjects unhappy as well. What I could have done is cut him off, and then he'd be a very weak target. You know, just cut off his vassalization and I can rip apart everything of him. Yeah, nobility are not getting my 1100 duckies. If you've accumulated debt, that's a you problem. Yeah, all this land is subject to the Norwegian crown, which is a subject of Sweden, because in this game, unions just never seem to break. I mean, I could struggle to try and break my own one that I had with southern French land. In the end, I was glad to see them annexed. What does it take for Castile to form Spain? Now that I don't know. Notably never played as Castile. I will play as Granada at some point, though, and I might consider doing into Andalusia. Dolphins for luck. No, dolphins for meat. I know I'm hurt for money, but it's difficult to buy prestige. Yeah, just change succession law, but that comes with a massive cost. Right, so my daughter. My daughter is finally good to go. If my son ever dies, you're my chance to get back in with the old Randy dynasty. So my question is, are there any Randy people for you to marry? It might look like the answer is no, but what if the answer is yes? 44-year-old Randy guy? 28-year-old Randy guy? I'll take the 28-year-old. Ragnall Randy. Have my daughter. Your naval hegemon, you bullied France. How's your prestige so poor? Just a lot of events kill my prestige. Prestige seems a lot more based on RNG than anything that you put into it, because you know, you can spend all these things that give you 0.08 prestige per month, and an event gives you minus 20 prestige. So yeah, naff to that. Here we go, lose more prestige for 0.44 progress. I mean, what is that in the grand scheme of things? That's just a month of progress. Sod that. Give me the money. Give me the 7 ducats. It's not 7 ducats, it's just not losing prestige. What the heck? The Irish are stuck in France now. This game is broken in so many interesting ways. Right, sitting on diplomats, no use for the diplomats. Nonsense, there's always something to be done. I want to make sure that everyone's still on scutage. And I missed you, Kildare. And then beyond that, I want to do my culture things. Who is still not eating my culture? All of the French down here are. It's just a question of, have these guys gotten their cores? The answer is no. Wait, what do you mean no? You've had these for ages and you haven't got them. They're pretty close, though. Mayenne, however, do. So I will enforce my culture on you. And I was planning on enforcing my culture immediately on my Irish friends here. There we go. I know it makes them unhappy, but surely they'll never revolt on me. Native policy, good. More cores, also good. Also, research. The money is struggling. Perhaps I should focus on some economic stuff. But there's always things like colonial policy. I want that outward focus, and I want that 100% colonial migration. But that's a huge debuff to foreign trade cost, or a buff rather. Well, that's tough actually. I do want to build a lot of foreign trade buildings. Because it's a great way to magnify your trade income without expanding your own burger influence. But holy smokes, outward and migration and saving money? 100% is a lot. I wasn't watching. How did you manage the my vassal white pieced in a very disappointing outcome? I'm sure you'll agree. The rights of the burghers. Strong guild sounds good, right? 5% production efficiency. Production efficiency is huge. You can build foreign trade buildings for like 5 ducats each with that one. Well, it's not 5 ducats each, but it's a significant reduction in cost. It's just a question of how much I want to colonize. Depends if I can get down to the Isles quickly. I don't think I want to colonize mainland America, but getting things like the Keys seems pretty good. You know what? You can't buy faster colonization, can you? yeah, gotta get the Darien going. Give me that. And also give me the rights to the burghers. That's not rights to the burghers, but that is. And I'm still interested in getting the book output, lumber output, and cabinet laws done. Ooh, and I... even though it's a Catholic thing, I might take this just to get myself the cultural hegemon faster. Go on then, we're a while away from changing our religion, surely. Surely? No, believe that you can do without it. I don't need no crutches like that. We are close. We are disgustingly close. France is a cheating bastard. What else did we learn? There's nothing new now, is it? Oh, but war is sooner than I thought. It's only a bit over a year away. I'm getting these cores, but my money situation is going to be pretty rough, as in the negative when we begin our fighting. Oh well, that's what minting is for. Wait, this isn't even in control of the crown. What's going on? Do I have any crown members to actually place? I've got myself, okay. Good enough. I will be in charge of this. Yeah, decimating the crown characters was a big blow for us. But just being in charge there and... oh God, there's nobody in charge of the navy. And again, there's not a single crown character. Ugh. It's bad, bad, bad all the way down for my country right now. So Roderick of Poole, don't die on me and get me more control around here. So native policy, I think it's going to be subjugation. Because serfdom is good. On the other hand, colonial maintenance reduction is good. Humanism is also good. That's a problem. This will make tribesmen a peasant when a colonial charter flips to become owned. This will turn tribesmen into slaves. I do like slaves, but I don't think this is a slave run. Alright, much as I love that serfdom, I'm going to go for trade. Wait, it costs money, doesn't it? It always costs money. I want to save some duckies on my colonies. Is there a reason there are no crown characters right now? Yeah, very good one. We just changed our dynasty. We didn't want to, but We only had daughters for a while, so we just had to marry into another dynasty. And there are no crown characters of this dynasty, so there's nobody old enough. Why is it showing me the old dynasty anyway? But yeah, of this dynasty. Wait. Oh yeah, it's just daughters all the way down. And those that I did have, I'm trying to marry back into the old dynasty. Yeah, basically our dynasty is a disaster. Maybe I should have thought a bit longer and harder about the dynasty I marry into, but because the nobles don't bloody marry, you don't really get that. I do like excellent ministers. I think it's just him that gets the 5%, though. The prestige is better. Jake's bad at CK3. No, you can do a ton of matchmaking. The thing is, it's so much tedium to do matchmaking in this game. I don't think anybody bought this game wanting to play Crusader Kings, but it's what you get when it comes to dynasty management, and I'm very unhappy about it. Alright, French War. Wait, the French War is this year. Ah, jeez. Okay, well, let's get those boats of mine ready to rock and roll. I must have missed the point where I stole more galleys and transports. Do I just scuttle all of these? And there's more barks. Those hulks I probably actually want over with my transport, considering my lack of transport capacity. I need to go and murder the Irish again. Well, hold on, the Irish are over here. I could probably murder them with levies. How many levies would even be risen up here? I really wish it wouldn't zoom to my capital when I do that. I know there's a way to check, but heaven help me if I can remember how to check. And they'll have their own levies to rise up. Screw it, I'll just send over a small detachment. Point is, I have to not mothball my army now because it's warring time. As for the galleys and those barks, I'm happy to just turf them. Not very happy with the manpower situation, though. I could lose holding my breath against France. Yeah, I think I'll take a small detachment away from you and send them over to Ireland just to very swiftly take it. How small is a small detachment? 1 load of halberdiers and 2 loads of cannons should probably take care of it. I'll give you 1 lancer just in case. There we go. You're the anti-Ireland crew. Just have them poised and ready over there. I better have the Casus Belli on France. Oh yeah, we got our choice of them. And taking Kent is one of them. Excellent. How long is this CB good for? And this time I will actually take it because integrating Kent is high on my to-do list. Unless I really think I can't take France in the future, but I think I can. This CB on France is good until next year. No, it's good until 85. Excellent. So yeah, once again, we take Dover. But after this, I think my wars with France for Dover are over. And yeah, we focus more on other CBs that we have. For example, taking Nantes doesn't seem outside of possibilities. Very good. Oh. Same with the education. I wish you could automate education. Again, there's a mod for that, but I don't trust it because education has some real knock-on effects there. Expensive education is expensive. It really does live up to its name. What do we do with the transports? I think I keep my transports in Britain, because there is the chance that France could siege me down and do horrible things to them. Yeah, keep them in Portsmouth. France will never be in Portsmouth. Well, not in an important way, at least. All the green show where there are majority Highlanders, which does make it tempting to start doing more cultural enrichment over in Ireland, but only once we have areas fully cored, or entire provinces fully cored, rather. I made the mistake of watching Jake crush Noita and bought the game despite being horrible at platformers and bullet hell. The game is neither of those things. It's a fun time, says Modo, and that's why they call the job an influencer. I almost never tell people to buy the game or that they should be interested in a game. I have to be very keen on it myself and to think it would actually have an appeal for them. I don't recall saying that about Noita. I mean, I had a fun time, but that's not the same as thinking others should also be enjoying that fun time. Alright, speaking of fun time, I'm actually going to be taking out a lot of my frustrations on France here, and it was a very frustrating situation there earlier. Poised and ready to fight them, but financially I was down the toilet and forced into a bad fight where I didn't get anything. It's a very bad feeling. Can't wait until they fix the attached to army bug. Specifically, what attached to army bug? I'm not aware of that being a specific issue. Alright, one down, the rest to go. But yeah, I'm mostly invested in not having the Pope take Greenland, so it's not like Greenland is part of our Grand Master strategy. I want the Arctic tusks, the ivory, but I don't want it that much. Why are these still mothballed? I could have... Oh, damn. I was sorting them out and I actually forgot to take them off mothball. What I'll do is I'll split them in half, get them balanced out. I don't even care about leadership for them. I don't have the crown to put in charge of them anyway. No, that's daft. Don't be that daft. I don't think the estates get power from being in charge of armies, and if they do, well, they deserve it. Macfion, you can be in charge here, and Henry, you can be in charge here. Henry's come to see us. Yeah, what if France pulls the same magic trick out again? Then I absolutely rage out and I force myself to become war leader through console commands if I must. Kind of weird, right? I don't think at any point in any of my EU4 campaigns did I ever whip out the console because the game was just being so obnoxious with bugs. Maybe someone could... Can anyone remember? I have done so many campaigns in EU4 and so many hours on it, but I never recall a game just being such a pain in the bum that I had to console it. I'm not saying that never happened, I'm just saying I don't recall that happening. What would you count as... No, that's not at all what I'm talking about, Andarius, and you know it. Yeah, war soon. I'm just trying to think if there's anything I need to prepare for the war. I'm happy keeping some money in my back pocket. I'm also rather happy to see that we do find this out, but the jet streams go in a different direction. I don't actually know what these do. There's no breakdown here that talks about them. But I assume it aids some kind of range in this direction, possibly trade range. Maybe you're getting old and your wrinkled skin is getting thin. I age in many ways, but my skin and my hair and my eyesight are not currently degrading. Yeah, skin still smooth as a baby. Although often very cold, but that's not because of age. I believe the estates get a bit of power from leading armies and heavies unless it's been changed. Yeah, I'm keen on checking that out, actually. Oh, would you look at that? It's not a lot, though. I think the crown gets a lot more power from command. Oh, yeah. Yeah, king is going to have to remain in command here, even though it pushes me towards land for doing it during war. Ugh. Oh, that's actually bad. I need my naval to be more than that. And we're currently pushing towards land, which is very, very bad. Ugh, he doesn't like it. He really doesn't like it. But it hurts my crown power to pull him away from here. To make it even worse, he has a land trait. Okay, well, I guess we're not very naval for a wee while then. It's okay. Sacrifices must be made. When playing this game, you have to embrace the impossibility of controlling everything. And sure enough, there are plenty of places we don't control. More cores, Your Majesty. More belligerence against us, Your Majesty. I don't know why the game freaks out at jumping from one part of the map to another. I mean, we've got this thing, you press tab and it instantly goes whoosh. But see that event that popped up? I could actually hear my graphics card's fans spin up. Be water. Don't think I want to be water. Maybe be like water. Alright, we got cores on you at least. Time for you to embrace my culture. And I think everybody else that we care about has absolutely embraced Highland Way. Even you? Even you. I know you have because you've converted most of it. How are they doing on the conversions, though? You're not doing it at all. You're not doing it at all. You have almost finished it. The Bretons did it halfway and then stopped. Poitou are not doing it. The Santés are doing great. I'm patient on this matter, though, by the way. Remember, it took a while for the English to do it, but they did actually wipe out all the English. Hang on, what's this? Why are there so many Highlanders here? Starting to wonder if Wales did a short bit of Highlander, or maybe they had an event to bring Highlanders? Hard to say. I mean, this game. This game is mad and maddening. On a serious note about EU4, did you stream it a lot in its early parts when it was more buggy? That's right, so I didn't start streaming EU4 the moment it came out. Oh, folly. Well, that's okay, but it is a bit weird. They got their 66% Highlander ways, but they decided to go Irish. Probably because of this land that they just took over. It's alright, though. They will die. Actually, they could die now. My army is in position to completely eradicate them. Ooh, do you think I could call Castile into my war with France at long last? I'll take care of these guys after the France war. I don't want to get bogged down. You're a real piece of work, Castile. You love the French, so you won't fight them. As long as you're not allying them, I suppose that's okay, but you don't have a border with them, and you are in debt. Ugh, if you're in debt, could you at least give me money and go more into debt? No. Castile's been a worthless ally. Hang on, is that their capital? What? Oh, I bet that's part of their, like, noble revolt things. So they lost their capital in, what would it normally be, Toledo? And when you have a revolt that takes your capital gets forcibly moved for you, and you can't move it back. If you want to move it back, you have to do it the old-fashioned way, which is go here and do move capital, and it costs so much money. And 20 stability, but so much money. I wonder if they fixed the bug where if you just lower the amount of money you make, it makes the moving capital cheaper, and you can just lower taxes and things. But yeah, man, freaking... This game's got issues. They're working on a 1.1 patch, but they estimate it'll be out in February. February feels like so long away, but I suppose we're already a chunk of the way into December. Castile's government has that reform that moves the capital and ruler death. Oh, that's even worse. That's got to be so bad for the AI. Yeah, that's 7.5k for me to move my capital. God knows what it would be for Castile to move theirs. Although Castile make, like half as much money as we do. Poor Castile. Poor in every sense of the word Castile. 2nd of December. All right, 2nd of December, we have our revenge on France, unless they somehow manage to do that sneaky little maneuver on us again, which would be cool, and I'd take my hat off to them, but I'm still hoping that they don't. Vire, like Vermeer. Let's start getting a feel for just how expensive this war is going to be. The answer is very. And I'm still not paying for stability despite my low stability. We're sticking to the tried and true strategy of bum rush Paris and then kill the French. And hopefully, yeah, there we go. They've lost their control over Flanders. Wonderful. And it's still going down. So in this grand war, the desires to gain Dover, Flanders, maybe the rest of Brittany. It'll either be Brittany or down here. I'm not sure yet. Depends what we can afford, really. But yeah, less power for France, more power for me, and less of a French coastline, because I don't want them ever being a situation on the seas. It's just so annoying more than anything else. There's an idea to leave them with as much coastline as possible so that I can dominate them on the seas and constantly put them under naval blockade. But I just want to get rid of the spammed pop-ups of engaging them on the seas. I'll be happy to see it gone, and Flanders being gone is a nice piece of that. Alright, huzzah! Colonial maintenance, colonial migration. 100% boost is nothing small, is it? Do I actually get an idea of how many people are going over? The inward is hurting it. The colonial charters are helping it. Very good. Also, what was that about my daughter? Wait, my daughter? No, that wasn't my daughter at all. It was Lady Sophia de Vere, who was once again another traitorous non-dynasty member, and I can't even marry her, so what do I care about this? Yeah, Flanders loves to stand in my path, which is agonizing to say the least. Yeah, Aragon's been having a very, very bad time. And yet it's a new high stake for Granada. Sunni Andalusi hanging around in Buno, not knowing what to do. I said a bad ideas guy. Can we get bad cabinet laws guy? There doesn't seem to be any shortage of that around here. The nobility want to rise up, but they'll see the funny side in time. More worried about those Anglo-English. Wait, do they even have anywhere they can rise up in? No. There are some pops in various places that I don't care about. But I'm just slowly purging the Anglo-Irish. As soon as I have majority in these provinces, we move over and we culturally enrich the Irish into just a fellow Gaelic way. I'm surprised there's not a boost on the speed based on that. Lack of control, though. Ugh. It's punishing. In fact, I think that's another one of them done. There's our flow, right. Oh, ho, ho. How do we even go about the Americas? And can I actually explore more of this right now? The Canadian coast, yes please. Labrador, I'm not sure I care that much about Labrador. Nobody ever has. But what I'd really like to do is race my way down to the Spice Islands. Spice Islands? Is that what we even call them? Whatever, those little places like Cuba and Jamaica. I think that's worth a whole lot more than filthy Canada with their lumber and their fish. But yeah, got to explore it to get there. Potato Peru. Yeah, I also want to get to Peru. So I don't want to waste my time with like the American Eastern Seaboard or Canada. But I might still need some of it just to get the range. Yeah, what are these numbers anyway? Exploration distance. I wonder if that's relevant at all. In that case, maybe sending you from here will be better. The market's probably still fine. Just send someone young and supple. Yeah, I'm not entirely convinced that exploring Labrador is going to do anything for me. Knowledge is knowledge, and it'll look better on the map. Nah, later. The Caribbean, yeah, that's what I wanted to talk about. The Caribbean islands. I don't know how that word managed to evade me so well. Alright, we've got our majority in northern France. We're going to move over to the assimilation of the Irish. Get on Wexford then. And yeah, Wexford is a whole place that I control. It does go really slowly there. The control, the high kingship land, it's all pretty bad, but the sooner we get it done, the sooner it's done. Yes, how logical. Kind of disappointed with how low proximity we have over here. I really think my control of Ireland is just going to be this coastline and nothing else at this rate. Because of how bad the control issues are. Well, is it even that bad? I mean, I got 56 in Dublin, can go up to 58. Ah, of course, the lack of cores are hurting, right? Don't forget that. Ugh, have some faith. You'd think that Jake has seen the colonize the Spice Islands in EU4 5 bajillion times, so he would know. Yes, but when's the last time I was playing EU4? It was like 5 bajillion years ago, so it stands to reason my old crumbly brain can't handle it anymore. Right, precipice of war. Let's prepare ourselves. I still want one more month of letting my my boats repair. But what I should also do is get ready with my lovely little trick of making sure that the French do not get to have any control over their own seas. So I'll get you there and there. Actually, One of them I'll move over here. This is a more important place to blockade. And with that, France only have this remaining as a coastline. There's also the idea to gank France's navy, but what is France's navy? It consists of 6 heavies, so it's not nothing. Where are the French heavies? Well, they're not around here. Well, a question for later. Are you going to culturally enrich the not yet Brazilians? No, I'm not looking to do a vast colonization here. But I do want to get the trade goods, and I want to see if we can do Colombian exchange, because I'm curious about it. Oh, there's the French. It's just a French lightship, though. Who even cares about that? Go and destroy them. And can I declare war on France? That certainly looks like following through on that threat for Kent. Wait. Truce break. Ah, of course. We have to wait 0 days. But I'm still following through on that threat for Kent. And you can't stop me. Alright, die, France. French immediately engaging us. We immediately engage Paris. You should be out here or something, just to block the French from making their way around. Also... Okay, good. I was worried that my boats weren't actually set up the way I need them to be. And I want a little levy. One of these crappy inward ones to go and take Dover off of you. And I believe we decided that it's not going to take much of a levy to go and destroy Offaly. Oh, right. No, I put an army over here for that. Clever bugger me. How you doing, Offaly? Wait, it's not Offaly, it's Ormond. Offaly are the useless little guys out there. Ugh, they're Irish, they're all useless. Down you go, down you go. And if you've seen our other wars with France, this will hopefully be a familiar sight. And hopefully not be a horrific embarrassment. He's raising 3 levies in Kent. Oh no. How could I possibly compete? Imagine the immense shame of attacking 30 seconds before the truce is officially over. I think the game is kind enough to give you a pop-up and warn you about that. I think. Right, you lads, sort yourself out and go and take Dover for me. We'll get the ticking war score. Impertinent demand. No. Wait. Wait a minute. Annexing Wales costs 354. Annexing Wales costs 314. Just because a build is buggy doesn't mean it has to be buggy that's bad for you. Yeah, so diplomatic annexation cost got reversed in this patch. I have no idea how or why. Paradox finds a way. But that accursed event is now good for me. But that does mean the good version of that event is bad for me. So let's hope that doesn't fire. Yeah, I mean, at what point did they change anything with that calculation? How is this possible? Also, what is this doing? They're going to Bruges. I don't want you to be in Bruges. How about I put you here? You here. And then don't even worry about the rest of them, right? What is even blockade mattering to me now? Kind of broken that the AI cannot walk through your scootage subject, so even though it's working out to my immense advantage, I really think it shouldn't work that way. They should get implicit military access to my subjects regardless of their war status. Yes, this is why I moved the heavy out there. I thought his heavies would come back out. He's trying to consolidate them, but he doesn't even think about navies that are in his way. And my heavies are just obliterating his navy. Fare thee well. I'll steal your boats while I'm at it, because I'm just that nice a guy. Think we're going to steal any works of art from France, by the way. So you've heard me talk very much about how I do not believe that art is worth the investment in this game. I just mean that art isn't worth this investment. I mean, there's no way I'm going to pay that much on blech. However, stealing art is a different story altogether. If it would be kind enough to give me the correct tooltip here. I think correct is too much to ask for. Here we go. There are still 10 works of art in Paris that I wasn't able to steal before. How about I steal the Notre Dame itself? I'm not actually sure if that's possible. Surely there are things that are tagged as stealable and non-stealable. But yes, let's not be very kind to our foes here. Let's be a little bit unhappy that we're barely getting any artillery bonus on this siege, but we're getting a guerrillion on this siege. Okay, very good. The British taking works of art from other cultures. Surely you jest. I wouldn't know. We are, of course, Highland. What little batches of British culture are being squished out. The Scots I'm waiting on. The Scots are going to be taken care of as I assimilate the entire lowlands. And I'm still waiting on my cultural hegemony for that. We're getting close. Oh, we are so close to having that. I just need the Mongolians to take a hit. That or continue bolstering up my own ones. I don't know if you can steal it, but you can destroy it. Okay, well, I can destroy plenty of French navies. Dover is now mine. I don't see any reason to keep you guys around, so just go back to working your fields. Yeah, keep an eye on any French navies or similar that might try and work their way over here. Yeah, see what we can grab out of Paris, if anything. Someone destroy the pyramids of Giza in a run. Well, that would be quite the undertaking. How long would that even take? One very dedicated man with a pickaxe, perhaps. And are they going to eat the mummies within? Or are they going to fall into a Lost Vikings level? Looking at what the Brits stole in Egypt, I'm surprised the pyramids are still there. Surely nicking the Notre Dame is in order. We'll see what we can do, right? All these French works don't belong to the French. I mean, what have we already stolen? We can actually get a good look at that, can't we? If we go into culture, works of art, all 54 of them. Gosh, what's the best way to sort this? The location's probably quite simple. The quality... I bet all the good quality stuff is not meant to be ours. Canterbury Tales, those certainly weren't Highlanders. How about the Seal of Paris? Mont de Marzian? That sounds like a good, honest to heavens Highland name. Some scepters, some orbs. The Crown of Londaine. That actually got updated in its name. The Mont Saint-Michel. Yeah, it was always British. Always British. Bunch of paintings, a mediocre Madeleine. It'd be cool if the lower the quality, the worse this image looks, to the point where it starts looking like the Nancy Drew Mona Lisa. Yeah, there's always more to steal, right? But yeah, it looks like you can steal monuments. The Mont is a hill. You stole an island. Oh, like I said, we're not British right now. We're Highlander. And if we can steal the pearls, we can steal anything else. Horrendous Anna, what a name. So yeah, like I said, I like the art system. I just think it's imbalanced right now. But I love the fact that you can steal art. So I hope that never goes away. Given the financial situation, I definitely was making the right choice coming to this war with a bit of war funds at my beck and call. These lights are not accomplishing much. Go and... I think I'll put both of them on this. I believe this this update severely buffed galleys, so I want to be at the ready to take care of that. You guys are balanced out, right? Of course you are. Okay, very good. Yeah, I don't get the 14%, but they did on Montreal. Not to worry, though, I'm not bitter. Why be bitter when I can be victorious? The art system seems like a placeholder for future DLC. I'm not sure how inspired Europa Universalis Grand Strategist would be on an art DLC. But whatever, they'll sell what they can. I'm still curious to see what the DLC model is going to be. Okay, I was worried about that. I thought they took the fort, but no, they decided that taking that unfortified land was worth it to give me some more grey hairs. That's a lot of them, though. That's quite a lot of units. I wonder if they're going to be more aggressive about reinforcing in this war. Oh, would you look at that? We took the Catalan Atlas, the Regalia, the Jewels of Andorran, and the Clear Cow. Notably, though, we have not yet stolen Notre Dame. We'll get on that in due time. We have auto-refill garrison, so good. Excellent. Let's be poised and ready from, well, anywhere to go and murder these fools. Murdering fools. You know, if I made myself an insulating layer of subjects, they wouldn't even be able to get to my land, which would be very, very unfair. A real EU3 strategy, that one. I don't think I want to wait. Just go and kill them. Maybe I do want to wait. If they're bringing in everything, I'm curious to see what they're going to do with their every... Oh, I don't know what he's up to. All right, those are levies. Those are levies. This is going to be a massacre. At least I hope it's going to be a massacre. It's a massacre enough for me to actually properly balance my unit in time for the fight. But I'm going to get the turn of the month and then see if we can just have our filthy way with these people. Now, I hate balancing out my formation because it's really tedious, but it makes a huge difference in terms of how well you can fight. I thought there were regulars over there. It is, okay. Knowing that the regulars are far away from the real fight is good. And it feels like they're there ready to navally invade something, but of course I've got them under blockade. Like a clever bugger. Yeah, I almost want to add a few heavies to that just in case. 1, 2, 3... Wait, what? The Hulk? No, thank you. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Take these, balance them out, and reinforce there. I know France has more naval capability down here, so I just want to make sure they don't get up to any silly buggers. Quick glance up here, just making sure there's nothing like the invasion of my colonies. That'd be horrible. The clear cow. Idiot Googling clear cow art in 1400s. Nah. It's probably AI work. Alright, that's close enough to turn of the month. Let's go and take him on. Now, I put the fort here because I wanted the defensive properties of the area. It has a woods, and it might have a river crossing penalty. It's very hard to tell where the rivers are here. You know, there was a river map mode. Don't know where it is now. Yeah, I'm not seeing a river. Anyway, like I said, let's sort out our formation. And the game is very, very, very keen on putting cannons on the front. Holy Christ, it's nothing but cannons. Stop putting cannons on my front line, you idiotic system. Alright, there we go. Now, I've still got age-old supply stuff here. At this age, it's just cavalry all the way, so I'm just going to mush cavalry into all of my flanks. And they'll probably die in the droves, but that's fine. I mean, manpower is one of my bigger issues right now, so if I'm going to lose anything, I'd rather be losing horses. Horses we have plenty of. And there we go. I think that's just cavalry, all sorts. Alright, so it is. But that's okay, they'll get filled in with reinforcements. So let's just see how much massacring we do here. Another good reason to put the cannons on first and foremost is that with their initiative, they get into the battle faster. So it's good to have them in first, and then they can be replaced with slower units. I'm more than happy for you to reinforce with more levies. Yeah, I mean, they got a 50% or more boost over me in terms of army numbers, and their commander is better. Whoa, considerably better. That could be a problem. But believe. Do as Parappa the Rappa would, and just believe. So first, bombard. And they're actually getting a bombard where we are not, which is maybe disappointing, but I don't think it's going to do much against us. And then in come the cavalry to instantly annihilate their foes, which is very good. Brrrt. I tell you, there's not quite as much brrrting as I was hoping for here. They are holding for a disastrously long time, but eventually they collapse, and then what remains gets run down. Yeah, I'll take like 6-1. But remember, I cannot sustain these forever, and that was just French subjects. No, not just. I'm sure there was a proper French army there. Can I run any of them down? No, they weren't fort-locked or anything. But he does want Paris back, and I don't want him to get Paris back. We're going to wait here for the turn of the month, restore our numbers, and go rushing on in. And I guess from here on out, I'm just going to auto-balance because it's too much of a pain in the bum to fix every time. What number of invasions are we on now? 10? 12? What's the number of this one? This is the 4th war of Moray aggression on France. In the first war, we took the Claw. In the second war, we took the northern coastline. In the third war, we took the Breton and the Poitou coastline. And in this war, why don't we start talking about what we want in this? I want Flanders. Holy crap, that's expensive. Alright, I guess I'll take most of Flanders. It'll get cheaper if I occupy it. That's worth keeping in mind. But cutting off from the coastline is very desirable. Maybe this can wait, right? I mean, what is this really doing against me? Not a whole lot. Whereas I'd very much like to be connected to the rest of my provinces. Flanders is so good, though. East Flanders is Holy Roman Empire land. I think we can see that here, right? Yeah, well, much of it is. I don't know what Bohemia will do to me in that regard. Is it even worth releasing as a subject, so I don't need to worry about that, and then I can integrate it with cores? I do not know. Oh yeah, don't forget Kent. Right, I want to be done with my Kent nonsense. That's a good point. But yeah, we will sustain this fight against France. We'll get our maximum war score from... It's really, really sad what this game has done to war score from battles. I'm significantly disappointed by it. Alright, get that done. I think I actually have time to go and get a siege done. I mean, I could take Amiens. The trouble is, he still has a huge amount of units. And it's not like I have tons of space to go around. No, if I want to take this, I should take the fort here. Because that'll make it cheaper to take in the peace deal. And I'm very interested in taking Flanders in the peace deal. You're going to take Ireland as well? Oh, that's an excellent point. So taking Ireland is also something I need to do. A lot of land I need to take, it seems. There we go. All right, they were never going to last. Taking you would require moving by sea. This land is completely flat, so I get no benefit from fighting on it. Same here. All right, we just have to accept that. Let's see if we can siege us down fast enough. We should be able to out-siege them, at least. They're not bringing in cannons and such. Although... yeah, they also have coastline, so... that does not work out well for them. Starting to think I should have a better general in charge here, though. We're pretty bad. Mr. Mowbray is pretty good. Overall, I'm pretty low on the capacities. But if my leader does it, it's a nice prestige boost. General during a war. Also gives me the much desired crown power. Yeah, okay. Keep the king in charge. Clear detailed map of the Atlantic Gulf Stream. And that should actually give me views of getting over to Bermuda as well, right? Well, it would be the Arctic... Atlantic Labrador area. Not really sure that's what I'm after. I mean, what does Labrador tell me about? Oh, right, no, the Labrador Sea is up there. But what about this? I don't think that's useful compared to what we're finding here, because I'm more interested in the coastline. But I should work my way down, right? So tell me about the Sargasso Sea. Hop to it, Chief. Get somebody young and supple like Mr. Randolph here. But yeah, thanks for the reminder about Ireland. I had completely forgotten about them. And occupying it will make it less expensive. Loving these much better sieges that we have going, thanks to bringing in some proper cannons. Very good. Not getting murdered by lack of food attrition anymore. And the asymmetric warfare that Bohemia has, invading Bohemia, like they're already bad enough, but they have winters, can be hard to get your food through. And they have asymmetric warfare to give you just passive attrition, which I'm sure is a cool thing to do if you want to starve out your enemies on the defensive. But if you want to be offensive, ooh, it's rough times. You guys get together, get balanced out. And that way I don't fear any Frenchmen coming that way. I thought that was a siege on me. It's not, thank goodness. I don't trust this stack doing any sieging of its own accord, which is unfortunate. But I should probably bring them over regardless. Yeah, I mean, they can help reinforcing here. The thing is, French just have so many units that they can throw everywhere. My dream of having 2 attack stacks has been curb-stomped by the reality of my finances. And he's still not allowed Paris. Annoying thing is that the AI gets this massive boost for progressing sieges, even if they're not progressing, and even if they're on empty land. Well, I mean, like rural settlements, the AI still gets a boost towards their war enthusiasm. There have been some complaints about the death wars in this game, like you're forced to 100% enemies to get your peace deals. That's clearly not the case. We've gotten our 100% on France, even when we've just done occupations very modestly in the north. But you do need to appear stronger than them and get your war score all the way up. Your ticking war score. Tolerance of heathens, what? Dying on the navy. Now that is just not very nice. Which navy? I suspect it was this navy. And I'll just put any old sod in charge here. Another Randolph. Wait, isn't that the Randolph I sent somewhere else? EU4, sometimes it would be a bit cheesy to peace out before a major siege ticks in the AI's favor. That is true. Now it feels like it's swung the other way. They care so much about ongoing sieges. Although I could probably use that against them. I mean, do they have anything because of sieges that are against them? Oh, right, I bet it would be 15 for them, 1, 2, 3, but then I have one going against them. So maybe you could actually just carpet siege them towards the end. I haven't tried that. Carpet sieging in this seems a little bit more iffy because of the vast amount of forts and how easily your units could get wiped out. But it might be worth considering. Like I said, that manpower of mine won't hold forever. I think at the turn of the month I will bring in my reinforcements down to somewhere like Caen or Co. Quick check to make sure that we are sufficiently oppressing the French. I mean, that must be pretty hard on their souls, right? I mean, they're actively fighting to stop the genocide of their people. And they just can't get through because the Highland Army keeps coming in and ruining their day. It's not like their cause isn't just. It's just mine is more just. Useless trait. Useless because of the way your fleet breaks up. Maybe if you had like a big overseeing navy for your blockades. But yeah, he's doing the typical spam me with battles strategy, so I can't keep track of everything that's happening. I like to use escape because escape gets rid of lots of pop-ups at once. Alright, you there. You don't have what it takes to defeat any of these armies on your own, but get somewhere central. So I can put you to use. This siege is not going well for me. Ah, Jesus. I really wish the AI would stop doing these silly little suicide attacks. As somebody pointed out, they're probably trying to bring their fleet together in one place. And their desire to do that is registering before they even consider, can I get there? Is there a massive death fleet in my way? In a way, it's working for me. It is giving me these very, very small bits of war score. And given that a huge land battle gave me 2% war score, having a sudden spam of 0.1% isn't nothing. War score caps at 50%, by the way. Defender desert, very nice. Get that taken and all will be well. Let's try and remember to take Ortman this time. How much does that cost? 11, nice and cheap. Take it directly or make it my subject, depends on the layout here. I think I'll take it directly and release a subject, that way they get this core right here, unless you have any external cores. Doesn't look like you do, you absolutely do not. Is that really better? I think subjugating is slightly cheaper. Let's double check that. Let's say I didn't do that and I instead... Oh, Crivens. What is subjugate on the list? And France becomes a fiefdom or a vassal. Ah, here we go. It is cheaper to make Orkman my own fiefdom. Yeah, knocks off 2 war score. That way they keep the cores. I'll give them that land. Yeah, that's probably better. On the other hand... they will keep their silly Irish thing, won't they? No, they don't even have Lordship of Ireland here. Okay, great. Yeah, in that case... I'm not sure how much I trust it, right? Because what if the Lordship of Ireland just keeps moving from nation to nation? Because chances are they have got the law. Yeah, see this? I don't trust it. Right, we're going to annex them and release them then, despite the extra cost. I want to get rid of all these ridiculous little Irish interactions, and what better way to do that than just remove the Irish? If I knew more about how that lordship thing worked, then maybe I'd make a better decision here, but this seems like the best that I have right now. Progressing sieges should scale with the siege progress and the province to have the AI's willingness. Yeah, I agree with that. But that's probably not what was thought. What was just thought was, okay, we need to make it so that you can't just carpet somebody or siege out the AI right before they make some good progress, so we'll do it like this. Montreal's getting... Oh god, these sieges are not going my way. And Montreal is enjoying being under siege. War enemies... Okay, I'm not too worried about that. Lack of happiness in northern France, that's just to be expected. We'll make them happy by force. Ooh. It's good being good. What can I use diplomatic reputation for anyway? I really wish there was a summary of everything diplomatic reputation aided you with. Let's give it a go anyway. I know it works for getting you the hegemon. And the diplomatic one's really good because you get an interaction which gives you plus 50 relations with another country, which is pretty huge. God, killing you would be pretty huge. Come on. Finish up this fight. Oh dear lord, no. So I see it's going to be like that, is it? This could end up quite bad. What did I decide on here? That foreign building cost is such an enormous reduction. I am incredibly tempted by it. But 100% monthly migration is such a lot. Is it such a lot? Because it might be one of those things that gets watered down by other modifiers. Difficult, lemon difficult. I just love the idea of spamming foreign buildings aplenty. And I may want to do that on the people that I meet over there as well. You know what? There's nothing stopping me from changing this. We'll take settled colonies, and then later on we can change the law. How about that? I'd say it's not too bad, and we should have good range from Greenland if we work our way down anyway. Very good. It is decided. Level 2 tooltip, higher diplo also means you are more reputable. I think it does aid in peace deals, as in not cheesing off everybody. Right, 64% versus 14%. How could this be bad? Wonder how they're doing on their war exhaustion. 2.5. It's more than my 0, that's for sure. Alright, only took forever, but it's down now. Save Montreal. And then save this, and then save France. A lot of saving to be done. And not just for my coffers. And once again, how's the location here? Not too shabby. Yeah, because we have this in the vegetative area. Die, France. He's not dying as much as I'd like him to. I mean, he is dying, but... yeesh. There we go, yeah. 3-1, and those weren't even regulars. I feel like in this patch the levies are doing quite well. Which does make it feel more balanced, right? The idea that you could rock in and just 10 to 1 against levies was maybe a little overtuned. Depends on who you ask. So don't ask me. I think the bigger part of the secret is always bring more horses, and it's hard to bring lots of horses with levies. Alright, the Atlantic North. Fascinating stuff, and hey, would you look at that? Almost gets me to the islands. Maybe I will want that range. You could do it with an explorer. I've never actually done manual exploration. Right, the Caribbean. I wish to know more about it. We're already learning about this, but this gets us straight into the Caribbean, and I do want to know about that. Takes a while, though. Takes a damn long while. March off over from Turo if you must, and bring the young guy that can actually manage it. Like McFeargus. He McFears nothing. Anything else to be exploring around there? Yeah, the Eastern Caribbean Sea while we're at it as well, please. I wonder to what degree I can beat Castile to this. Because Castile seems busy faffing around with Africa. So I might be able to beat them to a few Caribbean colonies, which would be wonderful. Oh wow, I can do a whole lot of Caribbean here. Well, I see it and so I will take it. I thought we already sent off McFeargus. How many people can it take? Maybe I sent him off and he's already come back. Any more? Like I said, I don't think I care about the Labrador area. I care more about the coastline than the sea line, and I already know about the currents. Maghreb, Macaronesia, Guinea, Maghreb. Nah, none of that. Just work on the New World. I want my peppers, I want my potatoes, I want my tobacco, I want my whatever else I can find there. And I want more dead French people. Yeah, there we go. Off you go. Godspeed. Oh, yeah. What was I saying about 10 to 1s? Maybe not quite? Oh, there we go. I take it. Take it, get my butts over to here, and be ready to march on Paris and keep it safe. Safe and sound. Be quite a ways away until the French consider this peace offer acceptable, but we're getting our ticking war score, so not to worry. Could you steal more art if you let them retake Paris? I suspect that there's a loot, that it's related to the looted modifier. I don't know if it's per war, though. But I don't want them to retake Paris. Wait a second. How about we find out? So the question is Paris looted? And we could probably check that under prosperity. It's not looted, I believe. Whereas Amiens will be looted since we just took it, right? Yeah, there we go, looted. Since there are only levies here, they cannot reinforce the garrison in Paris. So we could let them have it, and then we come and take it back. It's not unthinkable. In fact, it's very thinkable. All right, you know what? In the desire for science, we're going to try that. Unless he brings regulars to Paris, because I don't want to fully siege Paris back down. We'll go and slaughter their troops, let them take Paris. We will quickly retake Paris before they get their garrison back really quickly. And then we can swiftly assault it down. I guess it won't be Columbian Exchange. It's the Highlanders finding a new world. I'm sure it'll be named after one of our adventurous clans. Yeah, just the Everything is Randy Brigade. I miss the old Randolph dynasty. Randy Randolph's always been there for me. I'm just thinking about RimWorld, of course. Randy Random from RimWorld. Well, I dare to say France is having a particularly bad time. We get 10 more from Ticking War Score, which I'm looking forward to. In older EU games, you got a flat reduction to something like prestige, maybe, when your capital falls. So having your capital fall over and over again was really, really horrible. How Highland is this area now? Dublin is the important one, and Dublin is not yet majority enough Highland. And what about northern France? We're getting there. A few more provinces to go. We're at 42, 36, and 44% Highlander for the bigger cities. And especially with France, I'm more important in getting 50% rather than reducing people to below 10% like I was in England. Because I just didn't want to see England on the map. Gonna march over here so I can instantly get into Paris once this is done. They have still not brought any regulars, right? They have brought regulars. Okay, I did say that changes matters, so we're not going to find out. I'm not assaulting Paris down when it gets completely refilled. Oh, what a shame. But they must die. Oh, some of them died worse than the others. Get back together with me. How far are you running? Farther than I can manage. Why are you guys not getting together? What are you doing? I'm trying to keep these... Oh, would you look at that? He can shatter retreat through my subjects. And yet he doesn't have access through them. How bizarre. What a weird thing to say. Haven't had that time to play EU5 much. You know anything you wish to do on day one of playing? Oh, things that you wish you knew when you got into a game. I like that question. It's not to say that I have an answer for it. The war economy is real. How about that? Build armories to build up demand for goods that you make, to make those armories cheaper, to make your army cheaper. You can supply your own war economy, and that's down to the fact that you don't actually directly pay for all the goods out of your state coffers. You only pay for 20% of your buildings, and then you get further reductions. Also, if you want your economy to do well, focus on the RGOs first. RGOs make a lot of money. RGOs in high control area. And I suppose the biggest mantra lesson is embrace the impossibility of full control. Unless you play very, very tall, you're not getting full control everywhere. So the sooner you accept that, the sooner you'll have a happier time. Because you always feel like, oh, I want to have full control, right? Full Stalin of my everything in my country. It doesn't happen. Yeah, if you play super tall Italy, then you can have a better time. But I'm not playing super tall Italy. Right, I really want to work my way over to Flanders so I get, so I don't have to pay the full price for annexing the land. So I'm going to take Saint-Omer. Refresh it as much as I can, preferably with my troops replenishing over here, and then hopefully we take that soon and then they retake anything like Paris. Is there a reason to have 80 units in an army stack? I don't trust these fights with France, and I certainly don't trust him not mashing my units, so as long as the supply can handle it, I'm happy to have a death stack. Splitting up is so difficult when he has full control of this area and he can mass a lot of particularly strong levies. France gets a lot of boosts to levy power. Since I do want to integrate Kent at some point, I'm actually going to start building up my relations with them because it takes quite a while to do that. I can still call them into the wars, by the way. Wait, invite artist. Invite an artist from Kent? Absolutely not. I wonder if the AI ever does that. It's such a waste of resources. Unless you're Rome, Roman Empire gets -5 proximity cost on roads, which makes railroads -40 proximity. Oh, you mean fictional Rome? I thought Papal State might have that. Yeah, well, if you want to play as a paint-drinking blobby Rome game, then go for it. I'm not interested. Now, getting historical borders as some minor crappy nation, then we're talking, right? Making Roman Empire with Prome, or making the Soviet Union with Montenegro. Happy with that. Supply shortage straight away. Love to see it. Parliament, are you willing to give me money for virtually nothing? It would appear that you do not. You want to spend a lot of money on useless counting houses. I suppose they're not completely useless. Were there any law changes or anything I wanted to do? No, and I suppose that is cheaper than counting houses are bound to be. It's just, they're still quite expensive, and money is an issue right now. I guess we just go for whatever is going to pass without issue. Yeah, especially if I can burn down an artisan guild. Ooh, naval. Yeah, naval it is. Yoink. Do we still have Papal Wales? We do, but he doesn't seem to be colonizing further, so that's good for me. It's kind of a shame. I wish I could be more confident in detaching my army and going down and killing these guys. And maybe I should be. It's just the idea that he could bring another one of his stacks around and ruin my day is quite horrifying. Also knowing that his subjects could do the same. But we know his entire army strength is 22,000. And what's 15.6 and 16 on... You know what? We're missing a trick here. Deposit the artillery, give them a few halberdiers to keep them company. Maybe I can even deign to give them a couple of light lancers. We can balance them out. We can put them in control of someone who's good at sieging. Siege ability is based on admin ability. So get Mr. Mowbray on the situation. And then let's go and rinse these guys out. The closest one first, because I don't want them to suddenly go, ooh, let's de-siege this land. That's the absolute opposite of what I want them to do. Yeah, pet France and Dover and pet Pope Wales. Ugh, goodbye money. Cost of court's getting out of hand for me. But there's no way I'm losing research ability. I want to strengthen the burghers and then remove burgher strength. Should be a net gain for me. Highland or Hong Kong went. No, I don't plan on doing any Asian stuff in this game. Alright, so... Okay, well, we're still winning in Parliament at least. We've improved relations with Northern French as much as we can, and now we have maritime presence. Okay, thanks, Pope. Pope's passing a lot of reforms. What are we on about? Right, mince that army and hope they run south. They're not running south. They're running notably north. It's very much a concern for me that they end up here, so unless I see them immediately turn their attention south, I am going to reinforce up north. Yeah, geez, man, France is a difficult place to siege. He has forts everywhere. He's got subjects everywhere. He can raise a bajillion levies. He has the Grand Army. France is just such a powerhouse. Which, of course, I'm extremely proud of myself for being able to handle within 100 years as Moray. It was 100 years after starting with our crappy little highland land up here that we were able to start beating on France. Now, you could say there was a lot of opportunism involved, and you'd probably be quite right about that. Doesn't change the fact that France is suffering and we are not. When I make a siege stack and a kill stack... Well, like you saw just there, right? His army ran up north. If I went down and took care of this 12,000 would have already killed my siege stack. Then again, Dark Young, you've got more experience beating on France than I do. But, I mean, you've done it as someone who's right here next to them, you know, in one of the most rich locations in all of Europe. So maybe experiences differ. I don't know. Like I said, you'd know more because you've played Scotland and you've played Netherlands. Right. We've got this. It should have been auto-reinforced. Yeah, it is. Okay, good. Then continue the annihilation. It's not... Oh, this freaking guy. Right, more eradication. Spare Paris again. The Antilles. Wait, is that they found it? No, it's that they've started their exploration of it. I should probably get rid of the pop-up that tells me that they're ready to explore, because I don't care about that. The AI does love to run away from a combat. They don't fight to the last man, which I suppose is respectable. Live to fight another day. Ah, here we go. They've completed their explorations. I don't care. Stop giving me pop-ups. I love the fact that you can actually do that, right? We thought it lost technology in Europa Universalis and Paradox games in general. Like Paradox had forgotten to do message settings. But it seems they've relearned it. I knew we could trust Tinto. I never called them Pinto. Man, there's some good looting to be done around here. Chunk. Can I get back here in time for my monthly tick? My manpower is certainly suffering, no doubt about that. But hey, we do get there in time. Alright, like I said, grabbing the fort gets rid of the plus 100% cost for taking land. So my dream is that I take the fort here, and then West Flanders stops being so obnoxiously expensive to take in the peace deal. How much is it currently costing? Not Kent, not Nantes, it's something something Flanders, right? West Flanders costs a staggering 36 war score, 36.75. Let's see what it becomes when we actually occupy it. Crappy wetland with fish and sadness. Well, I think it's so desirable that I actually stuck down a subject with a view to taking it, so clearly our views differ. I think it's going to be a great addition to the London market. That's if I do add it. The problem is I'm going to take Bruges here. I guess keeping Bruges is better because it's going to force some French land into my market, so I guess I'll accept the limitations of the London market here. Speaking of limitations on the market, the burgher's going to have to be unhappy here. I'm not losing trade efficiency. My money is hurting as much as it is already, because I just cannot keep my crown power up. Yeah, we've lost so many modifiers here because of the complete collapse of our dynasty. It is interesting to me that that's even something in the game, right? I do like that. I just wish it managed better. So like most of the issues with this game, it's a UX issue. Everyone thinks, oh, U4 Holland's so rich, U5 stuff is rich. It's the poorest start I had. Oh, this guy. I can't believe how overpowered Scotland is, but I think they reined them in a little bit more. Parliament is almost over. I can get away with some free development here. How are those annexations coming along, by the way? Slow negotiations may last until I get this done. I think it was 10 years. In fact, Wales is almost done, and that's going to speed up Connaught. I just don't think we'll have fast negotiations long enough, or slow, fast negotiations long enough. That's until 91. This is 92. It's possible I can get Connaught cheaper then. Unknown. I just hope we don't suddenly get the event for fast negotiations, because then they'll become slow, fast negotiations instead of fast, slow ones. I know it's confusing, right? 1.10 is buggy. We've had a lot of buggy releases here. Just sling this one onto the pile. And this will be depopulating because of dead people in the military? Yep. Soldiers dying. That's fine, though. We accept the fact that the conquest of France comes at the death of some Welsh. Presumably all the U4 development in Holland appeared the 100 years before the start. Status quo on 14%. That's grim. Yeah, we rolled a complete bog lapse on that one. Alright, continuing on with the Greenland stuff. What's this? Peace imminent. I don't think so, game. I disagree with your assessment. You're trying to take these lands, but the fort here, the city fort of Arras, is blocking it. It's alright though, I got time. I'm really actually thinking that rather than taking land here, I take this land, because I really need to consolidate my push on France. And again, I could insulate myself with subjects here. I plan on using subjects anyway. I'll hold the coastline because the coastline is good, but subjects on France is a real idea. Late Highness... Yeah, a lot of people falling downstairs to their death in this game. Or being mauled by wild animals, or choking, or suicide. The deaths here are very, very extreme. Spreading Highlander. It's slow, though. God damn, is it slow in Ireland. But we're working on it. At least it'll be easy here. There's only one guy living here and one guy living here. They're both Highlander. And they both want everyone else to go away. That is far enough, neighbour, he says, to the next province over. Ponthieu is starving? Huh. I don't really care if you people are starving and dying, but I suppose I could deign to spend a little bit more on food if it's that important to you. Wonder why food is at 0. Is that bug coming back again? Somebody was saying how there's a starvation bug where it doesn't update the vast amount of food that they have. Province has no stockpile. The change should be going up by 77. You are not gathering food. So where is all the food going? Positive food, positive food, positive food, positive food. I mean, probably I'm eating that food, right? Oh yeah, and we're about to starve for it. That's pretty bad. That is pretty damn bad. Could you help us out a touch? There we go. Get some food brought over by my sizable navy. One Highlander too many. At least they're status quoing on my land. And now I can give the burghers all the rights that they deserve. And I do in this case think that the best game here is strong guilds. That's a tiny amount of burgher power in exchange for a decent amount of satisfaction. It's the 5% of production efficiency that's insane. Because that applies to every building. That even includes your bog smelters and your forestiers. And that thing just goes up and up. And because that stuff is cyclical, you can cut down the trees to make the coal, to get the iron, to make the tools, to cut down the trees. And every time you take one step, you're actually boosting the production efficiency 5%. Commoners and Cabinet is also good as well. They have no real power, so I don't give them any real additional power. The downside is plutocracy, but none of this is so good that I'm willing to let go of that. Even the 25% migration. Strong guilds it is. Although, there is something to be said for 2.5 trade efficiency. I mean, that's pretty damn good, but I believe in production. The more money you make on trade, actually, the more it empowers your burghers, and I do want to keep those burghers on a short leash. I'm having a miserable time with this siege, by the way. We rolled another 1. Okay, now there we go. Full-on breach. Smash those walls down and go and take them all. Where'd all my money go, by the way? All right, passing laws costs money. Well, let's hope... Oh, damn, I was going to say hope for some nice naval events, but we are pushing naval in the wrong direction. I'm not happy about that. I'm decidedly not happy about that. I think what needs to be done is that my ruler needs to be in charge of the seas right now. Even though that cuts in on my my crown authority. Because I won't have a crown person in charge of the army, so let's give it in charge of the most capable naval... Yeah, I'm going to put you in charge. Wait, you're already in charge. Okay, very good. I doesn't push naval quite as far as I wanted. If you're more than 25% naval, there's this wonderful event that showers you in money, so naturally I'm interested in that. Naval hegemon should give naval values, in my opinion. Yeah, it's pretty hard to push naval. Really easy to push land, but difficult for naval. I mean, what do we currently have on that? You're always going to have an army. If your ruler has a general trait, well then you're scuppered right there. Army size impacts it as well. Navy size impacts it, but that just levels it out. Army maintenance, navy maintenance, experience. It's so hard to push in one direction. There is an argument then for having the cabinet aid me if I think it's that important. Assimilation is also important, though. I really want those French dealt with. How's Dublin looking? Dublin is looking more than 50% Highlander. Well, that's got to be good. I would like it even more than 50% Highlander, but for now I think I want you to push our values. Change societal value as a diplomatic thing. Good enough. Get me over to naval, please. Well, I've got to say, that pushes it a fair bit. And now naval is going up by 0.23. Give it a couple of years and we'll be up in the naval zone again, which is where I want to be. But yeah, I am fishing for that event. I love that here have tons of money event. Naval, as far as I'm aware, doesn't have any bad events either. It's not like quality. No, offensive. Oh god, offensive has horrible events. We have offensive, therefore here's -12 stability. Oh, okay, thank you. He loves it. He doesn't love it. Hard to push naval without giving Admiralty court. Yeah, the problem is, no matter how good your navy is, you always need an army. Threats home and away. Stop demanding ivory. Alright, there we go. Took a while, but it's down, and that's going to make it considerably cheaper to demand this in the war. What was the number we decided on earlier? It might take until the turn of the month to update, but I really can't remember what it was, but it certainly wasn't 3246. Alright, go and remove these gunners from what they're retaking. Getting closer and closer to this peace deal, and it's a pretty chunky peace deal already. And of course, when I raise my levies, he's going to feel even worse about the whole war. Yeah, I think taking all of Flanders is a pipe dream right now. But taking, you know, this and this doesn't seem outlandish. There's also the idea of taking his money. I am obviously struggling on cash, but I think it's worth the 25 war score for it. Not really afraid of coalition here. Downsides. No longer having Dover as just a free thing to take in the war is maybe worth worrying about. Do I let him keep it? I don't want to let him keep it. Can I take Anjou, by the way? That's quite tempting. The problem is future war goals that I have against him are going to be a little bit difficult. Brittany could continue to keep me Nantes as a target. Yeah, I should really think about Dover. I want Dover because I want this land back. It's really good land. But maybe I should keep Dover still. It's just so convenient. No longer having to worry about besieging a war goal. I think I should keep Dover in French hands for now. This is actually a very, very big chunk of France to be taking off of him. You know, he's almost completely lost his coastline. He has this tiny little bit here. And maybe the fact that he holds on to imperial land is a good thing to keep Bohemia off my back. Alright, I can satisfy myself with that, especially the fact that I'm taking the market centre of Bruges. So this is a pretty good peace deal. These three places will be smashed out as subjects. So will this and this, but I'll keep Flanders for myself. Is that true? Would I not want this for myself? It's pretty close to... No, it's not close enough. Give it to subjects. I've got a lot of work for my my cabinet to do anyway. So profit from trade is part of base tax now. No. I thought the one thing they did was not add that to diplomatic base. Here's your diplomatic base. Population, your base tax, and tax base is still from locations, and modified by control, of course. Subjects. Subjects is a really good deal, by the way. You only pay 5% of their tax base, but if they're on scutage, they will pay 25% of what they make to you, and that's of all of their income, not just their tax base. Interest, if you're making loans, and then it's boosted by institutions. So trade is very, very good. In fact, I should be focusing more on it. Can you expand the claw? There's not much reason to. France's control is already quite buggered. And I could, right? Definitely could. Cut down on the control around here. Taking this province would probably be the best way to do that. But again, I want to keep it very condensed where my fighting is. And really, that's here and Paris. So I definitely don't want any kind of involvement over there. Although this is fine, like this could go out to a subject. Let's actually consider that, right? What does this cost? I don't occupy it, so it costs extra. But then again, I don't occupy some of this. I can get rid of Nantes, for example. It's quite expensive. And it does allow me to continue blockading France. Blockading is cool. But it also gives France this opening to the New World from here, which is uncool. You know what? I'd rather France struggles on colonization range. Especially if between me and Castile and the rest of us we eat up this. So yeah, let's just keep France out of the colonization game. There is this, of course. What if I took this? Is that going to be a problem? Is Hulst HR... Oh, this is a port as well. You plucky bugger, France. And that land is mondo expensive to take. Is it worth it, though? Ugh, I'm inclined to say no. I think the East Flanders we take in a future war. Oh, you're right, I haven't actually conquered Bruges. That's making it more expensive. Well, we still have time before the war ends anyway, so let's go and clear these guys out and then take Bruges. I mean, I do like that film In Bruges, so let's pay homage to it. Been ages since I've seen it, though. I just remember there being that, that midget. Alright, at long last, Wales is part of me. Hopefully I don't run into any problems with control around here. What's the control looking like anyway? Max control 54 on the coastline. I'm happy enough with that. How about with this really, really good one? Yeah, 66, nice. And that's quite good direct control for me. Meanwhile, we look at these castles and we say, I don't want castles. Goodbye, castle. Stockade, well, I want that even less. Goodbye, stockade. And then there was this that I was trying to take, but then they updated the game that seizing land off of your subject no longer gives you the core. I've got Longtown as a useless subject here now. I need to do a few things with them. Firstly is to put them in scutage. Second, probably change their culture. And now there's a whole lot of English here to annihilate. Also good news. Also, I grow ever closer to proclaiming cultural hegemony. Are we actually growing our culture, or is it shrinking? It is growing. Just one a month, though. Because you have to fight against decay. Portugal have asked us for it. No. How do Portugal even have favours with me? No, sod off. No money for you. Ask for Castile. But you'll have to get in line, because I also want money from Castile. They gotta save up a bit more. Oh, wow. I think the French are getting a bit exhausted. That was not a good show by you. And are you even going to try and take Paris with that? It sure doesn't look like you're trying to take Paris. All right, that's my opening for Bruges then. Let's take Bruges and make it cheaper to get. Yeah, wow, can't believe them putting 2 forts on 1 province. Isn't sieging forts in this game fun? If you're growing your culture, why would you ever worry about the cultural defense power? Exactly, you don't. Cultural defense is like hostile core creation cost from EU4. It's like, you don't want it, you just don't want other people to have it. Yeah, don't worry about the possible enforcing of peace. Oh wow, I could form Great Britain! Be still, my beating heart. No. Just hide that away. Didn't form Alba, I'm certainly not forming Great Britain. Don't even get a special flag for it. Or coat of arms, rather. Sure, I'm annihilating these French. It just really disappoints me how little war score you get for it all. Fortunately, though, France is so beaten and bloody that they're pretty close to wanting peace. Although, actually, it's going to be difficult. This is already them with their lowest war enthusiasm. So I've actually done the easy part of getting the war, getting the peace. Now comes the hard part. I need the war score. I might not be able to get everything I'm asking for here then. Oh well, we got the blockade and we got this going, so it should be fine. Can't imagine they'll take Paris faster than I can take Bruges. When does cultural tradition actually get used? Oh, it gets used in a ton of places. Here's one example. I'm culturally enriching the French, specifically the Norman French, because, well, I don't want them in my lands. And the speed at which that happens is based on culture. This is a bad example. Show me here. The Norman cultural tradition is weak. The Highland cultural influence is strong, so I get a 50% boost in speed here. That also applies to coring land. If you have a strong culture against someone else's weak culture, it can go from minus 50 to plus 50% coring speed. And that is huge. That's the difference between something taking 10 years and 25 years. Can you levy Carpet Siege France to get progressing sieges? Possibly. I would actually like to try that. Just to see that it actually has an impact. I just don't want to lose my levies for no good reason. Then again, you can tell that the French are really, really struggling to summon an army anymore. So I actually think I could split up my my forces now. You know what? Let's give it a go. We haven't tried. We should be trying new things to see how it works, is what I'm getting at. And I'm very curious to see if this actually has an effect on their enthusiasm. I gave up on Paris? What a joke. How many jokes are there about the French military? Yeah, only about 2 or 3. The rest are all true. Can I get over here? Better believe I can, but I could also go through Ghent. Yeah, culture can also influence satisfaction, but I don't think that's based on how powerful you are. It's just based on your tolerance of those cultures. We're starving out here, sunshine. Yeah, the food supplied by these boats are just not enough. And for some reason, I still don't understand how the food pathing here works. What if I told you to distribute food as well? Would that also draw some food over? I'm told that transports are really, really good at distributing food, so I'm actually going to try that, see if I can prevent starvation. Boatloads of food? Not really. There is an attempt. What if I turn it on and off again? Nah, it's alright, we can handle a bit of starvation. It's not like I'm hemorrhaging manpower. You need to have your fleet go back to port to replenish the food. According to the... Oh, right, these guys are out of food, aren't they? So if they go back to Calais... That will surely get them... Oh, yeah, they're grabbing all the food that they can. Oh, Rohan didn't take any time at all. Oh, right, we were seeing about the sieges, right? All these sieges... Progressing sieges makes him unhappy, right? So that really is the way to nail it. Suddenly have loads of sieges on his land and see how he likes it. Which is to say he does not. It seems like the amount that I got and the amount that he got are wildly different, though. But whatever, he's stuck on that siege, that's good news for me. Hey, we did get the food. Ah, would you look at that? Yeah, it did update with the food for my transports. Excellent. I should pay more attention to that. And it is something you can automate your subjects to do as well, or your navies to do. It feels like progressing sieges can actually... it's defending against sieges. That can give more war... more reasons for peace than simply occupying the land. Oh, whatever. Take the advantage. We should be able to peace them out quite soon, actually. And I don't need to raise all my levies because war enthusiasm's already down the toilet. Happy days. It's perform naval logistics, gotcha. But I still don't trust my my automation. Not at all. Yeah, happy we were able to prevent horrific starvation there, though. Yeah, this war would already be over if War Score from Battles wasn't completely broken. It's something I'm very, very tempted to mod the game for, but I would rather trust Paradox Balance. I mean, trust is putting the wrong word in here. Community schools. I don't think I need this because we haven't raised max literacy. So across the board, even if we go up to the Highland Hillbilly boonies up here, max literacy is 28.97 and they're at 28.97. So this is really good to get if you've suddenly had a boost or are about to get a big boost for literacy. Because literacy grows 1/10 of the speed of this. It goes by 0.01 per month. However, if we're already at the top and I don't foresee any literacy boosts anytime soon, give me the prestige, give me the stability. It's nice getting good events though. Really nice. You know, nice because it's rare. I've watched some of the automation work and I've watched some of it fail. I just don't trust it as the thing. Especially carpet sieging. It's good if your enemy has no army left, but if they do, and they're going to sniff out your units and go and ravage them. Sadness is now our core. I mean, we're just finishing off, so other people don't get to Greenland ahead of us. It's fine. We can see how our exploration is going. 4 years, 4 years, 4 years, 11 months, 2 years. Good fight against France, though, no doubt about that. Taking this should make grabbing some of this land easier as well, which I'm quite keen on. Well, easier, cheaper. He just doesn't stop with the suicidal navy. That's me pushing them out of Bruges. The rest of Bruges shall be mine. It's a little dangerous to attack this stack because they might split up and start hunting down my attack stacks. And look at that, that's severely pushed down the cost of Flanders. Yeah, siege your targets is what I'm getting at. Meaning if I wait, these could be even cheaper. Maybe I should wait, right? What if, hear me out, what if I sit here and I just stare at him for a while? If he doesn't run away, I can just wait and kill him when he takes the siege, and during that time, I can let my other sieges progress. Now, of course, if this thing goes to positive anything, I'll go and kill him, but for now it seems promising. And I like promising. Yes. I like trying different things in war for sure, right? If there's one thing I got damn good at EU4, it was squeezing any advantage out of a situation, no matter how hopeless it might seem to begin with. And even though I have the advantage here in France, there are lessons that could certainly be applied to, say, a Granada versus Castile war. Yeah, supply being a big one there. Imagine Castile just dying on my mountains. Imagine my economy dying. Where did my money go? Probably reinforcing the starved units. That's okay, that's why I wander around with spare stacks of cash. Water shortage. Unpleasant, but livable. Looking forward to not being Catholic anymore, so stop getting spammed with Catholic events, that's for sure. Oh gosh, the price of the land I'm trying to take went down significantly. You tempt me ever so. Unfortunately, there are 2 forts to worry about here, and I'm not into Tomb Fortress 2 anymore. I could raise more levies and bring them in for a wider sieging of France, but I don't need to scare him off anymore. I'm just interested to see if I can take some of this land to reduce its cost in the war score. Excuse me. I wonder how effective it is to occupy all the territory around an enemy's capital, so their control collapses. If you do that, they will move their capital. So I suggest doing the Claw, which is what I've done here to France. He doesn't get any control around here, especially along his important rivers. Now his control peters off beyond here, and it does weaken him a lot. That alone chucked him out of the Great Powers Club. Of course, there's more to consider than just the Great Powers Club. Alright, lovely jubbly. Go and place that under siege as well, just to spook the guy. Before he takes this, I'm going to ravage that army. We'll see if we can get any other occupations, and then I'm going to peace out France. I need to focus on my economy a bit, and I certainly can't do that if I'm paying for this big chunky army and big chunky navy. Speaking of which, those heavies of mine can probably go to Montreal and begin Operation Stop Costing Me Tons of Money. Nothing but caddocks. There's a light ship and a few transports. Alright. Get those out of here. Do I even care that much about them? Kind of. Get that bark to join the main patrolling fleet over there. Get the hulks to go and join here. And yes, I have learned right-click to attach, or even merge. Get this fleet no longer led by this joker. Just dismiss him and mothball. It'd be very, very funny if that actually changes France's war enthusiasm by respective strength, but I don't think it will. Yeah, nothing to worry about. I wonder where that army's going to run to when I kick its arse. Let's find out. And maybe it won't have a chance to run. Maybe it's just going to die. I doubt it, though. It doesn't feel like full wipe time. No, but it does feel like 10 to 1 time, which is a time I rather like. I'll chase him down a bit, see if I can keep an eye on him. I'm interested to see how my other fights can progress here. Or if indeed they can progress enough. Alright, there we go. That was the last, I believe, province over here that needed to have a Highland majority, meaning I can bring you out. And you... Whoa, you are getting on, but you are always great at assimilation. More Highland assimilation. I'm going to need it over in Flanders before long, but we've just gone and grabbed ourselves a whole load of Welsh. Wait a minute. Wait a minute, I got cores on all this Welsh land. I didn't get cores on the Pale land, what the heck? And this land is decidedly English. Maybe you just need a single Highlander present? But there wasn't a Highlander present down here. The plot thickens. And I have no idea what went and happened there. Ach well, it's not difficult to purge the English here. The English have no cultural tradition anymore, given that I killed them all. Yeah, they're running to a location where they could plausibly go and defeat my levies. Oh, no, they want Paris. You know what? That's great. Look, stay on Paris. Just let me continue sieging you. Wait. I missed a spot. Yeah, I'm not going to win that one. Get out of there. I don't want him to go and carve up my my levies, so that alone might make me want to piece him out. I reckon that would be enough to put some of my levies in their place. I probably shouldn't be so scared about such a tiny attack, though. It's just the annoyance of it all. And it would be annoying. Is he going into Nantes? No, he's just going to stand there, but he's probably just standing there to get his morale back, and then he might actually go for the attack. That's why I didn't want to disturb them when they were on that siege. Yeah, as expected. He knows he can take that fight and he's going in for it. Right, how do I feel about that? Am I willing to piece him out right now? Or am I willing to be annoyed? It's not out of the question to take more, or even a bunch of money. I'm just, you know the feeling, right? Oh, I'd have to pull my units, kill him here, kill him there. Or I could just take the piece now. Dover? No, I'm going to leave Dover. I think it's really not worth it having a war goal around here. Dover is just too convenient, and there are other integrations to focus on right now. Losing one siege in progress versus getting the other sieges done. I think the other sieges would get done, as you say, though. Ugh, it's not that big of a deal. What I can actually do is just split my army in half. And then go and chase him down a bit. Let's not worry about it too much. I should push for more. Whoa. Who told you to go and spook the guys on Paris? That's even worse. I wanted him stuck there. Maybe he'll stay there. Are they actually winning that one? Yeah, they are. The power of regs. Yeah, he knows what he's about. Let's not give him the opportunity. Yeah, well, these sieges are going well. If I just bring my my powerful cannons to force, he might change his tune pretty fast. Come on, there's 700 peasants. Yeah, but there's my 616 peasants. I don't want some namby-bamby French boy murdering my glorious Highlanders. That said, the way he's moving his units around does give me cause for concern. And chances are he's going to work on this as well. Or he might be bringing his units together. And this is why I don't believe in carpet sieging being so good here. There are so many forts in EU5. And they're just not costly. Forts were so expensive in EU4. You really wanted them in key positions. Maybe it's for the better. I just wish sieging them down wasn't such a huge ball ache. But it is huge and it is ball achy. And there we go. Take the mains. Go and reinforce that one so he's a little less keen about taking it on. And then the rest of us go and see what his Grande Armée is all about. Actually, this is not fortified? Oh, wow, you fool. Yeah, how dare you not get even more forts? And this is good, though. If he wants to just focus on Paris, that's excellent. Gives my my units the time and the freedom to siege him down. It's not very fair on France, but it's not meant to be fair. Oops, sorry. I didn't mean for this, but it's just how it happened. Now get back to Paris. In one of my games in 1600, Germany is 99% forts. I just looked and I was like, why? Well, that's pretty fortified. It's kind of like looking at India and checking all the urbanization. But yeah, forts are kind of horrible. Makes you wish that at some point Paradox had ever thought maybe we should redo the sieging gameplay, because it's not ever been any fun. I think that's one of Hearts of Iron's strengths, is that it doesn't have it. You know, if you want to defend a location, you got to do it with an army. You can't just put up some walls and call it a day. Right, for the love of God, just deal with Paris. Let me get my disgusting war score on you. Yeah, I mean, I am coming around on the idea of taking the rest of Flanders. Utter denial of French coastline is very appealing. Can anybody refresh me on the downsides of taking Imperial land as an outsider? What's Big Boy Bohemia going to do to me anyway? Even worse, if I have a subject, is Big Boy Bohemia going to steal land off of them? If it's a non-core subject land, that is. Because I'm probably going to have to core this personally, right? Forts were a step in the right direction in EU4. Yeah. It's certainly improved with the zone of control stuff. Oh boy, remember pre-zone of control EU4 where you had to carpet siege everything, and every one of those sieges was like the sieges we see here, on every single province. It had to change though, right? As the map became more detailed in EU4. That was just not gameplay that could survive. Speaking of not surviving, down goes even more Normans. Discount Northern French. You can remove part of the land being HR if you own it. But would you need a core for that? Well, I guess we'll take the land and we'll find out, right? Learn through doing. It's how I learned most of my EU prowess. And I did a lot. Good, taking that land as well. Very big chance of coalition coming my way, of course. But we'll do what we can for that. Pre-fort sieges were manageable against enemies with no bonuses to defensiveness, with just a few bonuses. Oh yeah, it was hell. I did my world conquest as Ryukyu before the fort changes. I had to siege all of HRE Germany, and the HRE was made by one of the bishoprics. I think Cologne or Trier. So they had special ideas that boosted fort defense and boosted enemy attrition. And that was back when you took attrition every time you moved from one province to another. Oh, wow, yeah, I did not want to remember that. It was a horrible time. How many hours did it take to siege them down? The saving grace was that back then, the larger the enemy, the cheaper the provinces, and it scaled so hard that you could get 1% cost for every province. The only thing that saved... Ooh, more art. The amateur bear is mine. Was there another piece of art? The Throne of Biberach was a masterpiece. And the Petty Way. Okay, well, it's all mine is what I'm hearing. This is good, though. This will make this land even cheaper for me to take. And cheaper is better. Let's go and scare them by putting more sieges on them. I am keen on my Now that I can taste it, I'm quite keen on the 100%. Especially after what they did to me in the last war. Arguably, the HRE is essentially the pre-fort system due to all the OPMs. Yeah, well, at least in EU4 you got a level 1 capital fort for free. You don't get that here. Poor miners just having to put up with it. Gotlab. Yeah, thanks for reminding me about Gotlab. And with that, we have most of what we need over in Greenland, so bring on more exploration. How are Castile and Portugal doing with theirs, right? None of this looks New Worldish, which is great. Portugal? Any of these New Worldish? No, but good lord, they love Africa. Well, more Africans for them. The difference between Africa and New World is that they're going to have to fight some Africans. Stealing art from other countries. You're just blue GB. Hey, I worked for this. England sure doesn't have to work for anything in EU. Non-enforcement of I don't cares. Local nobles gain power. Max control gets brought up in Bresson. I mean, I truly, truly don't care. It's just that legitimacy costs me money, and not a trivial amount of money either. Ah, well. That's alright. Once we're done with France here, we're focusing on the economy big time. Lower the costs, lower the army expenditure. Tempted to actually lower the size of the army, but I'm going to need that army if I ever want to be competitive against Brohemia. Or Blobhemia, or whatever we want to call them these days. Number of names for them, none of them good. Hey, there we go. After a long and difficult journey, we have got a miraculous message from Moray. We found a small island, and there are people wearing gold ornaments and speaking a foreign language. An alternative route to the Indies, but it might be an entirely unknown continent. Oh. Sometimes you just need to find the money. Sometimes the money finds you. So, these people wearing gold, were they really doing so up in the frozen northern wastes? Tell me more about my colonial range, please. Of course, I can't see here, can I, because of all the terra incognito. Don't actually know how to explore the lands. Is that something that gets done through the exploration screen? Looks like it. This would be easier if I knew my range. Come to think of it, why does Colonial not show my range? Getting Newfoundland and just having all of it seems like a good island point to hold. But the dream is to come down here, of course. So I want to continue my way down the coast. The American East Coast. That said, you know, it's not like I don't already know how to get to the Caribbean. You can also select the province, right-click Explorer button in the location. Start preparing an exploration in Newfoundland. Ooh, now that is convenient. Thanks for that. Yeah, tell me about the American East Coast. It's more money to hemorrhage, but when is it not? Christopher Potts, on you go. I'm a little interested, but it's probably a lot of provinces that I'd have to colonize, and there are probably a lot of worthless provinces to colonize, which is why I'm partially not too keen on it. Well, more than partially, I'm very not too keen on it. But I suspect if I don't work on this, I'm not going to get the range down here. Maybe focus on something that's a bit more tight. Now, what I need to know is my colonial range. That's a big deal. I suspect it would tell me if I enabled... Oh, Crivens, where is it? Here it is, here it is. Enable C-zone. Here we go, naval distance. This is well within our colonial range. Okay, very good. That tells me I could get all the way down here, but just how close can I get to the Caribbean? Very, very close. In fact, using this, I might even be able to get to a Caribbean island already. Yeah. How long until this exploration is done? 3 years to figure out some Caribbean sea stuff. Newfoundland isn't even fully Arctic. Some of the locations there are temperate. Yeah, really, really don't want that now, do we? At least around here it's temperate. I don't know, it all just seems like a big waste of time. Given that I really, really want to just get as much of the Caribbean as I can. If that ever becomes not something we can do, let's do an exploration of Acadia. Magnus, get on the case. And just think of all the fish you can get. Yeah, fish. I think fish is the new wool and naval supplies. It's just such a god-awful trade good. Although for what it's worth, naval supplies is also a god-awful trade good. I have tried and failed to make that a profitable good. But no matter how much you build up your navy, they never seem to demand it quite as much as you need it demanded. Alright, this will be done in March 91. I'm quite keen on taking advantage of my fast, slow negotiation. So I won't integrate anybody else until I'm done with Connaught. And then I probably want to go on an integration rampage. Yeah, sure. And I also want to go on a spit out new Irish miners rampage. Yeah, rampages are good. Pretty cool, though. Our cousin. If only our cousin could join the crown. Hang on there. What are you not doing? That's right, you're not sieging. You're not sieging either. Get on the case. Tear the French apart. I'm not done with them until I can get 100% in this war. I guess I can make do with not having the bonus on Nantes. Oh yeah, that I think is what I'm looking for. Unless I really think I should take Dover. I mean, maybe I should. The problem is Dover is just such a great CB. And what are the odds that France is actually going to get any good colonization done from there? It's not even a French corps, right? Do you need a corps to give you colonization distance? I don't know. I truly don't know. Let Dover stay. Take Flanders. I think Dover is good insurance. Yeah, the main reason I'm using Dover is insurance. Because there's every... Whoa, what's he doing? That could change things. France's war enthusiasm could change dramatically through rebuilding his Grande Armée. I don't trust those numbers. I've seen them say 6 and he raises 600. We'll give it a moment at least. If I really need to kick his arse a bit more, I can always go and fight him here. I mean, he's also probably going to do counter-sieging of me, which would be pretty bad. Oh wow, I took that in a heartbeat. I could kick him out of Paris, which should probably end the war pretty swiftly. Yeah, look at that. By taking this, I've actually reduced the peace benefit for me. I can kick his arse out of Paris. That'll probably win me the war. Yeah, my concern is that he starts doing sieges of his own and starts thinking that the war is turning in his... Oh, God. Taking lands is bad. Wait, how did this become part of the war goal? What the heck happened here? I don't want this. Put him under dangerous sieges. It seems to make him worry. Yeah, but I think kicking his arse out of here will make all the difference. There we go. Now he no longer knows that he's getting a chance on Paris. He loses his residual war enthusiasm, and then bish bash bosh. We have 98, which is close enough to 100. Slightly concerned about the aggressive expansion here, but only slightly. Nah, that's not worth concerning myself with. I mean, what are the banks going to coalition me? I consider that not a consideration. There we go. Get the hell out of here, France. Right, you know, I'll take an extra ducat for my my hard work. And that should be France. I mean, not well and truly dead. He can clearly keep bringing a lot to the fight. But we get stronger and he gets weaker, so it works out well for us. Give me that. Whoa, ho, ho, ho. No, we know what not to do here, which is that. First, let's take our best diplomatic individual and put them on diplomatic endeavors. Donk. Secondly, take our prisoners and ransom them for virtually no money. Then we make peace. And that will significantly reduce the antagonism. Very good, although the Netherlands are notably not happy. Dong. It didn't update the tooltip, but rest assured it did update the effect. And then let's get back to doing what we do now, which is sadly integrating a couple of provinces. I wonder how my culture is against these guys. Hahaha, we're far better than low Franconians. Excellent. Does very, very sadly slow down the cultural assimilation, but integration takes priority. And then there are provinces to pop out. And no, I'm not going to give this over to Brittany, even though Brittany would get full cores. It would just significantly... Well, actually, maybe it is worth the time. I didn't want to do it because Brittany becomes larger, but do I think they would culturally enrich the lands for me? They're refusing to do it here. I should give it a try, right? I think so, right? Especially since our capital is here, there's a good chance they will do cultural integration here. Yeah. I'll give them one of the two. We'll hedge our bets. I want to find out if the AI ever really does cultural enrichment of other provinces these days. I know they did before the change, but the change does weird things. All right, take Nantes. The problem is if I make their population too high, I can't integrate them super fast. But now their population is going to be... Really? Only 241k? That's not right. It's going to be 400 odd k, which I can still 10 to 1, so it's not a big deal. And then these two provinces, I'm not giving that to Brittany, they'll just pop out as single ones. And I should do a quick check to see how my fiefdoms feel. Combined power of all fiefdoms is up in the 20s, so yeah, we do vassals now. The combined power of vassals is only 7, so these two are popping out as vassals for one. Create... Custom, bloop, vassal, and, well, I don't really care who goes out there. My own distant cousin, fine by me. And then you, bloop, vassal. We don't have any Randolphs, do we? We've got a few Randolphs, but they're all biddies. What about you? You already have a bunch of little randy children. But are they in my court? They're located in Ghent. Where in the world is Ghent? Do I own Ghent? Well, I do now. I should hold on to you for marrying... Oh, Crivens, I never actually married you off, did I? No, I did. We got a Randy. In that case, I say we preserve the Randys by popping them out as their own little countries here. So on you go, Randy. And we also have these lands. There is an argument for me holding on to them. And it's not the world's weakest argument either. It's not the strongest, especially considering I've got my hands full with these integrations. Also, if I toss these over to a subject, then this is all I have to defend against from France. And as it happens, this place is forted up to the hilt. So it's actually a very easy place to defend, and I retreat and take care of Paris, rather than having to defend all of this. It's a bit cheesy. I really don't like the fact that the AI cannot access your lands. And if it were based on that alone, I'd probably keep it, but having to integrate it as well just says, nah, pop them out as custom subjects. Now, how custom? There's Picardy, but they would get cores on me, and... Is that England? Yeah, no. No, England ain't happening here. This is a good one to pop out, I dare to say. Artois. Artois is really good because they get core over here. Oh, now that's a different story. If I'd thought about that, I would have kept Dover. This is a lot more manageable to take and keep than Dover. But that's all the more reason that I could take Dover in the next war. Alright, we're definitely letting out Artois. Historical subject of Artois. Welcome aboard. As a vassal, of course. And then what we have here is just going to be a custom we subject on this land. Vassal once again. I believe we found another Randy individual, right? Not Rind, but Rand. Yeah, these Randys are unmarried. This Randy is also unmarried. Well, maybe he'll have very quickly some Randy 50-year-old breeding and figure it out. Alright, go and figure it out, Mr. Randy. When I do something that's a bit cheesy, when he does it, it's a tactical genius. I'm glad you've understood the situation. Since Artois have all the cores, I can instantly enforce culture on them. And I also want to put scutage on all of these people as usual. And then we once again realize that we don't have enough diplomats for all this, but this is fine. I can certainly stop paying for my massively expensive army. Bring them back here. I really think I overbuilt my army here. It's good to get the comfortable wins, no doubt about that, but... Disband all levies, please. God, my crown power is suffering. Well, in 2 more years, Viscount Rowlandson will be in charge, kind of. I almost wish that he dies so that we can get Randy back on the throne. Oh, I miss Randy. But we're keeping the throne warm for them. 2 cabinet members lacking? Oh, did I pop them out or something? I still want the societal value changed over to naval. Yeah. Yeah, I want it at 25 naval for the good events. So I need somebody who's good at that job. Ooh, you're pretty damn good, but you're also pretty damn old. I think I'll have to accept the age. Maybe you'll live long and prosper. And then the integration of East Flanders. That needs somebody that's good at military. But also preferably not old as balls. They're all old as balls. Ah, jeez. Do I take old and going to die? Alright, I'll take old and going to die. Yeah, I feel like my income somehow slumped down during that war. And not just from the expenditure on the Navy, the Army, and exploration. I feel like straight income suffered. Maybe from integrating all this land, but not actually having anything to show for it. If I had to guess, and I do. Alright, not to worry. Yeah, hopefully they find their own wedding with that old crotchety ruler. Who did I give it over to? I think I put it over here. Alright, you there? Get married. Hurry up and get married. Oh, well, how about that? There will be a coalition, and it will involve the Netherlands. Can't involve many other people, though. Actually, it doesn't look like it can involve anybody other than the banks. And I'm not afraid of the banks, funnily enough. But that's all the more reason we just strike France as soon as the truce is up. Which I'm okay on doing. Irish patriots. The Irish barely have anything to rise up with. Oh, that's right, I need to toss this land away, don't I? Also, I need to murder you. Right, that's the next war. Offaly need to go. And I can just do that with levies, that's no big deal. But this land needs to be popped out. It's not my core or anything, and I said to do away with all the Irish horrors. We're just going to pop them out as a custom subject. I will fiefdom you, actually, because I'm going to keep you around for a good long time. Whoa, didn't realize you'd take that province, or that location. It's fine that you do, though. Yeah, that's okay. I reckon I just take these guys immediately. Yeah, that's one more Irish wiped off the map. And I guess I would hold on to it and then spit it out when I integrate you. That's all the more reason just not to take the fight right now. It's not like they're doing anything. But I do want you to have all of your cores back because you're doing Highland Convert. Oh, and he's doing a great job at it. Excellent. All right, you have to die then. We have... I could just religious war you. That'd be fine. I didn't need the claims on the province. Wait, why can I religious war you? What? Explain further. Catholic. Catholic. What? Our nation aspires to be the epitome of religious obedience and fervent faith. We cannot allow general domain to be pestered by heretics and heathens. 100% Catholic. 100% Catholic. Catholic, 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 Catholic. 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 What in God's name? Well, you know, don't question it, but I'm not going to use it just in case it's buggered out. Yeah, damn Catholic rulers have ruined Catholicism. Is she excommunicated? I'm pretty sure that's its own casus belli. Also, how would you check excommunicated? You got some kind of gilding thing going on? I don't see anything indicating excommunication, though. Yeah, you're Irish Catholic. All the more reason you need to die. Alright, fine by me. But I'm still taking the claims on the province here. It's a better CB. Oh god, don't auto-maintenance me. I'm not willing to pay for that. And like I said, this is... since he doesn't have a fort or anything, this is just a levy job. Don't know how many levies I'm going to squeeze out of here. Probably not a lot, but whatever. Just get them and get to work. Hey, my new subject could actually raise the levies to do it for me. Although he can raise a fair few, 400 or so. Still want my ruler to be in charge of the boats, which he is. All the more reason to push me into naval. The naval push is not easy, but we're getting it done. Oh yeah, we'll have you absolutely smushed here. Tell you what, I'll keep some guys in the south just in case he tries to wriggle his way out. Although he shouldn't be able to, I don't think he can get through that. He could go straight through my subject, though. Low army maintenance. Oh, I'm well aware. Yeah, kick their arse. And don't put up with them running away either. In fact, hold the... Wait, is this low army maintenance also affecting my levies' morale? I don't pay them anyway, but that would be funny. Not that it matters. I mean, these guys are going to die. Peruzzi, another bank is coming for me. Who was the American leader who feared the banks more than anything? I think that was a Jefferson thing. Yeah, a visionary. Franklin, perhaps? I could buy that as well. I only really know the Founding Fathers from Day of the Tentacle. Who was the Edison in that one? Alright, there we go. 100% easy war for my easy life. This province here does not belong to me. It belongs to... Are you Kildare? Yeah, Kildare. And I can't give it over to them because they're not involved in the war. Okay. Wow, but what if they were involved in the war? Then it probably costs me a diplomat, which I don't want to spend here, so screw it. I'll just take all the land for myself and then divvy it out. Doesn't cost a diplomat to give out land, at least. Oh, but what's that lesson that we learnt? If you don't take the land, you can take the humiliation. Then you can take the money and you keep the humiliation. And the land. Yeah. Alright, give it to me. Quick check on my prestige. 46 becomes 51. You know, becoming an empire, as soon as we drop the papal ban on empires, is looking pretty good. Anyway, Kildare, good job. I took this for you. It's all yours. I'm going to hold on to this miserable piece of land until later. Once I annex this place, I'll spit it out as another little Irish guy. And I will continue to hope that any nonsense they have about lordships in Ireland go away. Which means I need to annex you, and of course Connaught, which we're working on. And then hopefully nobody will ever think of Ireland ever again. It will just be another island full of even more Highlanders. And yeah, those Highlanders are spreading like mad. Oh, good lord. I like it. And we must continue to spread. I must be the cultural hegemon. I have actually overtaken Great Yuan now. The 20 million odd Mongolians, now replaced by my... How many? Well, I have 3.5 million Highlanders, but we have more in our subjects. Now, another bank joining the coalition. Why the banks? Why can banks even join coalitions? What do they do? They give you worse rates? And never trust the Ursers, man. This is the same area, right? Meath, Meath, and Meath. Yeah, I need you inside of me so I can pop out Meath. Lumber output, lovely. I do need to fix my struggling economy, and it is a real struggle bus, my economy right now. Expenses are way too high because of the massive army that I made. And that, sadly, reduces the capacity I have for building up my economy. If only I could do, like, negative army maintenance here. The Navy also costs a bundle. Maybe I took in more forts than I want. Do I even want a fort on Dublin? I really, really don't think I do. Yeah, castle in Dublin, away you go. That's just a fort that the Irish would take when they revolt on me anyway. Do I have any other forts worth caring about? I suppose the ones in France are now costing me a bundle, aren't they? I do want one here, just in case something lands on me and I need a safe place or safe haven for my navy to land. I'm relatively okay with these forts all existing. I could maybe get rid of, like, Ghent. Depends on... Is any of this good defensible land? No, none of it is. There's no good defense to be had here. Bohemia loses opinion with me. Okay, well, too bad. But yes, I think this should be removed from the HRE. Any more HRE land? Yeah, here we go. Goodbye. Ah. Bohemia will get over it. I'm sure he won't join the frightening coalition against me. Yeah, I want this land directly. The proximity to my my Londain is so good. And hey, now I own the Bruges market. And it sucks up French land. Not much of it, but some of it. And Paris is... well, it's still good, but... Is it good enough? This land goes to Londain. That's mad. Probably shouldn't, but it does. Oh, I missed you guys, didn't I? There are... There's a bunch of different boats here. Right, the galleys just go away. The lights go and join my light brigade. And then the heavies go and join the mothballed units. Oh, and then there's you as well, isn't there? Crivens, what are you? You're all in need of upgrades, that's for sure. But you are all transports, and as such... I'll keep you in arcs for now. The stench must be horrific. In my Dutch run, the Hansa was a lifelong hater. If there was a chance for coalition, he would start it. Yeah, I think it's because the banks, they have 100% proximity with you because they love to build on your capital. So every time you get any kind of aggressive expansion, they're on it, like a car bonnet. No better ships. I'm pretty sure all of my cogs could become hulks right now. And wait, I've got some other weird excess ships here. I've got some more heavies. Go and join the big heavy brigade. And hopefully that maintains the mothball. Why can't I upgrade these cogs to hulks? Wait, that's because I never researched hulks. All of my hulks are stolen. Oh, that's pretty good. They're not that much better than cogs, but... fine. Nice trophy. There are no flagships in this game anymore, are there? I had a look at bank gameplay, it was boring as sin. I imagine even the AI is bored, so it's looking for anything to do. I wouldn't mind tearing down some more of their buildings on my capital. Hanseatic Contour. And the thing is, like, I don't really mind them having trade. I mind them using my building levels, so if building levels ever become a problem, they're getting turfed out. Money looking alright, especially when I get my legitimacy up to 100. That'll cut down cost of court. Yeah, when I run out of building spaces, I'll turf them out of my capital. Until then, trade is probably good for me. Londane trade. Very good market value for a European market at 3,200. Beats Nuremberg. Doesn't beat Prague, though, but come on. What advantage does Bohemia not have in this game? The manpower is not looking alright yet. It's also going down. That is decidedly not good. Despite not really having much in the way of money, I'm going to have to expand my armories. Question, should I do armories, or should I consider more the training fields? Training fields build up soldiers in rural provinces, gives good manpower, but I find that proportionately they cost a lot more money than armories. Do I actually have a number of how much this is going to cost in maintenance? It doesn't really show, does it? It does show me the ongoing costs. 5, 5, 1, 2, and 5 compared to an armory, which is 5, 5, 1, 2, and 5. So what, they're exactly the same? Training fields are more expensive. I'll have better control inside the cities that you can build this one on, though. Oh yeah, I've got a vacant place in the cabinet. I keep missing that because, you know, with the dozen alerts, especially this weather thing that just keeps bloody showing up. It's not really relevant, is it? Training fields are for when you've already maxed out your armories. Yeah, I do think armories are better here. Although, I'm going to have to consider access here. I don't want to do more in London, right? London is for economy. Inland is better for armories, in my opinion. Inland, anywhere I've got half-decent control, at least. On the same hand, though... Maybe I should do a little bit more, right? If they can have them, they can have them, right? I need that manpower to be trending up, not down. Oh, of course, there's also the land down here. I should start pressing the French into working for me as they slowly become Highlander. There we go, right. That'll do. How will you know when you get hit by your third hurricane this week? Aye, blown over bin carts over in Scotland. Well-known second Florida up there. When people complain that forts don't provide control, haven't heard that, but okay. What do you think the idea that forts provide a multiplier to the local and provincial control of troops? Nah, I just kind of wish that decentralized would do more for control outside of your capital. We gained a core rather. Yeah, keep those Irish in check. What is this though? Sailing in the American East Coast, we divert a very curious distraction. We fish. But Christopher Potts has cultivated something. A whole game. I'm not reading all of this. What's going on here? Prestigious. Again, given how fast this stuff progresses, right? It's 0.37 per month. Why not just take the prestige? Prestige is good last time I checked. Ooh, right. No, that's not a multiplier, though. That's just flat cultural influence. Come on. Is it still rising? That's the question. Question on everyone's minds. Highlander, are you rising? It is. In fact, it's rising a lot. 5.4 per month. And that is outstripping decay considerably. And that should go up even more when I pop out some more little Irish subjects, or little soon-to-be Highlander Irish subjects. 6.5 dozen, right? You're Highlander, that's good. You're Highlander, that's good. You're part of Moray, which is good. You're dead, which is probably good. I mean, 62, come on. Does that mean we're done with this area? It looks like it is. Get rid of my constructions, they're not important. And stop having you as an important character. You're already married. Just cleaning things up a bit. Alright, great. Good jumping board that we need for more colonization around here, but I really, really hope that I can get on the Caribbean faster than Castile. With any luck, Castile hasn't even been doing exploration around here. And even if they have, I just need to beat them to the actual colonization. Let's not stay behind on the very important matter of scootage. It is extremely important to keep these guys out of war so they stop costing me, and it's also very important to maximize the value I get out of them. Because I got to pay the same for them as subjects anyway. And I'm not just talking about diplomatic capacity, I'm talking about their effect on economic base. Oh, well, there we go. You know, our bi-weekly hurricane is coming into Turo. Jesus Christ. I wouldn't hate it so much if two things. It didn't look so bad, and it didn't cause the wee clong pop up in the top every time. In my games, Castile seems to want Africa first. Well, if I was playing as Castile, it would make sense, right? Stop other people from getting the colonial range from having this, and then take advantage. The problem is they never considered the spirit of the Highlanders wanting to finally find somewhere warm. We want soft southern living. Oh, we want money, that's for sure. That is a big fat stack of prestige, but Empireship is not around the corner yet. Money is always around the corner. And as I mentioned before, I really need to pump up my economy. Show me all my non-fully expanded RGOs, unless Parliament is around the corner. It's relatively around the corner. What else do you think is worth the good money game? You say there's still good money to be made in printing and paper, but you also think cannons are in vogue. I wish it showed me the local price around here, but I guess it has to figure out which market I'm asking it about, and that's not easy to tell. Alright, can't go wrong with loads more books, can we? Paper workshop. Do I actually think this is a good place for paper? Ah, whatever, if it already exists, it's bound to be good, right? Let's spread them out fairly evenly so they'll get built up relatively quickly. And then I am, of course, going to want some printer shops around here, but proving devilish. Yeah, goodbye money already. Let's hope it was worth it, and hopefully I don't get a expense out of nowhere. Yeah, it's just the integration of Western Flanders, but yeah, I do need a person for it. And of course I went and spent all my money, so I can't actually afford somebody. It's alright, we'll have the money for New Year's dosh coming in. And then... Eugene's not bad at military matters, and he's not old and crotchety like half of the other options. But Sir Roger's better at a bunch of other things, so Sir Roger, it's your position. No head of cabinet, because I have nobody to crown head of cabinet, and again, crown power is suffering. It'll suffer a little less once my boy is of age. Specifically, when is that, by the way? September. September, he gets in charge of the entire army, and that will boost crown power substantially. Thought I did my last scootage. No, I did miss one. Who did I miss? You there. Well spotted. Not done, of course. There's a lot more Irish to spit out. What's our ultimate decision for these guys anyway? It's not too bad. I think I will keep this coastline. I don't want Ireland to be full of little nations, but I think I draw the line about here. Proximity to castle really falls off the edge. Yeah, especially for all these horrible provinces. So yeah, inland Ireland is going to be little other dudes. How about around here, though? Ah, the north isn't bad. I think I'll hold on to here as well. Yeah, coastline for me. So basically this gets given out and I keep the rest. And they will still operate as a battery to charge up Highland power. Alright, I'm satisfied with that. Cabinet action. Soldiers as workforce to boost construction speed by 33%. Probably really good when you're actually doing a mass building. But there's also a building that you can make that gives you one extra building capacity. So I imagine just put 5 of those in each place that you plan on building up, and build them up and deconstruct them. Or maybe even keep them for upgrades. Alright, there we go. My god, you are ugly. I think I had a teacher that looked like you once. Mr. Galvinson? Whatever, anyway. Absolute uggo. Enjoy command. And I suppose I better think about marrying this scuzzbucket off. Wait, that wasn't the guy, was it? No, that was yet another distant cousin that the game seems to think I'm interested in knowing about. Thank goodness my son isn't that ugly. We have to consider the future of the throne. Oh, what a chin that lad has. But yeah, spreading my dynasty is proving rather difficult right now. Which is why Crown is suffering so horribly. Oh, wow. Wow, I should have kept you around for the... How old are you? 39. You're an amazing cabinet member. I'm going to keep you around and we'll see if one of the other cabinet members croak. I'm not willing to pay the stability cost of shifting you out. Although it's only 5 and you are very, very good. But the way I see it, right, you're 60, you're 59, you're 51. One of these guys is going to croak. And then we'll let you in. Yeah, the use soldiers of workforce is just a flat increase building speed. It doesn't do anything fancy to my knowledge. Although my knowledge is not perfect. I'm not perfect Cell. Ah, this is a bit of a rotter thing. I need to grab my patrolling boats, because I'm pretty sure they won't automatically know to start patrolling the Flanders Sea. Where is it, though? Anybody seen my boats? You know, my massive fleet? Anyone? Where is my massive fleet? Ah, okay. I did not catch you there. Yeah, I need to add this in. Well, I don't know if I need to, that's the thing. And I don't want to leave it. Because 1, I'll forget about it, and 2, it's all that time spent not getting extra control over in Flanders. It stretches all the way down here to Saint Kickass. Alright, very good. Get that done. The better my control here, the better I can culturally enrich the Franconians. And there'll be a lot of them. Like, that's a big job. Yeah, population here is pretty dang high. And it's such a rich location on the map, eh? Well done, chat. Chat was able to notice the ones in Southern Ireland. We have almost got Highland majority here, but we don't quite over in Rosthick, what's-its. Starting to wonder if that's really worth my time as opposed to culturally enriching over here. Control is low, right? I should wait until control gets considerably better. Although there's also the idea to culturally enrich the English out of Wales. There's a lot of enrichment to be done. But there's a few ways to look at it, right? When I get the ability to do entire areas, Wales is an area, Lowland is an area, Flanders is an area. So maybe doing targeted stuff is better for Ireland because you need the raw numbers boost rather than the area. Because of that flat reduction due to high kingship land. On the other hand, we'll be done with the high kingships soon enough. Yeah, these other guys should be very, very easy to integrate. They're tiny. Yeah, basically, once we have Connaught, we have all of Ireland. Just Bonk, bonk, bonk. These few will take a few years at most. Feels good. Feels great. Gonna feel even better when I get my arse over to the New World. And it feels like we've turned around our economy a wee bit now. Good. Good. But it does need to keep growing constantly. The line must always go up. We've got clear and accurate maps here. Now, of course, that's not good enough. We can learn about the Caribbean, but we also need to learn about the Caribbean provinces. Nothing to do, not explored yet. Not explored yet. Not explored yet, not explored yet. So there's a lot of places we're waiting on. And it still says that I could... Is there anything here, by the way? Does anyone know if there's anything here at all? I suppose there's a faster route through here, right? There are currents to follow. But there'll be currents to follow around here. Why do I care about this one in particular? There's Atlantis. Oh, I can't say no to Atlantis, right? No, I rather think we can. How does the spread of maps work, by the way? If I learn about this, is it going to spread to my neighbors in 50 years, like in, I don't know, EU3? Could you steal maps of the New World off the Spaniards? If they have New World maps, yes. But do they? I don't know, and I'm not willing to dedicate a diplomat for so long to find out. The fact that Castile haven't done any colonization of the New World tells me they probably don't know about it. Also, I got the event for discovering the New World. So I reckon the only maps I get off of the Iberians are African maps, and I have negative interest in Africans. This seems like a good place to colonize, actually. Great for colonial range. So, you know what? We're going to explore this place. Bermuda, you'll be mine. I can only explore from here. Oh, that could be a problem. That could be a big problem. It seems to think that this is the best place to explore from. Alright, sure. Take this young Randolph. Yeah, I thought that would be a problem. There's no tools, there are no naval supplies. Is he actually going to get those? It still says that it's going, right? But we should keep an eye on this in a wee while. Oh, the Great... not the Great Leon, just the Great Loon are joining against us. Interesting. Does it show my preparing explorations anywhere? Or am I going to have to constantly keep an eye... Yeah, here we go. Yeah, there we go. It's not working because they need tools and naval supplies. He's finding his liquor, but do I even have any... I don't exist here. Okay. That is not okay. And I highly doubt there's anything worth building here. It's not like we don't have any people here at all. We could give them the lamest amount of work possible. But they've got RGOs to grab. Nah, I shouldn't even care about this land, right? It's just there for blocking others. So if I need goods over on this market, I'm going to have to send it over. Maybe from Dublin. So what was it they need? I think it's tools. I need to export the tools, and I don't like doing this manually. Oh, please tell me I actually have the range for that. What are they called? Viva... What is this market called? I'm sure it has a name, but what is it? It's called the Gardar market, right? Yeah, Gardar. Look, we're not asking a lot. Just shove over some tools for a little while. I'll undo this once they have their tools. And then get our... What was the other thing? I think it was naval supplies, right? Again with the G. There we go. Get that stuff over to Gardy Watsits. It's a very, very strange interface, isn't it? Very strange indeed. Now, I don't know if they just grab that instantly or they have to wait for it to become available. But I'll give them a little while to sort it out. I suppose it'll still somewhat be profitable, right? They're going to have a need for those goods. One can hope. Yeah, price of naval supplies through the roof here. Price of everything's going to be through the roof over there. Inner workings of our government are complex. Corruption can grow. Our artist, or screw the artist. Lose 17 stability. Strengthen the rights of the burghers. Stability depends on the current cost to change. Yeah, no, screw off. Where do the burghers think they can be so uppity? Don't forget the booze. There was no indication that they needed booze for this. Yes, tools and naval supplies. Looks like they managed to grab... There was one bit of liquor available in the market, at least. Yeah, there we go. It exists, and I doubt it'll just be sold off. Come on, lads. Are you actually going to go and grab those goods, or what? Oh, God, here we go. The Castilian War of Aggression against poor Aragon. Wait, against the Pope? The time is now? I don't want to be excommunicated. Surely the Pope will understand that I was dragged into this against my will, right? I worry a little bit about this one right here. If nothing else, I'm going to have to activate you a bit. And this is where we find something like France has intervened in your horribly offensive war. This Castilian alliance, by the way, has done nothing but cost me. They've done nothing good for me. And they were too in debt to join in my wars. Or they love France too much. Ah, thank God he's come of age. Just in time to take control of the army and get me some much-needed crown power. Go, Viscount, go. Those bleeding... Okay. Well, at least I can put this under siege. Please check Dover as well. What is this? The Earldom of Chester are revolting against France. I think France can deal with that, because they can sail around and kick their arse. That is interesting, though. Especially considering I could move in on Chester right now. Well, it would be a no CB unless Kent gets a Cassis on them. Marry off your kid as well. Yeah, he needs to get breeding for the good of our realm. Yeah, not really going to be able to change anything of him here. Join some kind of Hungarian chivalry, please. And then let's get you royally married into... Well, none of that looks particularly good. Here we go. 18 years old. Prime fertility. Get in there. Yeah, a bunch of things being thrown in my proverbial cogs here, which is good. It's good that the game can surprise you, and I do like seeing a proactive AI. The AI was unbelievably non-proactive for a long time. Get in there. Deal with that slow siege, and I'm certain it will be slow. So slow that I'm going to dedicate a siege... Did I unmothball or mothball the wrong people here? I unmothballed my many carracks, but probably, depending on how many heavy fleets the Pope has... Oh, sweet Jesus. Pope boy ain't messing around. Okay, here's how it happens. I'm going to split you in half. Going to mothball half of it. Going to take the other half. Going to put somebody in control who knows what they're doing. Like Nabom here. And then once this is ready to go, I'll go and, well, hopefully murder any papal fleets that I find. And certainly keep this under blockade. Actually, thinking about it, Castile's navy probably keeps the Pope navy... Oh, yeah. Castile is just blocking this off. So I can probably speed this up by dedicating a small light force to it. Emphasis on small, just shove those 4 over there. I believe 90% of the usage of proactive can be changed with active. Oh yeah, with the old AI. It does seem much improved though, so I'm happy to see that. Happy to see my subjects building heavies as well. Recht. Advances. If colonization is really important to me, I should probably be absolutely gunning it for... There was something here that gave a huge boost to colonization speed, right? Well, it's probably colonial policy that I already took, but I think something else gave a huge boost. Plantation's not a concern right now. Trading hub sounds good. Oh, iron output 75%. It is sadly behind 2 other unlocks here, but iron is so good. Boost colonial chart. Not seeing it here. Yeah, if you were talking about one of these advances, I don't know which one. But yeah, I'm interested in boosting the rate at which I colonize. But maybe not so much as boosting my iron output. Iron is good. Anything else really, really worth my time right now? There are definitely a lot of things I want. Look at that antagonism reduction. Some better lancers. There is, of course, something I've been missing for a long time, and that's the extra government reform, but that's behind a lot of other unlocks. New Land of Plenty, it was called. Land of Plenty. Boost Colonial Charter. What is Boost Colonial Charter? It's a cabinet action. I don't actually know what it does or how it works, but I don't have any cabinet members to spare for that. Oh, here's another ability. Off people to the colonies. How much does it improve it by? That's an important question. It's good for racing other countries. Yeah, but I want money. Alright, gonna get the blast furnace. And then we will boost our colonial charter. How about that? Yeah, also gets me my plantations, which are probably not very useful to me, if I had to guess. And I do have to guess. Yeah, just believe that the Highland Spirit is all we need. Oh, hello. Wait. He shoved all of his heavy ships here. Plans have now changed. Get back here. Hopefully he wasn't paying for those. And they're all mothballed as well. Even bigger hope is that he goes down to Castile. Yeah. Try and destroy the Castilian fleet. Did Castile promise me land in this war? Is there a way to see if Castile promised me land in this war? I didn't pay attention to the pop-up. Although, maybe... There's no mention of a promise of land, but hey, they might give this to me. It would certainly be nice. You know, Castile doing nice things. 20 heavy Castilian boats has got to ravage this. If they actually bring them in for the bleeding fight. Seems that's not what Castile is about. Castile is about leaving their heavies over there whilst the actual fighting happens here. What are you playing at, Castile? Okay, there we go. Get stuck in. Castile. I don't need to hear white peace again, okay? Okay, they did actually run out of liquor over in Gardvar. Show me the liquor. Yeah, Irish liquor. And send it out. Well, you are a colossal disappointment. And my heavy fleet is too mothballed to deal with this. Maybe the AI gets to cheat on it. I think the AI cheated on a bunch of mothball-related things back in EU4. And yeah, I can see this Fight is not progressing at all. Let's shove down a few more. Did the exploration even start? No, because they don't have their liquor yet. They're still preparing it. Oh, there we go. They're preparing now. It looks like they very, very slowly gather up the goods they need. Wait, not sure part of our deal was the exploration to Bermuda taking 6,000 days. Well, it's not taking any amount of days. It's stalled again. What's your problem? Just taking a while to get the liquor off the market, probably. I suppose if the Spanish fleet gets annihilated, maybe... Okay, now he's brought in his heavies. Bye, Papal Fleet. Why in the world is the Papal States moving south? Oh, because they own land down in Africa. For all the sense that makes. They're just so wealthy and they've got nothing better to do, so stands to reason, I suppose, that they go and do that kind of sieging. Yeah, what the heck? You go and get that. I want this done quickly. You died of dysentery in Ghent. Okay, goodbye. Another cabinet member down the drain, but we did say we wanted our cabinet member dead so that we can replace them with this new god-tier individual. Was it Dunlop? I think it was Dunlop. On you go, Dunny. Get that stuff integrated on the double. Alright. Wait, what is your problem now? I just sent that liquor over. Look, it's in the bleeding... Okay, there we go. I was going to say, it's in the market. All the goods you need are in the market. You even have an outrageous amount of cloth. So I think I can stop doing all my trades into that market. No, it's stopped again. Why? Oh, because there's a severe winter. That's preventing your beginning of the exploration. Oh my days. Yeah, difficult to do further exploration from the Arctic. Who would have thought? Oh well, hopefully having that stuff in the market means I can stop sending it away. Yeah, because it's not profitable and it's wasting my trade capacity here. Don't stop exporting yet. They still need more for now, do you think? The way I see it is it's still going to be in the market. They are demanding these items, but there's no demand currently. Hang on, do they demand it every single month that they're building up? Oh, they probably do, don't they? Yeah, it's cool that it requires the items. It's not very cool that you have to manually drag it in. Yeah, they want one every month. I wonder if you could game that. Alright, goodbye. Papal... oh god, the Papal States are trying to invade me. And apparently they're rushing off to here, where there will be another battle. Also, I can't get this siege done. What the heck? Oh, it's not the siege that can't be done. They're trying to construct something here, and I'm stopping them. I see now, I see. Well, I certainly don't see any more Papal units here. You better not be able to retreat into the port with your army. Oh, come on! How does that work? We've got a blockade you couldn't possibly get by. Yeah, okay, fine. And then just boom, on they go. Alright, well, kill them to death, lads. I don't think I'm killing them to death. Yeah, look at this. I've actually got a -4 penalty on this fight. Oh, yeah, my balancing also wasn't very good, because who would have thought, with a massive freaking blockade here, I didn't think the Pope would get in. The AI gets to cheat on retreating with boats, of that I'm certain. Alright, you have sufficiently rustled my jimmies. I'm going to send the army in. Army needs 2,400 or so. I don't have 2,400 or so. I got 1,400. Split it in half. Get on that boat and go and murder Pope Boy and his units. That was not on. It was just not on what you did there, Pope. Also, you just grabbed 8... Wait, did you steal 8 levied transport ships? If I get rid of these, where do the units go? 80 natural levies will return to their original location of Rome. Huh. You get the straight crossing? Yeah. If there's a fort on the province, then the attacker always gets the penalties. Yeah. I don't mind that. I mind that he was able to break through this blockade with his little fishing boats and relieve the siege. I hate the Pope. Pope's gonna die. I'm bringing in the cannons for this one. Yeah, no mercy, Pope Boy. You brought this on yourself. Although I don't have a lot of morale because I'm not paying my units. Also, once again, transport by boat completely buggers your formation. Just add it to the long list of things that are buggered in this game. And, okay, why exactly is the Pope coming for me? And how is Castile letting him through? There's just no end to the questions. Oh, that's not good. I didn't want him to get a general trait. Siege specialty is quite good, but it's going to push me towards land when I want to go naval. Currently struggling to get naval, but we are far enough along naval. I don't need to keep pushing it, I think. Well, I hope. But yeah, that means changing societal values is definitely getting changed to some assimilation. Into Highlander for where? I want these almost English dealt with. Because you're blockading his land, I get. Yeah, but he sailed through the freaking armada here. Another one bites the dust for the Randy dynasty. How I missed that dynasty. What? No, no, and more freaking no. You piss right off, Pope Boy. Is he going to come here anyway? What is he up to? He might go north from here. Let's see. No, he's coming in here. That's fine, but if he just gets to do his cheat withdrawal, he'll end up here. Which is also fine. It's more war score and more war participation for me. But yeah, look at that. The AI gets to instantly retreat. And he's retreating. Oh, would you look at that? Into the province. Oh, and look at that. I get the minus terrain penalties again. Cheating bastard AIs. Well, on the plus side, I'm killing those papal troops, but that is not on. Maybe this time I keep his levies. Oh, it wasn't levies this time. It was regulars. All right, get those regulars over to my regulars. There we go. Killed them all. Wait, no, I didn't kill them all. He's continuing with his retreat nonsense. All right, in that case, do we have a good detach siege button? Never tried it. What does it actually detach? It detaches barely enough halberdiers. I don't like or trust that. Give them all the cannons. There's EU 5,000 problems with the game, says Jackson. I love this game, but by God, it needs time to cook. If I wasn't so utterly gaga for my grand strategy fix, I'd probably wait for a few months for it. And that would probably be my recommendation. If you're not similarly a crackhead for grand strategy, give it a wee while. He's doing it again. Die! Freaking just die. Yeah, his instant retreat. Pope? You have no power over purgatory! Okay, every single pop-up there was another time he decided to engage me for whatever reason. And despite all of this, my war participation is not that much. Well, at least it's something. Oh god, he's back. Would you pissing off? Wait, what? Game is broken. At least he can no longer land there once I occupy the province, at least not directly. What's this telling me about? Alright, the cabinet law, I never passed that. I wanted to go dynastic to crush all of their power. Centralization I don't want, but it's not going to beat my current decentralization, which is fine. And the other ones are pretty bad. More clergy and traditionalist, well that's incredibly bad. Efficiency of cabinet's nice, but not that nice. More burghers, they already have enough power as it is. Keeping them happy, naval traditions, whatever. Nobles are fine, they have a lot of demands which are good, and keeping them happy is nice, but aristocracy... No, just nothing beats the dynastic, right? I have to pay for this, don't I? Yeah, another 200 duckies down the drain. Can we expedition yet? Currently stalled due to all the... No? Why is it stalled? Severe winter is still ongoing in April, of course. But the other things are going well, right? Yeah. Yeah, good. The thing is, I might need Bermuda for colonial range. At least I'm learning about Acadia. That might also be needed for colonial range. I hate the Pope. Well, I can certainly hope that Castile gives me this land in the war. But they're not going to give me diddly unless I get this siege done, I reckon. Greenland is kind of cold in April. Nah, tops off. I'm not going to take a BR's advice on where is and is not cold. Wow, you give me even more ridiculous numbers of transports. I'm grateful for the free sailors, I suppose. Get over to my transport flotilla. They're hulks as well, which is rather nice since I lack hulks. What a bothersome war. I should keep a lazy eye on when my war with France is on the horizon. It's only 6 years from now. And we do need to keep kicking France right in the shins. I will not have these integrations done by then, and they are taking a fair whack of time because of the amount of towns and cities. In fact, look at that. Towns galore. He put them everywhere. How does this place even get food? I think that answers the question. 0 and -71 food. I hope that makes France starve whenever they try to attack into this. Well, I'm shocked and appalled to learn that the Pope has attacked me once again. Where did these 32 boats come from? For God's sake, just take this accursed Welsh province off of them. Which, again, the Pope only has this because there was a weird bug in the latest update that causes some uncolonized land to appear. The Golden Horde took this back. Ottomans took this. What happened here? Hungary did colonize some land here because it was vacant again and they colonized it through Moldavia. But now we have the Isi Horde and the Ori Wotsits Horde. And the Tarusian Horde, the Roshtalavi Horde, the Nizhny Novgorodian Horde. Believable worlds. Has the Pope destroyed your buildings in Rome? I think I built 4 of these, right? So... well, I have 9 of them, so I don't think he's destroyed any of them. The game does not seem to give any pop-up about that. I don't have the economy to be... Oh, you son of a gun. How fast can I get on that? This game really needs an alert about being navally invaded. I have to be there within 9 days. But those are only transports. I don't even think I need these guys properly led or healed. Just get over there. Get them destroyed and get back to Montreal. Would you stop? Maybe he won't stop. Believing. What? Just give me the old slippery biscuit here. For the love of God, kill him. What? Okay, there we go. But again, he gets to do his instant retreat. Oh my God, if he retreats over here again. Gonna go spare. Keep the fleet here and off mothball. Seems like we need that right now. Also, I wish this was an on-command button thing, but I really do not like seeing... And I always lose where it is. There we go. I don't like tooltips on C-zones. Sometimes you need them, though, which is why I'd like an on-action button. Just let me, like, middle-click, and then we get the C-zone... the C-zone pop-up. Alright, soon there'll be nowhere for you to run, Pope. But what? I sent you packing! Hang on. Early Cadex? Why are there transports here? I must have stolen those transports. Yeah, his instant retreat is such hogwash. I don't actually know if you can do that as a player, but we wouldn't get the option because the battle wouldn't... If the battle instantly ended like that, we'd just lose our fleet. I think naval levies are bugged where they cannot get wiped. Oh, he's doing it. He's... Oh yeah, don't mind me. I'm just rushing back into this freaking province. Hope you don't mind taking another penalty. Oh, I hate the Pope. I hate the boats. How does he do it? All right, once again, take the cannons to keep the siege going. I'll take care of this runt. At least he's giving me a lot of boats, but yeah, I still have to pay for those boats when they're mine too. Oh, Jesus. He's back again. He's really back again. Would you piss off? Alright, once more on two. Maybe I should put somebody in charge here. Seem to be having a bit more of a fight than we expected. Wonders park a second fleet in Gibraltar. I never know if any of his fleets are already out here. Although I think I've been no, this is the secondary unmothballed fleet. You know, naval battles don't seem broken in terms of war score. Why land battles are, though, I don't know. No. Don't you do this now. What is he up to? Oh, it happened! Okay, good. Finally some good news. We are certain that we can stand against the world alone and be the dominant power, surpassing Alexander and Genghis Khan. The Great Yuan dynasty have lost their position of cultural hegemon, and that has unlocked something really rather useful and powerful for me. So, sod assimilating Glamorgan. Now I want to assimilate entire areas. Wales is tempting. The Irish is tempting. Normandy is tempting. Flanders is tempting. Gosh, where does one even start with this? The control is already good in Normandy, so I think I do Normandy. There is Leinster, but the number is low. I guess I can do Wales once I nick this off of Pope Boy. Although I could do it right now, couldn't I? Yeah, go on then. It's a low population province, so it'll be pretty easy to shift the demographics here. Is what I would say. Where do these 6,000 people come from? Hold the phone, hold the phone. I think he built a settlement. Yeah, he did. That's actually good for me. I reckon he attracted a lot of Pope people. Because I'm pretty sure those are the Highlanders I sent over to begin with. Well, it might be. In any case, if he boosts up the population, that's just more for me later on. I certainly hope he didn't steal it from my people. No, that's running away to Dublin. Always trying to run away from my lands. I am so freaking mad at these boats. Why? Why can they just do this? Instant runaway, instant offloading our boats again. I mean, where are you even running to? I don't know, something is busted here, and I keep stealing all their mercenary boats as well, and levies. How hard can you directly depopulate a region to build your own settlements? Depopulation seems a bit hard, although I haven't tried yet. Oh, he's doing it again. Oh, he's doing it again. What the hell, man? 1, why can he retreat one province? 2, why can he retreat instantly? 3, why does he just immediately offload his army? And I think they landed there. Yeah, they did. Bollocks. Alright, would you just go and kill them for me, please? Yeah. Why are they not dying? Oh, my days, this game. This game is just trying me. Add to that the teleporting armies. I need... Oh, he brought another army back. Through the blockade magically. Game is freaking broken, Paradox. The instant retreat is because he has no frontline in just reserves, I think. I don't doubt that there's reasons behind it. I'm still saying it's broken as all hell. Oh, he's running up again. Oh my god, he's going to land right on my relatively defenseless siege here. Don't you freaking dare. He dares. He absolutely dares. Get back there. No! My cannons! Oh my god. What does it take? I am so mad right now. And how can a man that just got all these boats be mad? I suppose I wouldn't be mad if the game still had the cell navy interaction. Yeah, Pope Man and his infinite boats. Where's he even pulling these boats from? How is he getting through here? Oh no, I wouldn't possibly want to send out my heavies and destroy the other 20 navals that he's sending through. Oh my god. Oh, here we go again. At least I'm getting war participation here. In fact, I've done majority of the work in this war. So maybe secret Pope benefactor? And come to think of it, why is this... Oh my gosh, he murdered my cannons, so now I no longer have my artillery bonus. Okay, I can fix that though. Get your arses together and consolidate, and then we get +2. Okay, good enough. Can we have a parliament on changing religion here? I'm sick of the Pope. Oh, sadly not. I can support the state, though. I like supporting me. Yeah, maybe start a crusade against the Pope. That'd be nice. There are all those counting houses, but my economy is still a little bit iffy. And I mean a lot iffy. How old's our king, anyway? He's 42. Boosts to him wouldn't be that impactful. Support the state no longer boosts you through your fiefdoms, which is fine. That was totally an abuse. None of this is really appealing, to be frank. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That's about 1,200 I have to spend on counting houses. I don't have that to spare. Alright, support the state then. Crown power is money for me after all. And if I can destroy troll castles, that's not all that bad. And if we also destroy an artisanal guild, who's to complain? Not me. I'm not changing a policy. Alright, there we go. Simple as that. Alright, yeah, go and get them slaughtered. Can't believe it's taken so long to take that Welsh province, and I can't shake the feeling that I'm not taking it just yet. These guys are still in dire need of repairs. I did not expect this war to be so expensive. He's at it again, isn't he? Where is he retreating to? Into the province. Ah! Didn't give me a damn thing here. Ah. But for some reason, Castile is taking what exactly? Dhaka, Rovinji, Pula, Fermo. You know I did, like, all the work in this war, right? Ah, you get the war reparations. I get a bunch of this money, at least. And what are my relations with the Pope now? Well, not bricked, because I didn't declare the war. I guess we got that going for us. Yeah, the part of the money went to me. I got a little bit out of that, but I need that money to pay for all the units that got butchered in that war. Not to mention all the money I spent on getting my army here. Oh man, I'm mad. Madder than mad. Well, you know, it gave me a big transport fleet, which I now have to pay ridiculous sums of money for. Good lord. I'm even paying for the fishing boats I stole. Alright, let's see if we can undo some of this madness. Get my heavies back to Montreal and get my army back to here. Can you rent the transport fleet out as a mercenary fleet? I should really experiment with that, but I don't think I'll experiment with that in this run. Oh god, fishing boat really is part of this. I wonder if I could just hold on to these and then you never get the levies, but yeah, we'll just send them back. And fine, we'll get you down here at the turn of the month so we don't take attrition. I can't believe that whole time and I never managed to siege this fort down. It's insane. Like, why did it take so long anyway? I know my cannons got hammered when he decided to beach onto me, which was nonsense in itself. But what else? I need a province with a good amount of food to park my army in, and this has remained such a province. Donk. You lost a bunch of progress the first time he landed. Yeah, probably him knocking out all the cannons. Oh right, yeah, the levies were working on it, and then who would have thought? Doesn't matter if your enemy has naval superiority, you could just instant retreat through it. Ah, did the AI have any way to know you wanted the location? Yeah, really unclear that I would want this location. But you're probably asking, can you do something like labeling it as a desired province? But no, I'm not aware of a way that you can. Okay, well, look on the bright side, right? We are now assimilating into Highland culture, so we can get rid of the last of the Welsh and the last of the English. Did I ever get around to culturally assimilating you, Longtown? No, you're still English. We're going to change that straight away. Well, I thought we'd change that straight away. You really English? Ah, you hate me because our relations are down the toilet. Ah, sure. I can spend a bit of time and diplomacy on that. I believe everybody's on scutage now. Yeah, 42 of them. Excellent. How about the culture? Who to enforce culture on? As long as they have all their cores, we're good to go. So we'll have a wee check to see if anybody's still in need of them. Right, you can be done then. Enforce that culture. Blunk. They will have our way of thinking. Or they will not exist at all. You are Highland, and you are Highland, and you have cores to get. Das is fine. How about you, actually? You're still Irish. That's a bit of a shame, because I want to integrate you. I don't think I'll convert your religion. Same with your culture. Same with you. It'll slightly slow down the integration, but it means that I can integrate you rapidly rather than having to wait for the liberty desire to go away. Do I believe what I'm saying here? Yeah, I'll get 3 years of it ticking away. What's your current liberty desire anyway? Nah, it's too high. I'll just integrate them as the Irish. It's not a big deal. Is there a... yes, I could buy it from the Pope, but the Pope would never sell this province because it's the right religion and the right culture. And either of those things stop the AI from ever really selling a province. Where is it anyway? By location, but wait, I'm at war? Oh, Christ, we're still in this war with Aragon. What's going to happen now is, like, the papal... am I going to get this land? At the very least, I should end up with a ton of favors, but if he doesn't have any money to give me, it's no use. Yeah, he just barely doesn't have enough money to give me the dosh. At least I can call him into my wars for favors, but that still probably won't get him into the French war. Alright, good job. You 100%ed Aragon. You're a real hero. And I don't think those wars with the Pope are going to end anytime soon. I'm never getting this freaking province. On the plus side, I could call Castile into future wars with the Pope. The issue is I don't have a core on this. Nor can I get a core on this. I would need Parliament claims on it. Wouldn't last long enough, though. Cultural opinion thing? Not really any point. I'm not planning on having Spanish lands. Right, how about those, how about that giant flotilla of mine? Our ruler's distant cousin. How about nobody in charge of the fleet? These are all the heavies. The heavies go to sleep. Here's my massive amount of transport boats as well. All cogs and hulks. They can also go to sleep. And then we continue keeping our dominance over the seas. Whew, God, some miserable fights lately, isn't there? Have these guys managed to survive? They're still at war with France, but France is probably going to have a very difficult time taking Chester. Kent needs to put a claim on that. That's in a way a problem, but I have other casus belli on France, as we well know. Bohemia have asked us for all of our freaking money. No, absolutely not. I mean, why would I say yes to that? Meanwhile, I'm busy wondering when I can ask Castile for some money. Those burghers are getting really angry. That's a way to get a lot of support in Parliament, but we've already got our support in Parliament and nothing else that I would like out of it. Does make the burghers really happy, but they're just going to have to suck on lemons for now. It's a permanent relation bonus with Castile. We don't seem to be struggling on that matter, though. Yeah, because I keep helping them in their bajillion wars. No, I'd rather ask for money when they actually manage to save up some cash. Maybe they'll punch some money out of Aragon, and at that moment I should check and see if I can demand some dosh. Oh, nice plantations. I'd love to use those, but that has to be done overseas. Wait, what's this? I'm still at war, so I don't get the mass get rid of my levies button, do I? But these are all levies, and away they go. Get back to your RGO work. On the bright side, neighboring Italians will make English food much more edible. English. This term is unusual to us. Oh, what a surprise. Another massive fleet of Pope troops. Pope boats, rather. Oh, I'm mad. I wonder how I can ever let go of this madness. Yeah, weird that I got all these cores here. Longtown is not a priority for me to integrate, but I will snap up these small subjects in due time. Permanent claim on Dover? Nah, we're good on Dover. Oh, we're more than good. That prestige is flowing for us. But yeah, I reckon once Chester is free, Kent will get spying on them, and then they'll get me a core on it, or a claim on it rather, because Kent has this core. Yeah, wait, what? Yeah, there we go. Earldom of Kent. Which means Chester came out as a Highland Chester. Oh, there we go, right. Castile taking loads of stuff. Money coming to me as well as them, but I bet that's still not enough for asking for money. Nope. Come on, Castile, be a pal. You've got a border with France, though. That'll make it easier to pull you into my French wars, and don't think that I won't. And I won't be giving Castile diddly out of those wars. I wonder if being a France's rival has any real meaning strategically. Wait, I should have checked to see if we're still getting going with this, with exploration. Yeah, we're on our way to Bermuda somewhere, right? Yeah, 2 years until we know about it. Till then, we continue figuring out what the Caribbean is all about. Also, don't pay for the army. I wonder if you don't pay for the navy, do they still give out all of their whatchamacallit? I think I'm going to turn down naval maintenance for a while, see if I can't just save that money, because it is a ton of cash. Yeah, it's like 30 odd ducats. And we'll see if they still give loads of maritime presents. I mean, looking at that, they're still giving 7.3, which is huge. Even spread about as they are, that's rapidly outdoing any decay. I'm curious to see what happens at the turn of the month, though. Well, it's not doing much for me because they ran away before I could check the value. Where are they going to now, I wonder? Uh-oh. France are guaranteeing my subjects. My subjects better not do any more revolting shenanigans. Ah, looks like it does reduce their the maritime presence, but I think it's an agreeable cost. Yeah, I'm okay with that. Does Pope Man basing a massive fleet in the enclave of your lands help you in terms of trade goods demand? That'd be cool, at least. Not that I can think of. I mean, of course, he'll have the range to be trading in Dublin, but I doubt he has much power here. Now, the Papal States has no power here because he's got no trade buildings to be had. I should consider expanding my own trade abilities, but all in due time. Yeah, I do not make the trade income that I desire. This isn't most of it selling those beloved Scottish pearls. Of course, there's also to consider... Ah, the Antilles have been discovered. Tell me more. Wow, we've discovered rather a lot, actually. Okay, I would really, really like to know about this. And I can do it from the UK, which is brilliant. Okay, that is better than brilliant. I want to see more about how the areas are broken down, though. I certainly want the Cuban area done, although apparently it's an enormously long thing to do. There's nobody I could just steal Cuban knowledge from, is there? Will you be colonizing the Darien? I want to get down to the potatoes in Peru. Wow, all of this is a huge undertaking to explore. But yeah, these islands, I reckon, are a big deal to get. What about the Labrador area? No, certainly not. we're already working on this, aren't we? Not even sure I care that much about Florida. I care a lot more about the islands. Alright, go and do Cuba then. Is our colonization goal beyond making dosh? No, it's just for the dosh. That and to get a feel for how colonization works. I want to send off somebody young who's not going to die whilst doing so. Are Europeans going to go crazy for potatoes? I reckon so. It's a new trade good, and I will probably hold a monopoly on it, so I think the price on it will be pretty good. Hispaniola, get going. I'm pretty sure the trade goods here are really, really good. There's iron, there's copper, there's chilies, there's other stuff. It's all good, right? Of course it's all good. Why would it not be? I'm going to do all of my expeditions from the mainland here, just in case some nasty war or being attacked in some capacity could end it. McFergus, show no fear, get out there. And then the Lesser Antilles. I don't know if there's any benefit to putting them in different provinces, it's just what I'm doing. Let's me get a good overview of how they're doing as well. Running out of young bloods here. McFergus, on you go. What is this London you speak of, Bestetti? Surely you mean glorious capital Londane, which has only a petting zoo number of English people left, and they will be gotten rid of in due time. It's just we have other priorities right now. Yeah, oh right, yeah, let's not talk about the papal raids, okay? That's still a sore spot and will be for a good long time. There's an argument to discovering Florida, but I want to do the islands here. And I reckon I'll get everything that I care about with regards to the islands done. What about this region, though? I do think I need to explore this. Yeah, get myself over here for good trading opportunities and killing these guys. Aye, okay, come on. Spend all of our budget on exploring this stuff. 41 is nice and young, relatively speaking. And then, yeah, let's do Gulf of Mexico while we're at it. Although, Gulf of Mexico I cannot do unless it's from Greenland. And I think I've learned my lesson about exploring from Greenland. I just hope colonization can still be done without relying on Greenland. How did the Pope become a neighbor, says Flying Panda? There was a bug in this latest patch where a bunch of provinces became uncolonized for unknown reasons. That's why the Ottomans are here. This became uncolonized. There was an uncolonized province here and here. I think it was a Danish one as well. And I didn't notice it for a couple of years until I looked over and went, why is the Pope colonizing here? I tried to beat the Pope to it, but he had a massive time advantage over me. I lost 20 prestige, by the way. Never lose a colonization race. Just back out if you think you're going to lose. Because, yeah, you lose 20 prestige for failing a colonization race. Grim times. Ooh, well, France. If you think I'm rival material, I think likewise. Maybe the unexplored North American coast is causing the Greenland problems. But I am exploring this right now. This area right now is currently being explored. Yeah, here we go. The American eastern coast will be done in 20 months. That may help us out, because we get the boost over here, which hopefully we can flood down to here with. But you think we're also coming down and around here? I don't know. Range will improve when I have some other stuff here. Also, we could just get colonial range boosts from advances. That's also not off the menu. But I want that iron. And I guess we'll try out our boost colonial charterness. Come on, cannot. Quick check of their relations. It's nice and high. Excellent. Oh wait, I wonder if there's a problem where my navy takes damage and then can't actually keep doing their work. Hadn't thought about that. Bruges lacks food. What? I mean, I'm not surprised, but geez, what can I even do about that? Yeah, they have gone mental with their urbanization, so there's no food left. I suppose what I could do is start doing a lot of wheat RGO for this province. Horses aren't food, fish is food. Dyes aren't food, but dye is good. Legumes, that's food. Wool is food and an excellent trade good. Yeah, it's going to boost up the food price, no less. It's weird because food is different from the food types and their prices, so you could end up with too much fish in the market, causing fish to be worthless, and yet there's starvation. It's a weirdly detached mechanic, the food system. Show river map mode. I don't know how anymore. Yeah, my hotkey for river map mode isn't working, and it... I don't know why. They put it in the game, but they didn't allow you to actually search for it and use it. I guess they weren't happy with the implementation, but didn't pull it out for whatever reason. Oh, they killed it in this beta. Maybe that's what you're getting at. Anglo-Irish, barely able to rise up. If I can just wipe them out from here, there won't be such a problem, but I'm assimilating in the wrong province for that. Ach, we'll rid the world of the Irish and all their pestilence in due time. River map mode is gone for now. I turned that performance was too horrible for it. A little bird told me that, says Worm. Ooh. Apparently not an NDA-breaking bird, but can we really believe him? Wait, you're actually telling me this province is starving as well, man? What is France's problem? It's July, so there shouldn't be seasonal food problems here. I think your problem is right here. Not making enough wheat. Feed your problem. Oh, food, and livestock. Right, there you go. Is there really a province? A problem here? Look at the vast amount of food they got coming out here. I have no idea what suddenly sank their food. I'm not integrating Meath. Oh, that's right, and I don't plan on integrating Meath. I'll pop it out as a subject once I'm done with Connaught. 850 storage, it's kind of low. Yeah, probably they could do with a granary or two. It's kind of building as a granary anyway. Ooh, I do like protected harbours. No, abso-freaking-lutely not. Hate artists, hate artist events. Let me just get rid of all of them. Yeah, some places are destined to have low food because they have no good food RGOs, but just buy the food you need, man. Didn't you know that artists cost more than 10 armies? Yeah, you learn a lot in this game. Starting to wonder if there's really not more exploration that I should be considering doing. Oh god, the vibration numbers are going again. Preparing. I don't think the Labrador area is worth it. I don't care about Guyana either. Yeah, there is a question about Florida. But I think I'm not interested in mainland USA. Nah, I don't think so. The thing is, the Columbian exchange doesn't kick in until quite a bit later, right? Does anybody know exactly when that happens? The maybe it's not an exact time. I hadn't considered that. No, I don't know. Age of Absolutism? You gotta be kidding me. That's a mile away. I'm not even sure this campaign will go on to Age 5, and I want my Columbian stuff. I guess what I do in that case is I set up a huge trade area here, pump out those vast RGOs and sell them back to Europe. But that means I'm going to have a colonial subject here, and I wonder how painful that's going to be. Like, managing subjects in this game is like pulling teeth. That's why all I do is have them administrate lands. God knows what it's going to be like with colonial stuff, but better to find out than not know. Yeah, that's a bit of a shame. Like, that's a long time to wait on bringing the goods back, but I suppose it's quite the technological hurdle, isn't it? Quick glance at France. Yeah, not till 94. We have plenty of time. I can even speed the game up. Unusual for me, but I'll do it. Integrating those two provinces off of Flanders is still going to take quite a lot of time. Kent, you are still not fabricating on Chester, and Chester is still fighting against France. I wonder if I could do something ridiculous like no, enforcing peace on them. What would that do? They'll just wipe peace with France, and then we'll end up with Chester on the map? I highly doubt they're going to want to become my subject, right? No, if you have a lot of subjects already, nobody wants to join you. And even then, it's a tall order. Apparently, there's border distance. But yeah, I think once they're independent, Kent will want to get a claim on them, and then I can just integrate that and that together. Surely. Let's give it a go. I've never enforced peace. Rebellion against France. Oh, and then I'll join France's side. Oh, wait, that could be good. Sure, let's see what happens. Oh, it's just now ended. Okay, great. Well, subject, go and... Wait, did that give me a truce with France further? No, it didn't. Okay, kind of cool. But I'm hoping Kent goes and gets a claim on this. Apparently, I still have following through with threat on France over that. Traditional economy? Absolutely not. Highland Catholics in Truro. Doesn't matter that they're unsatisfied. They are... they're the perfect people, right? Right religion, right culture. They'll always be happy. Prop promotion speed is actually bad for me. I don't want my... I do not want my tribals growing up and glowing up. Yeah, we discovered this, but to what end? We're already working on this. I suppose this area is pretty good for me to get me down through into Peruvian lands, although do I have to go a bit more than over than that? I don't know, I don't look at the New World maps all that often. Kent is a Jarldom. Yeah, I spat out Kent to be my little Jarldom, so that they would constantly put claims on France. Hey, speaking of France, that war stopped them from having their Pretender Rebellion War. I guess anything that keeps France in an awkward situation is good for me. Oh, for the love of God, Castile, I want that money. I could probably gift them some money and then ask for that money back. Oh, there we go, there we go. Give me that bleeding money. What's the use of all this trust if I don't smash some cash out of you? Good to see that my manpower is now slightly trending up. I got a big powerful army, but by God is it expensive in manpower and dosh to maintain. And I'm also curious about building up my economy yet further. Not a lot of RGOs that are truly profitable left to build up now, are there? I'm not saying there are none. Yeah, truly it's not none. Alright, let's get expanding whilst we have the money. I'll bring my cash down to about 2k. I know Parliament can make this cheaper, but I'm not waiting around for Parliament. I want that money now. Yeah, go figure it worked on the dies as well. No wonder full cavalry stacks are hard hitting with that flanking bug. Flanking bug? Again, why in the world do Portugal have favours out of me? You're not getting that cash. I need a check. You know, is Jake playing? Yeah, then don't even bother asking for cash. He's not going to give it to you. Glad to see that my burghers are finally building some nice proper roads, though. Control out of London's looking good already. And no, I'm not willing to spend loads of money building loads of fancy roads. RGOs first. I just screenshotted it and reported the insane bug. What's so insane about it? I've just been using cavalry plentifully because they're strong enough as it is. They deal extra damage, they take less damage. What's not to love about using cavalry? I don't need to know about current navies, thank you. Crown Power's holding on there, keeping it above 40, that's fine by me. So in EU4, units fight other units directly across. Well, yes, if that's their first option. France is dwindling. France is having a hard time. That's good for me, though. I need to take more land off of France, and I really need to start integrating people. Connaught is so devilishly large that they're taking an annoyingly time to integrate. But once they're done, I'm going to start snapping up some of the rich buggers, especially northern French rich buggers. Especially the ones that have done such an amazing job at culturally enriching. My gosh, look at this. Nary a Norman to be seen. Although, hang on, have you even started on cultural enrichment? I made you Highland, but you're not working on it. That's sad to see. Who else? Well, I didn't flip you, I reckon, because I just let you out. Yeah, some of them aren't even starting on it for reasons that I don't fully understand. The Bretons went halfway and no more. I wonder if it's a save and reload thing. We already did save and reload as this run was ongoing. But yeah, it seems to be a complete crap shot which ones convert and which ones do not. In EU5, units fight other units randomly across the entire selection, so if Cav is assigned a unit not directly in front, they get their flanking bonus, strength and morale. Wow, even in the same side. Well, more flanking is better flanking. Wait, did France already win that war? No, they're just taking back the lands. But I certainly will win that war. Contemplating the enforced culture around here. You, and you. Have any of you gotten all your cores yet? That's a no, and that's a no. Gosh, they are taking their time. And there's still the question of enforcing it on Longtown. I could just do it, right? They're a pain in the bum. I forget if I had a reason not to do this, but yeah, go on, get out of here. Highland culture is yours to behold. Insofar as we can call it a culture. Alright, very good. Pretty happy about how we rescued the economy there. Things were looking a bit grim during the onset of war. I think one of my next big boons that I want to do is actually start doing a lot more trading houses in other people's provinces. Although I might be lacking good targets for that. If I got Naples to love me, I think Naples is an excellent place to throw them down in. There is the Napule very expensive market here. Plenty of people to trade with across waters. And if I had good relations with Naples, I could throw down all of the trade houses that I want. So I will actually work on that. Improve that opinion. Hardly expensive though, we have plenty of extra diplomats as it is. What's Highland food like? We just grab what we can. It's not the world's most fertile land up here. Well done, your diplo hegemony there, Bohemia. Lots of oats, lots of offal. Oat cakes as well. And yes, please, please keep on defend. Wait, I'm currently towards offensive. Oh God, no. That's probably from all the wars I've been fighting. Actually, why is it on offensive? Is that where it's going? Maybe it gets a big chunk from declaring offensive wars. That'd be my best guess. That and paying my army maintenance. All the bits of an animal you wouldn't want to eat. Well, maybe you wouldn't. I'd happily take them. And I do. How's the integration on these lands anyway? Whoa, it's slow. Slow as sin. Damn these towns. Okay, lots of things happening at once here. Dubious spending practices. I could remove Sir Geoffrey. But Sir Geoffrey's pretty damn good at what he does. which is to say assimilating Wales. So you know what? I got a blind eye to this guy's actions. Oh, good, good. We got Connaught in time. And now I have gained a vast number of cores. And we discovered the East Coast. Alright, sweet. So now we have another way back here. The question was, would that affect my ability to send explorations here? Florida cannot be checked out from Britain. But that's okay. I don't plan on checking out more. As long as I know about these islands and I start colonizing them as soon as I can, I'm fine with that. The problem is it's going to take quite a few years. 8 years for Cuba. 18 months for Acadia. I might get a head start on Acadia, so I've got a better place to colonize from. You know, I don't want to be stuck up there with their long winters. Yeah, 8 years for Cuba. Basically, it's a decade before we learn about all of this land. What about Bermuda? I'm still waiting on that one. Bermuda is part of this deplorable market. A market with a value of 87 ducats. Yeah, not throwing myself overboard for that one. I should probably colonize this regardless, just to stop others from getting good headway. Yeah, it's more about denying others than getting things that I want, and I'm okay with that. I'm okay just being a complete bastard. Okay, with this done, I need to start chewing up these Irish miners and getting rid of the Irish High King altogether. So that means you are just gone. You're gone this year. In fact, you're gone next month. Okay, very good. Oh. Okay, goodbye then. Huh. Never seen that before, but I'm seeing it now. Do you want to go in a similarly speedy fashion? You're going to last till July. These guys have 2 provinces. They're going to last a little longer. Yeah, till February next year. Fairly well. Just get rid of both of them, right? Donk. Too much liver could be bad for you. Yeah, but I mean, how much is too much? If it was bad for you, it wouldn't be made so delicious. And it is delicious. Anyway, this inner land I'm never going to have under any reasonable control. So I'm just going to pop out another one of my beloved custom subjects. Create subject, custom subject, right here. We do fiefdoms around here now. Yeah. And the first thing we ever do with a new guy is telling him he's on scootage, although we'll have to wait a bit on that. A third cousin that we don't care about, away you go. Another distant cousin we don't care about, away you go. I'm pretty happy about the progress that we made in Ireland. I'm very happy about that. Iron output up 75%. And I'm sure that's just a modifier, right? It's not something that I have to build. I certainly hope that's the case. Let me check one of my iron provinces. Output per level 1.77. Blast furnace 75%. Oh, that's nice. Iron just seems to be one of those things that's always in demand. And what's the price of iron in the market? Pretty much on par with what you'd expect. Now we'll make a lot more, and that'll make it much cheaper to make my tools. And I believe I even make tools here, right? Yes, and I can't make more, sadly. How about we make some better weapons? Weapons are always in demand. I know I have access to weapon workshops, but it doesn't seem to be what we're doing. London, what a weird market. It's kind of being cramped out by Bruges, even Edinburgh. But I still grab a weird amount of France here. They don't want to go to Bordeaux. I mean, what's the market access here? 35%. Bad for my subject. In a way, also bad for me. If I took Bordeaux back, then I'd have a lot better influence with this market because my subjects wouldn't be dragged over to London, for better or for worse. Interesting. Kent, are you getting me that claim? No, you're just doing another wait. Yes, you are claiming Chester. Okay, very good. In fact, you already have a Casus Belli on Chester. I thought you were doing a claim on France, but you're not. It was on Chester. That's fine by me. Right, let's just get rid of them. Follow through on the threat. Take Kent. Very good. Wham. And I don't even want to fight this. Would you mind doing that for me? I'll even promise you land. Wait, enforced demand plus 10,000 chance of joining. Yeah, okay then. You go and take that for me. I promise it can be all yours. Wow, that is a fancy looking guy. Can't believe he's so thoroughly Highlander. This is the part where you attack, laddie. No, just yeah, let them get their levies, that's fine as well. I'm sure that peasant with not quite a pitchfork, but instead a billhook will... Oh, goodbye. It's not even worth getting involved in this, is it? Well, that's not necessarily true. If your ruler has a naval trait, that actually pushes you further towards naval. So... change appointed navy to this navy. How do I know which one's which? Okay, the one in Montreal then. There you go. He doesn't get there immediately, but I'm curious if this will even work. That'll push out the boats. When's that going to finish? 7 days, okay. Push out the boats. Maybe I murder the boats. Maybe I get a ruler trait for it, or a naval trait. Because a general trait actually works against me here. Thought I could be clever, didn't work out. Oh wait, he's doing his instant retreat again. Stop that. I mean, how does that even work? Okay, maybe I didn't get the trait because my ruler didn't make it in time, but I'm trying. And I suppose at least he's giving me a lot of battles to try and fish for. What the hell is this? Alright, sure, you want back and forthies? I can do back and forthies. Could I, like, tell you to forcibly follow that guy? Ah, Jesus. Riveting gameplay. Yeah, you said it. What is even this? Oh, we actually got them. Oh, nice. And, well and truly got them. We stole their boat. Wait. I guess... What is that even? Oh, they made, galleys. The Afrique galleys. Or whatever. Away they all go. Is this a believable world? Oh, it's very believable. As for you, laddie, change the appointed navy to be the 10th navy. The ones that are... Wait, 10th? No, not the 10th. The 37th navy. The one that's actually doing all the work for the country. And then this province right here. Yeah, Kent know what they're about. Kent are taking it. Alright, very good. Take all the dosh, humiliate them, take the province back. And there's nothing else to even worry about, is there? I could revoke a whole lot of cores, but I don't think that gives prestige like it used to. Yeah, away you go. And now I can very, very happily integrate Kent once I'm done with the Irish, and I likely will. And they might even be happy with me because... I thought there'd be something like gave land in the war here, but no. Instead they're angry that I'm annexed another subject. It's okay though. We will do away with the Irish. And then we will sort out Ireland once and for all with gerrymandering. And then Kent becomes part of me. Also Meath. I wasn't kidding about the scutage. It's priority 1. Boats are kind of borked at the moment. You can only capture them, not destroy them. Maybe that's it, yeah. Yeah, I have noticed I've been getting an absurd amount of captures and virtually no destruction. And that'll be why. Well spotted. Certainly better spotted than I managed. Burghers versus clergy. Clergy versus burghers. Yeah, both are really good, but I'm going to go burghers because at least then one of them doesn't get angry with me. I'm having a quick look at the market access that there is in Ireland. Overall, it's pretty good. but I would want more trade power over in Dublin. Yeah, I think my next big expenditure is going to be boosting my own trade power. I'm taking no time at all to annex Desmond. Then I do Kent. Then I do some... just anywhere that I'm going to have good control, and preferably that's already done cultural enrichment for me. You've done all of this around here. A bunch of them haven't even started, which is kind of disappointing. Well, more than kind of disappointing. What are they even playing at? Truly, I have no idea. Highland had not started. These guys haven't done their cores, so they can be excused. I love the core that you have here, by the way. That's going to be so good for future wars against France. Ah, here we go. Corby actually need to switch their culture. They've got everything sorted out there. All right, try and remember that. Corby. Does building a big navy help a lot with control? Building a big navy of light ships, specifically, and having them on patrol duty, that helps so much with control. Because control propagates through water much better than it does over land in a lot of cases. It helps, of course, to have good harbour quality, or what's it called, harbour capacity. If harbour capacity is bad, then control tends to be quite bad. But you can also have really good capacity and then build a road out there, for example. But yeah, it's not bad. How do I see that? Is that proximity map mode? Which one? We've got harbour capacity. So if you just search for harbour, you can get the natural one, which is just at default, this is what the harbour capacity is. You know, the shape of Portsmouth makes it a good harbour. The shape of Heed makes it a bad harbour. But then there is harbour capacity itself, and that takes into account bonuses like buildings that you have. For example, there's a wharf here in Cantorai helping it out. There's a dock over here. Some of them have fishing villages that help as well. Yeah, there we go. Each fishing village adds a bit more. Harbour capacity is exceedingly useful. And then, of course, there's just raw control. Ignore this control. That's going to go away after the honeymoon period is over with the Irish. But yeah, I'm giving this land back to glorious Irish people so that I can make them Highlander and act as a battery for my culture. And also, I don't want low control land. Bad for crown power, bad for me. Ticking control? I don't tend to care about ticking control. One way or another, it's going to go where it needs to go. I can take this province, max control 49, 42, ticking up. Yeah, it's fine. Just let it tick up. Unless I'm in a direct hurry for something, I don't worry about that. And then once it's all done up, I will probably tell my cultural guy to culturally assimilate that whole area, although it'll take a while. But we're doing a damn good job of culturally assimilating Wales. Yeah, I think I do Wales, Lowland, and then Low Franconian. The Irish are a separate story altogether. I need to do that a bit more targeted until we kill off the last of the High Irish. And I think we're doing just that. In fact, there might be no High King anymore. Get me a number on that. Yes! Oh, we've killed off the High Kingship, finally. I don't know why Desmond aren't a part of that. I can only assume they, for some reason, don't have what would you even call it? They don't have the reform. No, they do have the reform. It's just, for some reason, maybe if there's only one member, there can't be a High Kingship. But the High Kingship gives this massive debuff to culturally enriching Ireland. Now that it's gone, it's as free a real estate as Wales or anywhere else. Yeah, the last King of Ireland. He doesn't seem thrilled at the proposition, does he? 61-year-old coot. Industrious and calm. Yeah, you need a calmness. Knowing that the end of your people is just a couple of months away. And then that'll be it. That'll be the last of the actual Irish. Meath need one core before I culturally enrich them. You need a bunch before I culturally enrich you. Highland. Yeah, these two will be made Highland once they have their cores. I have integration on everything else, right? Yeah. So I'm going to divide these up into one province Irish miners. And then we begin our grand integration, which gives us plenty to do whilst we wait for Both the war with France, actually that's dangerously close. That's 2 years away actually, better keep an eye on that. So at the start of 1493, I want to start paying for my army and navy and getting into position. Serfdom, you say? Unhappy commoners, I don't really care. I love serfdom. Yeah, give me serfdom. I'm still trying to push serfdom, and I need to find a few more things that'll get me there. I'm not a big believer in free subjects. Serfdom is just an almost no-brainer better choice. But I need to knock away some of the things that I have that are pushing serfdom. Oh, but I'd never lose free mobility for the common people. I don't know if there's another way to find the ability to let your peasants and labourers migrate, but I think it's very, very important. Really good at centralising people in palace economy. But yeah, what else can I do to actually push some serfdom? Maybe some nobilities could help me out. Not banal lordship, though, heavens no. Peasant nobility-controlled serfdom? It's a little bit tempting. I know I revoked that long, long ago, but now I could honestly give it back and I wouldn't be unhappy about it. The food consumption is whatever. But serfdom is good. It's really, really good. Which app do you use for the overlay of Twitch chat? I can't get mine to highlight messages like Red and yours. All I do is I click on the little cog wheel on the bottom of chat, and then I click pop out to chat, and then I have a separate browser window, and all I do is capture that. As for it highlighting red, I think that's a feature of using Twitch TV Pro or some kind of Twitch TV app. Hold on, I'll get you the actual name. It is called Better Twitch TV, Better TTV. That gives me a bunch of nice things, including the highlighting. Hopefully that helps you out. Your name is Stream Prangwem. Well then, good luck with your streams. Always happy to see people in the community stepping up and do their own streams. And I'll be extra happy to watch the end of Alpha's Factorio run. Oh, the end makes it sound like he's not going to make it. Oh, come on, we've got every belief that he can make it. There's no way that he couldn't. Right, I believe I was trying to remember that you, with all your full cores, full gore, like that planet in Factorio. There we go, enforce that culture. Yeah, heaven help me what tells the AI to actually put their cabinet members on conversion. I mean, they have completely done it here and not even started over here. They started, completely done it here. They started here. And the weird one is the Bretons, right? They started and then they stopped at halfway. I don't know. The AI for converting provinces is beyond weird. A true opponent. This could be interesting. I'm not sure about that. I keep missing when cabinet members die. You're doing a diplo task, and hey, this is a really good diplo guy. He's really good at a lot of things, actually. Get to that. Oh man, I love... So here's the thing about Wales, right? How many provinces? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, maybe another one. But the whole area can just be done in one fell swoop. And even better is Scotland. Galloway, Tividale, Strathclyde, Lothian, Fife, Perthshire, Angus, Aberdeenshire. Nope, you just get it all done as lowlands. Sadly, you can only do it one at a time, but yeah, as soon as the last of the English... Actually, when we're done, the last of the English will exist over here. My subject decided not to do any integration, but yeah, the last of the English will be here to be wiped out. And then it's nothing but petting zoos of the English. Ah, I love a cultural victory. Do you have the privilege that allows burghers to construct roads? Yes. They're not doing a lot of it, but I can only assume they don't have a lot of money to spend, considering how much I'm taxing them. Yeah, but they are building some here and there. I don't build them because they're damned expensive. It's more of a thing that I do once I know I'm pretty good on RGOs and similar. And I always like building more RGOs. The game still believes in making printer shops, so how am I to say no? More printer shops, please. I like vertical integration. Give me a whole bunch of them, please. You say you can't have more? Well, I disagree. Make more. It's not that there's not the available peasantry for it. But that's okay. They will go there, they will promote, they'll do whatever's needed. I don't agree with the not enough available peasants warning. Because look, there are tons of peasants, they just need to promote. Free subjects helps with promotion, funnily enough, but I'm not bothering with that. Alright, great, Bermuda. How many people even live there? One person. I think a province has to have one person, or else it breaks down in some way. Anyway, we will take that over for range and to prevent other people from holding it. It's a large part of the reason why we do things. Not for our betterment, just to stop others from... What do you mean, Gulf of Valencia? Why would there be pirates around here? Wait, Straits of Gibraltar pirates? Why do I care about that? There are hostile privateers in Spanish lands. It's okay, and... Wait, I think I know why. I have trade offices in the area, don't I? Yeah, there we go. How are we doing on Napoli's opinion? We're getting there. I want to build a whole lot more over in Naples as well. But sure, let's build up a bit more in Spanish lands. How many more was that? Oh, a lot more, okay. That's not free, you know, but sure, I'll do it. I never intend on holding on to these lands personally, so I just grab some trade offices so I can do my own trading without needing to care about burgher strength. Bye, Desmond. Ireland is now completely mine. That was a long time coming. As I said, anything that is not decent... Wait, that proximity to the capital is a lot better than I thought it would be. Look at this stuff. Wait, why is that much more greener than it deserves to be? How is this? Oh, right, Desmond, right. Once Desmond disappears, that will change considerably. Once the memory of Desmond disappears. But yeah, and it's just going to be assorted into a bunch of Moray subjects. And I think I'll make them all fiefdoms, and then we'll focus vassals over in France. Because the Irish ones I'll keep around for a long, long time, maybe even forever. Because it would take a lot to ever get good control of this Irish land from Britain. But if they own the land directly as single province places, then they'll give me a lot more output. Yeah, because they have the control, they have decent market access. And I just need to remember not to make any fiefdoms in France. They become vassals and all as well. Ordeal in Cuba. A dishonest deal. It's only 40 ducats and it gets that stuff done faster. Wait, how fast is fast here? The monthly progress is still pretty huge. It's just that the amount that needs to be done is huge. So I can make it go up by 5% or 10%. 1 month or 2 months. Yeah, sure, just spend the money. It's not a big deal. Can't believe the capital of this island isn't Grimsby. Oh, I think you mean Grimsach. And I made a fair shake at making Grimsby a half-decent town here. 24k. Edinburgh is 15k. Still worse than Orkney. Oh god, Orkney is getting there. Alright, there we go. That makes a lot more sense for access. Alright, let's start divvying up the land. I reckon we stop here, right? Because even this land wasn't too egregious. Well, it was pretty egregious, but not too egregious. Alright, yeah, start here then. Create subjects, custom subject. Here you go. And fiefdom is nice because I don't need to care about who actually gets the land. But yeah, Ireland for fiefdoms. Even this area? Yeah, even that area. What about that? I'll check that out later. The lols pop out as Irish, but they will all get full cores, and then once they have their full cores, it's no big deal to eradicate them. I don't really care if they hold on to forts or the like. What about here? Glare and Limerick. Glare I'm happy to get rid of. Limerick I'm a little more antsy about. Really, really nice natural harbour stuff. What about the goodies here? How can I say no to all the fish, salt, and wool? All right, I'll hold on to it. I'll draw the line at Limerick then. Besides, it's a nice sounding place. Create one more custom sub-G right here. And then what was my decision here? It's a proper area. Even though this inland stuff is going to be garbage, I'll hold on to it because I like the idea that I keep the Irish in their place, insulating them from all the nasty ideas out there. Of course, it won't be Irish forever. They will hopefully convert their land. Oh god, what if I find that they actually do get Irish high kingship stuff back? I should have checked this first. They are free to make government reforms. Uh-oh. Since they're Irish, they could take the Irish one. And then what if we just go back through the motions again and they do more higher Irish stuff? No, believe that it won't happen. Is there a reason to use a vassal if you can do fiefdom? Yeah, split the two because your... here we go. Your fiefdoms combine all the power of fiefdoms together when weighing their liberty desire against you. And the vassals combine all the vassal strength. So ideally you split between those two. And then tributaries have their own combined power, etc., between the different subject types. So we've got Mayo and Galo and Benfey and Meath. It's all quite fun. Alright, that's fine. But yes, I need to go through them. And as soon as they have their cores, I guess top to bottom we'll just start enforcing our culture upon them. Enforce culture. Boom. And you there. It's weird to be the ruler, but also have to do the enforce culture thing. I also need to do a lot of keeping them out of the war with... oh, that should actually be a priority. Because the war with France is quite close. Oh, it's no big deal. We got a lot of diplomats. I'm improving relations with who the heck are you? Oh, the Longfoot people. Right, that's fine. Once they're happier, they can be inside of me. I think I should work on Kent as well. Kent's a good province. And it's another pretty powerful fiefdom that I don't want working towards all the fiefdoms against me. So as soon as I can, I'll start your annexation as well. Marches. They're easy to forget because they're locked behind tech. I think they're locked behind choosing diplomacy in the Second Age tech. But yeah, I don't imagine why you would ever want to march, because you don't take their money. Vassals are horrible for fighting anyway. Just have a regular subject on scutage. Then the enemy can't invade through it anyway. That's better than a march. We lost a bunch of cores because we don't care. Okay, fine by me. I don't care about that land. I care about my subjects looking after that land. Shouldn't need to keep improving relations with Kent as well. Let's try and save the diplomats. They're precious to me. Is it time to build up for France, or was that next year? No, it's the start of 93. We need to build up against France. But it's good to know that we can just keep slaughtering their armies and then come in with our waves upon waves of levies. And I should be able to get even more levies out of here for that. I also hope I have a good casus belli on them. Following through on threat for... Yes, perfect. Lower Artois is exactly where I want. Because that's easy for me to take and hold, because he'll be busy with these forts. And, of course, taking Paris. So we just go blunk, 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 blunk. Keep killing the French. Everybody's happy. Especially the French. I think nobody's happier than the French at the idea of Paris just disappearing. Alright, the time has come for you to enter me. Annexation will apparently take only 2 years, and this is why I make small subjects. You need to be more than 10 times the population of a subject to get this modifier, much smaller. And it goes up and up and up. I do not know the upper limit of this. Well, I think we might have seen the upper limit, but we instantly annexed that 2 population province over there. That was cool. Never seen that before. Not sure I'll ever see it again. Marches are great for theocracies and republics. Only having vassals is restrictive. Ah, I see what you mean. But the way I see it, if they don't contribute money towards you and you can't integrate a march, why would I want a march? Oh, they can hold forts to hold your enemy at bay. It's like, okay, but I could have a regular vassal, put them on scutage, and the enemy can't even enter this land. For whatever reason, they can shatter retreat through it, but I'm all but certain that's an issue that will get fixed in due time, but it ain't fixed right now. I don't dislike Paris. It has its good points. Ah, you like the smell of urine. I understand. French, right? I've been having a time as Serbia, Jake. I turned every Greek province into its own vassal. They learned that there's more Greeks than Serbs. Yeah, you might have a problem holding on to those vassals if you do that everywhere. I guess Byzantine had a bad time and you went and consumed them, and you thought, someone else can look after this land. Tempting until it becomes a problem, right? Alright, I'm very happy to see the end of these Irish Anglo bastards, but can't we do more with you? Yeah, I think we need you to work on other assimilations. Work on water thingamajigger, please. Although there are other bigger areas, aren't there? Ah, well, one at a time. You know, get in line. They're all going to be culturally enriched eventually. Ah, here's that colonial charter somebody mentioned. I am more than a little curious how that works. The problem is everybody's busy. Integrating, assimilating, integrating, assimilating. I can't cut on Wales, so... Ugh, it's an admin job, though. Whatever, let's see how it works. What was it? Something about colonial stuff. Force our pops to migrate to... Oh! Interesting. Is this a way to force the Irish out, for example? I mean, I don't want to. I want to force Highlanders out there so I have even more Highlanders. Interesting. Where are we 100% Highlander? No doubt up in Moray. No doubt up in Ross. And send them to Bermuda? Sure. Oh, and we got Acadia, right? We're going to have to start working on that. I beg your pardon, just how much did that boost it? Hmm, 50 times quite a lot. Where is the boost from? Well, we're getting a tiny little boost from here, but I feel like it suddenly sent out a lot of people. Like a hell of a lot of people. 240 from 110, I think. Let's check what happens when we... Somebody mentioned there were 50 from Ross. I don't see that in the list, but... Ah, here it is. Ah, right. So you send out the 50 and then you get the other modifiers on it. Interesting. And that is pretty speedy Gonzales, isn't it? I'm not in a hurry for Bermuda, so I'm not going to do that. And also, you're terrible at your job. Terrible at that job, that is. I'd rather have you doing assimilation. But very good. Right, we will use that to race towards getting land in the Caribbean. Anyway, I also found other things. Ah, yes, Acadia. Is that really the name of the place? How many of these things do you think we could afford having? Monthly maintenance is dead low. What's the climate like? Oh, continental, barring one little province here. I think we just take the whole lot, right? It's a nice landing board. I just wish this was completely disconnected so I didn't need to worry about land connection. But sure, let's make a colonial nation here. Yeah, Nova Scotia. Nova Moray, I think we'll be knowing it as now. And I'm well aware that the price multiplies with each additional colonial charter. Did we get him? Oh, I think I missed one somewhere here. There you go. Not yet, sir. It's fine. Gives us something to do because we're waiting 8 years until we discover the Caribbean. Actually, 6 years for Cuba. Cuba Luba. And cost of colonies, it's nothing. Although, maybe when it updates, it will be something. Yeah, Moravia? No, Moravia is too confusing. Nova Moray. You winning, son? Well, if getting the Pope out of Wales is winning, no. But otherwise, yes. Oh god, what are the horrible RGOs over here? Fish! More fish than you can shake a stick at, and there's a lot of sticks to shake. Beyond that, there's also medicine. Fur is not bad. Okay, so lumber is good and fur is good, but the rest of this is awful. Absolutely awful. Well, at least I won't starve. But it's going to be a very sad market for my poor colony. I wonder if colonial nations learn about the lands around them nice and easily. I hope they do. Historically accurate. Well, we're not following history here. I don't remember Moray rising up and consuming Western Europe. Not even my blood ancestral memories are telling me about that. Right, that does free me up a bit on what I can research now. This age ends in... oh, quite a while actually. 45 years or so. That's going to buy me time to get about 20 advances. So we should count to 20, right? And but we should be careful about getting things that aren't that bad, right? What does this do? Is anybody familiar with send people to the colonies as a cabinet action? What does this do that Boost Colonial Charter doesn't? I'd like to know, but I don't want to invest in it just to have another thing that I can't use my cabinet for. There's no additional cabinet seat to be had here. There is an additional government reform to be had, though. I hope I'm not wrong about that, right? Yeah, no, we already got the cabinet seat. And the cabinet laws. Now, the other thing that I was really wanting is this additional government reform, which I think is worth my time. It does get me through a lot of things I don't want, though, but... foreign culture law, actually. Anything that gives serfdom? Cultural influence? I think we have plenty of that now. Delusional lowlander role-playing? Freaking young. Talking about his own problems on my stream. Yeah, you get useless things like higher artist cost. Trade advantage I don't think is very useful. The Lazaroto does give disease resistance, but it feels like a lot of bad things you've got to get this really good thing. Really bad things. Troubling, very troubling. But that's probably done by design, right? Okay, I definitely want the antagonism down in time for that French war. Army morale is just good. Promoting institutions will be good later, but not now. We already have the cultural influence, and I don't want to get a Catholic advance anyway. These workshops... well, the weapon workshop is tempting. Peasant happy? Again, that's a Christian thing. Not interested in power projection either. Navy initiative is good. Dominate those seas with very quick victories, even though it's broken right now. Army tradition also nice. Heavy ship power, very nice. Food production, I'll take it, even though food's a bit of a meme. Trading hubs can be built in market centers. They give quite a lot of trade capacity. But is it really worth it? I mean, that's not difficult to get through other means. Copper output, tin output, silver output, lead output. Proximity with maritime. Oh my lord, why did I not get that first? This is why I wish I could drag and drop. Like, I want that first. That's great for control. RGO... what's a mercury patio? I don't actually think this is as good as it seems. These are rare for me. Well, there's no gold and there's very limited silver. And the output's not that great, but it employs laborers, which is very good. And hang on, you can have multiple levels of this? Huh, maybe it's very good. Maybe. Construction speed's really also good, right? I'll take it all. And then local access to raw materials boosts production efficiency, which is great. Maximum repair shipped at sea is a bit irrelevant, but yeah, give me that. Alright, there's 20 things to research. That should get me through to the next stage. One expels people from a province, one draws people to it. Alright, the expulsion sounds good, because then I can take places and... oh wait, is it better the higher the population that you expel people from? There's another thought. Because it is when you just do the expel people thing. Coming of age, yeah, good for you. I hope that son of mine is breeding like a rat. Okay, women are good if I get nothing but women, but if I get woman, 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 boy, it's a disaster. Otherwise, I just want lots of males, so I have lots of crown people to draw upon. We're having a bad time here with the dynasty. Murdering my crown power. There's one for 5% on army maintenance. Now that also sounds good. Where was that? Should be glowing around here. It's you, right? Old and the infirm. Sounds like me. Trade general cost. Who trains generals? There's something else here. Okay, no, none of that, please. Logistics distance is a bit hard to see, so I'm not too keen on getting that. I should really consider getting better supply fleets. I'm still using my old wagons. There's a lot I've ignored on the far right here. But yeah, I guess I just make do without the extra government reform. Or rather, I can go for that on the next age when it's cheaper to go for. Bermuda is done. Diplomatic hegemon. Yeah, there's a lot of back and forthing on hegemon. I wish it was some more of a cooldown on that. Yeah, what's a man to do with Bermuda here, really? It's just a crappy little province with fish on it. I could just leave it be. It's mine to give me, Ooh, doesn't even have market access. I could make a market here. Oh, hang on. A new market can only be created in an urban location. Somebody told me that if market access is below like 25% or so, you don't need an urban location for it. What was this person saying? There's a research for maritime presence decay. That's also quite good. It's bugged UI. Oh, you're telling me I could do this? Well, I don't want to, right? This is an awful place to have a market because waterways are awful for propagating market access. Despite the game saying they're good, they're actually terrible. Single gravel road is superior. Do it. I'm not doing it. Enjoy the markets that I have currently. Really wish these guys were culturally enriching their land, so I'd be more inclined to integrate them. Speaking of people I want to integrate, Rene is one of them. Yeah, get the integration going. It's a really, really strong subject, and they give me loads of money, but that also really pumps up the fiefdom power against me. And all those little Irish guys that I let out, they are going to start working together against me. And wait, when did my naval maintenance come back up? When did I end up at war? Starting to think that's entirely too many barks for what I'm doing here, but what have you. You guys are... Oh, God, what? I thought I put these guys on mothball. They've been costing me money this whole time. Oh, well, at least I'm ready. Ready for a fight. You have to press that button in another location that is a town and then choose the rural location manually, I think. Oh well, something to explore when I need to, like when I play Perm, but now is not one of those times. Let's get a feel for how much this is going to cost me at war. Ooh, crivens, like another $100 dues to support my army. Do that later. I need to strike France, by the way, the moment the truce is up. Otherwise, they're going to join the coalition. So 23rd of February, 94. 1 year from now. No question about it. And we have another, hopefully, wonderful war against France where we take 100%. I've got no reason not to that I can think of. They're also busy at war with just Salzburg. Who? Why? Why are you not fighting Bohemia? Right, is Salzburg... Who is Salzburg, anyway? You're Salzburg. Are you telling me this is not Imperial land? It's not? No, it must be. This is all Imperial land. So how in the world did you do this without Bohemia getting involved? Or are you two bum chums now? Nah, man, I do not know. Not sure I care to know. Oh, there we go. Now Castile will get involved. I'm not promising you land, but it's good to know that you don't like France anymore. That's weird. Did you become rivals or something? No, you didn't. You used to love France. What in the world happened? I mean, the border happened, but... I don't know. Was the debt towards France and you didn't pay? What in the world happened? Tell you what else isn't happening. They're not giving me my bloody money. And won't do so for another wee while. How in the world is the Byzantine Empire still alive? Because why would everybody's favourite Orthodox Ottomans want to fight the true heir to Rome? There just doesn't seem to be an end to the Orthomans in this game. It keeps getting fixed and it keeps not being fixed. Right, it's quite important that I get these guys into scutage. Not important enough for me to actually spend on economic, diplomatic costs, but the coastal ones have got to go scutage. So they don't come in and embarrass me in the war. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 more scutage. 5 with not a lot of diplomats coming in, because I'm using them on annexation. Concerning, but... well, no. Interesting, but not concerning. Yeah, I did start the run just before it was fixed. Well, what was I to do? Northwest African coast awaits. Wait, was I actually looking for this? We're now aware of this. We reap the benefits in the exploration of the Crown of Castile. Okay, the fact that I learned about that after Castile's involvement tells me the stuff that I'm learning about will go to the others, so I do not want to explore places that I'm not planning on colonizing. Alright, that makes sense to me. Keep these other buggers out of my precious land. Yeah, the cost of colonies is way low. Why is it so low? This was so much more expensive when I was playing Golden Horde. Oh well, more for me, I hope. I'm amazed the patch has not borked the save, honestly. It's something we really tried to do at Paradox, was not break the saves with updates, but EU4 was such a rickety old beast. Some things just had to go bye-bye. Let's not talk about the tutorial. That's a fresh open wound. Enemies on the horizon. Yeah, they've fabricated casters against me so often, but Norway has not made good on it. I don't blame them though. Why would Norway fight me? Fight me, dillweed. I'll keep these ready. Wait, do I even need a navy against France anymore? It's just down here. Do I still have naval range? Oh my god, didn't I buy this off the Pope? Ah, but with technological advances, we now can get down here anyway. No, I think I bought it off Castile. Somebody I bought naval range off of. I think I was eyeing up the Pope province and Castile, and maybe we decided Castile was best. But yeah, my heavies are not needed up here. In fact, they can't really do anything up here. So I should have them parked down here to blockade France and murder any fleet that he does against me. Oh, no, I should park one right here so he can't come up. That is thinking devilishly. Alright, very good. With that in mind, you get some kind of half-decent admiral. Oh, you're decent at everything. I wish you were in charge of my country. You stop anybody from getting through here, please. And, there is an argument that I keep the other one ready to attack just in case something was already out or otherwise gets through, rather than go for blockading. Because I don't think I need the blockading. Yeah, I really don't think I do. I'll keep you around ready to react to anything that comes my way. They've created patches of randomly unsettled lands, yeah, and yet the save holds. Welsh Pope or not. I will admit it's kind of tempting to put a settlement on Bermuda. The population capacity potential is actually quite high there. It's just what a garbage piece of land. I mean, what a truly garbage piece of land. At least they're happy out there. Away from everybody. I need absolutely screamed at when it's time for war with France. If France join the coalition, then that's a big pain for me, isn't it? Does the coalition against me currently exist, actually? Yeah, it's banks and it's the Netherlands. But I still don't want it to be the banks and Netherlands. It's going to be a lot of work to get the Netherlands out of the coalition, but not inconceivably hard. I'd need to do a lot to improve relations. It's just a lot more diplomats that I'm willing to spend right now. And I'm not going to be able to get all of the Irish out of the war with Scootage in time. Not unless I'm willing to pay for more diplomats, which I'm not. Diplomatic spending is expensive. I mean, I could ratchet it up by 130 ducats, but I'd really, really rather not. Besides, being a great power gets me extra diplomats, I think. Yeah, there we go. Not just any old great power number 5. Does Bermuda make a good naval staging location? Somewhere to repair once the colonial wars start happening? I wanted it for the range around here. But yeah, a good place, I imagine, to go and send my boats back to if the need arises. But what really is going to happen is I bet it's just going to be a magnet for the AI to go and occupy. Well, whatever, keeps them out of my hair. Large cross-the-world wars, I just imagine they must be so painful to do in this game. Having a contiguous empire feels like the way forward. I'm doing colonization because I'm interested in trying it once, but I suspect what will happen is I'll go, well, that's awful. Never do it again like in EU4, except in this game I would probably set down a lot of trade buildings over here in other people's land, so I can benefit from the trade, but not actually have to do the colonization or the defending. Just a thought, though. We will see how it transpires. You can get rid of all the criminals, send them off to Canada. Now, Nova Scotia's my lot, and it's looking a bit patchwork right now. I really hope France can't see it or sail over to it, but that's what this navy is here for. Otherwise, pretty happy with how things are going, especially the removal of the English in Wales. Oh, that looks good. Really good. Waterford is going rather slowly. Wales is going rather quickly, all things considered. And the integration is halfway done. Thankfully, we're not playing EU4, so the French cores on this land, which they don't have, won't prevent the coring process. That was a real pain when it happened in EU4. I wish I could just get rid of these, right? I know I'm missing employees. I want to be missing employees. It makes more people want to go there when there are jobs available. But the game thinks it's alert I should know about, like, oh no, your child is underage. Okay, what should I do about this? Nothing but wait. Okay, thank you. Oh wow, the Anglo-English have given up? Amazing. Nova Scotia? Then there's no Old Scotia anymore. Sadly, the Scots still draw breath. Oh wow, even in Aberdeen, we're actually starting to get rid of them. The great Aberdonian replacement. But I'm going to take care of this in one fell swoop. Because this area is lowlands, I can do it in a single move, just like I'm doing all of Wales. I'll get you yet, Aberystwyth. I'll get you next time, Gadget. Actually, are we at the point where there's majority Highland in all of these provinces? No, there's still some which are suffering. Alright. I can live with it. Contemplating actually accepting the Irish as a... where is it now? As a culture. I have loads of spare accepted culture slots here. Get the Mona Lisa out my face. Yeah, we're really, really kindred. I will tolerate them just so that we might be able to get some Irish... Oh wait, the Irish aren't revolting on me at all. It will improve control a bit, though. You're telling me there are Scots here? You can't hide from me, Scots. I'll eliminate you all in due time. That's funny. That's real funny. You're a funny guy. Right, get another one of these guys scootaged. I need to keep a spare diplomat so I can declare war at a moment's notice, though. Accept the Irish. What's happened to you? No. Tolerate the Irish. Don't want to accept them, because if you accept them, their populations can grow. But if they're merely tolerated, they won't. That's what I did with the English, just to make them more accepting of my genocide. Welsh, the removal from English from Wales. Yay! And the replacement with Highlanders. Oh, no. Oh, we have so much in common with the Welsh. Especially with our fleecy friends. Alright, poised and ready for you, France. I guess I can start paying my army and moving them into position to march on Paris, as I always do. My heir is in charge, and that is fine. We'll make a man out of him yet. He already has a general ability, which is sad, but I can live with that. How about the values? Barely naval. That's alright. As long as it's 25 or more naval, we're eligible for that kick-ass event. And it does seriously kick ass. Alright, what's happening in the parley these days? No census, so I'm sad. Trade expeditions. Plutocracy. Ooh, right. More armories have got to be nice. Also, I need that manpower pretty badly. Alright, go for it then. Even though lumber is so good. Yeah, I could expand all of my forestry in one go here. And I probably would. And lumber is good. But I do need that manpower. Go on then, let's get all the wood done in one fell swoop. And then we go to production, goods. We'll do it with the RGO builder. We'll go lumber. We'll ask for every single lumber province, and we just do them all. Mass expand. I hope this doesn't include this stuff, right? Egads, it does? I don't care about your lumber. Do everything other than that. Yeah, look at these. These could go up to 5. Well, okay, a cheeky little bit of extra lumber for the two of you, but don't tell anybody I did this. There's not enough tools in the market to do this. Oh, okay. Well, good luck with that one. No iron for tools over there. No stone for tools over there. Can you even just make wooden tools? That's not true about the no stone. Stone is a base good. It'll always appear in a market. Ah, well, that's something for my colony to figure out. Okay. Oh, yeah, Castile will be helping out in the war as well. Will they? The nobility want me to break with Castile? No, I'd rather not. Let's improve opinion with the bank instead. There you go. Sheep are harmless, dopey creatures. I kind of like Highland cows. Nobility, at long last, they have my back. What did I do to them? Yeah, I'm interested to see what Castile bring towards this fight. Surely after I've absolutely bodied France, Castile can finally find it in their heart to take on somebody half their size. And maybe it'll keep Castile a little busy from all their colonization malarkey. This all seems African, right? Yeah, very African. But it's costing them a lot more money than it costs me. Why? Probably the population of the target province. But they're also getting a lot of people over there. A lot more than I'm getting here. But when I did that moving people over to the colonies, it was just one by one, wasn't it? Seems like a waste. If it doesn't scale well, I'm not interested. But these modifiers I am quite interested in. Where's the best way to see the breakdown of that number, though? Maybe I can even see it by looking here better. If this even shows my colonization efforts, which it doesn't seem to. Doesn't show it very well here. I think you can see colonization progress here. Colonies? Yeah, there we go. This is more like it. 50, 100, 50, 20. Yeah, I think the settled colonies was a great idea. If I'd gone for the foreign building cost, it wouldn't have accelerated my colonialism quite like this. And outward is good for now. I think once you're done with outward, you want to turn inward. Get that crown power. Get that control for all the vast conquests you're going to do. But yeah, I'm happy about that. Oh! I could go over to Russia. Yeah, no thank you. World conquests in this game, I could not be less interested. World is too huge, the payoff is too non-existent. Building tall feels good, you know. And that's quite the opposite. Why are they depopulating here? They're going to Perth, they're going to some other place. Well, I suppose they have to come from somewhere, all my colonials, don't they? Yeah, so in a way it's kind of bad for my population, but it's fine. Surely the colonial nations I have will contribute mightily to my coffers. Don't actually know. Never had proper colonial nations in this game. I just had the ones I had as the Golden Horde. And that was anything but proper. So I'm trying to think how Castile can screw me over this time. So Castile drew me into the war with the Pope. Castile exploded the moment I wanted them to war with France. Castile became best buddies with France the next time I wanted them to fight France. So now that we are just a few months away from fighting France and calling in Castile, how are they going to let me down? TBW is saying that colonies just don't. Don't ruin my ideas like this now. I'm looking forward to having my glorious Highland colonies. Oh, okay. Well, I'm sure we'll get another event to bring this one through. Correct chance. Okay, not having my cannons on the front row would certainly be a choice. Alright, speed it up. I'm antsy for fighting France. Yeah, and look how much I'm spurring on the Irish economy. Giving them plenty of forests to cut down. Hey, there we go. I knew Lynn would have my back. What a great name Lynn is. There was a lassie in my childhood whose name was Lynn. She was an older lass, though, and she lived in this weird house. The old post office, I believe it was. Oh, hell no. Well, good to see the nobility, as usual, have my back. Support for dissidents abroad has always been one of the worst events in the game. It's just, hey, would you like bad things to happen? No? Well, they're happening. Too bad. Pick between these two awful of choices. Sure. Take that tiny scratch of cash. And whilst we can't get all of them out of the war, I'll get the ones with coastal cities out of the war, or coastal towns, rather. They're less likely to get involved here. Oh, it's actually called Clare. What a cool name. What a nice name. Right, don't spend any more diplomats. We have to fight France in a mere moment. 23rd of February, and we cannot wait even a moment longer. Colonies may be money, but if you got screwed because of the market in the capital, it gets put on where your first full province gets finished. Ooh. Ooh, yeah, so I could end up with, like, the market over here. It would it would be far better over here or here, so it would have more connections, but yeah, that does sound pretty bad. You can move a market. But maybe you can't because it's all wrong. Wait, I thought you could move a market. I'm certain you can move a market. Yeah, here we go. Relocate market. Yeah, I don't think so. For some reason, I do not think I want to spend that. $800 of my money. Could Castile occupy the land for themselves? They could. I like to think they'd give it over to me. But even if they don't, there's plenty of land I can take in northern France and still be happy. The dream, of course, is to cut France off from the sea. I don't even mind Castile taking this land. You can keep them as Moray clay for a while until the one you want to be the capital finishes. Ooh, now there's a thought. Well, we'll figure it out, but war with France is the priority right now, and I am poised and ready to destroy him. And no, this isn't some fake out where I go, we'll do it next time, we're doing it now. Castile have screwed me over plenty today. It's time for them to enjoy the screwing. 20, 21, 22, 22, 23. Okay, good. Yeah, I was worried it wasn't actually going to be there for me. Uh-oh. Okay, thank goodness. Lower Artois is there. That is the absolute thing that we want to be striking for. We are slightly stronger than them. Okay, good to know. That way you don't get the free city with the buildings, though, and that helps the colony grow a lot. I suppose. I'll just let them appear and see what happens. We can always nitpick on that later. Right, goodbye, France. Immediate march on Paris, where he was not entirely paying for his fortifications. Okay, good. Very good. And then hopefully his boats never get out because I have them pinned down here. But what if he goes in here, he instantly retreats, and then he just comes right up to Britain with his stack? Maybe he's got military access to the Pope. I don't know. What other ridiculous thing could happen here with the bleeding Pope? I knew that would cost me. Why are you building an army? Okay, you're not my subject. You're France's subject. I guess that's okay. The Great Pestilence. Wait, what? Isn't this... Okay, well, let's see what this is all about then. A mysterious plague is ravaging the natives. The disease is unpredictable and deathly. Is this a problem, though? The speed of contagion is morbid. You forgot to call in Castile. Oh, I did forget to call in Castile. Yeah, Colombian exchange, all well and good, but there's little else we can do besides deliver last rites and dig graves. Yeah, it doesn't sound like my problem, though, does it? It's just New World natives dying. Right. You are coming into this war, despite your debt. Yeah, keyword there is natives. It's been a long time coming, Castile. You're finally going to lift your weight against the French. Yeah, so when you say we're killing the natives, I mean, how many natives? Can we put a number on this? Are there even natives to kill? There's 100 of them here. There's 100 of them here. Is there a way to actually see it? Ah, here we go. This lovely wee province. What's happening then? Don't care about attrition. Disease. Is there a way to make sure that it's only killing off the natives? Yeah, probably. And now 2/3 of the Americas die. Jake had this event, but was on the receiving end of it. Oh, you had this event, and you were on the receiving end of it. Well, come on. We get the Great Black Plague over in Europe, or Eurasia, Africa. You gotta have something. That stuff can even land in Ryukyu. I played a wee bit of Ryukyu, and then I'm like, where did this Black Death come from? I don't even have market access. You can't block off the country either, because you need the Black Death to be near you to block off your country, so that ain't happening either. Right, so if I'm not mistaken, there are still works of art waiting for me in Paris. It's looking a bit more lacking in art than it was before. There's 6 pieces of work. We still want to steal the Notre Dame if at all possible, and we are going to keep trying. The rats can swim really well. No kidding. A menace from Tortuga. A rather turbulent beginning with the natives of Tortuga. Not my problem. Just kill them all. We have guns, they do not. We have bailiff maces, they probably do not. In fact, are we still swinging our bailiff maces? No, we are not. That is a real PS2 level graphic, though. And frankly, it renders from too far away. There's a real performance hit at this view. This, in particular, causes it the... Oh, what's even the term? I thought I had a little button to remove or not remove those things. Where'd it go? Anyway, yeah, this thing here with the number and the flag for some reason destroys the game's performance. I was playing as Maya. The Europeans landed somewhere in South America. It spread. It killed 3 out of 6 million of my pops. That sounds about right. You lose about, what, 1/3 to half of your people with Black Plague. Besides, what were those pops really doing for you? They were costing you in terms of economic base. The Europeans did you a favor yet again. Oh, terrible news. What should I do for the natives? Will I get them some remedies? Actually, that just seems like free stability, right? Oh, but then I have to pay... Wait, that is not acceptable. No way, no, I'm not paying that much to save the natives. Segregate the infected? I really don't care. Yeah, nah. Sounds like a them problem, not a me problem. So France, are you even going to try attacking me right now? Now that I have them in a two-front war, they seem a little bit confused as to what to do. Also, Castile's marching over from the Pope lands. Okay, good job, Castile. I knew you'd be useful someday. As Vijayanagara barely lost 15% or so, that was a pop of more than 4 million. India is crazy, yeah, crazy overpopulated. Thoughts you can smell. I hear the real play is to fight Delhi as they crumble and then take all the slaves back. And there are so many, you just end up with an enormous workforce. I'm loving this massive amounts of maritime presence that we have. Working out great for us. Unlike the nobility. Nobility don't like working out for me. Just to check that we are on auto garrison refill. Which we were, and then we got turned off. Heavens knows why. Just like heavens knows why my subjects keep their boats in the water. You'd think it's for maritime presence, but they're hardly getting any of that. I suppose that's because their navy is hardly anything. Right, I've got my relations with Naples before that ruins itself. I want to go cranking down with my trade offices. Give me 5, 5, 5, 5, 5. Just 5 everywhere. Screw it. They're the ones that have to pay. Well, that's not true, right? I have to pay, but they're the ones that have to supply them with people. And you know what? Tell me about places that don't have enough peasants either. You don't want to. Fair enough, though. I mean, that's a lot of money down the drain, but it should be a lot of trade for me. And now that trade doesn't hurt economic base, I just imagine that that's really, really good for you. I wish it didn't tell me the individual goods. I'm more interested in specifically which markets make me this money. Is there actually a breakdown like that? Yeah, I'm interested where I have presence, but I'm interested in the money. Probably wouldn't be a bad idea to get some presence up here. But that's looking tough to do, considering that there are no... there's nowhere to really build up anything that'll give me that. The population is very, very sad. And at best, I could maybe slam down a fishing village. Oh, I can't even do that because there's no masonry. Whoa, that is sad. Yeah, how do you get anything going up here? I can't even build a market village or a fishing village. There's the market's overview on the right. The market overview on the right. I do not know what you mean. Unless there's like some trade thing here. Export the goods you need to build. Yeah, but I don't want to. Don't want to bother with it. Manually exporting goods just to have enough to build things is such a pain to do. And I'm not interested in pain. I'm interested in having fun. The drop-down menu on the right of the screen. Oh, this one. Yeah, good point. Yeah, it's on the outliner. For some reason, my my very brave traders down in the Faz market think that the best thing to do is lose money. Because I'm moving dyes all the way to Edinburgh. And the profit I make doesn't even cover the maintenance. Okay, bravo. Absolutely freaking bravo. Ah well. By and large, the automated trade is fine. And it's certainly a lot better than doing it manually. So I guess I won't be too angry. I'll just be partially livid. I mean, the game was designed for 0.05 trade maintenance, and it's actually got 0.5, order of magnitude up. What is this? Liberation of something. Where is this? Why does it not click and tell me? Oh, thank you. So it seems that the Spanish are going and occupying this. The French want to take it back. They're using their regulars, a lot of their regulars. I could keep those French stuck over there and then the French would have no anything for this war. That is speaking very strongly towards a blockade of French lands here. How much of a navy are we talking about? 10 boats! Of which you have one heavy fleet, the pride of your fleet. Alright, here's what's happening then. Split in half, split in half. Split in half. Balance out. You're balanced, you're balanced, you're balanced. They are not allowed to leave there. And I will still keep you on penning everybody in. Although the French are already doing that. Not the French, the Castilians. I don't trust the Castilians though, so don't bother. Keep those regulars over there, and that should be very little threat for fighting the rest of France. Castile's just suiciding their army. They can suicide all they want. I'm not interested in Spaniards in this game. I don't care about their population. I don't care about their lands. I care about ME, my empire. And it'll be an empire when I betray the Pope. What the hell? Love those low rolls on my sieges, so I do. Death stack on siege is not so bad in this game compared to... Oh, wait, we forgot. The French can just retreat their navies out. They could pick up their units and then retreat away, and then they'll get them out of there. But hopefully they don't. Yeah, looking forward to abandoning the Pope. Yeah, so in this game, you don't take just inherent siege attrition. You will if it's Arctic or they have something like the asymmetric warfare thing, but by and large, you don't get penalized for doing doomsday. Oh my god! I'll get you eventually. Sieging is fun. At least during this time I can work on my scutage diplomacy. There are only 3 to do, which is fine, because I can do 1, 2, 3. Now everybody's scutage, and then the next thing is to culturally enrich my subjects. All of the ones in Ireland, because they all have full cores. Ah. My brilliant plan has backfired. The French know what I'm up to. I'll see if you can't still bamboozle them like so. Oh, they're trying to get on the boat. I say no. And once again, we just fail to engage the boat. It's so broken, man. We took the Scepter of Paris and the Majestic Titan, but notably we did not secure the Notre Dame. So we'll be back for that in the future. I need to grab this province, which sadly means 2 forts need to come down. But we'll get them. All the while, Castile, as usual, does not know how to take on France. It's kind of a nostalgic thing, fighting France side by side with Castile. We did that 150 years ago, I think, now. Remember those young, naive days where we were just little 3-location Moray? Up in the Highlands, total population about 20-something thousand before the Black Death. Ah, them's happy times, them's were. Quick check to see if any of my subjects are doing integration. Oh. Wait, what? Once again, they did a bunch of it and they stopped about halfway. I'm very happy to see that, though. Like, that is excellent Highland progress. It's hard to see with all the blue on blue, but yes. Actual bagpipes in Bordeaux. My culture play is even more enjoyable in this game than EU4. It's a cathedral, not even the British Museum could steal that. Oh, just watch me try. I'm going to keep sieging down Paris, and I'm going to keep stealing whatever they have. The sad thing is, I think it's all going back to London. It would be nice if it spread out amongst my... Yes! Ah, the annoying thing is that the Pope is going to do something about this. However... No, they got their freedom from the Pope directly. Have they? No, I'm clicking on the wrong person here. Wait, what? What is going on? What? The Pope works in very mysterious ways. You just, like, I just suddenly saw that pop over. And then now we're looking at Aberystwyth, owned by Mycen, who don't have a core here. The Papal States still have their core here. Mycen, the German, just annihilated Pope Boy. Let's see. There is a Bohemian-Austrian War. Pope Boy backed Austria. Not his brightest move ever made. But it looks like you separate pieced. And you separate pieced with a German minor. We're going to find that German minor is out of the war, surely. No, because if they separate pieced... Wait, that makes even less sense. How could they have separate pieced the Pope? Austria and Bohemia are war leaders. So Bohemia did it on their account and for some reason gave this over to Mycen. Did Mycen even have a port for that? I mean, they're all over the Pope right now, but... What? I can't fight you without involving Bohemia, so the situation has just got even worse. Wait, it might get better if this land revolts against you. They are surprisingly happy, but they're all going to be wrong culture, just not wrong religion. But unfortunately, of course, you have a coast now, so you can defend it. Check your news feed for it. I'm looking. Fortress, Bohemia have been proclaimed hegemon. Brunswick with culture. Diplomatic hegemon again. Joining our war. Forestry, France. I'm not seeing any peace deals here. Far from it. Oh, hang on. Swear I saw something Bohemian looking on my list. But it's possible I was blind. Yeah, well done at your wonderful architecture there, Bohemia. Yet another hegemon thing. Well, I'm not seeing it and I have no idea. And there are no province histories to check anymore. Can you offer to buy the province? This has been brought up before. If it's the right religion, somebody will never sell their province. There's like a -100 towards it. I will try, though. It's not the right culture at the very least, but usually culture or religion being correct is enough. Egads, I mean, how am I meant to actually keep you stuck there? I could further halve the size of these. I'm just very interested in France not getting those units out of there. Make the war easier if he doesn't have access to his regulars. Yeah, maybe the fact that it's not a core might help with the purchase of it. But we'll see. I can't do it at war. Can't even offer it at war. Alright, it's no longer about scutage. There's no scutage to offer, but it is about changing culture. Well, enforcing my culture. And I can do it on all of these guys because I'm certain that they have the... they have full cores. In fact, I can even check. Core. No. Yeah, but I knew you didn't have your cores. You got yours. You're working on yours, of course. Majority Irish makes that easier for you. I'm just happy to see no more bleeding Irish kingship stuff. Quick check around. A spot check says it's certainly not back. Kent, however, finally rejoined me. Brilliant. Yeah, I let Kent away knowing that it was quite the hit. This is very, very good control land for me. And it's very populous as well. 19,000, 81,000. This should be a city. Yeah, because who cares about the salt? But this was all to get good casus belli on France, and it absolutely served its purpose. Now I'm more than happy taking on the likes of Artois. Artois? Arras? Lower Artois. What's control looking like? If you're not Ireland, it's looking pretty good. And even if you are in Ireland, it's looking alright. But max control is still suffering on places that don't have good coastlines. Also worth noting that we don't have it all cored. I need to do some cultural enrichment to aid that. There's an argument for doing that right now. In fact, there's a very good argument for doing all of Munster now that I've got rid of the High Island stuff. It's an excellent argument, in fact. 10 prestige is a ton of prestige, give me that. Yeah. The problem is that I also wanted to do the lowlands. But it would certainly advance getting cores around here a whole lot easier. Is there a single province that I would rather do some cultural enrichment in right now? I mean, those Norns have long bothered me. and it is not a core, to be fair. There's also the argument that this whole Munster area could be done in one fell swoop. How's the population? The population is a big factor in how much this can be done. Yeah, so it's relatively high here and relatively low there. I think the argument here is that the Welsh are already my core, so don't focus on them right now. If I'm going to assimilate an area, assimilate Munster specifically because it's not my core. And that'll get me cores all along here. Once Munster is cored, then we get rid of the last of the Scots. Although we could also do this area. There's so much to do. It's a shame you can only do assimilate area on one area. How I wish I could do more. I installed EU5 the other day, Sisungi. It became possible. And now I don't dare to play it. EU4 seems easy compared to it. Oh, but don't you find it really gets under your skin and you think, oh, I need to play more. Expand my market, expand my culture, dominate my foes. I know it's What do you mean it became possible? I don't get that. Maybe it became impossible. Impossible to what? Okay, good. We're still barely pushing towards naval. The cowardly French Navy are doing what they do best, which is hopefully dying. Prosperity in Edinburgh. No, not my beloved Edinburgh. Okay, there we go. The French Navy just runs away. Yeah, something is so foobar with navies in this patch. Boats just don't die. These guys are mothballed as they should be. Taken me a sweet long time dealing with this, but since the French army is nowhere to be seen, I am quite tempted to just start laying siege with a lot of levies. Well, that's an excellent timing for antagonism reduction. Let's give it a go, shall we? I mean, come on, right now they're just Northern French, largely. I have over 3,000 hours in EU4. Didn't even start EU5, but I'll get there over time. It was the same for me, though. I mean, I have many, many thousands of hours in EU4, both working on it and playing it, including on and off stream. And I was intimidated by EU5. I mean, there's a hell of a lot going on. But I gotta say, it is the superior experience by a big margin. I'm gonna bunch these two up together. I don't trust them not to die. Alright, hopefully the French AI isn't clever enough to actually go and fight my levies. They might be, though. But whilst they're nowhere near good at sieging as my main stack keep rolling garbage on their siege rolls. So we'll make up with numbers. Does the game run horribly too? You know, compared to EU4 on release, this game runs smooth as butter. Anybody remember just how bad EU4 was on release? How about the fact that it auto-saved every month and every time you did everything or anything? He's trying, but he's going to fail in this fight. But you know what France is like. Get those heavies in there. Pillage his fleet. Although just steal his boats is what we're doing here. Does that mean you could have a back and forth of stealing boats, I wonder? What a strange thing. But yeah, boats just don't die for whatever reason. Oh, hang on, hang on. I did say I didn't want him to do this, and that's exactly what he's doing. Right, so we were perhaps a touch premature here. Be gone. We cannot handle him. I can't handle it alone. Don't be scared, though. I mean, yeah, sure, some levies are going to die, but... okay, I could also just win. Winning is good. Ah, no, he set me up for a failure. Ah, that was clever. Making me win so my morale is high, so I don't run away, and then I get destroyed by his actual attack force. He's too smart for me. Alright, but maybe I'm too smart for him. Time for you to die. Where are you going to? Lily. Right, I'll take out Lily. Wait, actually, are you chasing me down all the way? You're going to Cassel? You're going to go to Dunkirk? To Calais? Alright, these guys need to leg it. But I think I can still corner them. Alright, bring on Castle, and I need to take this down, otherwise I won't get ticking war score for holding the war target. Don't worry about depopulation, that's because of colonization. Not Sid Meier's one, at least. Yeah, get out of here, scuzz buckets. If they take Paris without regulars, I'm not concerned. Because then I can re-siege Paris and maybe get the Notre Dame. And I'd be up for that. But if they have regulars, then they're going to reinforce, and that I'm not okay with. Okay, they do have regulars, so... beat them on Cambrai, and then take back Paris. That's the golden move here. No regulars. If these guys move in with them, though, I feel like my levies are in danger, so I'm going to keep a lazy eye down here. Ran horribly for the first week or two for me. And not playing Iron Man probably helps, because I think Iron Man had tons of auto-saving, which definitely slowed things down. Okay, aren't you just levies? Levies and a bunch of mercenary artillery. Mercenary artillery is probably going to do my head in here. Okay, they are on the attack. Bringing my levies in here was perhaps a mistake. Perhaps. That's your best way out of here. Get your arse back. Get yourselves to safety. Bringing in levies early doesn't seem like a smart move then. Yeah, and I think those cannons are going to ruin my day. Well, maybe not. But I know they have reinforcements coming. So I should probably give up on the fight anyway. I mean, I'm ravaging them. Absolutely ravaging them. But even so, take a step back. Stealing buildings is a Tropico level mechanic. I was actually also thinking about Tropico with that. Tropico 5, I believe, brought in the stealing of it. Maybe it was 6. Not that I play the modern Tropico games. I got a free copy of 6, so I checked it out and I was like, well, this is just awful. Tropico 3 was pretty good. Tropico 4 was very, very good until modern times removed a lot of content. 5, I'm not even sure I played. 6 was pretty bad. And then there'll be people coming in and saying, no, Tropico 1 and 2 is where it's at. I didn't play that, so I cannot comment. But you're probably right. Just like France is right to suicide their navies, their unkillable zombie navies. But yeah, very, very happy at keeping a vast amount of the Grande Armée at bay. Yeah, the performance suffers a lot when there are all these icons on screen, and it's not like I can just hide all the military icons. They're important. So whatever is causing that to be a performance concern, Paradox will need to see to. There was a bug report on it, and I think it got closed as working as designed. So what? Well spotted. Missing a cabinet member. Wait, can I click on this? Ah, there we go. I'll point to character for it. This guy's damn good at what he does. But this guy is slightly worse, but much, much younger. And he's got decent enough... Oh, wait. Oh, wow. That's good for colony stuff. All right, get in there, Dougal. All right, Cambrai fell like a stone. Excellent. Destroy the siege on Paris. I will take this back. And then... Well, I guess we just start making occupations. What's to stop us? A whole lot of not much, that's what. Pretty hard to slide in with lots of levies, though. I'm trying to figure out how you're meant to do that. Because with all the forts, you can't fully move your units around, and the enemy can just go and splat your levies and then move out before you can even react. And the whole point is that I don't want to lose my population. I know, unthinkable, right? He's putting up a fight, though. This is no longer the 10-to-1 fights of yore. Still pretty good, though. Still pretty damn good. But yeah, we're in the war for a wee while anyway, because I need to wait for his war enthusiasm to change. But I may as well keep killing and keep giving Castile the opportunity to fight down south as well. Yeah, Grande Army not feeling so grand right now, is it, France? We got the area that we need for the ticking war score, so that'll work its way up, and I'm not afraid of call for peace. Shan't be scared of call for pizza here. Does Pizzarific even still stream? I thought I had him followed, but I never seem to see any of his stuff going live. Here we go. France is doing it. The spam Jake with pop-ups so that he can't focus on the war strategy is a pretty solid strategy. Alright, ignore that for a little while. I have cultural things to care about. Enforce culture 8, 7, 6, 5. I just about clicked new life in the colonies. Oh god, no. Form a colony in Ezi Watsits. That's not really where I want it. Because the market will be there, and that's like a bad place for the market. I'd rather it was over in Wicoptic. So how does this work? If I just wait... Do they always get a town every time I add it to them, though? Dark Young says keep it. Alright. Keep it now and then hand it over later. If nothing else, it's good to learn how it works. Now you might think, Jake, why don't you just fire up a campaign in your own time and play around with colonial stuff? Well, I did fire up a campaign in my own time, but it was as... Looking at the island will help me. Cyprus. Certainly not colonizing with Cyprus. It was way too easy there. I mean, holy moly. If you're in that part of the land, everything is easy because it's so easy to just crush what's left of the Byzantine Empire. And then you have all this really rich, albeit dilapidated land. And you're in this awesome position to just strangle the Ottomans in the cradle. Oh yeah, victory is just assured for you from the get-go. Da-da-da-dun. I'm going to have another shot at sieging this down. If I lose, it's only 1,000 people. We make 4,000 each. How about Sepaktanik? That is the one I want. Okay, very good. So I'll form a colonial subject here. And I suppose that's where you get your initial clay, lumber, and masonry. So... how do they get this? I suppose I have to give them the province, right? So I say... well, I can't give them diddly because I'm in the middle of a war. Okay, go figure. But yes, there's... oh, what a name. Nova Scotia. That cannot be your name. How do I rename a subject of mine? Change policy, trade, rival, scootage. Well, I certainly want you on scootage. You right-click them. Yes, we do. Nova Moray. Change their name. Well spotted. Alright, well, life is good for us. A couple of years away from Cuba. But that's good. That means we're wrapping up those colonizations in time for Cuba. Disgusting. Actually revolting. Hey, look, I'm just trying to spread my glorious, superior Highland culture. Okay, I thought I missed this this colony, but no, they're just taking their sweet time building it up. I'm looking forward to just scooping up as much of the Caribbean as I can. Now we know about the Western Caribbean Sea. Ooh. I should probably grab Panama. That way I can easily get down to the other side, or so I hope. Might not be how it works, though. Ah, what the hell, grab Panama anyway. Hmm? You gonna let me? Okay, now you will. I tried clicking that a few times, it was having none of it. Somewhat concerningly, I would have to make my my exploration from there. Am I okay with that? There's no way this market's going to have enough goods for it. Yeah, screw the market. Wait, didn't you get your own market? Do I have to build you a market? Create a market. Are you going to tell me how much this costs? I thought it created a market. I thought it even said on the thing that it's going to make a new one. I'm going to give it a while because I know markets take or can take a wee while to make. If it still needs a market in a year, I'll go and build it one. We should add an extra star on the flag now. Oh, hadn't even considered that the stars might mean something to do with territorial ownership. Right, absolutely brutalize you, and then take more of this. Oh, now I figured out a way that we can do coming in with units. So if I were to take, say, this fort and this fort, the French wouldn't be able to get through, and then I could siege this land. Yeah, could I do a similar thing here? If I took you, and I think they're a bit too spread out for that. Even so, it's probably worth going for the French again, giving them what's for. And if they decide they need to go and kick my body hole, then good for them. I'd just rather they didn't. Actually, you go and help out with Le Mans. Could do with some more lemons. I think it's too close to an existing... Too close! It had like 5% market access. Also, holy smokes, those guys got rinsed. Utterly rince-winded. I think it needs 0. Ooh, that's a tall order. Well, like I said, I'll give them a year to see if they're actually building one, because I thought it said on the event that they're getting a market, but it's possible I thought wrong. That's weird. There's a weird thing where it waits a bit to discover how they're going to route food over to your units. I don't mind that it waits. I mind that it hurts your food while you wait. Yeah. Like I said, I'll wait a year, and then if they still don't have a market, I'll make one for them. Slow negotiation? Oh no! Annexing whatchamacallits costs 120, but with a 10% extra boost, it's gonna cost 106. How will I survive this? Not all bugs have to be bad for you. Still bothersome, but hey, I'll take it. How much men would an assault cost? I'm still not happy with doing assaults. Not with my manpower still on tenterhooks. Yeah, the costs here are reversed. Increased cost actually makes it go better. How that got broken, I have no idea, right? It's anyone's guess. But I'm definitely happy to see incredibly saturated Highland provinces. 50,000, 60,000, 30,000, 57,000. There's so many people here. Oh, 133,000. Be still my beating heart. Yeah, yeah, it's petting zoo levels of Normans around here. God, that is good. Blessed be the Normandy. Oh, would you look at that? Another subject of mine that is completely integrated to the Highland ways. Now, the problem is I don't want to integrate all of them because once I get any real distance inland, my proximity to castle falls off a cliff. But I really should be doing the ones that are close enough and have already done cultural integration. Oh, 60%? Am I okay with 60%? I think I am okay with 60%, and these guys are working on it. I like it. All right, how about we do you then, Artois? No, we have to keep Artois because they give us this excellent casus belli. All right, you live for now then. Coastline is still good though. Oh, look at that. They're actively doing it over here. All right, this is also good. We need to get to work on this. Of course, they don't love me enough for this, but that's why we pick our targets and we improve relations with them. So yeah, you'll be getting inside me. The Bretons are tempting. How tempting are they? They kind of gave up on it. Brittany as a whole is an excellent area for massed integration. You are converting to Gallo? Oh, that is not right. You need to be culturally enriched. You're not doing it, which is a shame. Poitou have not been working on it, but these guys have made themselves entirely Highlander. They stopped halfway on the Gaelics over here, though. There is a downside, though. If I integrate this land, it's annoying to defend against the French. It's good to have my insulating layer. I like my insulating layer. I guess I'll work on Tregor. There's also the consideration for any more on the main island, and these two should go away because they have, or they will have, decent proximity simply due to being on the coastline. So we're going to work on more of these. Besides, the more of my fiefdoms I integrate, the less annoyed the fiefdoms will be overall. I am still really suffering on diplomats, but I always will be. I have too many subjects to handle. We've got good relations with Naples, so let's stop improving those. Who else are we doing? Oh yeah, you as expected, and then yeah, Lancashire, who I just started working on. And no, I refuse to pay for more diplomats. The cost is outrageously high right now. If only there was some sort of connection you could build to your ports in order to ease access to the inland. Yeah, that technology I think is a bit far away for me. That's why I know all about paved roads. Yeah, if only. We'll have to just keep dreaming, though. Just spreading that culture feels so good. Tall play feels great in this game. I'm glad I'm not the one who's a skinflint for paying with diplomat. Whoa, what was that? And how did that... What window just came up there? How did this appear? I think it lagged out and it hit that. Okay, fair enough. 10 prestige is good. Diplo spending improves relations with subject. No, Diplo spending reduces their liberty desire. That is not a current concern for me. Oh no, sentient cannons! What will the Castilians do? Die, it seems. They might be coming for you next. Ah well, it's a risk I'm willing to acknowledge. Yeah, I think they're coming for you. Probably better to leg it whilst you're still alive. Oh, no, the sentient cannons have caught us, sir. Well, then get out of there as soon as you can. Alright, good, they did survive. In time for the Castilians to come and also die to the sentient cannons. The music is already nostalgic. Well, it's EU3 music, I believe you were hearing there. Might have been EU4. This has got to be EU3, right? This is Choose Your Path. I hear this and I instantly think I'm playing Divine Wind. So is this Great Pestilence going to burn out when all it does is destroy Nova Scotia? Actually, is it going to spread anywhere else at this rate? I'm inclined to believe maybe not. Maybe these sentient cannons can get to work on Paris. I mean, that's one thing that they'd be half decent at. I just hope they don't go around cleaning up all of my levy sieges. Although that looks to be exactly what they're focusing on. That's rather bothersome, because I wanted these sieges to progress, but better to not lose the guys and come back. It's not like we're in a hurry for this war. I think the Pope is having some troubles with the Welsh. Yeah, the Pope was having some troubles with Bohemia. And for some reason in that war, this ended up in Meisen's hands. Now, Meisen... Are they going to be easier to deal with? Because if Meisen's going to bring in the Bohemia guy's going to bring in his Gorillian subjects. Yeah, I might have just bitten off even more than I can chew with this, but... At least you're not such a perennial threat as the Pope, because the Pope could excommunicate me for being a bad boy. And whilst I do want to turn my back on the Catholic Church, I don't want to have a rough turn in the lead up to that. Ali's enjoying their 36th month subscribing to this hellhole. What is it? What is it that made you think this is the channel that I want to bread the butter of? What was going through your mind? Did it just seem like a good idea at the time? He said it was much love. Aww. Just like I love stranding the French over in Sardinia. Oinduli? Hold on, are you telling me I hadn't cored that already? I think I had to pull away my assimilation here, probably for some integration. But yeah, there we go. All the lands we have in northern France, all cored. We're working on coring the Irish and Munster. We'll work on this. Oh, it feels so good. It's a great feeling. You're also going down, by the way, Nantwich. So I'll start improving opinion with you. And I believe I mentioned that some of these suckers are not yet fully on board with the whole Highlander thing. Let's enforce our culture here. What about you? Still Breton. Okay, that needs to be dealt with. The others are Highlander. Yeah, it seems like just give them time. They'll eventually start doing the integration if they don't have overwhelming spiritualism. Luna's down. I mean, I don't know what these guys are up to, but whatever. I guess I start on Reims. It's a little unsure. Well, you know what? Your existence is bothering me, so I'm going to sort that first, so you stop agonizing my my siege party. Oh, well, that didn't take long. Did I just release the Castilian army? I think I did. I wasn't aware that was actually a feature. Now, that feels very Crusader Kings or even Mountain Blade. I'm not unhappy about it. Anyway, continue on with the sieges. Are there really no more that I could bring over here? That's a lot of levies. I'm not sure I want to even raise them. There's a ton of levies to bring in. Oh, of course, I got max control over here. Nah, keep on the job. Like I said, we're not in a hurry. Although I'd like Castile to feel like they're in a hurry. They've been on this for a year. They got minus 28. They're not smart enough to bring their own fleet to blockade it. I'm not sure I have the blockade efficiency to blockade it myself. Barcelona's a big place. Unfortunately, Twitch decided it would be wise to show me that Jake is my most watched channel on Twitch. The horror. I'm really curious if I get my hands on my own YouTube numbers on that. All the sites have been doing the whole end of year. This is what you've been spending your time on. Oh, and that's a good reminder. I need to get on my Games of the Year list. We're already in December. I don't want to miss... don't want to miss my time with that. Right, somebody was asking about assaults, and I will concede. I'm a little curious. We have a breach. What does this do? We'll likely fail. I'll see about that. Oh, thanks. Another coming of age of yet another distant cousin. 100 dead, 100 dead, 100 dead, 100 dead, 100 dead, 100 dead, 100 dead. Hold on, what do you mean another colonial subject? Oh, right, I can let it join Nova... Oh, it does create this. Okay, so do not wait on it. Because then you don't get the town, the clay pit, the lumber mill, the mason. As it happens, Nova Scotia's getting all that for free. Okay, so Dark Young telling me to hold on to this province. Oh, bad move. Yeah, there you go, Nova Scotia. Can't believe my kinsman would hurt me like this. Unthinkable. I'm not sure he's actually cut off. He can get through here, and then probably work his way up. So I probably need to take this as well. Just to leave the space safe for sieging. I said all this. I literally said all of this. I wanted to know if I would lose the opportunity of getting the town and such if I held on to it. Although, admittedly, you didn't say yes or no. You just said keep it. Oh well. Oh well, oh well. Gives my colony something to do to build up Wellijuk. I mean, what will they do without all that fish infrastructure? Think of all the fish they could have enjoyed. Yeah, it's only 4 provinces, no big deal. Like I said, this is just a landing pad. Whoa, hold on. Why is this being highlighted? Oh, because it's part of Moray, of course. Yeah, I might even give them Bermuda and then set Bermuda as... or set the colony as scutage. Might make my life a little easier. Because I think you still get the colonial reach off of your colonial subjects. That would make a lot of sense. You can build settlements for them as well. Yeah, that would certainly allow them to boost up their population growth. But look at that, it's already enormous. I didn't think abundant free land was that huge. Are you getting colonial... Are you getting population growth from me? Where's that plus 12 coming from? That's just social growth. Ah, well, I'll let them be for now. It's not my current interest. What's for dinner, Mum? Fish. Duh. There are furs inland. So yeah, here we go. There's another one. Kippy Watsits. All done. Join Nova Scotia. Look at that. A free town. And 3 free buildings. And they boost the fish. Jeez, yeah. Let it join. The main thing here, I suppose, is get a head start on the one that you want to be the capital. Oh, that's only going to work if they all balance out and you don't get events redistributing. Wait, no. Galactic brain move. Use the cabinet guy to focus the one you want as a capital. That way it'll finish first. You set up the colony there. Oh, all done. Brilliant. Why Nova Scotia? Yeah, well, it's difficult to break the habit. We need other names for these places. Might be difficult to find them. Boy, my dudes suck at sieging. We throw a lot of parties for these coming of ages. Oh, he just has no army left anymore. There's no good reason that I'm not just splitting up and laying siege to everything I can. Not that I need too much to 100% France. We've been through this one before. But that's all the more reason to raise a few more crummy levies right here and have them join in. They should survive, so they're going to get back to work. It's not going to be a cost in population. Wait, Buchan? Buchan's what I call Fraserburgh. Are you telling me the Scots are heading away? I don't see any Scots. Oh, wow. So they just become Highlanders on the boat over. Oh, what happens on the boat stays on the boat. Alright. Good to see we got extra numbers here. Let's get the additional sieges done. Including Orleans? Including Orleans. They auto-convert to your culture and religion when they get sent to the colonies. That seems very weird, doesn't it? A great way, I suppose, to further do your cultural enrichment, but... yeah, I suppose it's good overall, isn't it? For you, it's still weird. Bell aim is down, although I did not expect it would hold. Move over to the boys. Navy, 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 navy. I'm quite confident he doesn't have a navy that can fight against me, right? Does he even have a heavy? He does have a heavy. The problem is that heavy is always going to survive. We're not going to capture it. And he can repair here. I cannot. But wait, where did it go? I hate your navy, France, and I hate you. Best Portugal strategy right now is grab Africa and send their pops over. Yeah, Portugal doesn't start out as the most populous nation, does it? I press escape to clear these, but it also brings up the escape window. How could this happen? Oh, another one of those famous French tornadoes hitting. I need to think what I even want to do with France here. I've already torn apart the coastline, which was the important part. Taking all of the rest of his coastline seems pretty useful. Although he will hate that, right? Yeah, leaving me too fractured is a big minus. Wait, you're telling me he would accept a pretty heavy piece already? I'm going to go for that. It might fracture him, but I'd rather just cut him off entirely from the rest of his junk. And then I guess we just start worming our way inward. There's a good argument for cutting off Paris even more, so control suffers even greater. So taking Champagne sounds good. Meaning I need to occupy Champagne to make it cheaper. The stuff's expensive because I don't occupy it, but I think it's worth the extra cost. Could call in some subjects now, let them have some fun sieging too. No, I still don't trust them. Do I not trust them? If France is this broken... Like, all France have are these units who are probably the ones stuck on the island. Maybe I could, would, and should let my subjects join in. Question is, does it cost a diplomat? It does not cost a diplomat. Interesting. But yeah, that's an excellent point. When France's army is trashed, call in my subjects and let them aid with the sieging. Nice, nice. Got to be careful though. If any of them are disloyal and they get destroyed in the war, they might separate peace out. I should have checked ahead of time. Are any of these guys disloyal? No, these are all Irish, Irish, Irish. Artois are not in the war. You're not in the war either. I don't even know what that is. Oh, that's a Breton. Alright, not a big deal. Speaking of Breton, you're not allowed to be Breton anymore. You get your culture enforced, and then I ask myself, does anybody else need some culture love? One person doesn't have scutage. That'll be Nova Moray. Highland culture, and we're almost done with that as well. I see the French are offensive. Only on the nostrils. We're taking them down. Taking them down with their former subjects turned Highland. Must be a horrible feeling for them. Go and work on that siege, please. Yeah, sieging with levies. Agonizingly slow. He's doing it again. Freaking France, man. Take the hint. Gonna send some extra boats over there. Oh god, he did take the hint. That's the problem. He knows that he can scupper me with boats. The endless French zombie navy. I have no answer. Brittany, you're fine and happy. You go and join in as well. Now I'm curious to see... Oh, and there's a thought. See my subjects? I want them to operate independently. Relations, manage my subjects, do normal stuff. Yeah, there's a problem if they can't actually get the sieges going, but they have levies to aid their regulars. Rightful revenge for the Nefers campaign, all the prior insults. There's a lot that France has done against me, and I'm sure many others. I think once I secure some of this, maybe the right idea is actually to go down and get these sieges done. My main attack force will get it done faster than anybody else. And, oh god, France is actually engaging in these spam me with naval attacks to confuse me. strategy, and it's a good one. No, what I want is Champagne, and to take Champagne I need to take Provence. Provence? So it's called Brie and Champenoise. So what, do they make the Brie cheese and the Champagne wine? I do rule as I see fit, and the commoners belong in the dirt. Yeah, go here, get this siege down, and it is a fort. Looting along the way, which is rather nice. And then once I'm done with that, I'm actually going to circle down and take this so that, well, you know, Castile has completely failed on their end of the bargain here. And they're occupying this as if to say we should have this. But it will make it cheaper to take in the peace deal if I occupy it. 100% reduction in cost, actually. Which is not bad. Do you wish to landlock them? Kind of. They already have these islands, but what I mainly plan to do is cut off anybody else from having a slice of the French pie. Because the goal here is to take the French region and make it Highland culture. So I want that isolated so it doesn't get muddied by things like Castile owning a little sliver here, or the Pope or Bohemia owning a sliver here. There's bound to be some dirtiness going on, but I'll try and avoid that as best I can. yeah, that's the ultimate pain for the French. Highland cuisine. Hot Highland cuisine. Where are these people in places? The Anglo-Irish almost want to rise up, but they almost have nowhere left to rise up from. Actually, you know what? With this set of war, what I can do... Holy crap, I have a lot of levies I can raise. I'm going to raise some levies to destroy the last Anglo-Irish patriots here and here. No real cost to me, which is my favorite kind of cost. We're throwing him a party, and then he can get to work. Imagine mixed cuisine of Highland French. Snail haggis. Does snail even have a fowl for you to turn into a haggis? Trying to figure out how that would work. I'm guessing not well. Okay, there's no way this is a large enough... Oh, wait, crumbs. Ah, buggery. I thought I was selecting the army there. I selected the navy. Okay, stay there. I need to tell you to patrol my seas again. These ones, and 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 these ones. Very good. Yeah, the army is even smaller than I thought. That's a shame. But yeah, I doubt that's going to be enough to quell the patriots. It might be. Depends how mad they are. Yeah, they sure are mad. Snails do have offal. Aren't they one big offal by themselves? I don't know. I don't know the anatomy of slugs and such. Alright, if that's the case, then maybe we just need to raise up all of the Irish slummers and have them oppress themselves. It's the best use of the Irish. And an effective use. I've got a weird war too, says Sia. French called a crusade against me for a province somebody else owns. Yeah, I had that. Crusades are busted. I constantly had crusades called on Sweden for a province in the Levant. Nobody involved in the war had anything in the Levant there. I think they went to Sweden because if the crusade fails to pick a target, it'll then choose the first indexed country, which is always Sweden in EU games. Sweden is country number 1, giving them an unfair advantage. They win in tiebreaker situations just by virtue of being the first country. Very unfair, isn't it? I mean, what kind of pro-Swedes are making this game? Spaniards, that's who. Well-known lovers of Sweden. French subjects remain dutifully steadfast in saving France. What is this? There's a French League? With one member, France. It's part of the Italy situation. Okay. I don't know why France feels they have any ability to weigh in on Italian politics right now. I guess they're delusional. Alright. I need to take care of the south, but this little army has been doing far too much annoying things. So if I take you and then take a long walk down to you, everything will be fine. Meanwhile, the Highland Wanderer plays. Such a sad-sounding tune. Brings back so many memories, though, playing EU3. Yeah, this game is just the best of EU3 and Victoria combined. And if the bugs turn you off, I really imagine if you come back in February with a 1.1 patch, maybe March when they fix all the 1.1 patch bugs, you're probably going to have a hell of a time playing this game. Oh yeah, onion soup is wonderful though. Oh my days. I used to work a really low-paying job at a garden centre when I was but a ween. And whilst the pay was rubbish, you did get free lunch there. And they had a pretty damn good cafe. Look at that, the French get out, they just run away from the fight and they're able to get back to the mainland. It's completely broken. I should be dominating these fights. Yeah, and one of the things they did some really nice onion soup, fantastic scones, sandwiches, pieces. Man, I'd take as long a lunch break as I could and empty that load of onion soup out. Your Irish levies, Jake. Thank you, thank you. I cannot believe my first thought wasn't oppressing the Irish. I'm losing my touch. Anyway, go and grab all of these lads and tell them to go and tell the Irish to oppress themselves. Because here's the hot tip of the game. If you have revolters and you let it build up and then you just go and oppress them hard enough, they will lose all of their progress. Oh, it's wonderful. I mean, the Norns are trying to rise up in just one province. And actually, yeah, if they're all up there, the Norns have advanced far enough that I should take care of them as well. So let's go and grab... Ooh, that's not a lot. That's not a lot. That's a good-ish number. That's much better. Let's just grab all of these guys and tell them to go up and oppress the Norns. The Norns are a weird, weird bunch. I went up to Orkney and it's like they're not quite Scottish. They're not quite Scandinavian. And the thing is, Scottish and Highland culture, is all, insofar as Highland is a culture, is already a really, really insular thing. Colony of Unamaki. Definitely go and join Nova Scotia for a free town. And clay pit and lumber mill, etc. I'm so scared of accidentally clicking on starting new life in the colonies. Sounds horrible. But yeah, Nova Moray, that sure doesn't seem like a tax base, but I'm sure you'll get there. Took a while, but the man is down. Pretty hard to see where else I'm even meant to send my units. There was something else going on and I completely lost my track of it. Jake, please, give those poor people their market. They are poor and they're not making any money without it. Oh, what's that? What the heck is that? Is it a market? It looks a lot like a market. Could I relocate this crappy placed market? No, I can only destroy, and I have to spend a lot for it. Alright, well there we go. Why did they get a market here this time? I should have given them their market over here first. That's actually going to hurt their access. It would have been better here. Oh well. Because it doesn't have any access. Yeah, okay, that's probably why then. Does that mean the market access updates immediately? Okay. 68, 72, that's not the worst. I hope they have the wherewithal to relocate their market manually. I don't put it past them, but I do hope. Well, France is having an absolutely miserable time right now. In fact, they're almost willing to give me this rather unfair peace deal, but the peace deal is going to get less and less fair. And the things that I take will become cheaper as I occupy them, especially in the south. Which I'm quite a ways away from doing, but Castile seem to be beating me to the blow. Meanwhile, they try desperately to attack me. There's call for pizza. Not my concern, though. I have 3 years until that becomes a problem. And I like to think we can do some southern occupations within 3 years. Should have given them... Oh, no kidding, Drac Noir. With this new information, yeah, I should have given them one before, but I didn't know that, and I was keen to find out that. And now we know, and we found out. And it's surely not a mistake I'll make again now that we have this remembered. Mind your head. London is a bustling centre full of life. Constantly toiling the fields, riding around, da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Falling debris have caused incidents. Okay. Now, why is this my problem? 137 Catholic peasants die. Art is sacred. Artists again. Hate artists. Have I been absorbing more artists? Yeah, we're 15 out of 2 artists. How much would it cost to fund their art? 300 ducats. Just go straight to hell. If heaven is full of artists, I want to go to hell. How are 4 artists making so many marble statues that they killed 127 people? You're asking the real questions, and I just don't have the answers. I don't trust you not to drop that siege, so I'm going to join in on that. You guys are apparently starving somehow, despite having a route right here from Provence. Go and take on Troy. Poor France. I mean, I'm almost feeling bad for what we're doing to them here. I guess investing in that massive army of mine pays off. Also, I think we're on our last cultural enrichment. Do you have your cores yet, actually? Wow, good timing. In that case, please enforce culture. All the Irish are now no longer Irish. Why can I still enforce culture on one person? Oh, Holland! Should I do it to Holland? I don't want them to lose any of their cores on this land, but I don't think I'll lose it because they still accept Franconian. They would probably lose Frisian cores, though. I'm going to keep Holland as Dutch, though. There's no hurry for me to do that at all. I am briefly contemplating integration here. I could probably grab another 1 or 2 of these guys. Oh yeah, there's Flint, right? Flint have been sitting there as just this tiny little OPM for the longest of time, with the Duchy of Gwynedd. Yeah, I think your time has come. You did a great job. You fully integrated the Highland ways, but it's not going to keep you alive. Let's improve opinion with you as well, then. Yeah, I kept these guys around for a while, but I think now is the time to let them go, because it'll free up a lot of diplomatic capacity for taking care of France instead of this land. We must always fight the Pope to claim the British Isles, or else it's not a real achievement run. It's not the Pope anymore, it's Meissen. Meissen? You know, of course, this tiny little Bohemian adjacency should naturally have this piece of Wales. How did that even happen, though? I mean, come on. Another one kicks the bucket. Go and take over... Wait, Mons? I thought we took Mons. Alright, well, it's been a long trek around France for the reach around, but go and work on Carcassonne. Isn't that a game? Carcassonne. Please tell me those aren't regulars. Son of a gun. That is a problem. They're going to come up and ruin the day of my not regulars. Well, maybe. Maybe my subjects can get together for that. How did they even get here? How... I don't want to know, man. I don't want to know. I think I have a pretty damn good idea of how they got around, right? They just board their boats, immediately run away, and then cleave a path through to the French mainland. Because they're cheating bastards, in short. Okay, the cores are coming. We got rid of the Irish. Now let's get rid of the Norns. Over on John O'Groats. You guys did fine. Head back to working your fields and such. And yeah, that does mean the Anglo-Irish probably want to rise up again, but they'll be rising up from nothing. And the Low Franconians, they're going to have their time in the cultural enrichment mines before too long as well. Carcassonne is a board game, and I'm almost certain you've even played it. Can you briefly describe it for me? I do like a good board game, but I like games that are based on deception, like, I think it's even called Deception, Werewolf, Dixit. Oh, Dixit is good. Yeah, this is what I was expecting. Now they're going to come up and carve apart my little attack stacks here. Yeah, they are running north of that. On the other hand, I do have the backing of some regulars here. Maybe they'll be able to handle against the French. It's just that's quite a few French regulars. Probably more than I can handle. Oh, definitely more than I can handle. Well, good luck to us. Oh, grab Namur if nothing else. Yes, this is why I wanted to keep the French out, but they found their way back in. And we're getting massacred here, lads, so I'm afraid this is no longer my fight. It has become officially your fight. Well, I'm trying to get out of here. There we go. You guys are in trouble, but maybe less trouble. We've got some regulars backing us up here. I was about to balance them, but too late for that. Don't think we've got this. Quite certain we don't got this. Yeah, no, the French are too much for us. Get out of there. Yeah. Yet another page in the giant chapter of why France is difficult to invade. Oh no! Oh, thank goodness. I thought this would speed up diplomatic integration, which would actually slow it down. But the extra diplomats are certainly welcome. I do really think I want you on Scootage. Unfortunately, that means taking more of your money, and I'd rather you invested that money in yourself. But now that you actually have some market access, you actually have some base tax. So good on you. Dixit is good, but it can be quickly used up if you play against the same people. Yeah, because you know what each other are talking about, right? I played in a group, and there was one guy that knew everybody very well there. In fact, one of them was his wife. So go figure he knew what to say to just get one person to know what he's talking about. Giving you a remarkable advantage in Dixit. You lay down towels, you create cities, roads, and... wait, that sounds like Catan. Unless you're telling me it's somehow the same thing. And I'd refuse to believe it. I love Catan. Why is diplo annexation slow down in annexation? Bug? Yeah, it's a bug. Oh, we don't have anybody being integrated. But yeah, if you have something that increases the cost of diplomatic annexation, on the current version, it reduces the cost. Still don't think I'm going to be winning this battle. I mean, maybe. Definitely not. Kind of a shame. Yeah, he is smart, right? He knows how to go around and just smash down all your little sieging stacks, but it's so annoying. Sieging is annoying enough in this game. It's ultra annoying against an AI who has perfect knowledge of army locations and chases them down. Yeah, I would have thought gun beat bill hook. Yeah, okay, my little subjects. This is exactly what I didn't want to happen to them. Losing me battles. I'm actually losing battles on war score, because proportionately he's getting a lot more for kicking our arses here. And of course I don't have my army in position to go and aid that in any meaningful way, or really any way at all. There's no anything on Narbonne, right? I'll go and grab that. Oh well, at least, if he's going to busy himself, he's going to spend a lot of time de-sieging, and we have time to deal with that. Just get myself behind my own forts, and then he can't get to me. Whoa, he is getting to me. Wait, why are you taking that route? Okay, maybe you got fort locked, I'll believe that. But please don't be there anymore. You can shatter retreat out of fort lock, interesting. Yeah, please waste your time taking lands I don't care about. So if I take that fort, that fort, that fort, and that... Oh god, that's a lot of forts to take in order to lower the war score cost. But I do need to punish France a bit more to actually get the piece that I'm after here. Narbonne down, take this out. What a weird arching way around, because there's a fort here probably. Go and take that first. It's inland, so it'll be easier. And it seems like we don't have anything to blockade here anymore. And blockading doesn't even work in this patch, which I'm, you know, trying to keep my cool about, but I'm failing, I think. Ah, man, I'll just be happy for a lot of dead French. I'll also be happy with the fact that we're about to discover the Caribbean, and we can start having possibly uninterrupted colonization going on there. That's certainly what I'm hoping for. It shows when the AI knows about your army or not. Says the unit's invisible, but I don't believe that. Remember when we had an army in Hungary, and Bohemia just came and chased them down, and we ran away and they ran to where we ran? Bohemia did not have a view on Hungary. No, just yet another case of cheating bastard AI. Can I actually get some food over here, please? Seems to be... Okay, there we go. There we go. Bring me the food. Sur Montpellier. If you make your army chase down an enemy army, it follows them through fog of war too. Yeah, but I was already in Hungary, and he just ravaged me from Bohemia. Not even on the borders here. Okay, goodbye more of the French Navy. In my biz run, for whatever reason, no one except for England didn't colonize the New World, and that was weird. I have no explanation. Am I interested in taking out riding? I'm just contemplating. It's probably not very good control. But I really should be nibbling on these nations, just get them dealt with. So I think I will deal with Leicestershire. Well, Leicestershire's almost there, actually. If I called them into the war, I'd be able to start annexing them. But then, as soon as the war is over, I wouldn't be able to annex them anymore. But then they'd be dead, right? Yeah, look at that. Together in a war, and then suddenly start the annexation. And then, just how fast do we annex them? 275% extra speed due to size difference. That's what I like to see. They'll be gone in a year. And their lands will be my lands. And they have one town, Leicester, or Leicester. Gaelic Leicester. Gather all your levies, siege a single spot. I still think he'd be able to trounce us, but it's a good idea. Let's get them all over on tours. Don't know where their army went, but it sure isn't around here right now. Did we get rid of the Norns, by the way? Yeah, the Norns are all gone, so... Good job, get back to working your fields. Flanders and Flanders, almost integrated. Munster, almost halfway through. Waterford, actually looking very well taken care of. The Irish are down to 43, 29, and 0%. Okay, that's what I like to see. Could I then assimilate someone else? If I'm working on this whole area, do I want to do this as an area or not? I want to do lowlands. So many options for where to integrate. Yeah, the Scots will be done as a whole. Kind of sick of the Norns. Let's get rid of the Norns. Now, it's all Highland here, so I'm only doing this for this one province that ultimately doesn't really matter. Actually, it's going to be pretty damn slow. And people are migrating here? No, that's levy duty. This is stupid, right? This is actually a waste of time. Don't do that. Very, very stupid. What is less stupid, though? Difficult to say. Where is there too many Highlanders? Where are there too many non-Highlanders rather? Freudian slip. Still an uncomfortably large amount of English here. Although I do like purging the Irish, no doubt about that. There is the idea that there's only barely a majority in Dublin, so I'm actually going to get back on Dublin for a bit. It's already a core, so it should go even faster. Why do you have Castilians in your country? They're in my country? I don't think they're in my country. But they are working their way up through France, because I invited them into the war. Another one bites the dust. Go and join Nova Scotia. Become a town, get your goodies. Oh, Nova Scotia's looking good. If only it had this province. If only I wasn't told not to give it to them. Yeah, well, lesson learned. Jeez, doesn't have to take a while dealing with the bloody French here. Well, who would have thought fighting the biggest, baddest member of Europe would take some time? Just in case I do get engaged here, I'm going to give you an excellent general. And you know what? I'll even balance your levies. What I really want France to do is waste their time trying to de-siege, but instead they're not wasting their time. They're re-raising their levies. I guess enough time has passed that they can. Their war enthusiasm is completely tanked, though. I just need to build up the war score to actually kick them out. Unfortunately, all the battles that got lost by, including Castile. Jesus, how many of these losses were from Castile? Probably a lot of naval ones as well. That wasn't even a fort. I don't actually want to fight your levies. Levies on levies just means that I lose population for no good reason. And I do care about population. And it won't generate war exhaustion or war score or anything relevant like that. Why is Misun? Yeah. I don't think we have an answer as to why this ended up going over to Misun. I certainly don't have an answer. Can you split out your main force and march them up north? Yeah, the problem with marching up north is I have to march around here. It takes a long time. Because of the forts absolutely freaking everywhere. I'm just trying to siege these so I can get this cheaper in the peace deal. If a fortified location isn't occupied and you try to take it in the peace deal, it costs 100% extra. There's probably something to be said for actually going for it. There is another thing to be said for not taking this right here. Then I don't get the minus 30 on peace. That's actually a pretty damn good idea. It's not like Castilians are going to come up and take all of this in one fell swoop. And it does stop France from moaning about the peace deal. I rather like that. And then I could certainly work on taking Anjou, because it's a big chunky province with cores on it already. Take something like that would actually be very, very nice. Of course, it's minus 12, but work on a bit more war score and we'll see how they feel. I never upgraded my food carts, so my soldiers are... Jesus. Soldiers have a bit of trouble. You need Adas for the CB. Oh, yeah, good point, good point. Do not take Adas. It's a brilliant CB. Don't take Ile de Frogs either. Where else is worth even taking in this war, though? Wait, what's this? Their war enthusiasm just skyrocketed. Oh, because they decided to engage me. In a fight, they'll probably win, no less. How about Upper Maine? Oh, that's a full 100%. We'll see about that. French, what are you bringing here? Levies or actual units? Wish there was an easier way to just see summary of units here. Well, they're slaughtering me overall, so they're probably bringing real units. But I'm getting back up, so excellent. Yeah, just noodle fight here. Yeah, look at that. Staggering 1 war score. Amazing. Did it advance the siege? Absolutely not. I really think trying to relieve a siege and failing should let the siege go along a bit better. Pretty sure the real army just lost to Castillon. That would be nice. It's a shame I can't seem to win anything down here. I should honestly just assault the bleeding thing. Sure. That's actually a good amount of progress on Hispaniola. Although what a weird name considering the Spanish aren't out there. There we go. God, the amount of people I'm killing for this. It does not feel good. Maybe I should pay a little bit of attention where the French are attacking me. But no, they decided to get another huge amount of mercenary boats. And God knows what that's going to do for them. Nothing. And then... nothing because I can't steal mercenary boat? I don't understand. Perhaps I'll never understand. Alright, France, it's time for you to not be in this war anymore. I could probably kick him out if I just do a bunch of hostile sieges on him, so I think I'll do exactly that. If I take you and then split you, and then split you, and then split you. The siege is ongoing, but I don't trust it. Get rid of that. Get you over here. Get you over here. And then, yeah, like I said, I don't trust you not to drop this siege, so let's leave you there. And then I reckon this war is about to be over. Warfare can feel so clunky in this game, so outrageously clunky. Ah, okay, hold that thought. Because now we know about Cuba. And can we just instantly go and colonize it? We absolutely can. It might be miles away. Where's it measuring this distance to, anyway? It shows the distance 1135. Not seeing where it's tracing from, but yeah, this looks amazing. Look at this. Chilies, cocoa, New World fruits. It even has its own copper, its own iron, its own fiber crops. I don't see a good reason not to just have the market of Cuba here. Just kind of wish I could hold on to it myself, but this will be a nice rich place for my colonial nation. Forgive me, is this one long war or 2 normal ones? Question probably asked multiple times. What do you mean 2 normal ones? We had a war ages ago, and now we're having another war here and now. There's gold on the right island. Well, I'm just going to take all of it. Gold, you say? Gold? I'm looking for gold. Looking really hard for gold. But I see no such thing, young. Unless you mean gold over here, but obviously we haven't explored this. We're working on it, of course. Who's working on it? Hispaniola and Lesser Antilles being 2 different things will take 2 years. Anyway, it doesn't matter. I am absolutely colonizing all of this. Barocca, Bayamo, Kamiwotsits, Moron, Havana, Jamaica, the Keys. Is that still the same as this? Yeah, it looks like it. The cost is not a concern. I'm having it all. And then, what do I want for the market? I probably want the market nice and central, same with the capital. Which should probably be where the majority of the people are. But at the same time, maybe going a bit south, so... Maybe over in the Mabuya area. yeah, capital on the sand. That's just what they need. Sandy capitals. Excellent. I want to make sure we've got all this. Let's check the colonial map mode. Which, all things considered, I should probably favorite. Getting a bit cramped down there. Good thing I expanded the size of the map mode. Market and location with the best harbor. Does that actually affect anything? I'm not sure if it does. Actually, looking at it, Havana seems like a pretty good place for the capital. Amazing. Well, it'll be nice and close to this. But at the same time, they got some good stuff going on here. How's the population in both those locations? 950 and 930. Yeah, I actually don't know if market access is affected by harbor capacity. I don't think it is, because there's a lot of things that market capacity just doesn't work with the way you think it would. But it might. Maybe I should test it someday. Just like I should test France's ability to live. There we go, and that's the end of France. Just to be sure, I'm not taking this amazing thing that's needed for Casus Belli. I've already got Dover back. We are ripping them apart quite handily, and taking this would be not worth the extra exertion. These all, of course, pop out as subjects. All right, very, very good. But, of course, we don't do peace just yet. What we do is we take our best diplomat, the guy that's assimilating Dublin, and we put him on diplomatic endeavors. That will vastly reduce the aggressive expansion taken. And then we grab the many, many prisoners that we took, and we make how much money? Come on. What is even the point? I mean, the prisoner system is cool, but I just released all of this for 0.19 ducats. Why? The antagonism doesn't work either, because it doesn't reduce antagonism. It actually just makes a separate modifier that disappears annoyingly quickly. Anyway, be that as it may, let's have our peace. Peace for our time. Whew, a lot to consider. Uh-oh, I just went and trapped my army over here. Good thing I have an enormous load of cogs. All right. Go and pick up my army then, please. At some point. Oh yeah, you can't do that because you're currently mothballed. We'll get you unmothballed for a wee bit. Stop paying that disgusting army of mine. And disband all my levies. Alright, France is going smaller and smaller. Now, I never expected there'd be one single war to completely ruin them, but it looks like they can't really stand up towards me anymore. So it has become something of a feeding frenzy. And I'm more than okay with that. What subjects do we pop out here? Because I'm not holding any of this land for myself, I dare to say. The question is, do we have any cores? The control snake strat is so powerful, they'll only become weaker. In fact, yeah, now they can't even get control here. Their only ability to get... yeah, here's their proximity thing. And it isn't even updated for this, so proximity will end here. It's beautiful, so it is. Right, cores. Uh-oh, this isn't the plan. I didn't want Anjou to get all of this. Population here is staggeringly large enough as it is, so I guess you get popped out as not Anjou, and then Anjou gets all of this. Although, for some reason, this is part of Anjou as well. Oh, well, that's their concern to integrate. Does that mean Anjou is a core on this as well? Man, Anjou cores are something else, aren't they? Relations, create subject, create custom vassal subject here. Because we have enough fiefdoms as it is. And I don't really care who goes there, but it shouldn't be one of my really skilled guys. Like Cuthbert. Yeah, just some random courtier. Off you go. You're good enough. And then this one's going to go out as historical Anjou. Oh yeah. Angevin, they say. Fine by me. Ah, it's really nice bringing back all the French subjects. I mean, this is the kind of stuff I love to do in EU3, but now there's so much more detail to do it better. I thought I was a hot tomato in EU3 because I would have, Northumbria, Leicester, Wales, Scotland, Highlands, and whatnot. But now there's so much more carving up you could do. Feels great. Who do we even have around here? Toulouse? I thought I have Toulouse. I do have Toulouse. And Toulouse are rather miffed that they're not getting all this back. Well, too bad, you're not having it. Could anybody of value actually get this land? No, we're just doing a couple of custom subjects then. Anjou didn't get the weird province next to it. Oh, you're right. I have to give them that specifically. Easily done, though. Here we go. Seed that location. Donk. Yeah, what a weird little addition for Anjou, that is. Create custom right here. Another vassal. And I'll give them whoever. How about this 18-year-old? Third cousin. Okay, good enough. And then there's you, another vassal. The vassals are probably going to end up having some disastrous amount of strength against me as well, but that's a future problem. And then I think there's just 2 more around here. Is there a champagne? You better believe there's a champagne, and he's got excellent cores for future casus belli. So create subject historical 1 of Champagne. A vassal to join the vassal foray. And then how about this? French, French, and hello. What's this now? Picardy. No, because they would get cores on some of my land. That's absolutely unacceptable. Custom subject. Right here, another vassal. And do we not have any Randys around here? A lot of female Randys. Oh, but a couple of male Randys. Another third cousin, you say? They're in my court. Maybe I could put a woman in there? Your children are not Randy. That's not okay. Yeah, God, women are just so bloody useless. Alright, Ragnall, there you go. Make good of it. Wait, you've already got children. Are those children Randy? Randy, Randy, and Randy. Wait, grandchildren? How are you our granddaughter? Ah, because my daughter married into you. Would it be good or bad to land you here, daughter? I can see that backfiring pretty badly, so instead I think I'll put the even older coot widow out there. I hope at the age of 50 you can still pop out some kids. Good luck. There we go. Very, very good dismantling of France. All the well timed for getting my colonies going and continuing on with whatever the parliamentarians want. Maybe finally time to get on those armories I wanted a while back. Yeah. Oh, well, no, I tell you what. Counting house is the real meta. Get me the counting houses. Dark Young told me. He told me with spreadsheets just how good these are. You want a market village in Bucky? It's all yours. For 22 support, that's huge. And reduced levy, also fine. How about those festival grounds? There are a lot of those. You know what? Get everything done, right? We're in a giving mood today. There's no way we exempt the burghers from taxes, though. I thought counting houses suck. That's a joke. Counting houses do suck. They're beyond awful. But they are better than nothing, and I will take them on a discount. You know, another batch of those might give me 0.5% crown power, but at least once you have it for good. The downside, of course, is you have to pay for the bleeding things as well. 10 counting houses just in the Bruges market cost me 2 ducats, so not getting that from the crown power. But we do it anyway. Spreading misleading info now, you bugger. I knew he'd appreciate it. Alright, get me my navy. Get me all of my navy, please. I could have sworn I had more navy than this. 24, 3, and 7. Where's the rest of my heavies? Ah, right. I kept half of them here going, ooh, but I might need more heavies. In case I get attacked or something. Ruler's still in charge of the navy. Heir is still in charge of the army. Okay, very good. It still says I have levies raised. Get rid of all 24 levies I apparently have, please. It was probably some levied boats that I... What? Why is there a single hulk here? Oh well. Yeah, life is good. Not if you're France, though, but France is not our concern. How about integrating subjects, eh? No, no, and I think this is paused, actually. Yeah, opinion dropped too low. All right, we'll improve a bit of opinion with you. I thought we'd have you annexed before the end of that war. And then, of course, we need to do our usual of scootage for all. Enable scootage, and once again I am out of diplomats because I refuse to pay for them. I mean, hey, that money's got to go to some good use. 13 grand of good use. To that extent, I will actually start working on that. Production, goods, RGO builder. In every market that I directly own, please give me... Oh, hang on. Before I start spending money on RGOs over here, I need to give Nova Moray, the last part of Nova Moray, with a seed province move. Hang on, how in the world are we the diplomatic hegemon? I'm pretty thrilled that we are, because that's very powerful. But it's one of the more annoying ones, because it tends to yin-yang a lot. Oh, that's a huge... Oh, we probably got this through the event, right? But Bohemia's stuff has crashed down. The borders of France look like a dinosaur or a dragon now. Kind of. These are the two little feet. He's curled over in the fetal position. Here's the tail. That's his eye, and that's growth coming out of the head. And these are some scales coming out of it, right? And maybe there's some flames coming off here. And some dragon poop. Yeah, I can see it. It's not the most insane thing anybody's ever said here. Did Bohemia PU Austria? I don't want to think too much about what Bohemia's up to. There's a Bohemia Union with Bohemia, Modena, Luxembourg, Vettel, and Waldstadt. But no Austria. In fact, what's an Austria? There's Styria, there's Lower Bavaria, there's Volterra. I'm very happy to see strong Aquilo, or Aquileia. It's like I'm really playing EU3 again. But no, not the others. So the cool thing about being the Diplo hegemon is you get this influence nation. It's huge. Gain favors, gain trust, gain opinion with a nation. Favors, you say? If only they'd give me some money. What would be the most insane thing chat's ever said? The Monaco dream. Don't even need to think about that one. Four more for scootage. 3 more for scootage. And I'm going to drag my my navy and get my army home. That was a mistake, really. I should not have left my army over there, too isolated. Yeah, Pepper knows about the dream. Maybe I'll just leave it to chance. Wherever the capital ends up in Cuba, the capital ends up in Cuba. I cannot really spare any of my cabinet members, he says. Not actually using his cabinet members right now. I forget where I was even integrating my culture earlier. Or assimilating my culture earlier. I truly can't remember where I was doing it. Maybe I should just get started on Flanders. There's a lot of Flanders to be done, after all, and I don't think I can afford the whole area thing. Yeah, we gotta get it done fast. And how fast does it go? Faster than you might think. Oh yeah, look at that. 521 Highlanders out of nowhere. Oh yeah, Flanders' worst nightmare. Yeah, I was doing Dublin, but I reckon, yeah, we now have a majority in Dublin. Good enough. The rest will have to be taken over more naturally. With all this vast sums of money, I would really like to increase my... Oh, I was going to be doing RGOs, wasn't I? After I gave away that last bit of land. Yeah, all the markets that I own directly. We don't own anything over here. I don't particularly care about this, and I can't imagine that's going to be a priority for the auto builder. Yeah, some of it's worth good stuff. Don't show me fully expanded. Yeah, I mean, look at it. RGO is just no question money in a lot of things that you do. So go, 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 go. I'm going to spend money until I have... You know what? Just do them all. Boom. Oh, that was maybe too many. It's fine. We'll make that money back. Besides, I'm making jobs. I'm a job creator. I really didn't expect it to be all of my money. Then I definitely should have waited for a parliament issue on it. But too bad. We're increasing our... Oh, wait, no, that's a big boo-boo. I have to spend a lot of money on these counting houses. Like over 1,000, I think. How long do we have? 9 turns of the month. I think we'll get it. I think we'll have enough money. If not... No, I don't want to waste money on a loan. Tell you what, that's what the minting is for. I am the mint master. This loser stops being involved here. We check and see if we have any useless extra boats. Useless hulks, cogs, and such, but they're still going down the drain. And then you guys get on... well, this is now far more cadex than I need. I could probably very happily reduce the number. What's the frontage anyway? It's like 3, 3, and 3, 21, 21... Can I weasel my way out of hegemony now? Yes, I could. Remember, I don't want naval hegemon. So if I drop my numbers down to something like 45 or so. What am I at? 52 or so? Let's... what's a nice, easily divisible number? How about 40? 2 stacks of 20. Get rid of 13 of my cadex. Save a lot of money. Do you get the sailors back, by the way? You do. Okay, good. Now I will no longer be the dreaded hegemon of naval, which I don't want to be. Because it increases costs and doesn't give you much else. It gives prestige, I suppose. Wow. My stolen art from Paris gives me more than that. Why doesn't he want naval hegemony? Well, why would I want it? Oh, good, we already lost it. Naval damage taken. I'm already a hegemon. Nobody scares me on the seas. Force embargo only works on your own rivals, so not very useful, and they can just trade around it anyway. Maritime support does admittedly increase naval capacity, but it only affects one area, and you can't do multiple of it. And it only gives you a small amount, like 0.2, so why? All the while, you have to pay increased cost to the court, because the number of hegemons you get increases this. Also, the more hegemons you have, the worse your relations. So no, all the hegemons are pretty good in their own way, except naval. Naval is just bad. Even economic hegemon's a bit iffy, but the divert trade could be very powerful if you use it a lot. Military hegemon is amazing for war score cost and violate sovereignty. Diplomatic is amazing for influence country and improve relations. And cultural is amazing for assimilating entire areas. Also, there's force court language if I wanted my language to be even stronger. Hang on, could I force Castile to do that? Just had a thought. Oh! Gaelic becomes a new court language for Spain and all their little lackeys. It shall be done. Amazing. We take one of the current world's most influential languages and we just change it to gobbledygook. Now, you might think that's just doing it for the lols, but there's a very, very good reason. A strong court language makes your nobility happy. Does it even show anywhere? One of the problems is it's very hard to actually see the effect anywhere, but here we go. Yeah, there's an effect on how widespread your language is. So if it's the common language, the expected language of your culture, which Gaelic is, helps influence, keeps your peasants happy. If your capital's market is the place where it is spoken, then it increases trade capacity. And that's judged by the majority of burghers in your capital market province. And then finally, if it's a strong language, the nobility are happy. And I gotta say, that language power is growing. It's now 1/5 of Arabic, which is, well, come on, Arabic is everywhere. Well, that's pretty cool. Now, if only I could force more people to speak Gaelic. Sadly, it costs favors. But my subjects, I think all of my subjects already speak Gaelic when I change their... Oh, maybe not. Maybe not. Tell me more about language. Ah. Gascons? Poitvens. This must be corrected. Don't you have favors with Bohemia? Yeah, but I don't have 20 of them. Okay, well, I don't have any anymore. God knows where they all went. I got favors with France. But that's not enough. And I doubt I'll be getting any more, given how much we've been beating on each other. But yeah, that's kind of cool, because now if Castile makes their own little subjects, they will probably also speak Gaelic. Hopefully, at least. Don't forget those damn Scots, because no, it just shows a different thing there. Depending on the level of zoom. You know, at this point, it tells you the exact language, and then when you zoom in, it tells you the language group, or something like that. So yeah, they speak Gaelic, and Gaelic is part of the Scottish group. I assume. Yeah, here we go. It's part of the Scottish and Irish dialect. Why doesn't it show Celtic instead, then? That would be considerably more useful. But yeah, isn't this a horror? Spaniards the world over waking up in a cold sweat and they don't even know why. Alright, chuffed to bits with this. Yeah, exactly. What is Scottish? Ooh, Just Cause. That's a pretty good game. Oh, what a poorly timed moment to get that. Yeah, you're looking at this thinking, my ancestor, TBW. How's it feel? Feels great, I'm sure. Don't even know why I'm asking. Alright, well, we're doing a vast economic investment here to the tune of 12 grand. Surely it's worth all these counting houses. At this rate, I really could get 2 different things passed through through Parliament. And I would quite like to get rid of those local assemblies, so is there a law that I need to change? I don't care about additional taxes, right? Although max tax is pretty damn sweet. I went through these earlier and I couldn't find many things I wanted to check. I love my court of culture. Although now that we have enough cultural influence, and that we're not going to lose cultural hegemon here, I could very happily change back to even balanced court, because that cost of court is ruinous. So many things are building this up. Innovative is good, though. Export's fine, trade is fine, burgers here is okay. Protected trade routes gives trade range and burger happiness, which is alright. I love the idea of forcing serfdom, though. I really want serfdom. I also love capital economy, though. Both of these are tempting. Shipbuilding speed is actually rather nice. Also, God, they're all good. All good in their own ways. Does anyone know how to get rid of the permanent black flag on ships? The permanent black flag on ships? I'm not aware of that one. Education was needed for what exactly? For humanist, I think. Yeah, because I need to get away from spiritualism. Favor the ruler, martial society because... belligerence? How about civil? Taxing peasants is good. And conciliatory is good as well. I think I'm more than happy to go civil society. There's always more money to be squeezed out of peasants, and their feelings are irrelevant. You know what, let's switch over to that then. And then let's get rid of these local assemblies, which are giving my peasants too much power. It'll cheese them off, but that's okay. Then we get everything through Parliament. No stability loss, no problem. Got this bug multiple times. My ships are on patrol, war started, they got black flagged. Ooh. That's a really old EU4 bug. Funny to hear it return, but I have no idea why or how. You used to be able to have black flagged navies that could do blockades and actually make money off of it as well, and there was nothing the enemy could do about it. Felt great. Well, it felt great being me. Anyway, lads, get on that boat and get back to the relative safety of wherever this is. Yeah, there's good food production to be had here, so we want to be there. Good to see my provinces aren't starving anymore. Yeah, we're holding on to that crown power, and of course when we get all those counting houses, it will surely go careening up again. Increase our control. That's a joke. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 counting houses to the tune of about 1,200 duckety-doos. Alright, then no need to keep minting like a madman. Minting is just free money, always do it. Unless you're gaining inflation, in which case I think gaining 1% inflation is fine. They can't transport troops anymore, so it's hard to go to the colonies. I hope I never have to go to the colonies. I want my colonies to be able to fend for themselves. Alright, the Irish becoming cores, those counting houses growing. Does it start the construction or do they just immediately happen? Oh geez, anyone's guess if there's counting house on this list. Okay, no, it starts the construction. Very well. How did he go from making 11 ducats a month to 350? At what point was I making 11 ducats a month? That was a long time ago at this stage. Focus RGOs, focus trade. Focus the buildings when they're very good. The only buildings I've actually really focused on are tools, paper, and books. And I haven't even gone crazy on the paper and books, because I didn't want to collapse my market, and I wanted to have my RGOs going better. RGOs are amazing. RGOs will never make you a loss, let's put it that way. And having cheap things in market encourages trade and makes it cheaper for buildings to operate. So yeah, I prefer to work from the bottom to the top. Former Prime Minister David Cameron may have a thing or two to say about that, but that's for him to concern himself with, not me. Also, it took 2 months for you guys to get around here with my army. That is concerning. I guess you guys are slow on relatively open sea tiles. There we go, just chill out for a bit. My poor army needs to replenish after that as well. Some years Jake runs my national bank, other years Flory does. Yeah, Flory and I have very different approaches. His is better, to be fair. Do not for any moment think that I know better than Flory when it comes to finances. I just know what I enjoy, and I really don't like taking loans. In real life and in games, I prefer to run things very fiscally viably. I'm well aware that taking loans to increase your economy, to have more of a base to work with, to pay off those loans in order to get more money from loans, is very good fiscal play. But it's just not what I enjoy, so I don't do it. Did I even take a lot of loans when I was playing Capitalism Lab? I should really go back and watch those VODs and find out, but then I worry that I would fall back into the trap of playing a lot more Capitalism Lab. And I know some people want that. I've had some YouTube comments coming in saying, "Oh, Jake, come on, when's the next Capitalism Lab?" And I know what they're trying to do. I love playing Capitalism Lab, but I don't think I'll be back with that anytime soon. I did, okay, well, stands to reason. Stands very well to reason. Thank you, Lester. Get inside of me. And another one bites the dust. The proximity to the capital is probably not going to be that good over here, but these people have to be consumed eventually. Concerning how poor the proximity is in Wales, though. Guess I just got to deal with that. So yeah, some of these guys, what I can do is I can just influence nation on them and then immediately get enough opinion to gobble them up. It's not free on the diplomats, but whatever, we'll do it anyway. That just immediately brings them up to 200. I was just thinking about pulling out Capitalism Lab earlier, says Hank. Oh, wow. I haven't watched anybody else play Capitalism Lab, and I would love to see it, but I highly doubt that it's a very good streaming game. It worked for us around here because, I mean, I don't want to talk down on you people, but you people watch any trash. You watch Roadrunner Death Valley, you watch any old trash. But I find it hard to believe it's a very compelling thing to stream for a lot of people. Both as a viewer and as a streamer. But that doesn't stop it being interesting to me. And because I run the show around here, that's all I have to concern myself with. At least until I start doing sponsored content. Maybe we all pray that that day never comes. When even Young comes in and says he's not wrong, you know you're right. I missed this little point, though, actually. Uyas is not loyal to me, but what could I do? I can pay them to be loyal. Have some money. Then get in my belly when I have a diplomat to spend. I do not like paying for subject loyalty, but this does get them off the map more or less instantly. I'm actually hoping that they survive just a little bit. I really want to see how high this larger than them modifier goes. 599% is pretty good. And what's that? That's 17,000 versus 6.2 million. Oh my lord. We're fast approaching 5 million Highlanders, which is the cutoff for becoming an empire. So we need to not be Catholic at some point. Given the incredibly dying Pope, he's probably hoping for that as well. I'm waiting for TikTok shorts and YouTube thumbnails with massive arrows and shocked faces everywhere, says Resty. Yeah, no, I would... I'd actually welcome death if that's what I was reduced to. For one, I don't even enjoy showing my face. I mean, I'm pretty damn handsome. That doesn't mean I want to show myself off. There's like 1 or 2 decent photos of me out there. Last jousting tournament out there. Jings, this is something that you saw roughly this time in EU4 as well. Lose a ridiculous sum of money to gain a not unreasonable bonus here. Army tradition, prestige, morale. Nah, come on, 1 lance right off. After all, it's for the Knights of Moray. Yeah, go on then. I'm not a complete skinflint. Yeah. Modo says, my mum tells me I'm handsome, and Young says, yeah, same, your mum tells me I'm handsome too. Oh, the devil. Well, I'm loving seeing all this economic advancement, but I'm not loving seeing that Iwas think they're better than me. You're not better than me, even though I'm having to pay for the privilege of all of this. Part of the problem is their strength is slowly growing compared to me. What's the reform desire currently? You know what? I've not even been looking into this papal stuff, which I probably should be. Where does one even see a reform desire these days? Certainly not there. Ah, here it is. Selling of indulgements, persecution of simony. When can we expect the conversion to start? Because I would quite like to turn my way over to Calvinism. It's probably going to be a really annoying religion to go for, but I'm looking forward to just the sweep of religion. I'm not looking forward to telling all of my subjects they have to follow my religion as well, though. Oh, they're all going to get 100 liberty desire, and they're probably going to be a revolting mess. But that's okay. At least we're all stuck together. With the exception of these 2 over here, we're all linked up, and we should be linked up once I grab this. Then it won't be too much of a big issue. Ew, your disloyalty is actually hurting me here. Because I have to pay even for the... Oh wait, no, they're not disloyal, look. They're 0.17% loyal. Get in my belly. To the tune of the Ass, Ass, Ass song. Should be around 20 years before the next age preachers should start to spawn. Yeah, I'll probably be an early adapter of Calvinism. To hell with the Pope and to hell with France. 20 years is plenty enough time to start stabilizing. Whenever the last jousting tournament happened, they didn't actually know what Medieval Times theatrically restaurant would have more. I love Medieval Times. Never seen them in Europe, but there was Medieval Times in Florida. I've been there quite a few times. I find it so enjoyable to watch. And those guys are really going for it. I mean, I know the sound effects are adding to it, but I saw people taking proper blows to the face, and I remember thinking, Jings, you're doing this in America. You cannot have a particularly good insurance plan, right? Are Medieval Times still going? That's going to be the sad end of an era if it's not. Oh man, complete Irish death. Going a bit slow though, but that's to be expected. The land didn't become my core for whatever reason. They're still around, dude, that's cool. Yeah, the sooner they become a core, the sooner we get more of this done. I think I'm happy enough with 50% Irish done, though. I want to move on and eradicate the Scots. Yeah, eradicating Scots sounds like a good time for everybody involved. There's one in Dallas. It's still going. With some pretty serious night tournaments in Poland. People going ham in full armor, scoring points instead of kills. Okay, make sure they still stick to grabbing those points at least. Navy popularity diminishing. I'm not paying for that. You can construct ships as slow as you want. My money situation is hurting because I'm actually paying for my subjects to get inside me. Thanks to my slow negotiations, at least. Oh, look at that. So there's a minimum cost, and that's what we're getting here. I had no idea there was a minimum cost of integration. Could be relevant for keeping small subjects. Exploration progress is nice to have. We're going to be having Hispania and the Antilles soon enough. That's going to be a lot of colonies, so the cost of all those colonies is going to skyrocket. Oh, hang on, this isn't good. Jamaica, the first one? No. The one I wanted to be the fastest one is coming in first. Excellent. And it's all working out. Let my people go, says Young. Nah. How's Glasgow even doing? Oh, sorry, 100% Highlander. How about Paisley? Oh, all Highlander. Abram? Oh, there's some Norse Gaels to keep you company. Sadly, the tribesmen are dying off, which is a shame. Too much promotion, but not much I can do about that. Alright, East Flanders. Integrated, but not cored. But that's why we're doing cultural enrichment right now. How good are you at your job? You're pretty damn good. Alright, more ass-blasting assimilation of the Flanders, please. Or the Franconians, right? Yeah. I gotta say, we are terrifically fast at convincing people to be Scottish. Helped greatly by having humanist ideas. If you're spiritualist, it just takes so much longer. Plus, your subjects almost never do it for you. Speaking of subjects doing it for me. Yeah, Harcourt never got around to it for whatever reason. It can be pretty hard to tell. All Francians here. 50-50, but they're working on it. Very good. That's my land. The Bretons never got back to it. These guys started and then stopped. I really don't understand the logic behind it. Seeing some poor shows by my subjects, but those that do a good show do a very good show. Alright, well, so be it. I'm also drowning in diplomats, which I certainly want to put to use. In that case, who still needs to be... Well, they're all scootaged, right? No. Scootage. And scootage. And beyond that, now that they're all scootaged, work on the culture. Anjou only misses one core, and it's only one, so I don't particularly care about them. Get it done. And I believe we decided that Champagne had all of these cores, so Champagne, you've got to become Highland as well. I'm not doing Holland, not in a hurry at least, and I'm going to let these two actually get their cores first. They don't slow down that much from Highland conversion, right? This 100% bonus would become a 50% bonus. But why slow them down at all? Just let them get all of their cores, keep them stable, and then get them properly dealt with. Yeah, so you got this one to do. And look at that, it went from 100% speed to 50% speed. Actually, might not have even. Yeah, because it was majority Poltevan, so I actually think I sped them up there. Oh well, have fun. GLHF. Yeah, that assimilation does take a fair whack of time, especially since it's not cored. But that's the thing, you need the assimilation to get it cored. I have no idea, and I would love it if someone had an idea as to why, when we integrated the Pale, we did not get full cores. I've had full cores on everything else I've integrated, but not the Pale, or rather diplo-annexed is the right term here. Alright, EAS gets inside me, and then we start working on the others. And I'm looking forward to stopping paying this ridiculous amount of diplo spending. I need to save that money for my colonies. There we go. Oderin dum metuant. Don't know what it possibly means. Don't know we even care. Drop that spending right the way down. And then consider who's getting inside us next. Probably Lancashire. Who's Tregor? So I wanted to integrate you, and then you went and stopped culturally enriching your land, so I guess I'm going to wait on you for a little bit. But yeah, I guess I'll do Lancashire. Good land. Relatively big and strong. So if I influence the nation, boom! Up goes the improved opinion massively. And then the annexation can start way ahead of time. Did you check if the Pale even had those cores? They're not Irish culture. Ah, you're right. That's probably it, Sia. And they probably don't accept Irish culture either. You're right. That'll be it. Yeah, not a lot of Pale cores to begin with. Good thinking. Yeah, I hadn't considered that. I forgot about the Anglo-Irish culture. And the fact that they became my Gaelic culture, right? So, Highland culture. Yeah, there's just no winning for them. Okay, Anjou, I thought that was France trying to marry me. Not happening though, buddy. You tried. Another 1-year annexation. It's good to know that these integrations would only take a year if I really needed them back inside, but the control that I have in Ireland isn't great, so I don't want all this inland, even worse control area. And I suppose if I do, at least if I integrate those, I get full cores. I'm even starting to think that it might not be the worst idea to integrate the Isles here. Mull and... what are you even called? Well, actually, they're just different Hebrides, aren't they? Outer Hebrides and Inner Hebrides. Yeah. Bit of a trade-off, right? London is better for having these French lands under my control. But if you put your capital more on this side, it's better for integrating Ireland. Of the two, I think I know which I'd much rather have. Chase the population, if nothing else. God, everyone's going for London. It's kind of sickening. And the Welsh want out. Well, at least finally nobody's running away to Orkney. Is this people going away to my colonies, though? Yeah, but that's completely reasonable. From all sorts. There are too many people in London, though. Too many beggars not getting enough work. 156,000 peasants in London. I mean, I suppose at least it gives some food there. But I need these people doing better things. Maybe I could print more paper. Paper's good money. Alright, there you go. Have like 10 more paper makers. And then when you're done with that, big up the bookmakers as well. Yeah, it's got to be good for you. 20 and 20. No one is migrating to Nova Scotia. Can't blame them. Yeah, Nova Moray. Nova Moray is going to have to deal with itself, but I think it'll be fine. The population growth is rapido. 3% expensive food here? Really? I've never seen that. Oh, good lord. How is it so expensive? They make all that fish. How is the food balance so out of whack? It's not like they have a lot of people to feed either. Maybe this is just a new market problem? Am I going to have to build up their RGOs for them? I don't even get much of a discount on that, do I? Well, I suppose the lumber is cheap here. We got that going for us. It's a new market problem. Okay, I'll believe it. I mean, there's nothing here but fish, wood, fur, and a little bit of medicine. Pretty garbage market, honestly. And for some reason, you have no control over your own lands? What the heck? It just completely collapses in terms of control. Wait, even one step away from your homeland? What? No, it should be much better. It's just taking an aeon to grow. Well, that's your problem. You're going to have to build up Nova Moray. I'm just having you as a stepping stone towards these much, much better provinces. I would like to get to know the people around here, though. Because if I can speak to them, I could lay down a lot of trade buildings and then trade all those goods back home where they're going to be worth $1. I think my problem was the exploration could only be set up in unpleasant locations where I don't have good market access. Does that stand for this as well? No, it does not. Well, yes it does. Yeah, I really hate setting up expeditions from markets where I don't have goods, so I'm just going to wait until I have better colonial range for that. Maybe they want food variety. I'm sure they have many wants. But they're going to have to make their own lot in life out there. Oh, look, see, they're really happy. But they lack beeswax, coal, mercury, and wheat. Surely that makes it a very profitable place for my auto merchants to send goods to them. Who's even trading over there? Sevilla is bringing slaves over. Am I doing that? No. Maybe. Wait, I think I am. I think I'm absolutely bringing them slaves from Sevilla. Oh, wasn't there a thing where I was going to enslave people when I took over the provinces? I vaguely recall signing a law about that. No. It's Sevilla. Then why is there an L there? What kind of slaves are these? Nyama slaves. Their culture is... Nobody's ever heard of this culture. Well, God knows, but I'm sure my colony can figure it out themselves. Swedish war, not my problem. Ooh, I can ask for money. The Gaelic-speaking Castilians, can you truly speak my language when I say, "Give us your wallet"? I know you know what I mean. I wonder how powerful a language has to be for the nobility to be happy about it. Probably has to be 50% or more or something like that. Gives you a laptop. The hell laptop? I will. Gives you a bike. No. Can I hit? Plenty of time in Scotland, never been mugged. They're all happy chappies there. There was a security guard I worked with, and he said he worked for like 20 years in Glasgow, and he said they were the nicest people. Never had any problems there. And that's how he spoke as well, because he was an ancient German guy. He's probably dead now. He's hopefully dead now. Man was a menace to society. Alright, I'm more than satisfied with how this is going. Was there more cultural enrichment to be done, though? I always lose where enforced culture is. Wait, it's not shown here at all? Alright, come on, get rid of those Irish. Again, if I core it, it becomes a lot easier to convert more of them. Because it boosts the control. Subject interaction. Where's enforced culture? Maybe there's no more culture to enforce. But I'm pretty sure I didn't do all of them. Like I didn't do you guys down here. Where in the world is my ability to enforce culture? I'm baffled. Maybe they got disloyal and you can't do it. I suppose, but I didn't convert the... Oh, hey, whoa, what is this now? Well, now, looks like I am going to start having problems with all these subjects. That means that I'm really going to need to boost them somehow. And I hate to say it, I'm probably going to have to change out the royal decree for subject loyalty. 10% crown power is really not a lot anymore. I'm going to lose 1, maybe 2% of crown power. But otherwise, the satisfaction decay is whatever, and centralization is not important. But it seems like I'm going to need this extra loyalty of subjects. And that's going to be an increasing problem as I get more of them, because their relative power is going to go up and up and up. Better opinion would be enough for this one. Yeah, but the problem is that's a lot of nations to improve opinion with. I think I'll go with fixed vassal obligations. Also gets me outward, which is good. Also costs me 20 stability, which is bad, but okay. Now what's going on here? The need for coin. Pestilence and taxes, perished, falling ill. Lack of funds, people da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Lose 12 stability. Payment is due. No, I'm not that nasty. Come on, besides I could do with the stability back. No taxes for anyone suffering. Whoa, nobody agrees to that. Guantanamo can lose control, because this is irrelevant, right? No taxes for anyone suffering. What a load of baloney. More taxes for all. That's why I want more serfdom. Who has the biggest income? I bet it's Bohemia. They scale insanely well. When we look at hegemons, Great Suzhou. They are the #1, so I can only imagine what they're doing over in China. They're colonizing. I really need to turn off non-European colonization. It sounds cool, but then you arrive in Asia and just everything, all the islands are already filled in. It's not very nice. At least when it was more related to tech and ideas, then you get a select few, but yeah. Anyway, what's your problem here? Well, my problem is you rule 21 million people, and your tax base is 2,800. It's a little bit more than mine. A little bit more than mine. But yeah, not Blobhemia. Although Blobhemia also outdo me on the tax base, because they are, once again, insanely strong. They never fail. I guess that's one of the problems with this game. Big nations don't fail. Excuse me, kind of clogged up here. Golden Horde don't collapse. Mamluks don't collapse. Castile, France, Bohemia, Sweden, Poland, Lithuania, Hungary. They're just, despite the size of the revolts and things, nations are just way too stable. Part of the problem is you also can't really break nations apart in peace deals. Alright, who's this bozo? He's not particularly good at anything. But where do I still want to assimilate? I mean, I do still want Dublin done a bit better. But it's cultural victory we're going for, so assimilate. Maybe finally get the Norns done? Nah. Could do with more of these taken care of in Co, I reckon. Yeah, still too many Normans hanging around. Get them out of my face. Contemplating my problems with the Irish, but this seems like a job for a full Munster conversion. Slowly but surely get that done. So yeah, with the area stuff, once you're done getting cores here, wipe out the Scots, take care of that, and then we can talk. Believe it or not, Jake, Golden Horde splintered into 30 nations in my game. Maybe this patch made things... Yeah, it's worth noting, this game has been played across, 5 different patches? So it's anyone's guess how things are actually going to go. Maybe if I actually played with one patch for a good long time, we'd see a different story. Well, if I really do want people to culturally enrich for me, I should pay them to be stable, or should pay them to be loyal just a little bit more. France truce isn't until 1506. August 1506. So it starts at 1506. I can start paying for things like my navy and such. Ah. Sadly, that 5% subject income is only 1 percentage point of income, but it's mine. Mine and not theirs. And the diplomatic income I make is not nothing. Look at that, letting out Aquitaine, and they're some of the biggest earners for me now. I need to start working on my relations with these guys and integrating them, because as you saw, the French are just so strong, their relative strength against me is starting to become a problem. Notice it was never a problem for France, even at the very start. Here I am far stronger, and yet it's not going my way. I'm a new viewer here, says Don Petru. Which country did you start with? Moray is where from originally? Moray is my home location in Scotland. I being Scottish myself. Moray starts with Inverness, Elgin, the Grampian Mountains, and Lochaber. They don't even start with Banff, which is actually where the seat of Moray is right now. But yeah, you start with these 4 locations. You're a subject of Scotland, and Scotland immediately starts annexing you, and there's nothing you can do about it because you're stuck in a civil war together with them. It's a fairly hopeless-looking start, especially since France guarantees Scotland, so you have to fight France for independence. But we fought, and we won, and eventually we annexed Scotland. In a follow-up war, of course. Complete lack of mints, yeah, there is that as well. Alright, the Antilles are ours, which means I absolutely don't want to keep paying for my subjects, so let's do our last attempt to culturally enrich them. Again, no and no. How are these two doing on their cores, by the way? You're not done, and you're not done. It goes extra speed because of dominant culture, but what if I just do them anyway? I don't want to arse around with this cultural nonsense. There's also, of course, the court language stuff. Nah. Too bad for you. I don't care if this takes you longer on coring anymore. Highland. Am I going to do these guys again? Am I that nasty? It's already done. There you go. Slow down the coring, but not my problem. They'll hate my guts as well, but there's no way I'm spending all that on diplomacy when there is so much colonization to be done. And now that we know about all this land, I see no reason not to send colonies everywhere. Yeah, hell yes. Expensive. Take it anyway. I mean, these costs are probably going to get out of hand, but I really want to beat Spain to the punch here. I can always abandon some if it looks way too expensive. Is there anywhere else that I need to concern myself with, actually, or is that everything? I thought I was still exploring one other place. No, I think we got both of these done at the same time. And this is just all one area? The Windward Islands? Yeah, there's a lot of Windward Islands. Is that actually all of them? I feel like it's not focusing on these. Ha 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 ha! He knows his stuff. Okay, very good. Now, is there anything I'm missing out colonially? Looking good. Yeah, I really think this is a crowning jewel. Take this, trade with the natives, screw the mainland. Exception gets made for Panama because of history, and I need a route down to the tatties. Tatties is what we call potatoes. Damn, you did a lot, says Don Petro. Very impressive. Why, thank you. It looked a lot more impressive when within just a couple of decades we had this, and it felt very good tearing England apart. Now, you know, it's been 150 years. Anyone could do anything in 150 years. But I refuse to tag change with Moray. I would probably go Granada into Andalusia, but when I have a really nice rare tag that I start with, I don't care about their lack of advances, I just want to keep them on the map. The novelty of seeing them around feels good. And every time I look at the map, I think of just how much I achieved with little Moray here. It was a lot. Yeah, so completely reasonable that my subjects hate my guts, that's why we're changing to fixed vassal loyalty. And I will need to start seriously working on annexation to stop them all from hating my guts. Especially the French. Like, even if they're not doing their integrations, I need them to not have so much relative power against me. So I guess we start with wherever they're doing most of it. And that appears to be you. Yeah, you were halfway through, but too bad. So yeah, improve opinions with this in mind. I enjoy the cultural genocide, no matter how long it takes. Yeah, some of it takes a fair whack of time, but it's okay. The game has many, many years, and it would feel a lot less of an achievement if you just click your fingers, pay 30 admin points, and poof, all the Irish are gone. Where did they go? Oh, I'll never tell. Yeah, adding pops was an excellent thing for EU. We had population in EU3, not pops, just population, but it was wildly unbalanced. Anywhere that had any kind of investment could become like 9,999,999 population, and it didn't really have much of an effect either. And then, of course, in EU4 there was no population at all, and now here we have pops, and it's just so good. Like all the fun of Vicky with none of the misery of playing Victoria. Just what one wants in life. My crown is still suffering so much. I hope you're having a lot of male children. You've had 2 male children. Well, it's a start. What I should probably do is see if I can send off more of the McLaughlins to other provinces or other nations, and then maybe marry into them and have it be a little less incestuous. I mean, I'm all for the incest, but we still need to be able to make these connections and expand our dynasty. And they don't seem to want to do it when they're that close. So, I was concerned about the costs, and not for anything. Look at that. Despite being plus 280% cost, we're well on top of this. Yeah, I'm happy about that. Take over all of this. Let the Gaelic-speaking Castilians deal with Brazil and Africa. I'll deal with the glorious islands here. And to be sure, what's coming along the fastest? Barocca. Barocca? Is that even the one I want done first? No. Cam Gooey's coming along first. So we'll set them up and we'll give them more market there, probably. Unless it's already 0%. It is already 0% market access, so we'll see if they automatically get one. Fear and anger. Not my problem. Be happy, everybody. How ahistorical. No, you can marry your distant cousins, I believe. So in this timeline, you have a Brazilian dialect of Gaelic. Yeah, I always regard the Brazilians as having very squeaky voices. I mean, not like Canadian nasal, more like, you know, as they're talking, they've got one of those dog chew toys stuck in their throat, and it's constantly going when they're talking. I was at a speech, actually. There was a Brazilian guy and a Portuguese guy there giving a talk, and I just couldn't take it seriously. I can't even remember what they were talking about. It was a serious talk, but just... That was it's difficult keeping a straight face. Jello was saying that Portuguese sounds like Spanish dubstep to them. And what is to you, anyway? We need some context on that one. I sure don't miss Victoria 2 anarchist rebels, nor Victoria 3 armies touring the various fronts. Oh god, Victoria 3's army system, right? There was an honest-to-goodness attempt to make something there that people might want to play, but it just failed. And they've continued grasping onto that failure and just going, right, that's it, it's bad, we'll make a better system now. There's a lot to improve with that. And I'm never coming back to the bloody game either, that's the thing. Narbonne, Ninos, no, you're not getting married with me. Go and make your own local marriages. This run has some ways to go. Do you plan on doing more EU5 right after? Or are you getting bored or tired with the game? I'm not bored and I'm not tired with it. However, there is this creeping feeling, and I've had a very hard time putting it to words. I'm also having a very hard time believing Bohemia is almost at the coast. Hold fast, Voldgast. There's this feeling that I'm getting with all modern Paradox games that it gets a bit too sandboxed because it feels like the AI isn't playing the game. Victoria 3, definitely. CK3, absolutely. CK3, in one generation, I can become the dominant power that no nation can actually beat me with. Place me anywhere. And then boom, one generation, I'm usually a kingdom, and I'm usually too strong for the AI to be competitive with. I really hope the AI feels like they're playing this game more. That was never a problem in EU4 because I could spend 200 years playing as Montenegro and I still look at Russia or Ottomans or France and I'll wet my kecks because I know that if they fight me, and they do fight you, I'm not coming out smelling of roses. In this game, it feels very passive. Very, very passive. Bohemia and Hungary are more just growing out of, you know, just we're here, right? Oh, oops, we accidentally took this land. I don't feel the aggression. I don't feel like the AI is trying to put me in my place, and I always felt that with EU3 and 4. And that's what keeps me coming back. This game needs to have that, or else I will stop playing after about 5 campaigns, because I'll go, well, I know how to win, and the AI is never going to put up a fight. So my pledge is that from this day forward, obviously not including Moray, I'm not going to switch out here, but I'll be playing on very hard mode, because I want to see how the AI can perform with the added bonuses. They may or may not need it. Glorious cores, glorious my culture cores, no less. Who gets inside me next? There is a temptation to just chew on all of these guys, but the proximity to capital. Oh, right, I was going to be doing you as well. You are titchy. Alright, let's get Gwyneth dealt with. Guess the AI want vassal abuse. But I like that feeling. I don't mind abusing my way to power, but I want to fight against an AI who's really, really trying to kill me. I don't like the feeling of holding myself back in a game. I don't like saying, oh, well, I want to have a prolonged and fun run, so I'm not going to expand through vassals, or I'm not going to kick the enemy when it's down, or I'm not going to tax everybody as hard as I know that I can. No, I want the AI to work as hard as it can so that I can go as hard as I can. I'm like Goku, right? I'm on planet Namek, Frieza's right there, and I'm letting him power up to 100% so I can have a good fair fight. Destructo discs and all. Alright, are you even going to exist here? 509. Wait, that's a lower bonus than I had in one of the other subjects I integrated. How bizarre. Also, you are a vassal, right? Yeah, good. Good to knock out vassals to keep the French less uppity. Ulmrun beat Bohemia. Never been that appealed in playing within the HRE. Can we click the RGO button again, please? What? Which one? The RGO is missing employees, because we've got plenty of that. But yeah, I love doing RGO. Wait, if you click the actual right button here. So many more to build up. But believe in the money. I believe RGO is the way forward for Dosh, and then build it up. Yeah, there's still some. I mean, I always want more iron, don't I? Wait, is that even in my land? Yeah, it's a Welsh province, so stand to reason I didn't know what it was. Give me the coal, give me the iron. But I think I should save up some money for a change. Again, the Bruges is running out of money. I already built up Bruges and they're bleeding wheat, but it looks like I need to absolutely max them out. The AI's love for building towns and cities is just out of hand. I mean, there's no rural place for me to do, like, fishing villages and whatnot. Can I even build anything here that makes food? I could do, wait, farming village? It boosts local food production by a percentage, but I feel like it's not enough of a percentage. It also boosts the power of peasants, which I'm not happy about. Does that mean it does it by 25% per building? Ooh. Not happy about that. This is maybe better, some irrigation. I could irrigate the place 10 times to give more of a boost. Probably not worth the money, right? Let's get rid of some of that. It's almost tempting to tear down some of these cities like Castle, because it actually reduces the amount of food produced, right? Oh wait, Castle actually isn't a town. Amazing. Okay, then that's all the more reason you need... well, you've already got farming village, but I'm going to need more farming villages, it seems, to support these hungry, hungry hippos. Yeah, town, city... City, town. This is all we've got, man. Oh well, maybe what I could do is bring some potatoes around here. It's also the fact that it's the Bruges market, not necessarily this these provinces. We can stockpile as much as we can here. I can tear down the towns, of course, but towns are money. And places for my burghers to build up wealth and then use that wealth to build up buildings. I mean, spend all my money, but no, I don't want to spend another 12,000 just like that. RGOs are nice, but I do actually want to build buildings as well. How's that London market looking anyway? Paper is... it helps if I look at goods and not goods. Paper is still slightly over its base value, so I could do more of that. And books are... okay, so the book market is slightly crashing. Not a problem, though. Stuff to export and stuff to build more universities and libraries for. Move towards serfdom, you say? Well, I keep trying, but I need to try harder. I really need to pass something that puts the serfs in their place. I think I am actually at the point where I'm willing to give the estate privilege. Not that one, of course. Here we go. It's not that much power for the nobles, and the nobles are running out of power anyway. Keeps them happy. Lowers food production, or consumption rather, but best of all gets that serfdom going. Go on then. Keep them in the dirt. But I need another source of serfdom. Just to push it in that direction. Any bright ideas on where to even find that? Grimsby must prosper. Grimsby's a town. It doesn't do much of note. Decent enough control, though. I could look at what's made in Grimsby. Right, what do they make around here? They've got clay, salt, livestock, wheat, sand. Doesn't that mean I could make glass? The glass guild could make use of the sand. There's also leather that can be made from livestock. Is tanning or glassing a source of dosh for me? Tannery is actually worth dosh. Yeah, that'll be why the price is not too bad in the market. What about the price of glass? Ooh, that's not a good sign. Glass, not brilliant. Alright, Grimsby, get tanning. Ah, hell, go for 5 of them here. Grimsby deserves the best. Put that sand to use. There's also Lubu to be had here. Grimmer than Grims. Blech. I like it. Alright, one other thing that I need are some marketplaces. You know, I just had a thought. Screw the London market. How about I build some marketplaces over in my colonies? No, because it has to be done in a town. But hang on, we have towns. That'll get them some trade power, and me trade power, allowing them to import goods over here. Which I would dare to say we need. So ignore the available peasants thing. I know there aren't available peasants. And ignore being owned or not. There you go, have some marketplaces. What's good for you is good for me. I hope they don't struggle from not being able to pay for those. As for me... Sure, I want more marketplaces. I know they boost burgers, and I'm never happy boosting burgers, but being able to make more trades has got to be good, so... build me the best 5 that you think? Nah, what I'll do is this. There's a lot to be traded in London after all, and of course, trade those Scottish pearls as best we can. Yeah, you know what, you guys have this as well. Yeah, like I said, notably not happy about boosting the power of burgers, and burgers do get power through marketplaces. But what can you do? Marketplaces are not affected by control in terms of the market power they give, so I'm fine building these up. Looks like we've come a long way. Yeah, France is pretty declawed. We're a fair bit stronger than France. They only have 2,300 regulars. Their manpower is shot. They can no longer raise a reasonable navy. Yeah, life is good for us. Who are we playing? We're playing as Moray. They start with a capital in Inverness. But more than just blobbing here, it's been a cultural victory. Highlander has blotted out the English. We're soon going to eradicate the last of the Scots. Oh, I'm delighted to see this. The Highlanders did actually get in place of the Irish. I was wondering if my subjects were going to do this, but the Irish hate the Irish and have replaced the Irish with glorious Highlanders. And they did it so quickly. That is beautiful. Yeah, the whole game, Ireland has been a pain in the bum due to Lordship of Ireland. But we've taken care of that nicely. Show them the language. Oh, God. Which of these is not like the other? Oh, that's such a wonderful look. Yeah, so try and imagine what Gaelic Iberian influence is going to be like. Because that's going to stretch all the way over to the Philippines, right? What would the Philippines be managing like this? It bothers me that we have the likes of Gascony. Oh, hang on. He took over. Right. That's unfortunate because I still severely lack any crown characters and it didn't get any better here. Because I just had nothing but sisters, didn't I? Well, you're certainly still in charge of the Navy. Yeah, how many crown characters do I have? Tell me, game. Just the freaking king. Alright, appoint as admiral. Put him on the light ship navy. And once again, my crown power is going to suffer due to not having someone in crown in command of the army. That'll be fixed when our son takes over, but yeah, this dynasty is nothing but suffering. Also, for some reason, he's a Norman. Wait, how did that happen? My children are all Normans as well. Fortunately, they're not old enough to breed, so we're going to adopt the culture and change our kids as well. Does our wife change? Bridget is not our wife. No, we got Highland wife, but we turned Norman? How the heck did that happen? Well, no Norman son of mine is allowed to be here. We switch. 20 prestige. Build up so much prestige in the hopes that maybe someday I can be an empire, but it all just fizzles away despite being multi-hegemony. It's alright, we can always go and steal the Notre Dame from Paris, which remains an ambition for me. Eventually we'll have Paris itself, but the Notre Dame being physically picked up and moved to Londaine amuses me greatly. He isn't even Highlander. Ew. No, we're working on it. A lot of very revolting subjects around here. Yeah, strength of all vassals versus overlord is really very high. I need to start integrating my subjects. Might even have to consider paying them. The thing is, the more I pay them, the more they pay me in diplomacy, but it just doesn't scale to the same degree. Is there actually a loyalty map mode? No, there is not. So what I need to do is look at my subjects here and figure out which ones are loyal and which are not. And the ones that are not are many. Fortunately, though, it's mostly the Irish, because I culturally enriched them. Hold on, does this colour them based on loyalty? No, it colours them based on fiefdom versus vassal. Yeah. Ach, well. It doesn't change the fact that I do need to integrate more of my subjects here. Sadly, many of them don't want to convert culture for me, but I think I need to get to work on more of them, especially the ones that have good good access to the capital. So I should do these two, shouldn't I? Yeah, let's get going on those opinions. Get you done and integrated. Get you done and integrated. I will get Nantwich once I'm done with Gwyneth. Actually, I don't even need to wait, do I? There's a lot of not waiting that needs to be done here because the impact on integration speed is minimal. The problem is the impact on relations, but... No, I'll wait until this is done. The impact on relation could actually be critical. You should eradicate Normans for the sin of taking over your dynasty. We're working on that. There's quite a lot of 100% Highlander here in former Norman lands. It's just that currently we have our hands full eradicating the Irish. Who else are we eradicating? Oh yeah, the lower Franconians of East Flanders. They've got to go. And, oh yeah, we're also doing them in Co. We're throwing him a party, and then he can get to work. I'm actually starting to think that Co is sufficiently assimilated. Do I really need to do more of Co? It's just these... That's still a disgustingly large amount of Normans. Getting cores is the bigger issue, of course. What's the annexation penalty for annexing more than one vassal? Minus 50%, but it's additive towards other things. And I'm so much larger than most of my vassals that we get this massive bonus right here. The problem is, when you annex vassals, each annexation you have ongoing reduces opinion of all your vassals by 15? I thought it was 20. And if they fall below a certain level, then you cannot keep annexing them. Whatever, I'm going to get started with Tregor anyway. Start the annexation. Donk. So there we go. It's minus 50 on this, but there's still so much that's overwhelming that. And over here, again, minus 50 against plus 300. I think we can handle that. But it is important that I integrate the French vassals, otherwise they get too strong, especially at this point in the game where they can have their own armies and such. Yeah, get inside me. Flint. It was short-lived, but it's in me now. And I do want Nantwich done as well. Currently improving relations will get you. Notably, I'm keeping these internal guys still around. They are just fiefdoms, and the land is not really very proximal to my capital, because some idiot doesn't build paved roads for some reason. So I don't see it as a worthwhile endeavor to integrate currently. Later on, sure, especially when we get better proximity techs. Are there even good proximity techs anymore? Oh, I found something that needs to be taken care of. English. The only remaining English majority in the world is right here. 94% English, 70% English, 89% English. The Normans get to live another day, it seems. Be gone. Yeah, there's no way I could have done all this cultural integration of the English if it weren't for all the subjects helping me out. Yeah, the cost on diplomats from having so many subjects is a real pain. Oh, we finally got them. Here's our first little foray. Anybody got a really good name for Moravian Cuba? Some kind of awful, disgusting Gaelic name for this spicy island. Yeah, good place for that. There you go. Enjoy your town. Do you get a market? Why no market? I'm going to give you a turn of the month and see if you develop your own market. Ah, Cuba. Oh, that's actually really good. Just Cuba with an H shoved into it. That is so good. What's their current name, actually? Colony of Camagüey. No, that's not a good name. No, I didn't type that right at all. There we go. That's just so bad. So bad it's good. The further Hebrides. The outer Hebrides. Maybe for these. We'll see what these end up becoming. Or maybe it all becomes Cuba. I don't know. Don't know how the game decides the colonies whatsoever. No penalty for no representation. Lovely. Fixed vassal obligations keeps them in check as well. And I'll probably keep that for a while, given just how many subjects I'll be having. Well, I sure don't see a market here. You've got 1% market here. Okay, forget it. Let's just create a new market. How much money did that just cost me? It didn't even give me a number, but well, whatever. There's your market regardless. Food production. Lovely jubbly. Bit of a joke right now. What I'm really wanting is copper, tin, silver, lead. Proximity cost with maritime. I think new markets are like 2k. But it's brought down by the scale of how far away the existing market is. I mean, this should have only cost about 100, but I didn't pay attention to how much it actually cost me there. I was hoping it would be free. Or free adjacent. I tell you, the Bretons do not seem to want to culturally enrich anymore. They did a good enough job as is. So I might just take in all of these Bretons. And then since it's a nice area, and I'll have full cores, it'll be relatively easy to do mass conversion there. So that means that Brittany themselves are on the chopping block. I guess just all of the Bretons, just start getting them friendly with me. If they don't want to integrate, that's very much going to be their problem. Yeah, there we go. Get them all done. Chomp, 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 chomp. And it's all insulated from France, so it's all excellent land to integrate. It was 3.91, so what? It cost me like 500, 600, 700 ducats. It was quite expensive. The lengths I go to for my subjects. Oh well, hopefully all those marketplaces are helping out, and they certainly are. The trade income's looking good. The crown power is holding better than I thought. 39% with my disastrous dynasties, alright. But the burghers are creeping back up there. I don't want to, but I might have to pull another one of their privileges. The problem is none of their privileges are that heavy. Yeah, there's no like 50% boost here, is there? Ah, well, I can deal with it. I just need to build up my own crown power, and that'll proportionally drag down their power. And good, the clansmen are growing? I swear that number went down to 30,000. How's it up to 46? Think I'm seeing why. Yeah, we're finding tribesmen in the colony. I wish I could take them back. I want them back home with me. No other islands to concern myself with here, is there? Good. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I didn't pay 650,000 ducats for the market. I would not fiscally recover from that. Alright, speaking of things I can't fiscally recover from, these stockades and castles have got to go. No point having forts around here. There's nobody to protect myself from. And the only people that could make use of them reasonably would be revolts. I don't want any revolts around here. There's a reasonable chance that the Franconians could rise up. I don't know why, though. I mean, what's their problem? I don't like you, because... Wait, what's this from events thing? I didn't do anything against these people. This must have been a Flanders or a French thing. So we've got 28 years of this horrible thing happening. Okay, belligerence, core, and I'm getting an alert about the market that I told them to make. Okay, that's fine. Enjoy your market, don't crash it. Wait, you have nothing to eat but a little bit of fish and a little bit of beeswax. Fish and honey. Not a bad combination, really. What are some bad fish combinations? I think fish goes pretty badly with cheese. I love fish and I love cheese, but those two tastes... No matter the cheese, doesn't seem to work out well for me. Maybe some relatively inoffensive tuna could go together with something like hard cheddar or an Emmental. But just overall, no thanks. Fish or cheese. Fish and yogurt. I think that could work. I've had some spicy fish curries, and you tend to mix those with yogurt to mellow it out. Tuna melts are a thing. Oh god, that's just making me think of Subway sandwiches, and nobody wants to think of that. Alright, still a ways away from killing France again, although killing France comes with more caveats now, doesn't it? I can't keep subjugating France forever. The subjects gain strength, I do not. Bruges continues to complain about money. Not money, food. The edible money. But I gotta say, I'm pretty happy at the growing Highland majority now. There's a lot of population here, so it's a lot of work to culturally enrich them, but it's going well. Going dangerously smoothly. And the Irish are being eliminated from Ireland. spy manpower. See, naval just doesn't have bad events. Oh no, not 1%, 1.5% of my manpower. How will I survive this? Taken no time at all to integrate Tregor. I'm happy about that as well. A lot of things to be happy about. Fish and Swedes make a strange combo. One thing I miss from Sweden is the easy access to smoked salmon. They just don't seem to understand fish in Hungary. Yeah, who would have thought landlocked country? But come on, I live at Balaton. There's got to be some fish in there. Maybe not any salmon. Okay, pretty obviously not going to be any salmon in there, but come on. Maybe they could import some. Think about the markets. Oh, hello, slave. Oh, now that we have slaves... I don't want any of this, do I? Oh, hang on. They fixed this. Now you do actually get unemployed slave promotion. Humanist is very good, but unhappy clergy is not okay. I think I'd just rather have no policy for the slaves, because it's not like I plan on having them here, right? Yeah, I'm not the one dirtying my hands with slaves, so it's not my problem. So I don't need a law about it. How are the migration plans? You mean the real life ones? Kind of gone a little bit cold on the idea of going to the Philippines. I might go for another visit, though, to rethink my thoughts. But I was looking through some photos there, just looking at all the piles of literal garbage, especially the ones flowing down the waterways. And I thought, yeah. I'm giving some serious thoughts to Italy. So I think in the spring, I'm going to go on just a trip around Italy. I mean, I'm right here, right? We just go da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da, and then just, well, I want to see Genoa, I want to see Pisa. Not particularly thrilled on going to see Rome, but I might make my way down to Naples. You know, just go wherever the wind takes me. And if I find somewhere that makes me think this is even better than Hungary, then I might set up shop. Or not better, just different. Come on, Munster. Get with the program. Pisa is the worst city ever. Skip it. Okay, well, if people have great opinions on where to go and not to go in Italy, I'm all for it. I got some really good information about places to go into in Castile, and I had a wonderful time around Andalusia. And I did get some advice from some people who either live in or have been to the Philippines. So if you have similar stuff about Italy, I'd more than happily take a write-up about places worth going, things worth knowing. Is there anything special about how you get around in that country? I've got around in a bunch of countries by now, but things are always different in different places. Alright, speaking of different, my stomach is yelling at me to do something a little different and go and eat. We've been at this for 11.5 hours today. We munched on a whole lot of France, we got to the colonies. I mean, it really doesn't feel like 11.5 hours worth of gameplay, right? Some weird things happening, but the time has flown by because even when you're not at war, the internal build-up, the cultural genocide, the RGO expansion, the trade management, it feels so good. You can't even notice that time slipping away as we go into the 16th century. So I'm happy with this. There's more to be done, of course. I mean, France needs to be obliterated. I want to see how the colonial situation evolves. So I think we'll take it easy, even though the run is no longer under threat. I think the moment we encased England and removed their coastline, we were no longer under threat, which does remove a bit of the edge of the campaign. But if you're looking for runs that do have that element of danger and so much on the line, well, I'm told that maybe, just maybe, tomorrow, our Spanish friend Alpha Gamo, he might just be continuing on with his run of Factorio 100%. He only has 3 hours. And he's only just started bringing out cryogenic science. I'm at the edge of my seat with that, and I will be tuning in no matter the cost of my own stream, so let that be a warning. But from now, I'm going to save up, because yeah, I'm actually starving now. It's been all day with no food. I'm going to do a quick check. Oh god. Okay, no, all is well. Okie dokie, well, cheers, and until I'm back later, it's a cheerio.